Hello Lightverse family, follow us on Instagram for more updates about the audiobook, and I have shared the audiobook link of Shadow Slave to download for free from chapters 1 to 1700 on Instagram. Or you can be a Shadow Star member to get a full access of the complete audiobook library. You can find the link in the bio or in the pinned comments. Chapter 101 Perception. Nick wasn't used to the extra weight on his legs and arms, but he was slowly getting used to it. Since nobody could see Nick right now, Nick's speed was incredibly fast, considering that he was wearing 20 kilograms on every limb. The metal was incredibly durable, which was why it weighed that much. Its density was no joke. Nick continued punching and kicking the air for a while, and slowly his movements changed. Nick had been quite apathetic when he had just started, but the more he actually attacked, the angrier he got. After a couple of minutes, his attacks actually got quite aggressive, and he even started to breathe heavily. Originally, Nick just wanted to waste a bit of time until winter arrived, but now he actually wanted to see how strong his attacks could get. I wish there was something I could hit. I haven't been able to punch or kick something with my full power for quite some time. Frustration joined Nick's anger when he realized that there was nothing he could punch. Sure, he could probably punch the Dreamer's containment unit, but there were two issues with that. First, even though the blades on Nick's wrist were very durable, stabbing them into something as unrelenting as a level 2 containment unit might actually dull them. Something like this wasn't a concern for the back of the blades or the braces on Nick's shins, but a blade was way more fragile near its edges. The other problem was the Dreamer itself. While the Dreamer was a prisoner, it was still important that it was treated with a certain amount of respect. Not because it deserved it, but because working with a cooperative party was far easier than working with an annoyed or uncooperative one. If Nick kept banging on the Dreamer's containment unit, it might decide to be less cooperative from now on. As for the walls of the warehouse, Nick looked at the stainless steel the warehouse was made out of. Steel was great and very hard, but if Nick punched it with his power in something as durable as his weapons, it would still break or dent. Sadly, Nick could only punch and kick the air for now. Whoa! Nick shouted as he lost control of his arms. The force behind his attack was so strong that he was pulled along with it, landing on the ground and sliding for a bit. When Nick stopped, he slowly lifted his arm, but moving his arm felt much more difficult. It was like the weights on his arms had multiplied. Naturally, Nick knew what that meant. He turned to the door of the warehouse. Since his ability had just deactivated, it meant that someone had to be watching him right now. Yet, surprisingly, there was nothing near the entrance of the warehouse. Nick furrowed his brows and looked around. He couldn't see anyone. That was when Nick's ability reactivated. Nick knew what that meant. Something has been watching me just now, but they retreated, Nick thought as he looked around. My ability has been deactivated for nearly 10 seconds. If any of the Specters heard me, it would have reactivated way earlier since pinpointing someone's location is only momentary if done by sound. This means they have been seeing me. Nick narrowed his eyes as he kept thinking about whoever had been watching him. Whoever it was, they weren't here with nice intentions. I have to tell Winter later, Nick thought as he started to punch the air again. Nick didn't want to seem like he had noticed something. Yes, he had just looked around like he was searching for something, but this could have been for any reason. Maybe Nick had been up to no good and had been looking around to make sure that nobody was watching him. A couple of minutes later, Nick's ability deactivated again, but this time Nick had been careful that he didn't use too much power. Because of that, Nick didn't fall over, and his punch transformed into a slow and awkward movement of his hands. Of course, Nick acted like it was supposed to be this way. The good part about Nick's ability was that nobody could see his true power. They always only saw him awkwardly shuffling around with his heavy weapons or falling over. Nick just kept slowly punching around, not looking around a lot. He was acting like he thought he was alone. Sure enough, my ability is still deactivated, Nick thought after 30 seconds had passed. This confirmed it. Someone was looking at Nick at this moment. After another couple of seconds, Nick bent forward and put his heavy arms on his knees while breathing heavily in exhaustion. Nick could keep going, but he acted like he couldn't. For the next couple of seconds, Nick's eyes rapidly darted around the floor of the warehouse. Ironically enough, Nick wasn't searching for the Watcher. After breathing heavily for 10 seconds, Nick's guess was confirmed. By lowering my head in exhaustion and looking around, my stalker would have immediately retreated if they were looking at me from below the floor. They would be afraid of me accidentally spotting them. But since my ability is still active, it means that they don't feel threatened by what I am currently looking at, which is the floor. Therefore, they are not below the floor. A bit later, Nick righted himself and stretched his back in relaxation, looking up. As soon as Nick showed an inkling of stretching and looking up, his ability immediately deactivated. On the roof, maybe? Nick thought. Although it could also be somewhere in here. After that, Nick walked around and looked at the consoles of the containment units. 10 minutes later, his ability deactivated again, and Nick narrowed his eyes. "You're early." Nick's expression relaxed when he heard Winter's voice coming from the entrance of the warehouse. After slowly turning around, Nick looked at the central clock. 5:37 a.m. Winter looked at Nick with a raised eyebrow. Yet again, Nick was acting unusual. Yesterday, he seemed very insecure, and now he seemed quite cold and serious. "We need to talk," Nick said. Chapter 102 Spy. Winter was a bit surprised that Nick wanted to talk to him with such serious conviction. Guess the day off helped with his issues, Winter thought. "Sure, come in," Winter said as he walked over to his office to open it. After opening the office, Winter put down his stuff and sat down on his desk. Nick also sat down and looked at Winter with a serious expression. "Somebody has been watching me from the roof, most likely about 30 minutes ago," Nick said. When Winter heard that, he furrowed his brows. "Explain." "I came early and was bored, which was why I trained a bit with the weapons," Nick said as he shook his heavy arms a bit. "After training for a bit, I felt my ability deactivate, and after a bit of trying some stuff out, I came to the conclusion that someone was probably looking through one of the many holes in the ceiling for the sunlight." Winter nodded. "How did you find out they looked through the ceiling?" "They didn't look away when I looked at the ground, but they immediately looked away when I looked at the ceiling," Nick said. Winter nodded with an interested expression. "I actually never thought about using your ability like that. I always saw that as a weakness of your ability, but in a way, you can actually find out if someone is looking at you and even from where. There is actually a lot of potential for that kind of ability." Nick didn't seem very excited, and his expression just remained even and serious. After what happened the last couple of days, Nick was no longer that interested in joking around and laughing. "What about the spy?" Nick asked. "Right," Winter answered calmly. "I'm pretty sure that I know where they are from, and you probably also know." Nick narrowed his eyes. "Artem?" he asked. Winter nodded. "The other manufacturers don't care enough about us yet to spy on us, and they also don't want to annoy my family. I would be very surprised if the spy turned out to be from them. But if it's Artem, I wouldn't be surprised," Winter added with a sigh. "Every heir that manages to successfully earn enough money to purchase a portion of Kugelblitz is another person that shares the inheritance of the Melfian family. 3 of my older siblings already managed to pass their tests and are working in Kugelblitz. They're already not big fans of me trying to get a piece of the inheritance, but they are also not the kind of people that would act against their youngest brother." "But Artem," Winter said as he trailed off. "He always acts like he's confident and charismatic, but there's actually nearly nothing there to back his confidence. He's arrogant and believes that everyone else is beneath him, and when he sees someone else reach his position, he puts them in their place again. After all, they don't deserve to be in a similar position as him." Nick listened with a solemn expression. "What can we expect?" "Depends on our actions," Winter answered. "If we do nothing, the spy will keep delivering information to Artem, and Artem will probably try to make our lives worse. If we break the laws, he will tell the guards. If we go to capture a Specter, he might arrive with his team of stronger extractors. However, he won't directly attack us," Winter added. "Right now, it's like we are arguing with each other. In an argument, the first person who becomes violent admits that they lost the argument. After all, if you can defend yourself with words, why would you need to use your hands? But if we decide to attack the spy and kill them, it would be like punching Artem in the face, and he will punch back just as strongly. Fairness and justice don't matter in this case. He got punched, and even if he deserves it, he will punch back." Nick listened to Winter with furrowed brows. Then he thought about Jenny and Trevor. They had their weapons now, but they were still inexperienced in wielding them, and on top of that, their abilities were not fitting for battle. If they were to fight Artem's extractors, they would be at a significant disadvantage. The only one that could really fight was Nick. Nick had fought a great number of people in the Dregs, and he had also killed several. Even more, as long as the enemy didn't see Nick, his ability was incredibly powerful. One also had to remember that Artem's extractors were probably in the same position. Artem had 1 adolescent and only 2 hatchlings. His extractors probably were just as inexperienced in killing humans as Dark Dream's extractors. They were all pretty new to this job. "What would you suggest?" Nick asked. "I already have some of a plan," Winter answered calmly. "I'm more interested in what you want to do." I want to know if you come to the same conclusion as me. Why? Nick asked suspiciously. Ever since Winter had unveiled that he had been testing Nick secretly, Nick had become more suspicious of Winter's questions. This is not a test, Winter said, seeing through Nick's suspicion. I just want to see if my plan is the most logical one. If you come to the same conclusion, it gives more strength to my own. Nick raised an eyebrow, but his suspicions were alleviated. Then Nick thought about the smartest thing to do. In battle, they would lose. If they took the initiative and attacked Artem's people, they would also lose. If they didn't do anything, they would fall into a disadvantage. The biggest problem is that nobody is used to battling other people. The others are still too new at this. Nick's gaze subconsciously went to the ceiling. But I really want to kill this guy. Do nothing until everyone gets more used to their weapons. Prepare in secret. Then we kill the spy and look at how things will develop, Nick said. Winter nodded, and a small smile formed on his lips. Similar to my plan. Good. Chapter 103, Difficult Choice. For now, we are not ready to face them, Winter said. We have to get stronger first. But we also can't just do nothing about the spy. If we just ignore them, they might do something bad like freeing the dreamer. Because of that, I will start hiring guards. Nick furrowed his brows. Why guards? I don't think guards can fight a Zephyx Extractor. That's not the primary reason, Winter answered. A guard only needs to survive for long enough to alert any person of Dark Dream. While the spy might plan to do something like free the dreamer, they won't dare to openly start a war with Dark Dream yet. You don't know how manufacturers interact with each other, but directly attacking someone openly is frowned upon. Officially, attacking another manufacturer is seen as attacking humanity, since manufacturers are responsible for containing Specters. Of course, in secret, all the manufacturers are battling each other, and if a skirmish breaks out, the detectives either act like both manufacturers are at fault in the conflict, or don't even comment on it as long as it's not absolutely obvious what happened. If the spy gets found out and captured, the forces of Crimson Fungus City will side with us, and Artem will have to either abandon his pawn or pay a hefty fine. Because of that, Artem won't dare to send his forces in to mess with us as long as we have a couple of guards. Nick listened intently. When will you get the guards? Today, Winters said. With the increased output of Zephyx, thanks to the screaming coffin, I can afford to hire a couple of guards. It will cost us barely 1,000 credits per day. Nick nodded. Then Nick took a deep breath, but he didn't say anything. Winter raised an eyebrow. Nick looked like he wanted to say something. Yes. Winter just asked with an expectant tone. Nick closed his eyes and took another deep breath. I don't think I can take care of Horwa anymore, Nick said. It has become so difficult, and I noticed that it has started to interfere with my duties. I know that I am the one responsible, and that Horwa has become like this entirely due to my mistake, but I can't just continue like this. I need someone who can take care of him, Nick said with a tone filled with shame. Nick felt like he had given up. He felt like he had run away from his responsibility. It's good that you made the choice, Winter said. To be honest, I would rather have someone else take care of the boy than you. I need you fully focused for your position. Nick released a sigh, but he wasn't happy. He just felt ashamed. Nick, Winter added, making Nick look up at him again. But I think you are still not considering the entire picture. Nick furrowed his brows. How old is the boy? Winter asked. He will be 12 soon, Nick said. Winter nodded. And he has been in this state for how long? 3 months, give or take, Nick said. 3 months, Winter repeated. And he was 11 when he became like this. Nick, 3 months for an 11-year-old is a significant amount of time. He has probably grown a couple of centimeters in that time, and his muscles have also atrophied by quite a bit. Just to recover from these 3 months would take another couple of months. In total, he already lost half of a year to this. Nick became nervous. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that the time for being passive is over, Nick, Winter said. How long will you let the boy continue being in this state? A year? 2 years? 3 years? How long until the boy doesn't even recognize who he is anymore when he looks into the mirror? Will you let him spend his entire childhood in this state? Winter asked. Nick narrowed his eyes. I would help him if I could, he shouted. Don't act like I refuse to help him. Nick, Winter said. It's been 3 months. Doing nothing won't help him. Do you want him to spend the rest of his life like this? What do you want me to do? Nick asked with fear and annoyance. But in truth, Nick already knew what Winter wanted. He just didn't want to accept doing that. The dreamer was the one that put him into this state, Winter said. Maybe the dreamer can help him get out of it. The dreamer will kill him, Nick shouted. Specters have no empathy, and if the dreamer sees an opportunity to kill Horwa, it will do so. Then, why did the dreamer retreat before the boy started to have a seizure? Winter asked. You told me that the dreamer stepped away before things were going badly. It seems like the dreamer didn't want to kill him. Nick, while it is true that specters don't have empathy, it is also true that they are intelligent and do what is best for them. If the dreamer knows that awakening the boy is the best thing to do, it will do so. It has worked with us for 3 months now, and it wouldn't want to ruin our trust in it by killing some random kid. It's going to try its best. Even if the only reason is that we trust it more, and it might gain an opportunity to break out of its containment unit one day. Nick gritted his teeth. The dreamer had caused Horwa to enter this state. Sending Horwa to the dreamer again could only be bad. Nothing good could come of this. However, Nick also couldn't deny Winter's words. Horwa couldn't live his life like this. If Horwa could talk, what would he choose? Nick thought. Silence. Winter just looked at Nick, while Nick just looked at the table with an absent-minded expression. Some seconds later, Nick put his head in his hands. He knew what Horwa would choose. Chapter 104, Taking a Risk. He would want to take the risk, Nick thought. But if something happens, Nick couldn't imagine what he would feel like if Horwa actually died. At that point, everything Nick had done would be for nothing. Nick had taken care of Horwa for 3 months, but if Horwa died now, all of Nick's efforts would have been worthless. That would mean that fixing his past mistakes would be impossible for Nick. If Horwa woke up, Nick might be able to somewhat right his previous wrongs. But if he died, that would become impossible. And yet Winter was right. This was not a life Horwa would want to live. If Horwa could see himself, he would probably speak the sentence. Every day, Horwa was pissing and shitting his pants, and he was reliant on other people for everything. If Horwa were conscious, he would find this eternal boredom, humiliation, and monotony to be worse than death. This was not a life he would want to live. But if Horwa died, it would also fall back on Nick. After all, Nick was essentially making choices for Horwa. If Nick didn't agree, Horwa wouldn't get sent to the dreamer. Don't do the wrong thing, because you are too weak to do the right thing, Winter said. Nick's chest shook. Right, Nick thought in pain. I know that what Winter said is right, and I also know what Horwa would choose. Yet, I am still hesitating. Why? Because I can't bear thinking about how I would feel if Horwa dies. Nick took a deep breath. You're right, he said as he looked at Winter. Nick tried to show that he had made his choice with conviction, but his nervousness and anxiety still shone through. Winter nodded. Good, he said. Nick, this is not a life that the boy would want to live. You made the right call. Nick took a deep breath and nodded again. I just hope he won't die. And even if he does, Winter said, you still made the right choice. Even if the boy dies to the dreamer, you know that you have at least tried to make his life better. Nick gritted his teeth, but he nodded. He knew that doing this was correct, but the thought of Horwa dying still scared him. When do you want to do it? Winter asked. Nick took another deep breath. It doesn't matter. For Horwa, it doesn't matter when it happens. His life is perfectly monotone. Might as well do it right now, Nick said with a shaky voice. Fine, Winter said. Then get him. I'm going to wake Trevor. Nick nodded, gritted his teeth, and walked out of the office. Nick's emotions were going crazy again, but his determination was keeping them under control for now. Nick felt like he was doing the wrong thing. What if something happened? What if Horwa died? What if Nick had essentially killed Horwa? Yet, Nick's rationality kept telling his emotions that it was the right choice, regardless of the outcome. But that didn't make it easier. Nick absent-mindedly climbed the stairs and reached Horwa's room. Nick wished there were more stairs. After opening the door and walking through the hallway, Nick entered Horwa's room. Right now, Horwa was asleep and clean. Whoever Winter had hired had taken good care of him during the night. When Nick saw Horwa, he took a deep breath and walked forward. Horwa, wake up, Nick said as he shook Horwa a bit. After moving Horwa's eyelids open a bit to wake him, Nick slowly lifted Horwa's light and weak body. Horwa had lost a lot of weight in the last 3 months. Today, we are going to change your life, Nick said softly. For better or for worse. Living like this is not what you want, and I know if you could talk to me, you would also make this choice. We have to take a risk. In this state, you might as well be dead. Letting you stay like this wouldn't be much different from killing you. You deserve a chance, and we are going to give you one. Nick opened the door to Horwa's room as he carefully walked out with him. I just hope that I can have a real conversation with you when the day is over. Nick took a shaky breath. And I also hope that you will one day be able to forgive me for my stupidity. As Nick walked down the stairs, he felt like he was walking towards his execution. His feelings were screaming at him that he was doing the wrong thing, but his rationality was screaming back that it was the right thing. Humans were not machines, and many times their feelings were in direct opposition to logic. Every human experienced battles between what their head thought was right and what their heart thought was right. Nick walked out of the hotel, and Horwa's body came into contact with the outside for the first time in 3 months. But just moments later, Nick entered Dark Dream with Horwa. After entering the warehouse, Nick saw Trevor standing beside the Dreamer's containment unit with a worried expression. Nick just walked to the containment unit. Nick, you're doing the right thing, Trevor said, and Nick stopped walking. I wouldn't want to live such a life. Nick's eyebrows relaxed a bit. Thanks, Trevor. Trevor nodded. No worries. It will work out. The Dreamer won't dare to kill the kid. Nick nodded without saying anything and walked through the employee entrance. After entering, Nick saw Winter standing in front of the Dreamer. As soon as Nick entered, the Dreamer turned to look at Nick, and then it focused on Horwa. Nick furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and walked forward. Dreamer, Nick said, stopping in front of it. The Dreamer didn't answer, and it only kept looking at Horwa. I'm asking for your help, Nick said. This boy can't interact with the outside anymore, and I know that you can enter his mind. Nick took a deep breath and put Horwa down in front of the Dreamer. The Dreamer kept looking at Horwa. Please, save him, Nick said as his voice became shaky. Show me that my trust in you is not misplaced. Please, make him wake up. Return him to me. The Dreamer just kept looking at Horwa. Chapter 105, Wake Up. Nick looked at the Dreamer with an imploring look. He only hoped that Horwa wouldn't die. If Horwa died, Nick wouldn't know what he would do. For the last couple of days, he had already been feeling horrible, and being the reason for Horwa's death would make things only worse. Nick slowly took a couple of steps back, showing the Dreamer that he didn't intend to attack it. The Dreamer slowly turned to look at the boy lying in front of it. Then the Dreamer slowly turned to look at Nick again. Please, Nick repeated. After that, the Dreamer looked at Winter. Do it, Winter said with a nod. Lastly, the Dreamer focused on the boy again. A moment later, it took a step forward and lowered its head to focus on Horwa's eyes. Right now, Horwa's eyes were half opened and blankly staring at the ceiling. The Dreamer kept focusing on Horwa. A couple of seconds later, Horwa's eyes closed on their own. When Nick saw that, he became excited. Horwa couldn't close his eyes himself, but just now, he had actually closed them. Horwa was still alive. The fact that he could close his eyes meant that he was still in there. Nick's heart rate increased as more time passed. A couple of minutes of silence passed. Nick felt like these minutes were hours. Nick's eyes shot open when he heard a groan coming from Horwa. Horwa's voice sounded incredibly hoarse and coarse, but that was to be expected after not talking for over 3 months. However, the important thing was that Horwa had actually said something. Arg! Horwa groaned in pain. While the earlier groan had been one of discomfort, this had definitely been one of pain. It sounded like Horwa had just tried to stop himself from screaming. Sadly. Nick's eyes looked with fervent intensity at Horwa as he screamed in absolute agony. In his entire life, Nick had never heard a human scream in so much agony. The only scream that was more intense came from the screaming coffin. Worried that Horwa might die, Nick charged. Nick, stop. Winter shouted, holding his arm in front of Nick. Nick could barely hear Winter's voice due to Horwa's loud and terrifying scream. It knows what it's doing, Winter shouted. Trust in the fact that it knows what the optimal course of action is for its survival. Nick's body shook. Horwa's scream was terrifying, and Nick felt like he wanted to either punch the Dreamer or run away. No matter the case, Nick felt like he had to do something. Suddenly, blood shot out of Horwa's mouth as his vocal cords broke apart and leaked blood. Stop! Nick shouted with all of his power. Nick was just about to push Winter to the side when the Dreamer actually turned to look at Nick by only moving its head. Its body was still hunched over Horwa. The Dreamer's intense but dead stare focused on Nick's eyes as Horwa kept screeching in agony and pain. Nick, stop! Winter was pushed to the side by Nick as he ran towards the Dreamer. When the Dreamer saw Nick approach, it jumped backward with quite a bit of speed and landed in the corner of the room. In an instant, Nick arrived between Horwa and the Dreamer. Nick wanted to attack the dreamer so badly, but since the dreamer had already stepped away, the immediate issue was solved. So he turned around and focused on Horwa. That was when Nick saw that Horwa's eyes had shot open in terror and agony. Horwa's eyes were completely red with blood, and his entire body was rigid as all his muscles strained. His scream had become silent, but his mouth was still opened in an expression that perfectly reflected someone screeching in agony. But most shocking of all, Nick saw Horwa's pupils rapidly moving around. He was awake. Horwa, Nick shouted as he quickly kneeled beside Horwa to grab his hand. Everything's okay. You're awake again. However, Horwa didn't notice Nick and just focused on the ceiling as his entire body strained. Horwa, Nick shouted as his grip on Horwa's hand tightened. That seemed to do the trick, and Horwa's pupils seemed to fight and strain as they tried to focus on Nick. Time seemed to stand still as Nick just looked into Horwa's eyes. After seemingly an eternity, Horwa's mouth slowly moved. No sound came out. However, Nick could tell what Horwa was mouthing, and his heart nearly broke into pieces. I'm sorry. That was what Horwa was mouthing. Nick knew what this meant. As a child, Horwa believed that Nick was causing him this pain, and the only thing Horwa could do to stop Nick from causing him even more pain was to submit and apologize. The pure terror in Horwa's eyes told Nick as much. No, Horwa. You're going to get better. Nick shouted as his grip on Horwa's arm relaxed. Horwa stopped mouthing words and looked at Nick with strained pupils. An eternity seemed to pass. Horwa, Nick shouted again. And then Horwa's pupils suddenly moved upward, losing all focus as his body lost all strength. Horwa, Nick shouted once more as he started to shake Horwa's shoulders. Horwa didn't move. Next, Nick put his ear to Horwa's mouth to listen. Silence. 5 seconds of silence. He's not breathing. Nick shouted in panic. What do I do? Is his heart beating? Winter asked urgently. Nick put his ear to Horwa's chest. Nothing. It isn't. Nick shouted. Make way. Winter shouted as he pushed Nick away. Nick rapidly moved to the side and looked at Winter with hope. Winter immediately started to push on Horwa's chest in a certain rhythm. Go to my office and get the recovery liquid in the lowest drawer. Winter shouted. Nick nodded and immediately ran out of the containment unit. After entering Winter's office, Nick immediately opened the lowest drawer and quickly found the small green bottle. Nick raced back with the bottle and saw Winter still performing CPR. Give it to me, Winter said. Nick gave the bottle to Winter. Winter opened it and poured a couple of drops on Horwa's head and some into his throat. Winter had already stopped performing CPR and just watched Horwa with Nick. This would decide whether Horwa lived or not. Chapter 106, It's Over. Nick and Winter looked at Horwa with bated breaths. The recovery liquid could heal all kinds of physical injuries, and if there was anything wrong with Horwa physically, it would get healed very quickly. These recovery liquids were for extractors, which meant that they were designed to work on people several times stronger than the average human. Using several drops on a child was a huge waste since the child couldn't possibly absorb all of it, but Winter used that many anyway. Seconds passed. Nick waited with gritted teeth. Right now, Nick's feelings were going crazy. Horwa couldn't be dead. It had to work. After around 30 seconds, Winter put his hand on Horwa's chest again. Nothing, Winter said with a sigh. Nick became more fearful and panicked as he kept looking at Horwa. It can still work, Nick said. Theoretically, yes, but something like that is very rare, Winter said as he stood up. I'm sorry. When Nick heard Winter's apology, he felt like he had entered a dream. It was like none of this was real. This couldn't be real, right? Nick just kept looking at Horwa. Soon, Horwa would open his eyes, right? His breathing would return, and his heart would start to beat again, right? Nick just looked at Horwa. Right now, Horwa's eyes were still open, but his eyes had rolled into the back of his head. His body had completely relaxed. He'll wake up, right? The recovery liquid can still work, Nick thought. Winter moved to the corner of the room and leaned against it with a sad expression. A minute of silence passed. Nick kept looking at Horwa. Let it go, Winter said. It's over. Not yet, Nick said urgently as he kept looking at Horwa's body. Nick, it's been over 2 minutes without a heartbeat. It's over, Winter said with a sigh. Nick kept watching Horwa's body without answering. A couple more seconds passed. You tried your best, Winter said. Even though it ended up like this, you still did the right thing. Nick didn't answer. Maybe he would have preferred death over the state he has been in the last 3 months, Winter added. Maybe it's better this way. If he had survived, whatever he had gone through might have been too much for him to bear. If he actually survived, he might have even spoken the sentence. Maybe there was actually nothing we could have done. Silence. Maybe the boy died 3 months ago, Winter slowly said. He has a name, Nick said. Huh? Winter repeated in confusion. He has a name, you know? Nick repeated with furrowed brows as he looked at Winter. You always keep calling him the boy. Why do you refuse to call him by his name? Winter raised an eyebrow in pity. You want to know that now? Nick gritted his teeth as his rage exploded. However, he quickly realized that he was actually just venting. Winter hadn't done anything wrong. I'm sorry, Nick said with a restrained voice as he looked back at Horwa's body. Several seconds of silence passed. Nick just continued looking at Horwa with hope. Soon he would wake up. Another 2 minutes passed. You don't need to stay here, Nick said. You probably have something to do. I'm not leaving without you, Winter said. Nick sighed. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not, Winter answered. Nick furrowed his brows in confusion and gazed at Winter. Winter gestured to the dreamer, which was still standing in the corner. I'm worried about it. I don't want you to attack it out of rage, Winter said. I trust in your ability to get through this, which is why I'm not worried about you. When Nick heard that, he gritted his teeth as he turned to look at the dreamer. Nick still remembered how the dreamer had looked at Nick while Horwa was screaming. It was almost like the dreamer was taunting Nick. Nick clenched his fist so hard that he nearly started to bleed. Nick, Winter said with a serious voice. The dreamer didn't do anything wrong. How do you know? Nick said in a loud voice. Because there is no reason for it to kill the boy, Winter said. On top of that, it didn't show any sign of attacking Horwa. But didn't you see how Dash? Because you shouted at it. Winter interrupted Nick before he could finish. Winter knew very well what Nick was about to say. It taunted me. Nick shouted in rage. It looked at you in confusion. Winter answered with a serious voice. You shouted at it with all of your power. Of course it would look at you. Even more when you charged at it aggressively. It just flew back without even preparing an attack. Otherwise, the alarm would have gone off. The dreamer has been cooperative this entire time. While we still have to be careful of it since it's a specter, it hasn't done anything wrong this time. Winter shouted at Nick with a reprimanding voice. Nick gritted his teeth. He felt like the dreamer had been taunting him. He felt like the dreamer had deliberately killed Horwa. Yet, he couldn't argue with Winter's assessment. Winter was right. It didn't seem like the dreamer had killed Horwa on purpose. Nick could only grit his teeth and look at Horwa's body with shock, rage, frustration, and hope. Maybe Horwa would wake up soon. 5 more minutes of silence passed. Horwa hadn't moved. His body had turned even paler than before. No one said a word. Let it go, Nick, Winter said. There's no reason for you to continue staying here. Nick's fists clenched even more. He wasn't willing to leave. He couldn't believe that Horwa was dead. After everything he had done in the last 3 months, Horwa had still died? Nick had taken such good care of Horwa. But now he was dead. Nick's rapidly moving thoughts seemed to scatter, leaving behind indiscernible but calm snippets of thoughts. This wasn't real, right? Another minute passed as Nick just kept looking at the corpse. How did things end up like this? Chapter 107, The Corpse. After a couple of minutes, Nick stood up. By now, over 10 minutes had passed. Horwa's heartbeat hadn't returned. He was dead. There was no denying it anymore. Did he have any next of kin? Winter asked from the corner. Nick slowly shook his head. No. His parents died, and he didn't have any friends or family. Except for me, Nick said quietly as he looked down. Silence. What do you want to do with the body? Winter asked. When Nick heard that, he felt the void in his chest return, darker than ever before. Right now, Nick felt like he could never be happy again. In one way, he felt like he had been hollowed out, but at the same time, he also felt like the entire world was putting immense pressure on him. Nick felt like reality wanted to crush him. His body? This question felt so surreal. Nick had to decide what to do with Horwa's body. It was so strange. How was any of this real? How had any of this actually happened? For a while, Nick didn't answer. There were no cemeteries in the Dregs. If anyone died, the body had to be handed over to the officials. Nobody knew where the bodies ended up. Most likely, the bodies were fed to a specter. It sounded cruel, but what alternative was there? There was no earth in the city, which made burying the body impossible. Burning the body was also not possible since none of the fires one could start with the available materials was strong enough to actually turn the body into ash. It would just leave a charred body behind, making things even worse. Keeping the body was also bad since it would rot. Additionally, the parasite would probably just consume the body when nobody was looking. Might as well feed it to a useful specter. Nick wanted to keep Horwa's body, but he knew that this was not realistic. "Give it to the coffin," Nick said with a shaky breath. It sounded cruel, but it was the only thing Nick could think of. Winter nodded. "Do you want to say goodbye?" he asked. Nick looked at Horwa's corpse. A nearly 12-year-old boy. Horwa was so thin and pale. Nick still remembered how he had defended Horwa from the gangs when his parents died and how they had been living together for almost a year. Even though it had only been a business relationship at the beginning, they had quickly become friends. Nick also remembered how hopeful Horwa had been when Nick had told him that he could turn him into a Zephyx Extractor. And then tragedy happened. "It's all my fault," Nick thought as he looked at the corpse with pain. "I'm sorry," Nick said quietly as he kneeled beside the corpse. Nick gently held Horwa's hand. It was ice-cold, soft, and thin. A child's hand. "I'm sorry, Horwa," Nick said with a shaky voice. "Wherever you are now, I hope you won't meet someone like me. This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so stupid, you would still be alive. I'm sorry." Several seconds of silence passed. "Thank you for being my friend. I'll miss you, even though you probably wouldn't want to see me. I'll leave you alone now. Goodbye." Nick took a shaky breath and stood up. Winter stepped forward and put a hand on Nick's shoulder. Nick didn't move for a while. Eventually, Nick took a deep breath. "Thanks," he said as he gently pushed Winter's hand off his shoulder. "I'll need some time to deal with this." Winter nodded. "You can have the next 3 days off. I know this is difficult on you." Nick didn't answer. Then, he turned around and quietly left the containment unit. After Nick left, Winter looked at the corpse for a bit before putting it over his shoulder. After that, Winter turned to look at the dreamer. The dreamer looked at Winter. 3 seconds later, Winter turned away and left the containment unit. When Winter came out, he saw Trevor looking at him with sadness. Nick left. Winter asked neutrally. Trevor nodded. "Yes, I'm worried about him." "Nick is strong," Winter said. "He went through worse things in the Dregs. Someone that has lived in the Dregs for their entire life can handle death." Trevor raised an eyebrow. He didn't seem like he was fully believing Winter. After all, Trevor had also lived in the Dregs. To Trevor, it seemed like Winter was making assumptions. However, Trevor didn't correct Winter. After all, they were not friends. Trevor was an employee, and Winter was his employer. "I hope you're right," Trevor said. Winter nodded. "What about the dreamer?" Trevor asked. "Nick won't be here for the next 3 days," Winter said. "I'm going to wake you up in the morning. For now, only you and Jenny will be working with it. Your shifts won't change." "Okay," Trevor answered. "Do you need me for anything?" "No, you can leave." "Good work today," Winter said as he walked by Trevor. "All right. For all that it's worth, I wish you a happy workday," Trevor said. Winter snorted. He assumed Trevor was joking. While Trevor left, Winter walked over to the other containment unit. After opening the door, Winter looked at the screaming coffin. Right now, it was just silently lying in the middle of the room. Apparently, it was currently digesting a corpse. By now, the containment unit had started to take on a slight smell of dead bodies. After all, the corpses were not always immediately consumed by the screaming coffin. Additionally, the ventilation of the containment unit wasn't the best. Winter looked at the screaming coffin for a bit. Bang. Then, Winter unceremoniously threw the corpse in front of it. His expression was neutral. For a bit, Winter looked at the corpse with a cold expression. That boy had been a burden on Nick for long enough. Finally, Nick could move on from it. Then, Winter turned around and left the containment unit. Chapter 108, Eternal Regret. Nick walked back to the hotel absent-mindedly. For some reason, he felt like everything that had happened today wasn't real. Yet, he knew very well that it was real. Would he even question whether or not this was a dream if it were actually a dream? Probably not. Nevertheless, Nick felt like nothing had changed. He felt like he was about to go back to Horwa's room to check up on him. After entering the hotel and climbing up the stairs, Nick stopped in front of his room as he looked over at the door to Horwa's room. For a couple of seconds, he just watched. Then he walked to Horwa's room and entered. After opening the door, he just saw an empty bed. The blanket was still in the same position as when Nick had left. Yet there was no Horwa. For many seconds, Nick just stood in the room, looking at Horwa. From time to time, a whiff of a bloody smell entered his nose. Ever since Nick had killed Pater, there had been a slightly bloody smell in the room that appeared from time to time. Naturally, whenever Nick smelled it, he was reminded of the day he killed Pater. Another child, Nick thought. Horwa had been a child. Pater had been a child. I've killed 2 children, Nick thought, although the other one would have died anyway. Nick released a sigh. But Horwa's fate was my doing. If I hadn't pulled Horwa into Dark Dream, he wouldn't be dead. He would probably have continued living somewhere in the Dregs. Sure, it wouldn't have been an easy life without me present, but he would have survived. After all, I also managed to survive. But I just had to get Horwa to become a Zephyx Extractor, huh? Nick just looked at the empty bed with an expression filled with regret. At the same time, Nick felt the dark void in his chest return with even more intensity. It was like the muscles and organs in his chest were constricting with all their power. Regret and guilt. Nick was filled with so much regret and guilt. Nick had committed horrible mistakes, and there was no way to fix them. He would never gain a chance to make things right. Horwa was dead, and he had killed him. His stupidity had caused Horwa's death. He should have known, but he didn't. And now Horwa had paid the price. I can't fix it. Silence. I can't make things right. Nick just kept looking at Horwa's bed. If I could, I would give so many things to get an opportunity to make things right. But I can't. With the powers of the Specters, many impossible things become possible, but death is still final. Nick wanted to right his wrongs so badly. He was willing to do everything. But it was impossible. I'm so sorry, Horwa, Nick thought as he lightly moved his hand across Horwa's bed. I couldn't fix it. I couldn't help you. I'm sorry. Nick's eyes began to water, but he quickly shook his head and gritted his teeth. He remembered what had happened the last time he had cried. The last time he had allowed his emotions to break out was when this black void appeared in his chest, which was still haunting him. If he cried again, things would only get worse. So Nick pushed all his sadness away, burying it deep inside. Yet, the black void in his chest never left. It was still there and just as noticeable as ever. For nearly an hour, Nick stayed in Horwa's room, just looking around and remembering things. They had only known each other for a bit more than a year, but they had still been friends. Horwa would never be able to find out what exactly had happened to his father, who had just vanished at one point. Nick was certain that Horwa's father had probably just been thrown into the sewers by somebody, but it had never truly been a certainty. Horwa would also never be able to truly own his house. Yes, he was essentially the owner of the house, but as soon as Nick left, the gangs would steal it since Horwa was just a kid who couldn't protect such a valuable asset. Maybe in the future, Horwa would have become a big and strong man who would fight against the gangs for his childhood home. But now none of that would happen. All of Horwa's dreams died with him. Eventually, Nick left Horwa's room and entered his own. After entering, Nick put his weapons to the side and just fell into his bed. He had just woken up a couple of hours ago, but he already wanted to go back to sleep. Why was life like this? Why did one bad thing after the other happen to him? Problems, problems, problems. He was just so tired of all of these problems. If I weren't that stupid, I wouldn't have so many problems, Nick thought as he lifelessly looked at the ceiling above his bed. If I were strong enough to contain or isolate my empathy, I wouldn't have so many issues with Pater's death. If I were not such an idiot, Horwa wouldn't have died. Maybe life isn't actually cruel. Maybe it's just my incompetence and idiocy that makes it cruel. Maybe I'm just too dumb to have a good life. All the memories that Nick associated with negative emotions shot through his mind. When one was surrounded by darkness, one often didn't even try to search for light. At this moment, there were no happy moments in Nick's memories. The intense regret and guilt colored the bright moments gray, making them seem meaningless. When Nick had gotten his job, it didn't matter since his life only became worse from then on. When Nick caught the dreamer, it didn't matter since the dreamer would end up killing Horwa. When Nick became rich, it didn't matter since all the money in the world couldn't make him happy right now. All the good things were meaningless. All the bad things were painful and dominant. I wish I had the guts to say the sentence, Nick thought as he lifelessly looked at the ceiling. Chapter 109 switched places. Time passed. Hours passed, in which Nick just kept thinking about things. At some point, Nick's stomach even started to hurt, which made him remember that he hadn't eaten anything for quite a while. But it seemed so unimportant. He just didn't care. Also, in a certain way, the pain of hunger felt justified to Nick. Nick was just too consumed by regret and guilt. Feeling happy in any way felt unfair to Horwa. After taking away Horwa's happiness and future, Nick believed he didn't deserve to have one of his own. It was only fair. Man, you look like shit. Usually, Nick would jump up in surprise at the voice that had suddenly appeared behind him on the bed. Yet, Nick just didn't care a lot, and he also quickly realized who it was based on the voice. Nick didn't answer. A moment later, a rat entered Nick's vision, and he saw it looking down at him with interest. "What happened to you?" it asked. "Don't you already know?" Nick answered with a deadpan and lifeless voice. "No, I don't," the parasite said. "I might have many eyes and ears, but it's difficult to check the outer city. Too many guards and extractors, you know. Why are you here?" Nick asked emotionlessly. "Checking up on my favorite extractor," the rat said with a big grin. "I usually see you walking around from time to time, but you haven't shown up in a while. Why would you care?" Nick asked. "You're my important business partner," the rat said with a smile as it rubbed its little claws together. "Your health is important to my business." Nick snorted. "You tried to convince me to kill myself more than once before." "Yeah, but that's in the past," the rat said dismissively. "Things change, you know?" Nick just kept looking at the ceiling without answering. "Man, life really got you by the ass end, Nick," the rat said as it leaned on Nick's elbow. Nick didn't move. "Oh wow," the rat said in a bit of surprise. "You're not even angry that I'm touching you. That's a new one." The next moment, the rat jumped up on Nick's chest and looked at his vacant and disinterested eyes. "Oh," the rat uttered after a bit. "To think that you would actually reach that point. After that one incident 2 years ago, I thought that you would never consider suicide." "Things change," Nick said. "You said so yourself." "And so they do," the rat said as it moved around Nick for a bit, looking at him with interest. "Can't bring yourself to go through with it, huh?" the rat asked. Nick weakly nodded without looking at the rat. "You know, those are my favorite customers," the rat said. "Like, I don't even have to convince them. They just let me do my thing." The next moment, the rat started to scratch its tiny chin with one of its claws. "But things are tricky in this case. First, you are worth far more than just your corpse. You are a business partner that can bring me tens, if not hundreds, of corpses, you know? Having you die right now would be a huge waste. Also, you're already no longer a normal human. Look at this." Then the rat suddenly bit Nick's arm and started to tear at it while trying to scratch it with its claws. Nick felt like someone was pinching him. "Can't get through," the rat said after stepping away. "This body is just a rat. I can kill a guy, but I can't kill an extractor. Sure, if I claw out your eyes and crawl up your skull, I will be able to do so, but you would never let me. Even the most depressed and suicidal person goes crazy when a rat tries to eat their eyes. Trust me, I tried. I mean, you could try traveling to my main body," the rat said as it trailed off. "Nah, forget it. You'll never survive the journey," it said a bit later with a dismissive wave. "Also, I don't want you to die. I still need me some corpses, you know?" the rat said with a wide grin. Even though Nick didn't care a lot about anything right now, he still noticed the irony of his current situation. "You're trying to convince me to stay alive," Nick stated. "I mean, sure," the rat said with a shrug. "Why not? Maybe you'll donate some corpses later when you feel better. A rat's got to make a living, you know?" Nick almost felt like this wasn't real. The parasite. A powerful specter. Someone who tried to convince as many humans as possible to let it consume them. Was trying to convince Nick not to kill himself. How had things turned out like this? "So, what's been bugging you?" the rat said. "By the way, where's your little statue boy? He's usually positioned right here." Nick took a deep breath. "Ah, there it is," the rat said after seeing Nick's reaction. "I get it. Little statue boy broke. So, you broke a statue. Big deal. Make a new one," the rat said. Nick's eyes narrowed in anger. The rat immediately jumped away from Nick. "Oh boy, someone's getting uppity." His name was Horwa. Nick shouted at the rat after explosively sitting up. He was a real human with a real name. He's not a statue, and he's not just a boy. The rat blinked a couple of times in surprise. "I feel like that was only partially targeted at me." Nick snorted and looked to the side. "It doesn't matter anyway. He's dead now, and I killed him." "So?" the rat asked. Nick clenched his fist again. He was an innocent boy, and I killed him, he said through gritted teeth. What? So if you killed him 7 years later, things would be different, the rat asked. Dead is dead. Who cares? Nick just looked forward with furrowed brows, not facing the rat. You wouldn't understand. You're a specter. The rat scratched the side of its head a bit and thought. I guess so, it answered with uncertainty. Chapter 110, Therapy. But so what? The parasite continued. Life is life. Who cares if you understand shit or not? You just continue living and doing your thing. It's not that simple, Nick answers. How is it not that simple? The rat asked. Everyone's only eating and drinking to survive, and they work to eat and drink. Apart from that, people kind of just want to fuck or become rich. But in the end, none of that matters, the rat added. You die anyway, whether you have killed 1 million people or saved 1 million people. When you're dead, none of that matters. You're just a corpse at that point anyway. Whether you are alone or surrounded by family, you are just a corpse. A dead man can't hear their family's cries or their enemies' laughter. Nick furrowed his brows as he kept looking forward. In a way, the rat was right. Nick couldn't really find a counterargument. Same thing with time, the rat added. Whether you live for 10 years or 1,000, 1,000,000 years from now, both of these times seem equally as tiny and inconsequential. Oh boo, the little kids are dying everywhere. The rat spoke in an overdramatic voice. They had such beautiful lives and hopes in front of them. Oh no, how tragic. The rat snorted. Who gives a shit? Dead is dead. When billions of people die, who cares about a single child? When millions of years pass, who cares about one child? When all life ceases to exist, who cares about one child? So why should you? The rat asks. Nick just kept looking forward. The rat's logic was sound, but it felt wrong. Its ideology was so pure, basic, and sterile that it couldn't come from a human. Although there are probably also humans that think like that, Nick thought. Nick could only sigh. He couldn't get on board with that ideology. That seems too bleak of an outlook, Nick said. You're the one that wants to kill himself, the rat said with a snort. That's different, Nick answered. I have control over my life. You're talking about ending the lives of others just because their existence doesn't matter in the grand scheme of existence. A dead human is dead human, the rat said with a dismissive wave. Why are you making things so complicated? 2 dead human is more than 1 dead human. What about morals? Nick asked. There are no morals, the rat said. Can I see morals? If morals actually exist, they don't have power over me. In which case, why would I care about them? Something is morally wrong. So, I'll do it anyway. Nothing will change. Nick thought about the rat's words. Then the dregs appeared in Nick's thoughts. With that mindset, the existence of the dregs actually made sense. Was it morally correct to take advantage of the poor people like this? Impossible. And yet, that was still what happened. Morals only have an effect on people who care about them, Nick thought. This made the world appear even more desolate and gray to Nick. Everything seemed so rotten. It was like the world had been created by some sadist. Everything Nick could see was shit. So, you feel better? The rat asked. Nick was pulled out of his thoughts as he looked at the rat with furrowed brows. Why would I feel better? We talked, right? The rat asked. People feel better when they talk about their problems. Nick looked away again. He didn't want to admit it, but for some reason, he actually felt a bit better. Instead of just lying in bed while constantly thinking about his regrets and guilt, he was actually thinking about the world. Even more, Nick felt more annoyed and disgusted than depressed right now. It changes nothing, Nick said. Why not? The rat asked. You humans constantly kill yourselves because you feel sad. If you don't feel sad, you won't kill yourself. Nick sighed. But the cause of the pain is still there. Also, I feel bad about feeling good. I stole Horwa's happiness. Who? The rat asked. The boy that was here. Oh, statue boy. Got it, the rat said. Back to that topic, are we? I thought we already solved that issue. Nick closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm down. We solved no issues. I killed Horwa. I killed an innocent child who trusted me. You killed a guy, the rat said. You killed many guys. What makes this one different? He was an innocent child, Nick said with a bit of aggression. So, we already went over this, the rat said. It's different, Nick said. Dead human is dead human, the rat stated with conviction. Nick wanted to argue, but he stopped himself. You won't understand. You're a specter. The rat scratched the side of its head with annoyance. Okay, so Statue Boy is different from some other dead humans. Let's presume that statement holds true, the rat carefully said. Let's presume that Statue Boy is somehow more valuable than one dead human. How much more valuable? How many dead humans do we need to equal one Statue Boy? The rat asked. Nick furrowed his brows. It doesn't work like that. The rat groaned in annoyance. Would you rather kill 1,000 people or one Statue Boy? If the 1,000 people are murderers and rapists, I would kill the 1,000 people, Nick answered. That surprised the rat a bit. What if they are not? Nick furrowed his brows as he looked down. 1,000 strangers or horror. Nick thought about the dregs. In a way, Nick felt like he would rather kill the 1,000 people, but his mind was telling him that he wouldn't go through with it. Killing Horua for 1,000 innocent people. When the rat saw Nick thinking so intensely, it only had one thought. Damn, Statue Boy is that valuable? In the end, Nick sighed. I would probably kill Horua, but I would feel horrible, Nick said. Clap. The rat clapped its tiny hands. There you go. What? Nick asked with annoyance. Go save 1,000 people, the rat said. Save 1,000 people, and you will have repaid your debt. Makes sense, right? Chapter 111, Rotten. Save 1,000 people and repay my debt? Nick asked with a confused voice. Yeah, the rat said. You destroyed one Statue Boy, and you would kill one Statue Boy above killing 1,000 innocent people. So if you save 1,000 people, you would have saved more than one Statue Boy, right? Nick furrowed his brows. I don't think it works like that. Why not? The rat asked with annoyance. You can't really cancel a bad deed out with a good deed, Nick said. Why not? The rat repeated. Nick sighed. Even if I saved 1,000 people, Horua would have still died unjustly. But 1,000 people surviving something that should kill them is not unjust, the rat asked with a raised eyebrow. Nick frowned and looked at the rat. What are you trying to say? Destiny, the rat said. If Statue Boy was supposed to live longer, you changed his destiny, and changing someone's destiny is unfair, according to you. So if you change someone's destiny in the opposite way by letting them live longer, that would also be unfair. Nick sighed. That's different. As humans, we are supposed to help each other. Changing someone else's destiny for the better is kind of expected of us. The rat raised its eyebrows in disbelief as it looked at Nick. Nick just looked back. What? Nick asked with annoyance. Did you hear what you just said? The rat asked. Yeah, so what? Nick asked. You said it is expected of humans to help other humans, the rat said. Nick just raised an eyebrow. Nick, have you looked outside? The rat asked. I don't know what you're seeing when you look outside, but I see plenty of depressed people who are in a horrible situation because of other humans. Like, so many manufacturers are literally using humans as livestock for their specters, and they are the ones in charge. How come the strongest humans are the ones that don't act like humans, according to you? Shouldn't the most successful individuals of a species be used as a standard for what this species is supposed to live up to? The rat asked. Nick didn't answer. The rat was right in the sense that the strongest humans tended to act as non-human as it got. For example, the manufacturer that hired the inspectors to search for specters could have simply told the city about the dreamer. If that had happened, the dreamer would have long been caught and contained, and so many lives would have been saved. Instead, they kept the existence of the dreamer a complete secret, allowing it to feed on the poor people of the Dregs for who knew how long. Even more, the Crimson Fungus itself was responsible for the horrible lives of the people in the Dregs. After all, the Crimson Fungus was the one that consumed all the blood that the tax officials harvested. The world seemed even darker and worse to Nick right now. Even the strong people are only interested in their own wealth. Humanity is being besieged by specters everywhere, and we can't even resist the strongest of them. Albert said that the truly powerful extractors, the ones at level 7 and 8, are trying to fight the specters, but the level 5 and level 6 extractors are only interested in engorging themselves. At that point, rage appeared in Nick's chest. What's even the point of getting more Zephyx if you're not willing to join the fight against the specters anyway? What are manufacturers like Kugelblitz and Anatomy even doing with all of that Zephyx? While consuming harvested Zephyx isn't nearly as effective as generating it oneself, we could probably still produce many more level 6 extractors with all the Zephyx that's just wasting away in some warehouses. With more level 6 extractors, we could capture more level 6 specters and make the lives of everyone better. If the people of the Dregs are suffering, they should at least suffer for a good cause that improves the lives of the majority of people instead of only an elite few. Nick didn't say anything for quite a while, and the rat only looked at him with interest. Yes, I don't deserve happiness because of what I did to Horwell, but others still do, Nick thought. If I can't improve the lives of everyone else, maybe even Horwell would want me to live on. Nick took a deep breath. Nick had found a goal for his life. Sadly, emotions and logic didn't always get along. Even though Nick knew what he wanted to do, he still felt this all-consuming void in his chest. His thoughts didn't matter in this case. Logic couldn't help with something like this. In the end, Nick could only sigh. It will be difficult, but if I actually manage to improve the lives of so many people, maybe I'll feel better. Maybe I'll actually deserve to live on. I can never repay Horwell, but I can do my best to improve the world around me as some form of redemption. For the first time in quite a while, Nick actually stood up from his bed and walked over to one of the windows. Nick looked at the city outside. The shining sun was illuminating the gray and brown buildings. There were no plants anywhere. The air was stale and barely moved. The people moved around with care. Men were keeping an arm around their women, and the women kept an arm around their kids. What were these people afraid of? It wasn't the Specters. While Specters were humanity's enemy, the vast majority of humans never came into contact with one, except for Nurse Alice or the Nightmare maybe. No, these people were afraid of other people. People in the Dregs often secretly killed each other. People of the outer city sometimes attacked people of the Dregs due to rage and frustration. Extractors could kill basically anyone and just pay a fine, and if the fine was smaller than what they would get from the corpse-eating Spectre, it turned into a business expenditure. Nick knew that very well. After all, the screaming coffin was exactly such a Spectre. With Nick's new outlook on life, the world appeared different now as well. It seemed so rotten. What if he could fix it? Chapter 112, A Goal. For a while, Nick just looked out of the window. He saw so much cruelty and wasted potential. If the rich could give just a little bit to the people of the Dregs, the people wouldn't need to pay with their blood. Then they could be healthier and could contribute more to society. Of course, people who don't work don't deserve to own as much as people who do, but they deserve some dignity at least. At least, they should have enough to survive. As long as people can have a home, food, water, and a family, it's okay. If I can turn this dream into a reality for this city, I can say with certainty that I would have somewhat redeemed myself. While Horwell will never get to live his life, at least his death won't have been pointless. Maybe he would have even given his life if it meant improving the lives of so many other people. So you've been standing there for a while, the rat said awkwardly. Got anything to tell me? Nick didn't look at the rat and only looked at the city outside. I guess there's something that I can do with my life, Nick said. Right now, Nick's emotions were rather complex. On one hand, he felt some righteous indignation and drive for retribution, but on the other hand, the emptiness in his chest still made Nick feel like he wanted to die. It was a strange mix of motivation and lethargy. The only thing he could do to somewhat solve or suppress the conflict was to focus on making something of his life. I might have been a stupid idiot in the past, and I might even still be one, but I might not always be one. So you feel better, the rat asked. Nick didn't immediately answer. In a way, yes, Nick said. I know what I want to do, at least. Okay, good, the rat said with a grin. You don't want to kill yourself anymore? Nick released a sigh. I guess wanting to kill myself is not really important. The fact is that I can't. There's something I want to do, which means I can manage to survive, whether I want to or not. Great, the rat said. Then my job here is done. After that, the rat walked over to one of the windows. If you need some information about Specters, you can always call me, the rat said with a grin. The price will be higher than the first time, but that shouldn't be a problem. After all, a Spectre is worth more than just a couple of corpses, right? Nick furrowed his brows and didn't answer. See you soon, Nick, the rat said before leaving through the window. Nick didn't look at the rat and kept facing the city. Parasite, Nick thought with narrowed eyes. You might have helped me in seeing a way forward, but we both know that you only want more corpses. Albert said that Specters are unable to feel things like empathy, and that has proven to be correct in this conversation. The parasite couldn't even understand the value of human life, and how killing a child is different from killing a criminal adult. You might appear nice and helpful to me, but in the end, you still convince countless people to let you kill them. Without you, many people would still be alive. Nick narrowed his eyes further. For now, I need you, but in the future, things will change. Nick turned away from the window and sat on his bed, but this time he didn't just blankly look at the wall. This entire city is run by monsters, And if I want to improve the lives of everyone significantly, I need to become as strong as them. While some donations here and there won't be an issue, giving everyone enough money so that they don't need to pay the blood tax anymore will almost certainly put a target on my back. It's obvious that Kugelblitz is earning a crazy amount of credits from the blood tax. The 100 credits probably can't even remotely compare to how much 2 liters of blood are worth. I can use my wealth right now to improve the lives of everyone in the Dregs, but I will quickly turn into a target and get killed. The only chance is to become more powerful. If I can become a level 6 extractor, I will probably be strong enough to save the people of the Dregs. A hero, huh? Nick thought as he looked forward with furrowed brows. The fact that the current leaders of the city are called heroes is disgustingly ironic. At that point, Nick took a deep breath and released a sigh. And I won't be any different, I guess. After all, what hero kills a kid? Nick shook his head rapidly to get rid of the intruding thoughts that threatened to drag him back into lethargy. Instead, Nick stood up and looked at the weapons on the ground. I need power, he thought as he slowly put on the braces. For that, I need Zephyx. And to get Zephyx, I need enough power to acquire and defend it. At that point, Artem's smirking face shot through Nick's mind. People like Artem will try to kill me and acquire my wealth, and they probably won't intend to use that wealth to improve other people's lives. Next, Nick grabbed one spear and put it on his back. I haven't trained in quite a long while, and I've already noticed that my physical condition has somewhat deteriorated. I should get back to training. But when Nick thought of training, he already became exhausted, and he quickly realized why. Right, I haven't properly eaten in a long while. At this moment, Nick wasn't looking at food as an indulgence anymore, but as fuel. He needed food to survive and to become stronger. Let's get some food with lots of protein, and then I will run around the Dregs to improve my stamina. Nick nodded once and stepped out of his room. Chapter 113 Training. For the remainder of the day, Nick focused on training and planning his future. Strength, money, status. Nick needed all of these things if he ever wanted to repay a little of the things he owed Horwa. The more time passed, the more Nick realized how much time he actually had to dedicate to whatever he wanted. Horwa had eaten so much of Nick's time and focus that, without him, Nick felt like there was nothing else to do. For the first time in forever, Nick actually felt exhausted after working out. Nick had run around the outer city several times. The citizens were not very surprised by a Zephyx Extractor running around. After all, there were quite a few level 1 extractors in the outer city, and they also needed to keep their fitness up. From time to time, there were extractors that kept jogging and running throughout the city. Naturally, Nick sped up and slowed down constantly. Since Nick was always putting in the same amount of effort, his speed kept changing due to his ability activating and deactivating. And the best part was that Nick didn't even need to try to keep his ability a secret. After all, if anyone saw him, it would deactivate on its own, keeping it a secret. In a way, Nick was forced to keep his ability a secret since he couldn't even show it to anyone. When Nick was exhausted from running around, he went to grab his weapons and trained with them. The heavy weight of the weapons made it extremely difficult and strenuous to move around, but that was what Nick wanted. Training was supposed to be exhausting. When it was evening, Nick even bought quite expensive food. Meat that didn't come from rats or insects. Apparently, there were some kind of indoor farms where small but fat flightless birds, called chickens, were being held. According to the person in the expensive-looking shop, the meat of these chickens was extremely rich in protein and almost had zero fat. While Nick didn't exactly care about the fat content, he cared a lot about the protein. So Nick bought 2 entire cooked chickens and ate them. After one chicken, Nick already felt like he was quite full, but he forced the second one down as well. One had to remember that Nick managed to build quite an impressive body while living in the Dregs on his own. If he didn't know how to build such a body, he wouldn't have had one. 150 credits, Nick thought. 150 credits for one meal. Even though it was a lot, if I were to eat normally, it would still be 75 credits. That's almost a month of tax. Nick had never eaten a meal this expensive. However, the taste was absolutely amazing, and the contents of the meat were important. When Nick was eating it, he almost felt like his body was screaming in euphoria. Sadly, the euphoria was dampened by the black void in Nick's chest. Nick had done a lot today, and had eaten amazing food, but the void in his chest barely seemed weaker than in the morning. The guilt, regret, worthlessness, self-hatred, and pointlessness were as present as ever. Nick knew very well that all these things he was doing were just distractions from his emotions. But that was the only thing he could do. There was no way for Nick to deal with his emotions. He would need to get rid of the guilt, but he could only get rid of the guilt by repaying Hua, which was impossible. There was no way to fix this, which meant he had to live with this. He wasn't courageous enough to kill himself. He wouldn't mind dying the next moment, but he also wouldn't actively search for his death. It was kind of a limbo. If I can't make the lives of the people in the Dregs better, I might be able to live with myself, and if I die along the way, it's also not a loss. It's a win-win either way, Nick thought as he put his weapons to the side. Eventually, it was time for Nick to go to bed. It was difficult. With nothing to distract him, Nick's mind was constantly drawn to things he had done. Luckily, the strong exhaustion of Nick's battered body made him drift off to sleep relatively quickly. Nick slept for over 10 hours, which was far more than normal. But it makes sense, Nick thought. I went through a lot yesterday, and I also trained more than I ever did before. I never had the luxury of safety, which always stopped me from completely exhausting my body. Additionally, food was also always an issue. Nick felt a bit of weakness coming from his body, but it wasn't as strong as he had expected. Obviously, Nick had trained a lot in his life, and he was very familiar with his body. The way Nick was feeling was like how he used to feel after having muscle soreness. I became quite a bit stronger since I last trained, Nick thought. The last time I properly trained was before I joined Arc Dream. Ever since then, I advanced several levels. As a late level 1 extractor, my body is converting prefix into Zephyx that can't be harvested, which is then used as fuel for my movements. It wouldn't be strange to think that the Zephyx also has a healing effect on my body, Nick thought as he moved his arm around to test its strength. Including today, I still have 2 more days of rest. I should use them. Nick quickly left his bed, bought a heavy breakfast, and started to run around again. This time, Nick decided to wear his 4 cuffs while running. That made it many times more difficult, but he kept at it. Whenever Nick felt like he was losing strength, he started to tell himself that he wasn't doing all of this for himself, but for Horwa. Nick didn't allow himself to become complacent. He had to repay Horwa. Chapter 114, Back to Work. Nick woke up and looked at the clock. 5:35, Nick thought. The alarm rings in 10 minutes anyway. Nick left his bed, walked over to the clock on the wall, and clicked a button at the side. He had learned just yesterday that the clocks in the hotel had an alarm function from one of the clerks. This made things much easier for Nick. After deactivating the alarm, Nick grabbed his cuffs. But before he put them on, he looked at his wrists. Nick saw some faded cuts on them, and he furrowed his brows. A memory from 2 days ago shot through Nick's mind. After running around with the cuffs, Nick had come home, and when he had taken the cuffs off, he had seen that they had cut into his skin. While the 4 cuffs were quite expensive weapons, they were not designed to be worn for hours of running around. Naturally, Nick's bleeding wrists hurt quite a bit, but he didn't view the pain as bad. In a way, this pain was a reaffirmation of his own conviction. Seeing how much he had pushed himself somewhat calmed Nick's guilt. He was putting in so much effort that he was even bleeding. Even if Horwa could see him, he wouldn't say that Nick wasn't trying his best. The day after that, the cuts on Nick's arms had somewhat healed, but there were still some scabs left. Nevertheless, Nick put on the cuffs again and trained for the entire day. In the end, he bled again, but it wasn't as bad as the first day. And this morning, the cuts were nearly completely gone. One would only notice them if one knew that they were supposed to be there. Eventually, Nick put the cuffs on and left for work. He hadn't officially been to work for 3 days, but unofficially, Nick hadn't worked for about 5 days. So much had happened in the last 5 days. Nick killed Pater. Horwa died. Nick started to feel horrible. Nick found a new goal. Nick trained. To Nick, it felt like he hadn't been at work for a month or so. Nick walked out of the hotel and went into a nearby shop that sold food. In the last couple of days, Nick had found something else that tasted amazing. Apparently, these things called chickens also laid eggs, and these eggs were a great source for many different things a human needed. But the eggs were expensive. One egg wasn't very big, but it cost almost 10 credits. Nevertheless, Nick saw spending money like this as an investment. If eating the eggs were just a hobby or for leisure, Nick would feel like he threw his money out of the window. But this was for his future and his power. Nick needed to invest money into his power. Because of that, he wasn't very bothered by the high price. Also, the price of the food wasn't actually that high, considering what Nick made in a day. As the chief Zephyx Extractor, Nick made 10% of what Trevor, Jenny, and the Screaming Coffin produced. So even if Nick didn't work himself, he would make at least 2,000 credits a day. 200 to 300 credits for food was barely 10% of what Nick earned that day. After shoving 5 eggs down, Nick went a dark dream. As Nick entered, he slightly furrowed his brows. His ability had deactivated, but he couldn't see anyone. The spy is back, Nick thought. Sadly, it's not the time yet to confront Artem. Nick walked forward and entered the Screaming Coffin's containment unit. Surprisingly, the Screaming Coffin was peacefully lying in the middle of the room. I guess Winter found a way to get a corpse, Nick thought. Seeing that he wasn't needed here, Nick left the containment unit and stopped in front of Winter's office. A couple minutes later, Winter entered the warehouse. When Winter saw Nick, he was a bit surprised. Nick felt quite different from before. 3 days ago, Nick seemed so fragile and vulnerable, and 2 days before that, Nick had seemed like he was about to say the sentence. But now Nick seemed quite sturdy and serious. He had always seemed like a nice and lighthearted guy, but now he seemed like someone who wasn't interested in hearing jokes. It was quite a strong transformation. Nevertheless, Winter had learned how to interact with all kinds of people, and he had also learned to discern emotions from just the slightest signs. And he could tell that Nick was concerned right now. You noticed our new colleagues, I presume? Winter asked with a smirk. Nick furrowed his brows. New colleagues, he repeated. Winter nodded and pointed at a railing at the side of the warehouse. Naturally, almost all warehouses in the outer city were equipped with some kind of metallic scaffolding with cheap metallic stairs that led to a higher layer at the edge of the warehouse. The higher layer consisted of a corridor made of metallic grates, barely 2 meters wide, which led around the sides of the warehouse. Nick looked at the spot Winter was pointing to and saw a guy lifting his right hand in greeting. The guy was wearing a gray uniform, which almost perfectly blended into the gray of the walls. The guy was also carrying a couple of guns with him. All in all, the guy gave off a similar vibe to the city guards, but a bit more subdued. This is one of the members of the guard team that I hired, Winter said. Then he pointed at another spot. Another one should be there. Nick furrowed his brows and looked over. It took a couple of seconds, but eventually Nick managed to discern the silhouette of another man. And the last one is there, Winter said, pointing at yet another spot. Sure enough, Nick saw a third person. There are always 3 guards here, Winter said. We want to make sure that nobody tries to take them out one by one, which is why they all have each other in their vision and are on opposite sides of the warehouse. They're professionals, and they can even fight an average level 1 extractor with their weapons and their tactics. And the best thing, this entire team barely costs 1,500 credits per day. Chapter 115, He has changed. When Nick saw the 3 guards, he felt like Dark Dream had changed. Sure, they had already been in official business when they had hired Jenny, but now Nick actually felt like Dark Dream was becoming a real business. A CEO, a chief Zephyx Extractor, 2 Zephyx Extractors, a servant, a constant presence of 3 guards. There were now quite a lot more people. So when my ability deactivated earlier, it wasn't because of the spy, but because of the guards, Nick thought as he looked at the 3 of them. I should get familiar with them, Nick told Winter. Right, we also need to talk about a couple of things, Winter said. The unimportant things can wait until later since you need to get to work on the Dreamer soon. By the way, do you feel confident in working with the Dreamer? Nick nodded wordlessly. Winter looked at Nick for a bit. He seems quite confident, Winter thought. Good to hear, Winter said with a smile. Is there anything that you need to talk to me about that can't wait until the afternoon? Nick turned to Winter. I want to start training with my weapons as soon as possible. Winter raised an eyebrow. Nick hadn't seemed that eager to train with his weapons a couple of days ago, but now he seemed like he couldn't wait any longer. Sure, Winter said. When do you want the training to be? After lunch each day, Nick said. I will be done with the Dreamer at 2 p.m., and lunch should barely take half an hour. I can then use another half an hour to warm up, and I should be ready to train at 3 p.m. Winter nodded. How will you split your training? 3 days of fists and 4 days of throwing spears per week, Nick said. 3 hours per day. Winter raised his eyebrows in surprise. 7 days a week with 3 hours every day? Are you sure you can handle that? I don't want to pay them for just talking to you. Nick nodded with conviction. I know I can handle that much. Winter kept looking at Nick with skepticism, but after looking into Nick's confident eyes for a couple of seconds, Winter just shrugged. If you think so, Winter said, but if I hear from them that they feel like you're not properly training for all 3 hours, I will take their fees out of your salary, okay? Nick nodded. No problem. All right, Winter said, patting Nick on the shoulder. Come to me when you're done with the Dreamer. Of course, Nick answered. Winter just smiled. It's good to have you back, Nick. Nick took a deep breath. It's good to be back, he said. At this moment, Nick wasn't sure if he was lying or not. In a way, he was glad that he could work again, but he also felt like it didn't matter. The void in his chest made all of this seem meaningless and irrelevant. Nick's feelings were telling him that it made no difference where he was. Being in Dark Dream was the same as lying in bed. But Nick just ignored his feelings. In the last couple of days, he had become quite good at dealing with the void in his chest. It still appeared every evening when there was nothing to do, but during the day, he could deal with it. Winter entered his office, and Nick walked into the Dreamer's containment unit. The Dreamer looked away from Trevor and focused on Nick. Nick looked back with an even look. After some seconds, the Dreamer took a couple of steps back. Nick woke Trevor, and the two of them talked a bit. When Trevor saw Nick, he felt some mixed feelings. On the one hand, Trevor was happy that Nick had regained his energy, but on the other hand, Nick seemed to have changed quite a bit. He seemed less jovial, less light-hearted, more serious. Well, he does feel like a boss now, Trevor thought with a sigh. After talking a bit more, Trevor left, and Nick sat down in the corner. When the Dreamer came closer, Nick felt almost no fear. Usually, Nick felt at least some fear while being close to the Dreamer, but not anymore. Maybe it was the fact that Nick now had a barrier and weapons. Or maybe it was the fact that Nick didn't care for his survival as much anymore. No matter the case, the truth was that Nick felt almost no fear in front of the Dreamer. A minute later, Nick fell asleep. Nick, wake up, he heard an instant later. As Nick opened his eyes, he saw the concerned Ginny. Are you okay? Ginny asked with a worried expression. Why wouldn't I be? Nick asked, who was surprised by how shaky his voice sounded. The next moment, Nick felt something wet on his face and cleaned it. Tears. Nick thought as he looked at the wet spots on his hand. Have I been crying in my sleep? Nick thought in surprise. That was when Nick noticed that there were also several wet spots on the ground around him. I must have been crying a lot, judging by all these stains, Nick thought with furrowed brows. Yet, I feel fine. I don't feel like I have to cry. Are you sure you're okay? Ginny asked. Nick nodded and stood up. It's probably an effect of the nightmare the Dreamer put me in. Seems like quite some sad things happened. Don't worry about it. Ginny just looked at Nick with a worried expression. To Ginny, Nick felt different. Nick felt much colder and more distant. It was almost like he was afraid of getting too close to Ginny. Ginny wanted to ask Nick about what was going on, but then she remembered her last talk with him. Back then, Nick had said that he thought that Ginny was getting too involved in his life. He was her boss, and she was his employee. So Ginny decided against asking Nick. After some small talk, Nick left the containment unit to look at how much Zephyx had been produced. Chapter 116, Dung Heap. When Nick saw the amount of Zephyx that had been created, he sighed. It's as expected. The more suffering someone goes through, the more Zephyx gets produced. Nick had produced around 15 grams of Zephyx, which was quite a bit more than previously. Since Nick got to keep 20% of that, it meant that he had essentially earned 6,000 credits from just this. Usually, Nick would feel quite overwhelmed, but the feeling of surprise and joy was extremely subdued at best. It just didn't feel like anything special right now. After looking at the Zephyx for a little bit, Nick grabbed the Zephyx containers and brought them over to Winter's office. Thanks, Winter said as he grabbed the container. A moment later, Winter calculated the worth of the Zephyx and gave Nick the money he had earned the last couple of days. After all, even though Nick hadn't been working, the other extractors had been working, and Nick still earned money from that. Thanks, Nick also said as he pocketed the money. By the way, your first teacher is ready to start today, since she doesn't have a lot to do, Winter said. You're fine with starting today, right? Nick thought. Nick had chosen fist weapons and throwing spears, and both things didn't seem like weapons that women would choose. Which instructor is it? Nick asked. The spear one, Winter said with a chuckle. She will be in the warehouse in a bit less than an hour. Nick nodded with a bit of anticipation, which could almost be called excitement. I will be there, Nick said as he stood up. Nick, I need to talk to you about a couple of things, Winter said. I know, Nick answered. I'm just getting something to eat. A consistent diet is part of training, and I need to eat something before I start training with my instructor. We can talk about everything after I got my food. If it's okay with you, I can get the food needed in here. That should save us some time, Nick explained. Winter furrowed his brows. He wasn't the biggest fan of someone eating food inside of his office. Let's talk about these things in your room then, Winter said. Fine with me, Nick said before leaving the office. Nick grabbed a cooked chicken and walked to his room. Naturally, Winter was already waiting there, and the two of them entered. While Nick was tearing the chicken apart, Winter was telling Nick about what had changed in the last couple of days. Nick simply listened, and when Winter was done with telling Nick about everything, Nick gave his input. I'm fine with the corpse acquisition, Nick said. In the last couple of days, Winter had finally managed to finalize a deal between him and Crimson Fungus City. Corpses were seen as the property of Crimson Fungus City. Any corpse that appeared in the outer city, and the Dregs was the property of the city. Naturally, it was like that since corpses could be sold for quite a lot of money to the Zephyx manufacturers. The baseline price of the corpses was set by Anatomy, the second biggest manufacturer in the city. Anatomy's strongest specter was the Pit of Corpses, and it was a very strong level 5 specter, a fanatic. The Pit of Corpses essentially had no limit to the number of corpses it could turn into Zephyx. However, the more corpses it got, the less efficient it was in producing Zephyx. After a lot of time, Anatomy found a sweet spot. If they purchased all the corpses at 10,000 credits per corpse, they would still remain very profitable, and the other manufacturers would need to pay more to get corpses. Naturally, the other manufacturers could only buy a couple of corpses for such a high price, which meant that Anatomy would still receive the vast majority of corpses. If one directly bought corpses from the guards without any kind of deal, they would need to pay 15,000 credits since the city also wanted to earn quite a bit. Luckily, Winter had gotten a favorable deal with the city. Every 2 days, they would receive the corpse of one adult male for 11,000 credits. That made things way easier. First of all, the corpse was cheaper. Second, it was always a very valuable corpse since it was from an adult male. These corpses tended to have more mass than the corpses of females and children. Third, Nick wouldn't need to find targets anymore, which was good for his mental state. They wouldn't even need to leave since the city guards would deliver the corpse right to the warehouse. After talking about the corpses, the two of them talked about their future plans. For now, everyone would focus on training and getting ready for battle, and in about 3 months or so, when everyone reached the peak of the first level, they would start to become a bit more aggressive towards Artem's company. The search for a third Spectre was put on ice for now, since they wanted to consolidate for a while. The more Spectres they had, the more people they needed to employ, which would make for a bigger target. They could still expand when Artem was dealt with. Winter also told Nick about Artem's company. It was called Cycle, and it had a circular arrow as a symbol. Cycle was named as such due to their strongest Spectre, the Dung Heap. The Dung Heap was an adolescent Spectre, making it stronger than all the Spectres Dark Dream owned. Artem had purchased the Dung Heap for only 500,000 credits, which was insanely low for an adolescent Spectre. Even hatchlings went for at least 1,000,000 credits each. Well, the reason why the Dung Heap was so cheap was that it barely produced any Zephyx. The Dung Heap produced Zephyx by destroying food. And, well, food was pretty expensive in Crimson Fungus City. Even more, the bargain bin method couldn't be employed since the Spectre was a possession Spectre. So Artem was stuck buying very expensive food to pile onto the Dung Heap to barely produce a bit of Zephyx. Even though the Dung Heap was an adolescent, it was probably only a quarter or half as profitable as the Screaming Coffin. Chapter 117, Special Law. Aside from the Dung Heap, Artem also had 2 hatchlings, but they were not very important. The most important thing was that if they managed to deal with Artem, they would get all of these Specters. Naturally, Nick wanted to know how they would get them. After all, the Specters were owned by another manufacturer, and if these Specters suddenly appeared in Dark Dream's building, wouldn't the city get involved and accuse them of theft? Winter told Nick that this was not the case. In the past, Kugelblitz had wanted to get rid of one of its competitors, and after a lot of influencing in the city's government, they managed to pass a law. This law dictated the minimum power one needed to possess in order to safeguard the populace from a captured Spectre. One needed at least 1 extractor for every Spectre, and the extractors all needed to be on the level of every Spectre. Dark Dream, for example, had 2 hatchlings, which meant that Dark Dream needed 2 newbies, and at least one of the newbies needed to be a peak newbie. However, there were a couple of exceptions. For example, if a late or mid newbie could prove that they could suppress the peak hatchling, there wouldn't be an issue. Another manufacturer could request a check on another manufacturer, but the check cost a lot of money. If someone wanted to perform a check on Dark Dream, they would need to pay 1,000,000 credits. If a check was requested, a team employed by Crimson Fungus City would arrive and inspect all the different Specters in the manufacturer. If the manufacturer was deemed to be strong enough to have these Specters, the team would leave, and the other manufacturer would have lost their credits. However, if the manufacturer couldn't show the power required to suppress their Specters, the manufacturer would be forced to disband, and the Specters would be handed over to another manufacturer. Almost always, the manufacturer that requested the check also had a couple of empty containment units ready while also having a great number of extra employees, and since they also paid for the check, they almost always got the Specters. So, what did this mean in concrete numbers? If Artem managed to kill Nick, he could request a check. Winter wouldn't be strong enough to suppress the Dreamer on his own, and the other two extractors were still too weak. Additionally, their abilities also weren't suited for combat. On the other hand, if Dark Dream managed to get rid of the second John in Cycle and kill all of the newbies, they would get all the Specters of Cycle. At this point, it was important to mention that they couldn't purposefully kill Artem himself. Artem was one of the potential heirs of the Melfian family, and even if he was supposed to prove himself worthy, the Melfian family wouldn't be happy with seeing one of their sons killed. While nothing would happen to Winter, the person who killed Artem would most likely be killed by the Melfian family. As a John himself, Artem could represent a dung heap, but he couldn't represent the two hatchlings. But as long as they managed to kill enough of Artem's men, they would still get everything. Artem was only one man, and he had 3 Specters. For quite a while, Nick and Winter planned through all kinds of scenarios. At some point, they would clash with Cycle. With Artem's arrogance, he probably thought that Dark Dream didn't even know that he was spying on them. Winter assured Nick that Artem's head was so far up his own ass that he was defying physical laws. As long as they acted stupid, Artem would believe himself to be in control. For now, they would just act like they didn't know that someone from Artem's company was spying on them. After a lot of talking, Nick said that he had to go. It was about time for his first lesson. Nick and Winter went back to Dark Dream. When they entered the warehouse, they could see a new person. "Yes, Stan?" Winter asked the guy who was running up to him. It was a man with dark hair wearing a gray suit. And at this moment, he seemed like he had seen a Specter. His eyes were widely opened, and his face had turned pale. "Sir, there was nothing we could do." She was dashed. "Calm down," Winter said with a forceful voice. Stan looked with a worried expression at Winter as he kept glancing towards the back of the warehouse occasionally. "Manila, I guess this is your doing?" Winter asked. They were weak. Nick and Winter looked up at one of the scaffoldings and saw someone leaning on a railing. When Nick saw the person, he took a deep breath. She was big. The person was over 190 centimeters tall. Her hair was light brown, and her skin also had a very brown tone. Nick would have thought that she was a man, if well. Her front was also very big. A moment later, Nick noticed the emblems on her uniform. She wore the bloody red uniform of a Zephyx Extractor from Kugelblitz, and Nick could also see the picture of a 3-headed mushroom on her chest. The mushroom was being struck by 3 lightning bolts, which signified her level. She was a level 3 Zephyx Extractor, a veteran. And she wasn't just any veteran. She was a veteran who was being employed by the most powerful Zephyx manufacturer in Crimson Fungus City, Kugelblitz. This person was most likely extremely powerful, even for a veteran. The next moment, the tall woman jumped over the railing and comfortably landed on the ground, making almost no sound. CRK. Nick heard the distant sound of something scraping on the walls of the warehouse and looked over. On one wall of the warehouse was a metallic spear embedded. Nick remembered that this was one of the positions of the guards. Luckily, he didn't see a corpse. Shing. A moment later, a tiny silver thread reflected in the air, and the spear shot out of the wall. Clank. And neatly landed in the tall woman's right hand. Nick took a deep breath. Chapter 118, Manila. Manila, the tall woman, walked up to Winter and nodded in greeting. Nick looked with quite a bit of awe at the woman. She was so tall and strong, and her demeanor seemed so confident. Nick had never seen someone like this in the Dregs. "I presume you had your fun?" Winter asked with a sigh. "Yes," Manila said with a confident nod, "but your guards are no good. They didn't even notice me until I voluntarily showed myself. You need better ones." The guards heard Manila. Usually, they would have protested, but this time, they kept quiet. Yes, they were very good at what they did, but this was a veteran from Kugelblitz. Of course, they were not up to her standards. If they were, they wouldn't be working for a small client like Dark Dream. "They are more than good enough for what I pay them," Winter said with a friendly smile. "If I were to hire guards that you would be fine with, I would be losing more money than I would make." Manila had an unimpressed expression on her face, but Nick could also see that she understood. The next moment, Manila glanced at Nick. Nick raised an eyebrow. Manila furrowed her brows. "Is that the guy?" Manila asked. "Yes, this is Nick, my chief Zephyx Extractor," Winter said, gesturing to Nick. "Chief Zephyx Extractor," Manila repeated with disgust. When she heard Chief Zephyx Extractor, the image of her own Chief Zephyx Extractor in Kugelblitz shot through her mind. A level 6 Zephyx Extractor, a hero. Compared to that person, Nick seemed like a child. "Officially, I guess the title is accurate," Manila said. Nick took a deep breath. Silence. "You're not going to ask?" Manila asked. "No," Nick said. "I know what you mean." "Humph," Manila uttered as she looked at Nick for a bit more. "Well, money is money, I suppose." Nick nodded and held out his hand for a handshake. "Nice to be working with you." Manila looked at the hand with furrowed brows. "What are you doing?" "Shaking hands," Nick said matter-of-factly. "Isn't that how you people from the inner city greet each other?" Manila's eyes narrowed. Nick raised an eyebrow. Did he do something wrong? Winter awkwardly cleared his throat. "Nick, a handshake is more for interactions between businesses. Unless they are in an official meeting, extractors generally don't greet each other like that." "You can tell him," Manila said. "You don't need to lie for me." Winter awkwardly coughed again. "And Manila is not from the inner city. She used to live in the outer city." "Oh," Nick said, pulling his arm back. "I didn't know." Manila just looked at Nick. "You smell of chicken," she said. Nick wasn't sure where Manila was going with this. "Yes, I eat them every day." "Are they good?" she asked. "Very," Nick said. "They are the best thing I have ever eaten in my life." Manila raised an eyebrow. Nick didn't seem to be lying. Then a casual smile formed on her face. "Thanks. My mother raises the ones they sell here, and my father slaughters them. Your appreciation for the chickens is why they are still working to this day." Nick blinked a couple of times in surprise as he thought back to the chickens he had eaten. Manila's parents were the ones who raised and slaughtered them? "The chickens taste amazing," Nick said with a nod. "Thanks," Manila said with a small smile. But then her face immediately turned into a solemn frown filled with seriousness. "We don't have time for this," she said. Nick nodded. They were not here to talk about chickens. "Get your spears," Manila commanded. "I have one," Nick said, taking out one of them. Clank. Manila slapped the spear to the side, and it fell to the ground. "Get your entire set," she ordered. "I heard you got a set of 5. Get them all. Leave your vambraces in your room." Manila had already noticed the reason why Nick wasn't carrying all of his spears with him. The single spear she had thrown to the side was already way too heavy for someone like Nick. A set of 5 would be absolutely brutal to carry, and if Nick also wore his fist weapons, things would only become more troublesome. "Of course," Nick said as he turned around to leave. "Take your spear with you," Manila commanded. Nick furrowed his brows. He would come back here anyway. Why should he take the spear with him? "Show respect to the craftsmanship," Manila explained, seeing Nick's expression. "A spear is only ever supposed to remain in 3 places when not being used. On your back, stabbed into something, or lying on a clean surface. You can stab your spear into the warehouse floor since that is what a spear is supposed to do, but you're not allowed to leave it lying on such dirty ground." Manila flicked her fingers, and the spear on the ground flew into her hand by itself. Crack. The next moment, she flicked Nick's spear downward, and it perfectly stabbed into the ground. "That's okay," she said. Then she kicked the spear, and it fell to the ground. "That's not okay. Show respect to the craftsmanship," Nick thought. At that moment, Nick thought about how he would feel if he produced something with all his passion and love, and then saw it getting thrown in the dirt with disregard. "I most likely won't mind, but I can see how someone can view this as disrespectful," Nick thought. "Okay," Nick said, bending down and lifting the spear. After putting it on his back, Nick left the warehouse. Meanwhile, Manila looked at Winter. "He's malleable," she said. "That's good." Winter nodded. "I see a lot of potential in him." Silence. "You don't agree?" Winter asked. Manila looked at the exit with furrowed brows. "I don't know. He is malleable, and I can see a fire burning inside of him. But on the other hand, he also gives me this certain feeling that I have felt from many of my colleagues. It's like he's fighting a hopeless battle, and he knows it deep inside. He seems too idealistic. People like this don't tend to live long." Chapter 119 Lesson. A minute later, Nick came back to Dark Dream. He had put his cuffs away, but the weight of all 5 spears was almost crushing him. Manila could see how much Nick was suffering under the heavy weight of his spears. She had no idea why Winter bought him such a heavy and advanced set of spears. These spears seemed way too heavy for someone of Nick's level. However, Manila also knew that a majority of an extractor's power came from their ability. Most likely, the heavy weight of Nick's throwing spears was related to his ability. Manila knew that Winter wasn't dumb. After all, Winter had been in her department for a couple of days a couple of years ago while he was learning about how to run a proper manufacturer. "Let's go," Manila said, walking past Nick and leaving the warehouse. "Go where?" Nick asked. "Training spot," she said. "We can't throw spears in here." "Oh, right," Nick said as he started to walk past her. "Have fun," Winter shouted before going back to his office. Manila and Nick walked through the streets. Many people on the streets looked at Manila with respect and shock. A veteran from Kugelblitz. Even more, she was huge. It was almost like a bronze goddess of war was walking through the streets. Manila didn't say anything as they walked, but her speed slowly picked up. Nick already had issues walking at a normal pace, but it only got worse when Manila walked faster. Nick gritted his teeth and also sped up. The sound of Nick's footsteps was extremely loud and reverberated through the streets. After a while, the two of them reached the entrance to the Dregs. The next moment, Nick saw Manila casually jumping on top of a 2-story building. She looked back, motioning for Nick to come up with her. Nick looked at Manila with furrowed brows. He could barely walk with all this weight. How was he supposed to get on top of a building? Nick looked around but didn't see any stairs. The wall was also very flat. There were no smaller buildings within reach. Sure, if Nick's ability activated or if he didn't carry his spears with him, he would have no issues getting up there. Sadly, it was during the middle of the day, which meant several people were looking towards Nick's direction at all times, and he was obviously supposed to bring his spears with him. Manila just kept looking at Nick without saying anything. Nick thought for a bit. A couple of seconds later, he walked to the entrance of the house and loudly knocked. "Anyone in there?" No answer. "Hello?" No answer. "If you don't open, your house might get damaged." No answer. At that moment, the door gave way since it had never been locked. Nick hesitated, shrugged, and entered. After looking through the house, he couldn't find any sign of people living there. This house was at the border between the outer city and the Dregs. Most likely, nobody would be living here. While it officially was part of the Dregs, the guards really weren't the biggest fans of the stinky people from the Dregs, and they didn't like them living this close to the outer city. Because of that, almost all houses at the border were empty, and this most likely was one of them. Good to know, Nick thought with a nod. Nick walked out of the house again and looked at Manila, who was still looking at him wordlessly. "Can I throw my spears to you?" he asked. Manila's brows furrowed. She didn't immediately answer. "What if I say no?" she asked. "That's also fine," Nick said. Silence. "Show me," she ordered. "All right," Nick said. Nick took out one spear and stabbed it into the ground beside him. He did the same with the next 3 spears. Nick grabbed the last spear with both hands and stabbed it into the wall of the house. Then, Nick grabbed another spear and stabbed it higher into the house by throwing it. After doing that 5 times, Nick created a small staircase. Manila said that it was fine if the spears were stuck in something. So, this should be okay. After climbing to the second spear, Nick put his legs around it and let his upper body fall. Like this, he could easily grab the first spear. When he got it, he walked all the way to the top and stabbed it into the roof. Manila looked at him wordlessly as Nick went back down to grab the second spear. A couple seconds later, Nick was on top of the building with all of his spears. "Impressive," Manila said. "Thanks," Nick said. "I don't think you know what I meant," she added. Nick blinked in surprise. "What did you mean?" "Your question earlier," Manila said. "You asked me if you could pass your spears to me." "Yeah, what about it?" Nick asked. "I've done this with a couple of people, but you're the first one that actually asked for help without giving up," she said. "Huh," Nick uttered. This was supposed to teach you 2 things. First, that throwing spears are more than just weapons. You can use them in many different ways. And second, that we are not alone as Zephyx Extractors. As Zephyx Extractors, we are always working together. We are a team. Even if we go into battle, we go into battle together. Because of that, asking for help is not wrong and even encouraged. Tasks that seem very difficult can easily be overcome by working together with someone else. and not accepting the help of others is often very stupid. You're actually the first one that asks for assistance like this. Most of the time, if the person doesn't find the solution, they just say that they give up. They see asking me for help as giving up when it is actually the very point of the lesson. Nick blinked a couple of times. Then why did you ask what I would do if you said no? I wanted to know what you had planned, Manila said. You went into the house to see if someone lived there, which means you probably were planning on damaging the house. I wanted to see what would happen. Oh, Nick said. Well, originally, I wanted to throw my spear upwards and let it land in the roof, but I realized that it was too heavy to throw that far up. So I went with this. Manila looked at Nick for a couple more seconds. Then she nodded. All right, let's continue, she said before holding out her hand. Nick grabbed it and shook it. Manila looked at him with a deadpan expression. Give me your spears. I'll hold them for you. Nick stopped shaking Manila's hand. Okay. Chapter 120, Collecting. For the next couple of minutes, the two of them jumped from building to building. Eventually, Manila stopped, and Nick looked at the place in front of him. Ruins. They were standing on the highest building around, which was 4 stories high. In front of them were half-destroyed and completely destroyed houses for nearly 50 meters. Even more, many of the plates and grates were completely ruined, exposing the sewers. In a way, this area looked like an ancient ruin in the middle of a swamp, except that the swamp itself was made of even more disgusting water. Can you tell what destroyed all of these buildings? Manila asked. Nick looked around. After a while, he noticed that there were many round holes in the destroyed buildings. Something round and strong, Nick said. Manila grabbed one of Nick's spears and threw it. Shing. Nick's eyes shot open in shock as he saw his spear perfectly passing through one of the holes. This was my training ground, Manila said. This is the only place in the outer city where I can practice throwing my spears. Nick looked at the destroyed buildings and the houses. Manila must have thrown countless spears. Get your spear. You need to get familiar with this place anyway, she said. Nick took a deep breath and nodded. Hold up, Manila said, holding out Nick's other spears. Don't forget your other spears. Nick took another deep breath. Of course, he said, putting them on his back. Immediately, Nick felt extremely heavy again. As he looked at the destroyed building in the distance again, he felt like it was now much further away. Even more, Nick was on top of a 4-story building, while the spear had shot through a hole in one of the small houses. On top of that, the grates on the streets would never be able to hold Nick's weight and the weight of the spears. This meant Nick needed to jump from building to building while also carrying his spears. It was essentially impossible. However, Nick remembered what he had learned in the previous lesson and what Manila had said. Throwing spears were not only weapons. Eventually, Nick created a route in his mind. First, he climbed down the building by dropping 3 of his spears. By dropping them, Nick could easily control in which way they would reach the ground, and all 3 spears stab into the roof of the smaller building beside this one. Then, Nick jumped down the building and stabbed the last spear into the wall. Since Nick didn't weigh a lot without his spears, the wall managed to withstand his weight. After that, Nick pulled the spear out and dropped onto the roof. With his physique, he could withstand such a drop. A moment later, Nick put the spear with the others and left to get his lost spear. Manila had never said that Nick couldn't put his spears to the side. Without his spears, it was easy to jump from building to building. About a minute later, Nick entered the destroyed building and found his spear stabbed into the ground. Returning also wasn't difficult, but the climb to the top of the tall building wasn't easy. Nick used the same method he used during the first lesson, but due to the greater size of the building, Nick needed to jump much more. But eventually, he did it and arrived at the top with all of his spears. Manila wordlessly walked over to Nick and took one spear, Shing, and threw it through the same hole. Nice going, Smarts. Now do the same, but take your spears with you, she said. Nick took a very deep breath to calm down. Of course, he said. I don't want to see you drop your spears, Manila said. If your spears are leaving your person, it better be to act as a foothold or something similar. As Nick looked at the route he needed to take, he became worried. With the added weight, that route was now impossible to take. There were too many big jumps. This time, it took Nick almost 5 minutes to come up with a new route, and the route was long. The spear was barely 40 meters away from Nick, but he would need to traverse over 200 meters to get to it. Climbing down the tall building was the first problem. With so many spears on him, the wall couldn't possibly resist Nick's weight if he held onto a single spear. However, Nick came up with a solution. He jumped down and immediately stabbed one of his spears into the building. But before he fully stopped, he let go of the spear and continued falling, and stabbed in the second spear. Eventually, Nick had put all 4 spears into the wall. Since Nick no longer had a spear on his back, he could climb up to the highest one, retrieve it, and fall to the second. The second could withstand the combined weight of Nick and 1 spear, but the third one quickly broke off the wall when Nick dropped onto it with 2 spears. Luckily, the spear still managed to slow his fall, and eventually, Nick broke through all the spears and landed on the ground. His bones and muscles hurt, but he could still move. Then, the arduous journey began. Nick used his spears to close the gap between buildings while also having to retrieve them. He needed to balance on them. He even used them to break down a wall. It took Nick over 40 minutes to get to his original spear and retrieve it. Then, the long journey back began. The way back was even more difficult with an additional spear, and it took Nick another 30 minutes. Finally, Nick arrived on top of the building. Manila grabbed one of the spears and threw it through a different hole in a different building. Next one, Nick took a deep breath. He had expected that he would learn how to throw spears. Instead, Manila was the one throwing. He was the one collecting them. Chapter 121, Ability. For the next 2 hours, Nick had to collect 3 more spears, each one more difficult to get than the last one. By the end of it, Nick felt like he was about to die. His arms were nearly unusable, and his back was aching whenever he tried to straighten his posture. When Nick reached the top of the building again, Manila nodded at him. "Good work. That should be enough for today," she said. Nick breathed with difficulty and only nodded without saying anything. By now, Nick had realized why Manila had made him do these things. First of all, Nick became familiar with his new training spot. Second, he was undergoing arduous physical training, which should also improve his strength. Third, Nick was getting more used to the weight of his spears and learned how to carry them without using up too much of his power. Fourth, Nick was getting very familiar with his spears. The way he was handling the spears now was far easier and more skillful than before the exercises. Even more, Nick had gotten familiar with creating several footholds with his spears and using them to reach terrain that he otherwise couldn't. Funnily enough, even though Nick's task hadn't been to throw spears, he had needed to throw his spears more than once, and the throws always needed to find different targets. Sometimes they needed to pierce a wall below Nick. Sometimes they needed to pierce a wall above him. Sometimes they needed to pierce the ground far away. And sometimes they needed to pierce the ceiling. Additionally, since a wrong throw would cause huge issues for Nick, every single throw he made was very careful and calculated. After all, if one of his spears bounced off a wall, they would fall towards the broken grates, which meant that they would fall into the sewers. If one of the spears fell into the sewers, Nick would have to get it back. The spears were too valuable to leave like this. Even more, Manila would probably become quite angry if Nick left one of his spears in such a dirty place. Nick needed to be extremely careful with his throws, and that had already resulted in him becoming much better at throwing them. All in all, the training had been quite effective. "Same time tomorrow," Manila said, "but this time we will meet here." "Of course." "Thank you," Nick said through difficult pants. Manila nodded once more and jumped off the building towards the outer city. She was extremely silent and made no noise, even though she had probably jumped over 50 meters into the distance. Even when she landed, she made no sound. Is that her ability? Nick thought. My spears already weigh 30 kilos each, and they are made from mid to peak jaunts. She's a powerful veteran, which means her spears are even heavier. Nick saw 7 thin spears on Manila's retreating back. She's probably walking around with over 300 kilos of extra weight. Yet, she makes no sound when she moves. It's almost like she's a ghost. Or a specter. Nick looked at Manila until he couldn't see her anymore. Then he took a deep breath. A moment later, his spears suddenly became very easy to carry. His ability had activated. Nick easily jumped down the building. With his stronger body, he would have no issues withstanding such a high fall. Nick calmly fell. Boom. But then Nick's eyes widened in shock as the ceiling he landed on broke into pieces. Fuck, Nick thought. Nick landed on the floor below the ceiling, and since the ceiling had slowed Nick's fall, he didn't break the floor as well. However, half of the roof of the building he landed on was broken. How the fuck did she do that? Nick thought as he pushed the bent metallic rubble to the side. She should weigh 3 times as much as me, but the building she landed on didn't show any signs of breaking. After climbing out of the broken house, Nick jumped from building to get back, much more careful not to break them. For the remainder of the day, Nick ate some food and trained with his melee weapons. The next day, after working with a dreamer, Nick grabbed some lunch and moved to the training field again. It was easy to get there since nobody saw Nick as soon as he reached the rooftops, but when the 4-story building came into view, things became difficult. Nick didn't see Manila, but he could tell that she was there since his ability had deactivated. Traveling across the rooftops became problematic again. Eventually, Nick managed to reach the top of the big building, but, "You're late," Manila complained with narrowed eyes. "Sorry," Nick said. "I forgot about the difficult path to this place. I'll start earlier tomorrow." Manila snorted in annoyance. "How could you forget? You should have known how far you needed to travel and what you would carry. Clearly, you knew how long it would take." Nick took a deep breath. "I would have come 10 minutes early with the use of my ability." Manila frowned. "I don't need to know about your ability," she said. "If you tell me your ability, it would seem like I coerced you into telling me with my superior power, and my motives would be called into question. I don't want to know what ability you have," she said. Nick nodded. "Of course." Manila also nodded and turned to the training field. "But you don't seem to mind," Nick added. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "Your ability," Nick said. "How else would you be able to remain so silent while jumping so far with so much extra weight?" "That's not an ability," Manila said. Nick's brows raised in shock. "It's not." "No," Manila confirmed. "Then, can I learn that?" Nick asked. "It's on your training plan," Manila said. "It's not a focus, but it's part of your training." "That as well." Nick just looked at Manila with confusion. "What as well?" The next moment, Manila just gestured towards Nick's side with her head. Then Nick saw one of Manila's spears stuck in the roof of the tall building, just 2 centimeters away from Nick's left foot. This spear hadn't been there. He hadn't heard or felt anything. How did this spear appear there? Chapter 122, Advantageous Disadvantage. How did this spear get here? Nick asked in shock. "You're going to learn how to do that later," Manila said before she opened her right hand. Nick was about to shake it again, but he remembered the scene from yesterday. Instead, he just awkwardly looked at it, not knowing what to do. "My spear," she said. "Hand it to me." "Oh, sure," Nick said quickly as he grabbed the spear. Then he pulled it out with all of his power. Whoop! And nearly fell over as the spear easily and neatly came out of the roof. "It's so light. That's probably only 5 to 7 kilos. Nick had expected something like 50 to 70 kilos. Awkwardly, Nick put the spear on Manila's hand, and she took it. The next moment, the spear shrank in her hand. The tip was compressed and entered the shaft, making the spear less than 10 centimeters long. The next moment, she slid the spear down her sleeve. Without Nick asking, Manila unbuttoned the sleeve on her right arm, showing Nick her wrist. There were 6 compact spears around her wrist. Then she flicked her wrists, and one of the spears flew into her open hand and expanded back to its big size. "Not every spear needs to be equally strong," she said. "The spears on my back are for strong and durable targets, but they are not as silent. If you want to focus on throwing spears, you have to buy multiple sets for different purposes." Manila looked at the spears on Nick's back. "The spears on your back are for single-target assassinations and direct heavy battle. They are not made to be used against quick and nimble targets." Nick nodded with understanding. "Time to warm up," Manila said as she took all 5 of Nick's spears. Shing, 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 shing. Within 3 seconds, all 5 of Nick's spears landed on different houses in the training area. "Get them within 20 minutes. If you can't do that, you will try again," she said. Nick took a deep breath and immediately jumped down the building. Without his spears, he became quite agile and fast. However, he quickly found something that surprised him. Right now, Nick stood in front of a gap that was 5 meters wide, with a 3-story high building on the other side. Nick was only on a building that was 1 story high. Even more, except for the small holes left behind by Nick's spears from yesterday, the wall was rather smooth. For quite a while, Nick looked with shock at the wall. This entire time, Nick had viewed the presence of his spears as a drawback due to their heavy weight. But right now, he couldn't climb that building. Climbing it with his spears was quite easy since he only needed to create a small ladder, but it became extremely difficult without them. Traversing the rooftops had become more difficult without his spears. Nick would have never thought that this would happen. Nick almost always used this building as a sort of central checkpoint to get to every other building since it was in the middle. But this time, Nick couldn't climb it. He needed at least 2 spears to get on top of the building. I can't waste time here, Nick thought before he changed his route. Originally, Nick wanted to get the spear that was the furthest away first since every spear added extra weight, but now he would get that one last. About 10 minutes later, Nick retrieved 3 spears and reached the top of the tall building. 5 minutes later, he retrieved the last spear. Now he only needed to get back. He reached the starting point. 23 minutes after starting. So close. Without saying anything, Manila threw the 5 spears to the same spots again. This time, Nick knew what he had to do, and he was faster than last time. 21 minutes. Once again. 20 minutes and 28 seconds. And again. 20 minutes and 42 seconds. Once more. Over 21 minutes. Nick breathed heavily. He had already used up almost all of his power in the previous attempts. Jumping from building to building with so much weight was extremely exhausting. Nick knew that he wouldn't be able to finish the task today. But when he saw Manila's strict gaze, he knew that giving up was the wrong move. Nick also remembered that he would need to pay for the lesson if Manila felt like Nick was wasting her time. So he had to continue trying. But since Nick couldn't possibly win anyway, he took the time to look at the route again from the top of the building instead of immediately jumping down. He used this time to optimize his route for tomorrow. A couple of minutes later, Nick raised an eyebrow as he noticed something. There was another way to get 2 of his spears that was way faster than the one he always used, and the reason why he had never found that way was because he was planning his route with his spears in mind. The original route was to go 10 meters towards the center, 20 meters towards the right, get 1 spear, travel back to the center, go 30 meters towards the left, get the next spear, go back to the center, and climb the big building with the spears. But with the new route, Nick could run all the way around the battlefield in a circle. From the south, which was the starting point, Nick could go towards the east, then the north, then the west, grab spear number 2, turn around, grab spear number 5, grab spear number 4, grab spear number 1, and then go towards the center to get the last spear. It would be much faster. Nick took a deep breath and jumped down the building. He followed the new route and came back after 23 minutes. However, Nick had also planned his new route for over 5 minutes. After starting once more, Nick managed to get through the exercise in just a bit under 20 minutes. He had done it. Chapter 123, Peak. Nick reached the top of the building and breathed heavily as he collapsed onto his knees in exhaustion. He had never been this exhausted before. Well done, Manila said. I thought it would take until the end of the lesson, but we still have about half an hour left. Take a break for 2 minutes, she said. Nick didn't answer and just continued breathing with difficulty. When the 2 minutes were up, Nick had somewhat recovered. Shing. And the 5 spears shot towards the same places again. One last time, Manila said, if you manage to do it in time again, you'll get a surprise. Nick took a deep breath. Again. Nick's bones were already hurting from the constant falls, and his muscles constantly pressing on them. His body was shouting at him that what he was doing was dangerous, and that he needed to stop. This was too much, and it might become dangerous. However, Nick only took a deep breath. If it were just himself, he would never do something as risky as this. But he trusted Manila. Manila seemed like an honest person, and she also seemed too intelligent to make Nick do something like this without a good reason. Nick trusted in Manila's character and experience. So Nick almost immediately jumped down again. As soon as he started running, Nick felt himself being slower than before. His exhaustion had hit him full force. But he just kept jumping. CRK. Nick slipped, and his knee hit the roof of the building he was on. It hurt quite a bit, and his knee made weird sounds whenever he moved it, but he just gnashed his teeth and continued. Despite all odds, Nick managed to do the jumps he needed to do. Eventually, he retrieved all of the spears. Nick felt like he was about to collapse, but he still managed to accurately throw the spears into the tall building before climbing up and retrieving them again. Finally, he arrived, and he immediately fell onto the ground, breathing heavily in exhaustion. He was done. He was so done. He didn't care about the time anymore. He was just done. A bit slower than expected, Manila said. Nick didn't care. It took you 18 minutes and 36 seconds. That took Nick by surprise. What? He asked in confusion through heavy pants. 18 minutes and 36 seconds. Manila repeated. That's your time. Nick almost couldn't believe it. But how, he asked. Don't act too surprised, Manila said. That's still quite slow for a peak newbie. But I'm. That was when Nick realized. And that's your surprise, Manila said. I broke through. Nick asked in confusion. Manila nodded. You can reach the next level after only accumulating about 80% of the Zephyx necessary. In your case, you seem to have somewhere between 93% and 96% of the Zephyx you needed to become a peak newbie. You can view Zephyx as a pile of stones, and you advance a level when the pile grows to a certain height. By simply putting more stones onto it, it will eventually reach that height. However, you can also force it to reach that height if you put in a lot of effort to realign the stones. Our bodies use up Zephyx as fuel, and a higher level simply means that you produce and use more Zephyx. The stored Zephyx in your body is used as a magnet to attract more prefix, and if it manages to attract enough, it will disperse into your body, and the new amount of prefix absorbed in a given time frame remains at the early peak. In short, even if you break through with less Zephyx, you'll have just as much Zephyx as someone that did break through with all the required Zephyx. By forcing yourself to the absolute brink, you manage to absorb enough prefix to push yourself over the edge. That's how you managed to break through. Nick listened with rapt attention. That was possible. He could break through earlier. How exactly can I achieve that? Nick asked. Very strong stimulus, Manila answered. Most commonly, a dire situation. If you feel like you're about to die, your survival instinct can give you the push. If you feel like you have to save a loved one with all of your power, you can get that push. In your case, it was simply trying very hard to finish the course. Of course, something like this can't be compared to something like a life-and-death fight, but you also had more Zephyx. 80% is what has been observed in experiments where extractors were put up against Specters in a battle. It might be possible that it can go even lower, but we don't have any specific data for that. In short, since you already had something like 95% of the required Zephyx to break through, it wasn't very difficult to force it, Manila explained. Nick absorbed all the knowledge like a dry sponge. Right now, reaching a new level didn't require a lot of time, but things wouldn't stay that way. With this method, he could probably save years in the future. Thank you for telling me, Nick said through exhausted pants. Everyone knows that, Manila answered. It's nothing special. Nick didn't answer. Anyway, we are done for today, Manila said. You were too exhausted to do anything but lay on the ground, and if you attempted to throw your spears in this condition, you might throw one of them into the sewers. I will note the remaining 10 or so minutes down, and we'll add them some other day. For now, we're done. See you tomorrow. Nick slowly forced himself to sit up. Thanks, he said in exhaustion. Manila just nodded and silently jumped away. Nick collapsed onto his back again and just looked at the sun. Looking at the sun wasn't painful since its beams weren't that bright. For the next 20 minutes, Nick just lay on top of the building. And then he went home. Luckily, his ability was active again, making it easy to get home. Chapter 124, Ghostwire. When Nick came home, his muscles ached all over. It had never been this bad before. Nevertheless, Nick forced himself to get some food before falling into bed. This time he slept over 9 hours, which was quite a lot for him, and as soon as he woke up, Nick's body had already completely recovered. Nick still remembered that his body had been sore for several days before he had become an official Zephyx Extractor. If things were still like back then, Nick's muscles would have ached for up to a week, based on the pain he had been feeling. And yet, it had only taken a couple of hours for them to recover. Although it might not be that surprising. Specters could recover from fatal injuries within just a couple of days, and extractors became more powerful by using the same kind of powers as the Specters, which was the Zephyx. In a way, it was to be expected that the recovery rate of a Zephyx extractor also increased. Maybe at some point, it was even possible to recover lost limbs without having to resort to restoration liquid. After finishing his work, Nick walked towards the training area again. This time, it was much easier since Nick had already created a pathway to get to his goal. Additionally, he had become a peak newbie. In the end, he arrived 10 minutes before the training was supposed to start. Surprisingly, Manila was also already here. Since we ended early yesterday, we are going to start early today, she said. Nick nodded. Without saying anything else, Manila grabbed Nick's 5 spears and threw them toward the same location as yesterday. Less than 20 minutes, go. Nick nodded and immediately started. Since he was fully recovered, he was much faster than yesterday, and he completed everything in barely 15 minutes. Nick's breathing had already quickened, but he wasn't close to being exhausted. Sure enough, this just counted as a warm-up. Today, we are focusing on this, Manila said as she held an empty hand in front of her. Nick just looked in confusion at her empty hand. On what? He asked. Manila swung her hand around a bit, and Nick felt like something had suddenly hit his cheek. However, the thing that had hit him was extremely light. That was when Nick remembered that he had seen an almost invisible wire when Manila had thrown one of her spears the first time he had seen her. After focusing on her hand, Nick could actually see a tiny wire. Take it, she said as she put the wire in Nick's right hand. Look at it. For a while, Nick just inspected the wire. It was extremely light. It was so light that he almost couldn't feel its weight. Yet, it was extremely durable. Nick didn't use all of his power, but he used quite a lot, and the thin wire didn't seem to get damaged in any way. Even more, the tiny wire was actually beginning to cut into Nick's hand. It was so bizarre that something this insanely thin could be that durable. It's called a ghost wire, and it's used for many different things, Manila said after a while. No normal material can be that durable while being that thin, which makes the origin of this wire obvious, she added. Nick nodded. It comes from a specter. Manila nodded back. The Fear Queen is a normal-sized black widow that likes to put as much fear as possible into her victims. She usually restricts them with her silk and injects them with many different poisons that can cause extreme fear and extreme euphoria. This wire is a couple of her strings of silk rolled up into a single form. As an adult specter, the Fear Queen is very powerful, and her silk is just as powerful. You can keep that one and these 4, Manila said as she took out another 4 stacks of wire. Nick looked at them with surprise. That sounds expensive, he said. Your boss paid for them. They are officially yours, Manila said. Nick didn't feel comfortable with Winter, giving him even more stuff. He felt like Winter was giving him way more than he was giving back, which made him feel a bit guilty. Nick almost felt like he was taking advantage of Winter. But in the end, Nick could only sigh. Thanks. For the next 3 hours, Manila taught Nick about the ghost wire and how to use it. There were many different things that Nick could do with such a durable wire. For example, he could hang it between 2 buildings at neck height, and nobody would notice it before they ran straight into it. However, the most important thing for Nick was the ghost wire's ability to act as a retrieval tool for his spears. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was a very thin hole at the side of his throwing spears. This hole was specifically made for ghost wires. By putting the ghost wire through it, Nick had essentially created a long and invisible leash for his spear. Each ghost wire was around 100 meters long, which meant that Nick could essentially retrieve his spears as long as he didn't throw them further. If he wanted to throw them further, he would just have to let go of the ghost wire and retrieve the spear the traditional way. For today, Nick kept dropping his spears from the house and retrieving them with the wire. It was surprisingly difficult to make the spears shoot back at him without hitting anything on their way back. But eventually, Nick managed to retrieve them consistently without any issues. When it was almost time to end training for the day, Manila told Nick to retrieve his 5 spears once more. Naturally, she detached the ghost wires before telling him to do that. After Nick got the first spear back, he quickly attached the ghost wire, which didn't even take 10 seconds, and after that, everything seemed to change. He no longer needed to consider how to retrieve a spear after throwing it since he could just retrieve it with the ghost wire. That made everything so much easier, and Nick's movements became far more fluent. In the end, he barely needed 9 minutes to complete the course. Chapter 125 Throws. A day passed, and the last day of throwing spear training was taking place. This was already Nick's 4th day of training with throwing spears, and today he would focus on actually throwing spears. But the best thing was that Nick didn't fear messing up his throws anymore. He could travel everywhere with his spears, and if he threw it somewhere he didn't want, he could just tug on the ghost wire to get it back. The first thing he had to do was to run to the 5 spots again, but this time Manila didn't throw his spears away. She just wanted Nick to get to the 5 spots while carrying all of his spears. That made things different, but Nick still managed to complete the task in about 10 minutes. And then it was time for the actual training. There are many ways to throw a spear, Manila said as she took out one of her own spears. After that, she lifted it with one hand and took a couple of steps forward. She pulled the spear back and took a couple of steps forward before throwing it. Boom! The roof of the building the two were standing on shook as Manila threw the spear. Nick just watched in awe as the spear seemed to shoot into the horizon. 1 second, it had been there, and the next, it seemed to have traveled into the sun. Of course, the spear didn't actually reach the sun. "Watch," Manila said as she lifted her hand. Then she pulled back. Bang. And Manila suddenly also flew into the horizon. Nick's eyes widened in shock. Manila didn't fly as fast or as far as her spear, but she still flew for probably over 200 meters. In the distance, Nick could see Manila catching her spear again, and that was when he realized what had just happened. Manila had gathered an incredible amount of power and threw her spear with all of it. Then she tugged on her extremely long ghost wire. With her power, she managed to completely stop the force of her throw, and even put in so much that the spear started to shoot back at her. Of course, the force of the throw had to go somewhere, which was why Manila's body had suddenly shot into the distance. In the end, her spear returned to her, and she simply landed on a roof. Surprisingly, the roof didn't collapse. A couple of seconds later, Manila returned to the roof of the tall building. "That was a full throw," she explained. As the name suggests, a full throw is a throw that uses all of your power. The tricky part is to deal with the force when you have a ghost wire attached. Without it, it's just a normal throw, but with it, things get tricky. Imagine you attack someone with a full throw who is only 30 meters away, and they sidestep it. If there's no building within the next 70 meters, and if your throw is strong enough, your ghost wire will pull you forward, right into your enemy's arms. But as you have seen, that can also be used to traverse great distances. I can jump high and far, but not that high and far. Of course, if I'd actually wanted to go as far as possible, I would have jumped forward after throwing my spear. When facing an enemy, you will rarely be able to make a full throw. The preparation is long, and the enemy will most likely hear your loud steps. You can only use it when you are very far away from the enemy, or when one of your allies is distracting the enemy. Nick nodded. Next, Manila said as she lifted her spear again. Then she performed the same throwing motion but without taking steps. The spear didn't fly as fast as before, and Manila was only pulled forward by about 20 meters when she tugged on the ghost wire. Naturally, the power of this throw couldn't possibly compare to the one before that. "This is a stand throw," Manila said after jumping back to the building. "This is most commonly used when your enemy doesn't see you, and you're not far away. In your case, that would mean about 30 to 70 meters, assuming you had an appropriate level of power for your spears. The throw is very silent, but it still needs some preparation. After all, you have to assume a throwing stance while also pulling your arm all the way back." Nick nodded. There wasn't much to say about the stand throw. Ding. Suddenly, Manila's body shook a bit, and Nick saw a spear shoot at Manila from a distance. Manila easily caught the spear and showed it to Nick. "That was a hidden throw," she said. "This one is not relevant to you yet, but I still want to show it to you." The next moment, Manila slowly showed what she had just done. She stood in front of Nick with her arms crossed, and she slowly angled one of her wrists backward. Nick saw one of the small spears in her sleeve come out, stopping at the tips of Manila's fingers. Manila pulled her wrist backward more, pulling the small spear with it. An instant later, one end of the small spear pointed at Nick. And then, she just moved her wrist rapidly forward. Bang. The quiet sound of something solid hitting something solid rang through the air, and Nick saw the center of the spear rapidly coming closer. One had to remember that the tip of the small spear had been pulled into the shaft, but now, the tip was rapidly extending. An instant later, a long spear shot past Nick's head before getting pulled back again. "Now I'm doing it with real speed again," Manila said. Bang. Nick didn't even see Manila's wrist move before her spear shot past him again. "The throw is not very strong, but still strong enough to kill someone on my level if they don't have their barrier active," Manila explained. "Since you don't have hidden spears, you can't properly use the hidden throw." Chapter 126, Mask. "There's one last throw," Manila said as she took out one of her bigger spears again. The next moment, she lowered her arm and threw the spear from her hip. The power seemed to be nearly as strong as the stand throw. This throw is interchangeable with the stand throw and is called a hip throw. Both of them have their advantages and disadvantages. The hip throw is just as strong as the stand throw, but is even faster. Even more, if you are in the air for some reason, the hip throw is also much better than the stand throw. Additionally, you don't need to assume as obvious of a stance as with the stand throw. The problem is that aiming is much harder, and you also can't control the power as well. If you have space and time, performing the stand throw is always preferable, but if you don't, you are almost forced to perform the hip throw. The hip throw is mainly used if you are actively battling someone that is charging towards you. Someone that wants to get into your melee range is going to zigzag and approach you rapidly while you are trying to retreat. In that case, you have to use the hip throw, since the stand throw is just too obvious. Although, since you are also training in fist weapons, you might not even use the hip throw that much. Nick nodded. Probably not. For now, Manila continued. I'm going to teach you the full throw. Going through the most extravagant throw first will make it easier to learn the other ones later. For the next couple of minutes, Manila taught Nick how to perform the full throw, which wasn't very difficult. After all, it was just throwing an object. Every human has thrown objects before. Nick kept practicing the full throw for the next 3 hours, but compared to Manila, Nick didn't take off. One had to remember that Nick's spears were designed to be thrown with much more power. With Manila watching, Nick couldn't throw the spear properly. With a full throw, Nick could barely throw his spear for about 10 to 20 meters. It was just way too heavy. Eventually, Manila left, and Nick could actually try the full throw. Since he wasn't that exhausted today, Nick decided to continue throwing spears with his ability. Nick took a couple of steps back, lifted his spear, and performed a full throw. Boom. The roof below Nick shuddered as he threw his spear into the distance. Nick watched with satisfaction as his spear traveled further and further. Ding. Suddenly, the ghost wire on Nick's right wrist became taut, and Nick felt himself get pulled forward. The force was enough to pull Nick over the edge of the building, and he was just about to fall towards the sewers. However, even though Nick had been surprised, his training with the ghost wire kicked in, and he pulled on it even more. Nick was pulled away from the big building and landed on a smaller building further away, just as his spear reached him again. Nick thought. That went way better than I anticipated. After retrieving his spears so many times and after running across the entire training ground so many times, Nick had become extremely familiar with his environment and his spear. The way Nick had simply pulled himself forward to land on a small building while easily catching the spear looked almost beautiful. Nick had barely learned how to throw his spear properly, but he already looked like someone who had been using spears for years. This made Nick realize one thing. Manila is an amazing teacher, he thought in surprise and awe. When he first appeared in this training ground, he felt unsure due to the weight of his spears and the destroyed grates and buildings everywhere. The thought of throwing his spears in such a place had made Nick anxious and nervous before. But now it was easy. The broken ground might as well not exist since Nick knew exactly what below him at any given moment was, and he could easily move across the air without losing his spears. In just 4 days, Nick had become very confident in using his spears. Eventually, Nick returned to the tall building and continued practicing full throws with his ability active. Sadly, he had to stop after just half an hour. The 3 hours of throwing had already exhausted his arm. However, Nick still didn't leave. I think I can eat later. This training ground is too good, and I haven't properly exercised the rest of my body today. So Nick decided to run and jump across the rooftops while carrying all of his spears. With his ability active, this task was no longer a problem. If Nick were to do his warm-up routine again, he wouldn't even need a minute, which was why Nick wasn't doing that. Instead, he threw his spears around in the air, pulling him from one side to the other. Nick wanted to get familiar with how to move in the air. Humans generally weren't good at moving in the air, but with the throwing spears, Nick had somewhat overcome this weakness. After a bit more than an hour, Nick became exhausted and returned home. I'm excited for more training in 4 days, Nick thought while eating. But first, I'm going to learn about fist weapons tomorrow. I can actually see myself becoming stronger. My goal is actually not impossible to achieve. However, when Nick had that thought, his good mood vanished. For the past 4 days, Nick had managed to put on a mask that had even fooled himself. It was a mask that said that nothing was wrong. But now that Nick had remembered his true face, the mask had become visible again. In the end, Nick could only take a deep breath. I can't get lost in this excitement. All of this is only a means to an end. And I can't forget that. Chapter 127, Julian. The next day, after he had finished his work and got something to eat, Nick returned to Dark Dream. He was about to meet his other teacher, the one who was supposed to teach Nick about his fist weapons. When Nick came back to Dark Dream, he saw a new person waiting for him in front of Winter's office. Naturally, Winter was also present, and the two of them were talking. Nick assumed that this was his new teacher, but he wouldn't have guessed that based on the person's appearance. The person was a very young man. At least, that was how he looked like. He was about 170 centimeters tall, and he had this extremely bright and innocent smile. Even more, his stature seemed very thin and agile. It was almost like the person was a sprinter or runner. His hair was a calm blue, and he seemed like a very relaxed person. But compared to Manila, this person wore the uniform of an expert from Kugelblitz, which meant he was much more powerful than Manila. A level 4 Zephyx Extractor. Someone on the same level as Albert. Yet, he seemed so very different from Manila. It was almost like their genders were reversed. Manila was big, powerful, and dominant. This guy was small, refined, and gentle. After looking for a bit, Nick walked over. The man slowly turned to look at Nick with his bright blue eyes and gently waved with a heartfelt smile. "There you are, Nick," Winter said with a slightly excited voice. Nick could tell that Winter really enjoyed talking to this guy based on his tone. "Julian, this is your new student, my chief Zephyx Extractor, Nick," Winter said, looking at the man and gesturing to Nick. Julian smiled and offered his hand. "Nice to meet you, Nick. I'm Julian, and I'm going to be your trainer for fist weapons." Nick looked at the hand for a bit and decided to shake it. After meeting Manila for the first time, Nick had become a bit unsure whether or not he was supposed to shake the hand. As soon as Nick touched Julian's hand, his eyes widened. So hard and rough. Nick thought in shock. It was like Nick had touched the hand of a humongous metallic titan that had been compressed into a tiny shape. There was so much explosive power in the hand. Nevertheless, the handshake was gentle, and Nick didn't feel any pain. After Nick had felt Julian's hand, he actually looked at it. It was like the hand didn't belong to the man in front of him. While Julian seemed like a gentle and peaceful small boy, his hand was rough and filled with aggressive and powerful veins that expanded and shrunk in sync with Julian's heartbeat. Naturally, Julian noticed Nick's reaction, but he only chuckled a bit and slowly pulled his hand back. "I get that reaction all the time," he said with a soft voice. "I take it as a compliment." "Sorry," Nick said. "I didn't expect such a strong hand." "Harmony and discord are two sides of the same coin," Julian said. "Harmony requires gentleness, and discord requires power. You can only live in harmony when people don't want discord with you. But when people want harmony, you must be gentle. Otherwise, there is no harmony, but only fear. Learning this principle will help you with your position," Julian said with a smile. Nick listened intently and thought about Julian's words. Nick took these words seriously since they came from an actual expert. Experts were the elite of Kugelblitz, and every one of them had incredible power. He's probably also far older than he looks, Nick thought. Becoming an expert would take me many years, maybe even decades. He most likely knows what he is talking about. "Thank you. I will remember that," Nick said. Julian just nodded and turned to Winter. "Do you have a place where we can train? There's a gym about 500 meters from here, but I don't think it is durable enough to withstand you," Winter said. Julian laughed. "That's fine. I can keep myself in check." Winter also laughed and told Julian where he could find the gym. After a bit more talking, Julian and Nick walked out of Dark Dream to go to the gym. Nick subconsciously assumed a position behind Julian. Julian just had this irresistible aura of reliability, power, and trust. He subconsciously made people want to follow him. Julian didn't look at Nick, who was following behind him, and only shook his head a bit with a helpless smile. "Can I ask you something?" Nick asked after some hesitation. "Sure," Julian said, turning to Nick with a smile. "You're an expert, right?" Julian nodded wordlessly. "Don't take this the wrong way, but why is someone as powerful as you teaching a newbie like me?" Nick asked. "I don't think Winter has the funds to hire someone like you." Julian laughed a bit. "Of course he does." Nick raised his eyebrows in surprise. "After all, my services are not very expensive. In fact, I'm not getting paid at all." This surprised Nick even more. "But then why?" he asked. "I'll tell you when we are there," Julian said with a playful smirk. Nick was still confused, but he followed after Julian. After some minutes, the two reached the gym and entered. The gym was a huge hall that was nearly 100 meters long. Gyms like these catered to normal people and Zephyx Extractors. After all, where was a Zephyx Extractor supposed to find a place to exercise? If a veteran accidentally kicked a wall, the wall would break into pieces and fly away. Of course, since this gym was in the outer city and not the inner city, it only catered to normal people and newbies. As soon as the two of them entered, the trainer at the counter looked at Julian like he was a specter. The trainer immediately told Julian that he was so sorry, but he couldn't offer a training room for someone this powerful. Julian just assured him that he wasn't the one training and that he wouldn't damage anything. Eventually, the trainer relented and gave the two of them a room for free. He was using the opportunity to get some publicity. Chapter 128, A Wager. The two of them entered the room and closed the door. This was the biggest room the gym had to offer, and it was over 10 meters wide and long, with many different small pieces of equipment and a couple of closets at the side. Julian walked around and tested the ground a bit. If you're careful, you can probably use almost all of your power. The ground and walls were made of extremely dense and cold metal. In fact, the wall felt almost identical to the wall of the first containment unit Dark Dream had bought. Nick nodded. Sounds good. Julian turned away from Nick and smiled. He remained silent for a while. Nick raised an eyebrow in uncertainty. I'm not here because of winter, Julian said. You're not? Nick asked in surprise. Julian shook his head while facing away from Nick. The next moment, Nick's ability activated. It seemed like Julian could no longer perceive Nick. 2 seconds later, Nick's ability deactivated again. Julian hadn't moved. A second later, Nick's ability reactivated. And deactivated. And reactivated. And finally deactivated again. Julian just chuckled a bit and shook his head in helplessness. Wow, he said. It's really impossible to perceive. No matter what I do, I can't see any sign of it. Nick's eyes widened, and his heart rate shot up as he realized what these words meant. You know, Nick asked in shock and nervousness. I'm here because of Albert, Julian said as he turned to face Nick with a smile. Albert and I are close friends, and he told me about you. Yes, that includes your ability as well. Nick became nervous. An extractor's ability was their deepest secret. After all, if an enemy knew about the extractor's ability, they could counter it, and Nick's ability was especially weak to counters. Of course, Nick also felt betrayed by Albert. How could Albert tell someone else about Nick's ability? Don't worry, Julian said with a chuckle. While I am employed by Kugelblitz, I don't belong to them. I am not allowed to tell you the specifics, but I won't tell your secret to anyone, even if you were to somehow threaten Kugelblitz. Of course, Nick didn't completely believe Julian, but there was nothing he could do. Julian knew Nick's secret, and that was that. So, you're here because of my ability? Nick asked. Partially, Julian answered. I'm also here because of your personality. Nick raised an eyebrow. Albert described you as very idealistic and altruistic. While there are many people that are idealistic, people from the Dregs don't tend to be. The darkest facets of humanity are proudly on display for all the people in the Dregs to see, while the good facets hide far away. A brutal and lawless arena breeds cynical people and idealistic corpses. Idealistic survivors are rare, especially when they have essentially grown up without any parents in such a place. Nick had an expression of uncertainty on his face. He agreed with Julian, or he would have at least. Sadly, things were a bit different. This entire thing with Pater and Horwa made Nick feel like all the happiness and magic of the world had vanished. You don't agree? Julian asked, looking at Nick. Nick sighed. I used to be like that, but not anymore. How come? Julian asked. Something's happened, Nick said. Silence. I presume you don't want to talk about it. Nick looked to the side with uncertainty. It would take too long. Also, we are supposed to train, right? Nick said. Getting to know you is important to me, Nick, Julian said. If you are fine with it, I am willing to listen. Nick took a deep breath. He wanted to tell someone about his troubles, and Julian seemed very trustworthy. Somehow, Nick felt like Julian was a person worth trusting. Okay, Nick said. Then Nick told Julian about Horwa and Pater and how all of this had impacted and changed him. So, you are idealistic but no longer Na'vi, Julian said. Nick furrowed his brows. I'm not sure anymore. You want to improve the lives of others, right? Julian said. You want to help all the people of the Dregs, even though they have never done anything for you. I don't think many people would want to do something as selfless as this. Nick looked with uncertainty to the side. I don't know, he said. By now, Nick felt deflated again. The hole in his chest had returned. He might distract himself every day, but in the end, that was what life was for him. A distraction. In the end, the suffering and guilt still consumed his insides, and feeling better on the outside didn't help. How old are you? Julian asked. 16, Nick answered. Still quite young, Julian said. How strong is your conviction? How much do you want to help others? Nick looked at Julian calmly. It's the only reason why I'm still alive. Julian looked at Nick with interest. What if you change? What do you mean? Nick asked. What if you get a lover, high status, a child, or something similar? If all your life's wishes have been handed to you, will you still continue holding on to this altruistic dream of yours? When people betray you again and again, will you still try to improve the lives of humanity? Nick didn't answer immediately as he thought about his answer. Yes, Nick said. I owe as much to Horwa. He would have wanted me to help others. And your feeling of duty is so strong that it will even hold firm decades in future? Julian asked. Nick nodded. Yes. At that moment, Julian turned away from Nick and a grin appeared on his face. Care to bet on it? Julian asked. Nick looked with surprise and confusion at Julian, who was looking away from Nick at that moment. A bet? Yes, a bet, Julian said. Nick furrowed his brows as he wasn't quite sure where that had come from. Meanwhile, something horrific was happening. Julian's eyes vanished, and several smirking mouths filled his face. A wager, if you will. The mouths spoke in unison, creating a layered voice that rippled through the room. Nick's eyes became unfocused. A wager? Nick repeated with a distant and confused voice. Yes, the many mouths answered. Of course, a wager is boring without any stakes. Are you interested? Nick's blank eyes looked at the back of Julian's head. Sure, why not? Chapter 129. He's a great guy. I had a lot of fun today. Sorry for taking up your time, Julian said with a friendly smile. No problem, you helped me a lot, Nick said with a grin. After Nick had told Julian about his issues, Julian talked with Nick for a couple of hours about what to do. Julian told Nick that he was trying to atone for something that couldn't be atoned for. Nick was still young, and he hadn't been ready for such a big responsibility. Julian said that Nick had to live his own life, and that Horwa's fate was because Winter hadn't properly informed Nick about everything. After all, if Winter had told Nick about what would happen if Horwa refused to become an extractor after seeing the Dreamer, Nick wouldn't have made Horwa sign the contract, right? Therefore, Nick wasn't the one at fault. It was Winter. So, why was Nick trying to atone for something that wasn't his fault? Additionally, Nick had always only lived for himself since the people of the Dregs always shunned him. Julian said that it seemed like Nick was just trying to help all these people because he wanted to belong to a community. Nick was desperately trying to be a part of a community, which was why he was willing to sacrifice everything he had to help people who only despised him. The things that Julian said made a lot of sense, but Nick just couldn't accept them emotionally. Sure, maybe he was actually trying to help people who didn't deserve it, but his emotions were telling him that a human should help other humans. The instinct to help others was inherent to every human. So, wasn't helping others just being human? Was it wrong to be human? Julian told Nick that he was free to do whatever he wanted, but that he should always consider all sides. After such a long talk, Julian had also confessed something to Nick. He wasn't actually Nick's trainer. He was someone higher up in Kugelblitz who simply wanted to meet Nick and talk to him. The actual trainer would come tomorrow. However, Nick wasn't angry at Julian. After all, Nick felt a bit better after talking to Julian. Maybe Julian was right about some things. For example, Julian had also said that Nick's imagination of what Horwa wanted sounded too idealistic. Would a boy truly want to save the place that would have thrown him out of his house as a last wish? It sounded more realistic that the boy would want these people to pay for all the things they had done. Nick didn't like that thought, but it actually sounded possible. Of course, they had talked about more things, but for some reason, a huge part of his talk with Julian had become blurry. We have talked about so many different things that I can't even tell how much we have talked about and for how long. I feel like I already forgot half of what we talked about, Nick thought as he rubbed his head. After a minute, Nick managed to focus again, and he looked up. Julian was gone. He probably already went home, Nick thought as he walked out of the gym. As Nick walked down the streets, he just kept rubbing his head. It was like all his memories and thoughts were jumbled up. In the end, he decided to ignore it and got some food. During his sleep, Nick dreamt of many gigantic mouths surrounding him and talking to him. The voices were so loud and droning, and he felt like what they were saying was something that he couldn't possibly do. He tried to run from the mouths, but new ones just kept appearing around him. For an eternity, Nick just kept running. While he was running, Nick became angrier and angrier. It was like all the people around Nick were telling him that they hated him and that they wanted him to die. The mouths hurt Nick. They represented all the people of the Dregs who had ridiculed him when he was younger. Eventually, Nick woke up and went to work. Hey, Nick. How was training? Winter asked from his office. He didn't tell you? Nick asked. No. Winter answered in confusion. Julian isn't my trainer, Nick said. He acted like he was my trainer so that he could talk to me alone. Oh, that's understandable, Winter said with a dismissive wave. Julian is a busy man, but he's very trustworthy. I know, Nick said. By the way, where did you meet Julian? I don't know, Winter said casually. Maybe he led me around Kugelblitz or something like that. Oh, that could be it, Nick said, accepting the answer. Who is my actual teacher, by the way? It's someone called Reynold, Winter answered. He was supposed to come yesterday, but Julian said that he had told Reynold that he would do your training. But since he won't do it now, I should probably call Reynold again. I'll get back to him and tell him that he's your teacher again. Nick nodded. Great. By the way, do you know how I can reach Julian? No idea, Winter said. You don't know where he lives? No. Can't you just contact him via Kugelblitz? Julian doesn't work for Kugelblitz, Winter said. Oh, Nick said. So I can't reach him? I don't know where he is, Winter said, but when we need him, I'm sure he will pop up. Probably, Nick said with a nod. Anyway, I'm going to work now. Good luck, Winter said, returning to writing on a piece of paper. Nick entered the Dreamer's containment unit, and 2 minutes later, he was asleep. As soon as Nick started to dream, all the mouths returned, and it kept telling Nick that he should kill everyone. But just a couple of moments later, all the mouths vanished, and 2 dead eyes from an owl appeared in the sky of Nick's dream world. For just a moment, the dead eyes focused on the vanishing mouths. And then, Nick was transported into a torture room where he was forced to torture her. Chapter 130, Reynold. Eventually, Nick was woken up by Jenny, and he left the containment unit. When he checked the produced Zephyx, Nick realized that the amount had dropped just a bit. If my suffering in the nightmare is what produces Zephyx, it means that I have not suffered as much. I'm sure that the Dreamer is still trying its best to squeeze as much suffering as it can out of me, but the drop in Zephyx means that it just can't make me suffer as much anymore. Nick released a sigh of relief and let out a tiny smile. Thank you, Julian. You really helped me. But then Nick shook his head and took a deep breath. That doesn't change anything, Nick thought. What's the point of feeling good? I'm not a slave to my emotions, and I have an actual goal that I want to achieve. Suffering, happiness, both are irrelevant. Then Nick nodded with conviction and dealt with the Zephyx that was produced. Winter said that Reynold had agreed again to train Nick. He would be here in an hour. Nick got some food and grabbed his weapons. He left his spears at home, which made him feel a bit naked, but he still wasn't strong enough to wear all of his weapons at once. At least not as long as his ability wasn't active. With his ability active, carrying all his spears and fist weapons would be like a normal adult carrying about 8 to 10 kilos on their person. It wasn't nice, but it was definitely manageable. About 10 minutes to 3 p.m., Nick walked into Dark Dream, and he quickly noticed his new trainer. Nick already knew that he was called Reynold since Winter had mentioned his name. Reynold was a little bit smaller than Manila, but he seemed double as wide. While Manila was thin and tall, Reynold was filled with explosive muscle. However, even though Reynold was quite wide, Nick could easily tell that there was no unnecessary fat on his person. Just like Manila, Reynold wore the uniform of a veteran of Kugelblitz. In a way, that relieved Nick. Julian had seemed just too powerful for a trainer, and Nick had felt like he was wasting Julian's time. As Reynold talked to Winter, his boisterous, casual, and friendly voice echoed throughout Dark Dream. His voice was very deep, and he laughed a lot. Well, we'll see about that, Reynold said to Winter with a boisterous laugh. Nick could hear Reynold from over 5 meters away. Oh, Nick, my boy, Reynold shouted with an excited smile. You came at just the right time. I was just making a bet with Winter about when you will crack under my tough training. Winter was smiling, but Nick could tell that he was a bit uncomfortable with the loud and dominant presence of Reynold. A bet, Nick repeated as his eyes glazed over. A bet. A wager. Nick felt like he had forgotten something important, but he quickly shook his head to regain his bearings. Getting distracted in front of his new teacher wouldn't leave a good impression. Oh, Nick said as he approached Reynold. What do you two think? I have full trust in you, Winter said. Nick smiled a little. Ah, good, good, Reynold shouted as he loudly clapped in his hands a couple of times. True companionship and trust. I love it, but we can't just ignore the facts, Reynold added with a smirk as he bumped Nick's shoulder with his fist. Nick didn't rub his shoulder, but he was in quite a bit of pain. However, he could tell that Reynold genuinely didn't mean it. He was just careless and was living in the moment. I'll say you won't get to the 10th day, Reynold said with a smirk. Sorry, Nick, my boy, but that's just genuinely what I think. You're just 16, and you still need to experience a couple of setbacks to truly attain the grit to put your everything into your goal. Nick raised an eyebrow. In a way, he was a bit insulted by Reynolds' words, but he could also tell that Reynolds wasn't trying to put Nick down. He was just very confident. So, you agree? 10 days of training? Winter asked. Reynolds looked at Winter with a smirk. Aren't you greedy? Yes, I agree. The next moment, Reynolds and Winter shook hands. You're about to lose a lot of money and dignity, little Winter, Reynolds shouted happily with a laugh. However, there was also a smirk on Winter's face. Nick, he said, making Nick look at him, could you please tell your new teacher about your other teacher? At that moment, Reynolds became quiet and looked at Winter with a serious and evaluating gaze. Nick was taken aback by how quickly Reynolds' demeanor had changed. Just now, he had seemed like someone who went out to party all the time with the boys, but now he felt like a serious and reliable warrior. Sure enough, extractors that can get into Kugelblitz are outstanding, Nick thought before answering. Manila, Nick said, looking at Reynolds. Reynolds blinked a couple of times. Which one? He asked with a slightly nervous voice. What do you mean, which one? Winter said with a confident chuckle. There's only one Manila. Reynolds took a deep breath as he looked at Nick differently. And you managed to get through 4 days of training under Manila? He asked. Nick nodded. Her training is amazing. I would have never thought I would learn so much in just 4 days. Reynolds grabbed his hair with two his hands and looked up in a melodramatic pose of tragedy. And yet again, I fell victim to my own confidence, he said before taking a deep breath. Then he loudly laughed again. Well done. Well done. You managed to pull one over me, little Winter, Reynolds said to him. Seems like you will get some free training out of me. Winter just smiled. Thank you. Reynolds chuckled a bit and shook his head. I was sure that the other teacher would be William. To think that you managed to convince Manila. Then Reynolds sighed. Chapter 131, Whirlwind. After exchanging a couple more words, Reynolds and Nick left Dark Dream. Hey Nick, you know of any good places to fight? Reynolds asked. There's a gym nearby, Nick said. That's not good, Reynolds said. If I accidentally punch too hard, I'll have to pay for their room. You know of a different place. Doesn't even have to be very sturdy. Just big. Nick furrowed his brows. I don't know of such a place, Nick said. There are a couple of abandoned places in the Dregs, but they are filled with houses or rubble. There's nothing like a wide arena. Abandoned places? Reynolds repeated with a smirk. Can you show me one? Sure, Nick said. Then Reynolds started to laugh loudly, but he didn't tell Nick why he was laughing. After a bit of walking, Nick jumped on top of one of the buildings at the edge of the Dregs and showed the empty houses to Reynolds. This place has nearly no one since no one from the outer city wants to live here, and nobody from the Dregs dares to live here. That means almost all of these houses were permanently empty. I'm not even sure who built them, Nick said. Reynolds grinned as he looked at the houses. Oh, this is going to be fun, he said before jumping off the building. The ground quaked when Reynolds jumped, and the house beneath him almost broke into pieces. That was very different from when Manila jumped. Nick looked with surprise as Reynolds jumped over 100 meters into the distance without a running start. Boom. Nick's eyes widened as he saw a cloud of dust explode when Reynolds landed. Even more, the house he landed on had turned into nothing but rubble. It was almost like a meteor had fallen on one of the houses. Then Nick saw Reynolds jump out of the destroyed house. He flew almost 50 meters into the air before he landed on the neighboring house. Boom! The house exploded, and the metallic rubble shot in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Then Nick saw one piece of rubble flying away after the other as Reynolds unleashed punches and kicks at crazy speeds. It was almost like Reynolds had transformed into a whirlwind of violence. In fewer than 30 seconds, Reynolds had actually cleared the entire area he landed in of rubble. He had destroyed a house and cleaned it up in no time at all. Of course, the rubble wasn't truly cleaned up. After all, the rubble was now stuck in all the surrounding houses. Nick could only take a deep breath. He had often envisioned the powers of a veteran, but the only demonstration he had ever seen had been by Manila when she had thrown her spear. But this time, Nick truly saw what a veteran could do. This was no longer in the realm of what humans could do. Reynolds kicked metallic pieces several tons heavy into the distance like they were toys. When he was done with the second house, he went back to the first house and cleaned that as well. Then, Reynolds just cleaned his hands with a satisfied smirk. Reynolds had created a sizable empty space, and with the border covered in a wall of rubble, it almost looked like an actual arena. "Hey, Nick, what are you waiting for?" Reynolds shouted with an excited smile. Nick scratched the back of his head before shrugging and jumping from house to house to reach Reynolds in his new arena. When Nick reached the arena, he noticed something. There were two sizable holes in the ground. Nick knew exactly where they had come from and looked at Reynolds. "How come you're not dirty?" Nick asked. "You fell into the sewers, right?" Yes, the holes were where Reynolds had landed. With his force and weight, he had shot through the house and the floor like a cannonball, and by all intents and purposes, he must have landed in the sewers. Yet, there was no bit of water on him. Reynolds just laughed loudly. Ding, ding. Then he knocked on the air around him, and Nick saw something ripple around Reynolds. "Oh, your barrier, right?" Nick said. Naturally, a veteran working for Kugelblitz had access to amazing equipment, and the barriers they could use were probably just as amazing. "I have to admit, though, I was spooked for a bit," Reynolds shouted with loud laughter. "When I was submerged in the water down below, I felt the presence of the nightmare and jumped away real quick." Reynolds just kept laughing like something hilarious had happened. One had to remember that even though Reynolds was incredibly powerful, he was just as helpless in front of the nightmare as a normal person. "What are you waiting for, Nick?" Reynolds asked with a grin. Nick was a bit confused. "This arena isn't big enough," Reynolds said. "We got to get rid of 2 more houses. I took care of 2, and now you have to take care of the other 2. Nick raised his brows in surprise as he looked at the houses surrounding him. Everyone was used to seeing houses all the time, but when one seriously considered destroying one would realize how big these houses actually were. "Destroy a house?" Nick repeated in confusion. "Yeah, go ahead. Just like me," Reynolds shouted with a laugh. Nick scratched the back of his head. He could guess that this was already part of his training, but he could also tell that this kind of training was very different from Manila's training. Nick looked at the blades on his arms and furrowed his brows. "Oh, wait a second," Reynolds said. "Those are no good for such a task." Nick raised an eyebrow and looked at Reynolds. "Luckily, I expected that you might need some weapons for our training," Reynolds said as he took out something from behind his back. Nick could see 2 heavy brown gauntlets and 2 heavy brown greaves that included 2 armored shoes. "Your weapons are made for killing," Reynolds said with a smirk. "These are made for violence." Chapter 132, No Thinking. Nick looked at the 4 weapons with surprise and took off his own weapons. "Where should I put these?" Nick asked, gesturing to his silver weapons. "Just throw them in the corner somewhere," Reynolds said dismissively. This surprised Nick a bit. No respect for the craftsmanship? Reynolds shook his head in confusion. "Wait, what?" Treating weapons with respect," Nick said. "Manila told me that we are supposed to treat our weapons with respect." "Why?" Reynolds asked in genuine confusion. "They're objects. They're not alive. They don't care." Nick scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. "Yeah, but Manila said that a lot of work goes into creating these sorts of weapons, and that we should always treat them with respect." Reynolds snorted. "Manila's too serious and stuck up," he said with a dismissive wave. "We pay the craftsmen, right? Therefore, they belong to us, and that means that we can do with them whatever we want. If we want, we can throw them into the sewers and leave. The craftsmen shouldn't care about what happens to their weapons. They got their money, and that's what they wanted in the first place." Nick couldn't really argue with Reynolds. Logically speaking, Reynolds was right. However, Nick also thought that Manila was right. In the end, Nick just put his weapons on the roof of a building he wouldn't destroy. After that, he grabbed the weapons Reynolds had taken out. Heavy, Nick thought as soon as he lifted one of the greaves. Nick estimated that the greaves and gauntlets put together were nearly as heavy as all of his spears. Reynolds laughed loudly as he saw how difficult it was for Nick to put on the greaves and gauntlets. It was almost like this was the most hilarious thing in the world. When Nick was finally done, he stood in the middle of the arena like his feet had been glued there. Reynolds clapped in his hands with laughter. "What are you waiting for? Go," he shouted in amusement. Nick furrowed his brows and awkwardly waddled to one of the houses. It was 2 stories high and almost 10 meters long. It was a very average house, but to the current Nick, it seemed gigantic. He took a deep breath as he looked at the huge task in front of him. He had no idea where to start. "What are you daydreaming for?" "Go," Reynolds shouted. "I'm planning," Nick shouted back. "Nonsense," Reynolds shouted. "That's what others do, not us." Nick furrowed his brows and turned to Reynolds. "We are not like them," Reynolds said with an arrogant smirk. "Planning, strategizing, feinting, retreating, whatever. We don't do that. We use our fists and legs. Do you know what that means? Nick looked at Reynolds with uncertainty before shaking his head. It means we have more weapons than all of them, Reynolds shouted. Everyone else has 1 or 2 weapons. Big sword for both hands, 2 swords for both hands, big club, small clubs, big rifle, 2 pistols, throwing spears, rapiers, whips, whatever. They all only have 2 weapons at most. We have 4. As long as our enemy is within reach, they are helpless. We kick and punch and kick and punch and kick and punch and kick until there is nothing left of our enemy. We attack faster and faster until they can't defend themselves anymore. We don't think. We punch. We kick. We unleash all our aggression and stomp their lights out. We attack so fast that not even we know what kind of attack we will launch next. And if not even we can know that, how will our enemy? Reynolds laughed loudly. Nick wasn't usually someone who got pumped and excited, especially not in recent times. But the way Reynolds had shouted his sentences made even Nick's blood boil. Nick took a deep breath as his heart rate increased, and he looked at the house again. Go. Reynolds shouted again. Nick pulled his right arm back and swung it forward with all of his power. Bang. He hit the wall in front of him and created a massive dent in it. However, the wall hadn't broken down yet. The gauntlet was just way too heavy for Nick to swing properly. I need to change my dash. Don't stop. Go. Reynolds shouted, interrupting Nick's thoughts. Nick shook his head, gritted his teeth, and unleashed a kick. Bang. The wall in front of Nick got bent more until it caved in. Do it. Reynolds shouted with aggression. Fucking do it. Fuck this house. Destroy it. Nick gritted his teeth and punched again. Fuck it up. This asshole insulted your mother. Kill it. Reynolds shouted aggressively. Nick snorted. Reynolds sure was a character. Fuck it up. Kill the fucker. However, even though Nick found Reynolds' shouts to be a bit embarrassing and funny, he couldn't deny that they worked. Reynolds actually managed to get Nick's blood pumping. Nick continued kicking and punching the house in front of him. Things proceeded very well for a couple of minutes, but then Nick started to get exhausted. It was so exhausting to punch and kick something without any breaks with such heavy gauntlets and greaves. Me and all my homies hate this house. Destroy it, Reynolds shouted. However, Reynolds' shouts kept motivating Nick to continue punching and kicking. Rumble. Eventually, part of the second floor started to collapse. Nick wanted to jump back, but he felt something kick him into the house. It's fighting back. Fuck it up, Reynolds shouted while kicking Nick into the house. Nick became a bit panicked as the ceiling above him started to collapse. In his desperation, he performed a powerful punch that bent the heavy metal plate that was falling on him. Nick felt his entire body shake due to the impact. But it had worked. The plate was not falling on him anymore, but on the ground beside him. Yet that wasn't the end. More parts of the ceiling began to collapse. Fuck him up, Reynolds shouted like a violent beast. Nick clenched his fists and started to punch the ceiling again. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 133-02 Methods. All right, that's about enough, Reynolds said as he pulled Nick back by his shoulders. Nick's breathing had become extremely labored and heavy, but his eyes glared at the house with pure hatred and aggression. After a couple of seconds, Nick's body sagged, and his breathing became deeper. There we go, Reynolds said with a smirk as he let go of Nick, who fell onto his knees in exhaustion. You did good, Nick, Reynolds said with a laugh. You really fucked that house up. Nick slowly turned to look at the house. It was half collapsed. The front had completely collapsed, but the back was still at its original height. Nick had punched the house for half an hour, and this was the result. It had been extremely exhausting, but Nick got quite far. How's it feel? Reynolds asked, squatting beside Nick. Nick thought about it for a bit as he looked at the house. Good, he said. Reynolds laughed loudly. That's the way we like it, he shouted as he slapped Nick's back, who started to cough. Nick, Reynolds said with a quiet voice for his standards, we are not thinkers. We are not planners. Our power doesn't come from here, Reynolds said as he pointed at his head. It comes from here, he said as he hit his chest with his fist. Our brains might make us move smarter, but our feelings make us move faster. Someone that needs to get home to protect their family from a threat will run much faster than normal. Someone that's filled with hatred and anger will attack much faster and with more power than normal. Our weapons are the fastest, and the best way to take advantage of that is to make them even faster. Punch faster and faster until nobody can defend anymore. So what if an enemy sees our attack and blocks it? We just continued punching and kicking, and eventually their foresight won't be of help anymore. What good is their intelligence and perception when their bodies can't move fast enough to defend? Reynolds shouted with a loud laugh. Nick listened intently to Reynolds' words. The things Reynolds was teaching Nick were very different from what Manila was teaching him. Manila was very methodical and planning, while Reynolds went all out. One was the epitome of control, while the other was the epitome of chaos. "Break's over," Reynolds said with a smirk before shoving Nick forward. "Come on, fuck him up." Nick took a deep breath and cracked his neck. Then he ran straight into the building, violently. He had thrown all the caution to the wind and decided to just go crazy, doing whatever his body was telling him to do. "Come on, do it. Fucking do it. Just do it," Reynolds kept shouting. The house kept shaking under the impacts, and debris was falling from the house as Nick kept demolishing its insides. 20 minutes later, Reynolds pulled Nick out again. Nick nearly puked from exhaustion. Manila's training was also extremely exhausting, but that kind of exhaustion was different from this one. At the end of Manila's training, Nick felt like his body had been abused to its fullest extent, and it basically hurt everywhere. But here, Nick felt like he was about to lose consciousness and die. With Manila, it felt like Nick had exhausted his body. With Reynolds, it felt like Nick had exhausted his energy. Another difference was that Manila never gave Nick any breaks, while Reynolds forced Nick to take breaks several times. "Look at that beauty," Reynolds said with a smirk as he looked at the house. Nick also looked at the house. It had turned into rubble. It was just a small hill of broken metal. "That was me," Nick thought. "I did this." Nick still remembered how big and intimidating the house had been. It had been a huge structure made of metal. Now it had turned into manageable pieces of rubble. "Next, you gotta kick and punch the pieces so hard that they stick in the edge of the arena," Reynolds said as he pointed at the edges of the arena. When Reynolds had destroyed the first two houses, he had kicked the rubble to the side with so much power that it got stuck in the surrounding houses, essentially creating a makeshift wall. Nick realized that this would be very different from what he had done up until now. Destroying the house had required a continued explosion of power, but throwing and burying these things in the surrounding houses required short bursts of power. "Come on, get to it," Reynolds shouted as he shoved Nick forward. Nick took a deep breath and charged at the rubble. He immediately kicked one of the pieces with all of his power. Bang. Sadly, the plate hit the building with its flat side and slid down. Nick wanted to go forward and retrieve the plate. "Forget it," Reynolds shouted. "You're thinking too much. You only have to bury them in the houses. You don't have to throw from a distance. Just keep punching and kicking at the hill of rubble until it's gone, and when some pieces are still at the edge of the arena, just stomp them into the buildings like they're a shitty stamp. Come on. Faster. Stronger." Nick had already continued to attack the hill of rubble, and soon many different pieces of debris were essentially flying everywhere. Some of them were landing in the arena. Some of them hit a building and slid down. Some of them got buried in a building. Nick just kept punching and attacking the rubble. This time, there were no breaks. Nick's breaks were between kicking the debris. After all, he was now attacking many small pieces instead of one big piece. That required many small explosions of power instead of one big one. "Faster. Faster. Faster," Reynolds shouted. "Fucking do it. Fuck it up. Kick the fucker." Under Reynolds' constant shouts of motivation, Nick kept going at the hill of debris. He didn't even notice the time passing. Chapter 134, Men and Women. "And that's it," Reynolds shouted with laughter when he saw Nick punching the last piece of debris into a house wall. Since Nick hadn't managed to make the majority stick to the walls, he just punched and kicked the debris into the walls from melee range. As soon as Nick was done, he fell onto his back. He didn't lose consciousness, but he still felt like he couldn't stay on his feet. His entire body was burning and aching, and the heavy weapons Reynolds had given him felt like they had fused to Nick's body. For over 3 minutes, Nick couldn't even be bothered to think about anything. He was just too busy trying to survive and breathe. When Reynolds saw that Nick's eyes regained focus, he walked over and squatted down beside Nick, smirking at him. "Tough, isn't it?" Reynolds asked. Nick was so busy breathing heavily that he only nodded several seconds later. "Training as a Zephyx Extractor is different from training as a normal person, Nick," Reynolds said with a chuckle. "The more Zephyx we have, the quicker our regeneration becomes. As a peak newbie, you should be able to recover from something like this within 24 hours or so, which is just perfect for our training tomorrow. Nick breathed heavily. Is training like this very important? He asked through gasps. Reynolds nodded. Yep. Zephyx is our source of energy, and it also increases the power of our bodies. However, the increase is based on our fitness. For example, Manila is very fit and quite big, but her physical power can't compare to mine. Even though the inherent strength difference between sexes becomes less important the stronger we get, since the average density of female muscle increases to almost the same density as male muscles, men still tend to train their bodies with more fervor on average. Obviously, there are exceptions, but on average, that is still the case. Nick furrowed his brows. Are you sure? He asked, slowly sitting up. This doesn't seem like Manila. Maybe she just prioritizes flexibility and speed over pure strength due to her weapon. Reynolds laughed and shook his head a bit. That's an excuse and does not represent the truth. While it is true that an excessive amount of muscle can slow you down, that excessive amount of muscle must truly be excessive. Reynolds lifted his right arm and flexed it, showing his bulky muscles. The next moment, he relaxed it and moved it over his shoulder. His other arm also moved behind his back, but from below. After turning around, Nick saw what Reynolds was doing. Right now, Reynolds' two hands were holding each other behind his back, one coming from above and one coming from below. Almost all humans could do something like that, but for someone as muscular as Reynolds, this was special. Then, Reynolds did the splits, eliciting a shocked expression from Nick. Lastly, our weight barely increases as we grow more powerful, Reynolds said as he almost seemed to teleport into the distance. Even though I obviously weigh more than Manila, it's at the absolute most 100 kilos, and that's being extremely generous. Reynolds grinned. And what's 100 kilos for a veteran? Nick couldn't find a counter-argument. But then, why doesn't she train like that? Reynolds laughed loudly. Because she doesn't want to look like me, Reynolds shouted. Nick just looked at Reynolds for a while. That's it. That was the entire reason. It's understandable, though, Reynolds added. There are a couple of female extractors in Kugelblitz that have bodies very similar to mine, and damn, they're scary. If you were to see them, you would immediately think they are men, but the fact that they are women makes this so much scarier. Not in a negative sense, of course. It's just that being willing to sacrifice your outward appearance for power to this degree shows a terrifying amount of dedication and willpower. They are like iron soldiers, and you could tell their fanatic dedication to becoming stronger just from looking into their eyes. I mean, I want to become stronger as well, but damn, I can't compare to them. Reynolds laughed some more. I still want to live a little, you know? Nick furrowed his brows. It sounded believable, but he still wanted to ask Manila in a couple of days. Anyway, enough talking, Reynolds said. We are over. Over. Nick asked. We've been here for 3.5 hours, Reynolds said. Oh, Nick answered. Sorry. Nah, it's fine, Reynolds said with a dismissive wave. We're just going to rectify that tomorrow. Tomorrow, you deal with the second house in 2.5 hours. With your experience from today, this should be doable. Nick took a deep breath. Sure, he would definitely be faster tomorrow, but nearly an entire hour faster. That would be brutal. It would be just as brutal as today. Not surprising that you thought I would only hold out for 10 days or so, Nick said with a sigh. Reynolds laughed loudly. We're going to turn you into a bronze titan, Reynolds shouted as he slapped Nick's back. You still have a bit of growing ahead of you, and if you eat enough while training hard, you should be able to squeeze a couple more centimeters out of your body. Nick hadn't really thought about it before, but now he realized that he would enjoy being taller. Thank you, Reynolds, Nick said as he stood up. You taught me a lot today. No problem, boy, Reynolds shouted with a loud laugh. I'm going to make a man out of you. Nick also laughed and nodded. Anyway, gotta go. Work calls, Reynolds said with a wave before he jumped into the distance. See you tomorrow, Nick shouted after him. For a bit, Nick just watched Reynolds jumping into the distance. He was very impressed by Reynolds. He was outstanding in basically every department. If the thing with Hurwa and Pater hadn't happened, maybe I would have become someone like this in the future, Nick thought. But now, he could only sigh. Chapter 135 playing. Nick felt like his body was falling apart when he came home after eating 2 chickens. The exhaustion of his body was so insanely deep. As soon as he fell into his bed, he almost immediately fell asleep. Naturally, since he fell asleep very early, he also woke up very early. After Nick woke up, he still felt quite a couple of aches in his body, but they were far duller than yesterday. Since he woke up so Early, Nick decided to practice his punches and kicks without his weapons. Not wearing these heavy weapons and having his ability active made all the movements very different. It was almost like his legs and arms shot forward on their own. Sadly, Nick had to change locations rather quickly when he heard a couple of creaking noises coming from the floor of his room. While he wasn't hitting anything, the force he was applying to the ground while punching was still significant. Wait, didn't I build a place just for that yesterday? Nick thought. After looking at the clock, he realized that he still had 3 hours before he had to get breakfast and get to work. So Nick jumped towards the newly built arena. Since Nick hadn't taken any of his weapons with him, he moved insanely fast. However, he also felt a bit naked. After walking around with his weapons every day, not carrying some of them felt very strange. For the next 3 hours, Nick practiced several punches and kicks on one of the surrounding houses, but he made sure that he didn't touch the house that he was supposed to tear down this afternoon. Since Nick's power was now much stronger due to his ability being active, he did more damage to the house than yesterday, but surprisingly, not that much more. Weapons really make a difference, Nick thought. I'm 5 times stronger than yesterday, but I'm just twice as fast in destroying stuff. Nevertheless, Nick kept attacking the house as he tried out different ways of performing a punch. While Manila always explained in detail how Nick was supposed to do something, Reynolds didn't do that. Instead, Reynolds let Nick figure things out on his own. Maybe that's all I need, Nick thought. I mean, at some point, if I punch enough times, my punches will become very strong and fast. I guess it's less theory and more practice. Because of that, Nick decided to not think about how he was moving very much and just continued moving, but he still remained cautious that he didn't overexert himself for his training that afternoon. This was only practice, not actual training. Eventually, Nick got something to eat and entered Dark Dream. Good morning, Nick, Winter said from his office. Morning, Nick answered with a nod. How's Reynolds' training? Winter asked with a smirk. Exhausting, Nick immediately answered, but also very good. I presume you can deal with it? Winter asked. Nick nodded. I like his training. I wouldn't want to quit, even if you wanted me to. Good to hear, Winter said. After that, Nick worked with a dreamer and dealt with all of his duties, and before he knew it, it was time for his training with Reynolds. When Nick arrived at the arena, Reynolds was already waiting there. Ready for a new day in hell? Reynolds asked with a loud laugh. Yes, Nick shouted. Good, good, Reynolds shouted as he threw the 4 weapons from yesterday to Nick. Nick quickly switched into them and nodded at Reynolds with conviction. You ready? Reynolds asked. Nick nodded. Good, Reynolds said. Then Reynolds grabbed Nick, lifted him above his head, and threw him at the house he was supposed to tear down like a cannonball. Then get to it, Reynolds shouted with some aggression. Boom, boom. Nick shot through the house and came out on the other side. Right now, Nick's blood was already pumping, but not for the same reason as yesterday. What the fuck was the only thing Nick could think right now. He felt like his body was hurting all over, and he wasn't even sure if he had broken something or not. Did I just fly through the entire house? Nick thought. However, his thoughts were cut short when he hit the house behind that one, which stopped his flight. For a while, Nick just remained in the position he had landed in. Did that guy just throw me through a fucking house? Nick thought. Nick looked at the hole he left behind. He could see Reynolds through it, who just smirked victoriously. Come on, we don't have all day, Reynolds shouted. Nick shook his head a bit. At that moment, Nick felt a hand on his shoulder. Reynolds had already arrived beside him. Too slow. We gotta hurry up. We only got 2.5 hours today, Reynolds said quickly as he started to lift Nick again. Hey, hey, hey. Nick shouted rapidly as he began to flail. Here we go. Reynolds pulled Nick back with one hand. I bet I can also throw spears. Then he threw Nick at the house like he was a spear. Bang, bang, bang. Nick shot through the entire thing. This time, he had positioned his fists in a way that pointed at the building while also protecting his head. Nick felt his bones shake, but it didn't hurt nearly as much as the first throw. On top of that, Nick managed to somewhat change his alignment and managed to land on his feet and knees, sliding for a couple of meters. Luckily, the uniform of a Zephyx Extractor was extremely durable, and the skin and flesh on Nick's knees didn't get ground off. Nick's breathing had already quickened as his fight or flight instinct kicked in. This was actually dangerous. No time for thinking, Reynolds said as he grabbed Nick again. What are you doing? Nick shouted in a mix of fear and anger. Reynolds smiled brightly. Playing. Chapter 136, Recovery. For the next hour, Reynolds kept grabbing Nick and throwing him through the house. Naturally, the house collapsed quite quickly, but that didn't stop Reynolds. Instead of throwing Nick through the house, Reynolds simply threw him into the pile until he got stuck there. Nick kept asking what Reynolds was doing, and Reynolds kept answering with short answers like it was obvious what he was doing. Playing. Having fun. Aren't you supposed to train me? Nick asked one time before being thrown again. In response, Reynolds just laughed loudly. Am I not? No. Nick said when Reynolds pulled him out of the pile like a vegetable. We also gotta learn to defend, my boy. Reynolds shouted as he buried Nick in the debris again. Before you jump, you gotta learn how to fall, Reynolds said as he pulled Nick out again. Today, I'm the one having fun, Reynolds shouted with loud laughter. For once, he didn't immediately throw Nick into the pile again. You just have to learn to defend from what's coming. Nick gulped. After that, Reynolds changed his grip on Nick and held one of his ankles with his right arm. Hoo-ah! Nick shouted as Reynolds swung him around like a towel. Here goes, Reynolds shouted with a mad grin. Bang. Then he used Nick like a stick and hit the pile with him. A big part of the metallic debris exploded and scattered. At the same time, some blood also splashed around. Nick had protected his head with his forearms, but his forearms had received several cuts. That's no good, Reynolds shouted when he saw the blood. You gotta use your weapons to defend, not your naked body. Before Nick could think about how he was supposed to do that, Reynolds hit him into the pile again. More blood. Come on, Reynolds shouted. Bang. You gotta learn how to defend. Bang. Several bruises had appeared on Nick's arms by now, and he was in a lot of pain. However, Nick could deal with the pain. After all, in the sewers, the nightmare had put him through pain that was much, much worse. Additionally, the more often Reynolds swung Nick, the easier it became for Nick to defend. The way Reynolds swung Nick was almost identical every single time, and Nick had learned how to defend himself in this case. Good. Reynolds shouted with a laugh when he saw that Nick's injuries stopped increasing. So Reynolds turned Nick and grabbed one of his wrists instead. Bang. Nick's flat body hit the pile. At that moment, Nick's mind stopped working. The power of the hit had been so strong that Nick felt unable to breathe. It was like all of his organs tried to curl up. No time to relax, Reynolds shouted as he lifted Nick again. At this point, Nick just wanted to get out. The hits earlier were bad, but they just hurt. These ones, on the other hand, felt genuinely dangerous. Nick grabbed Reynolds' hand and tried to pull his own hand out. CRK. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Nick shouted as he let go of Reynolds. Just now, Reynolds had strengthened his grip, and Nick felt like his wrist was about to break in two. This is training, Nick. You can't run from training, Reynolds said with a smirk. Bang. Reynolds hit Nick into the pile again. This time, Nick managed to protect his torso by pulling his knees to his chest. His shins hurt a lot, but it was better than last time. Over the next couple of times, Nick became better and better at this until he even managed to directly land on his feet. Good job, Reynolds shouted with a grin. Next, Reynolds grabbed Nick at a seemingly random spot, jumped away from the pile, and threw him without any control at the pile. Nick's body was spinning uncontrollably through the air, and Nick felt himself hit the pile with his ass first. Once more, Nick started to receive injuries. Reynolds grabbed him at a different random spot and carelessly flung him at the pile again. Nick spun uncontrollably again. This happened several more times. But slowly, Nick learned to adapt. He managed to somewhat control the way his body was rotating in the air and how to tell where he currently was. Nick started to hit the pile with his arms and legs more and more. Until one moment. Bang. Nick hit the pile with the soles of his feet and stopped his momentum by kneeling down. Naturally, the force of the throw still pushed him in the pile quite a bit, but Nick had essentially stabilized his position. At this moment, Nick was very injured. Blood was coming out from all over his body, and if he hadn't known about his increased recovery rate due to his Zephyx, he would have already tried to stop the training out of fear. The pain was bad, but Nick's adrenaline did a great job suppressing it. Well done, Reynolds shouted before he grabbed Nick again. Then he just threw Nick in a random direction. He wasn't even aiming for the pile anymore. This time, Nick had to learn to land on flat ground and on vertical walls, but with his previous experience, he quickly got used to it. After that, Reynolds also randomly changed the angle at which he was throwing Nick. Sometimes, Nick flew almost perfectly straight into the air, and other times, he skidded across the floor like a pebble skipping across a river. Nick became better and better. Finally, Reynold wasn't even throwing Nick anymore. Now, Reynold was lightly punching and kicking Nick. These punches and kicks were not designed to injure him, but to throw and push him. Bang, bang, bang. In no time at all, Nick started to recover very quickly after every punch and kick, and he even managed to see Reynold coming before he actually grabbed his body. At that moment, Nick realized how much he had actually learned today. He was able to recover from such powerful punches and kicks so quickly. That was incredible. Chapter 137, First Week. Ha! Good, good. Reynold shouted with laughter as he clapped loudly. By now, Nick had stopped bleeding. Sure, there were plenty of dried clots of blood all over his body, but he was no longer actively bleeding from anywhere. That should about do it, Reynold shouted as he slowly approached Nick. Nick felt nervous when Reynold was approaching him, but he just kept telling himself that the training was over. After all, why else would Reynold slowly walk towards Nick like this? Nevertheless, after being thrown around for who knew how long, Nick still felt nervous. Since he now also had some time to calm down, Nick also looked around the arena. Sure enough, all the debris had been thrown into the border of the arena. The entire house had been destroyed and cleaned up. To think that Reynold did all of this by swinging me around, Nick thought. It was so bizarre. Nick had once thought about destroying a house, but he had never thought about being the tool of someone that destroyed said house. Reynold, you taught me so much today, Nick said with a sigh as he realized how stark the difference between the start of today's training and now was. In the beginning, Nick was getting injured by everything, but now he felt comfortable being thrown around in any imaginable way. If he were to fight someone more powerful than him, Nick would at least be able to recover from a powerful attack and continue running away. If Nick were attacked by someone much stronger, it would be over as soon as the enemy managed to throw Nick to the ground, but with his training, such a throw might even become an opportunity for Nick. After all, not everyone would expect Nick to suddenly flip in the air, which might result in them misjudging the trajectory of their target and crashing against a building or something. That was an extremely important skill to have. It's what I do, Reynold shouted with a loud laugh. Then, he turned to the arena and grandly gestured towards it. Also, our arena is finally done. Next week, we can truly start training. Next week? All right, Nick said, realizing that they only had 2 days of training this week. Manila had 4 days, and Reynold had 3 days, but this week, he only had 2 due to Julian having taken one of them. This meant that Nick would only see Reynold again in 5 days since he would spend the next 4 with Manila. How late is it? Nick asked. Reynold looked at something on his wrist. When Nick had first seen this thing, he had been awestruck. Clock for a wrist. He hadn't even known that was possible. We are about done. We cleaned the house in 2.5 hours, Reynold said with a grin. You threw me around for 2.5 hours? Nick asked. Reynold just laughed loudly. How else are you going to learn? You know, not everyone gets the opportunity to be flung around like this for hours on end. Nick couldn't disagree. Anyway, I'm looking forward to our 3 days next week, Reynold said. Nick nodded. Thanks again. No problem, my boy, Reynold said as he slapped Nick's shoulder again. The two of them gave their farewells and split up. Nick went to buy some food, and for the evening, he decided to focus on getting reacquainted with his spears in the training area that Manila had shown him. Nick's first week of training with his weapons was officially over, and he had learned a lot. Next day, he met Manila at the training ground again. After spending 2 days with Reynold, Manila didn't seem as big as before to Nick. Manila nodded when she saw Nick. Get warmed up. You know, how she ordered. Nick nodded, jumped down the building, and used his spears to get to the 5 spots in the training field. It took Nick just 7 minutes while carrying all 5 of his spears. When he arrived back on top of the building, Manila looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You move differently, she commented. I do. Nick repeated in surprise. How is he moving differently? It's like you're no longer afraid of stumbling or falling over, Manila explained. Oh yeah, Nick said with a nod. My other teacher taught me yesterday. Yesterday? Manila asked with furrowed brows. I don't think that's something that can be taught in just a single day. Who's your teacher? He's also a veteran from Kugelblitz, Nick said. Manila didn't show any reaction. It's a pretty big guy called Reynold. He's teaching me how to fight with my fist weapons, Nick said. A light appeared in Manila's eyes. Reynold, the loud one? Yes, the loud one, Nick answered with a chuckle. Manila nodded. How did he teach you? She asked, the suspicion in her voice replaced by curiosity. Nick scratched the back of his head. Reynold destroyed a house by throwing and swinging me. Manila furrowed her brows in confusion and skepticism. What did Nick mean by that? Nick explained what had happened in more detail, and eventually Manila could only accept that this was truly how Reynold had trained Nick. Although the more she thought about it, the more it started to make sense. In a way, it was like Nick was fighting with his life on the line against someone far more powerful than him for over 2 hours. After being thrown around that many times, even an idiot would learn how to avoid getting injured. It's good that Reynold is teaching you, Manila said. He's one of the vice team leaders for us veterans. You know that? Nick blinked a couple of times in surprise. No, I don't. Well, Manila said, we have around 40 veterans in Kugelblitz, which are split into 4 teams with 10 members each. One of the 10 members of each team is a team leader, and every team leader has 2 vice team leaders. So to break it down, there is 1 team leader, 2 vice team leaders, and 7 normal veterans in every team of veterans in Kugelblitz. And Reynold is one of them. This means that Reynold is outstanding even for the standards of Kugelblitz. Nick thought. What about you? Nick asked. Chapter 138 OA Job. I'm just a normal member, Manila said. Oh, Nick answered. Is that surprising to you? She asked. Oh, no. Sorry if it came across like I was disappointed, Nick said hastily. It didn't, Manila added emotionlessly. I was simply asking a question. Okay, Nick said. He didn't say anything for 3 seconds. Well, I was a bit surprised, Nick said. You seem like someone who knows how to take charge of a situation. Manila glanced at Nick. I can see how I can give off that impression. In fact, I used to be a team leader in Ghosty's lab before I switched to Kugelblitz. You were in Ghosty's lab before? Nick asked in surprise. Manila nodded. Over half of the staff come from other manufacturers. Kugelblitz rarely hires newbies and John since everyone else wants to join us anyways. Nick nodded. That makes sense. Manila didn't answer. Hey, Manila, Nick asked. Manila looked at Nick. Do you want to be a team leader again? Manila snorted. No. This surprised Nick. Why not? It's not as cracked up as it seems to be, she said. In a big corporation, power and hierarchy work very differently. You can probably just tell Winter that you want an extractor removed, and they get fired. That's not how it works in big corporations. If an extractor makes trouble, I have to file several complaints with upper management, who will then tell me to handle the issue. When I show that it hasn't improved, they will talk a bit with the extractor, which might make things even worse since the extractor will now hate me even more than before. After several times of this exact thing, I can finally get rid of the person that's made trouble in my team for so long. The power from both sides looks very different. Employees believe that their superior is completely in control at all times, and that they almost can't resist. Meanwhile, the superior almost feels like the employee is in control. If an employee is rude to me, the only thing I can do to them is reprimand them, and if that doesn't work, I need to put in a lot of effort to convince upper management to reprimand them. However, if I am rude to an employee, upper management will immediately pull me out and tear into me and tell me that I can't possibly talk like that to my team, even if they were rude first. Additionally, whenever I give an order, there is nothing I can do really if they just say no. What if they say no? If I give the order again, they will just say no again. I also can't attack them or force them. In the end, I have to talk to my superior and get them to do something about it, which might take several days or weeks. And on top of that, they will believe that I am the incompetent one because I can't control my team. Nick just listened to Manila's rant in stunned silence. Being a team leader is filled with stress and annoyance, which is why I'm not interested in that position anymore, Manila said. What about becoming an expert? Nick asked. Wouldn't becoming a team leader give you some sort of advantage? Who says I want to be an expert? Manila asked. Now, this took Nick by surprise. You don't. I'm already in enough danger by working with the adult Specters. I finally managed to work with them without being in too much danger, and I'm not about to go through the same thing again with elders. Is it that bad? Nick asked. Nick, Manila said. What is a Zephyx Extractor? Nick blinked a couple of times. I'm not sure, he said. It's not a philosophical question, Manila said. It's a job, she added. A Zephyx Extractor is a job? Why do you do a job, she asked. Money, Nick answered with a question. Correct, money, Manila said, evenly looking at Nick. If none of us were getting paid, almost nobody would show up to work. That's the undeniable truth. We do work so that we can live. We don't live so that we can work, Manila said. I'm earning more than enough. I'm strong enough. I am secure enough. I have enough free time. Why would I sacrifice all of my security and free time for more money and strength? My goal is not to become the strongest person in the world. My goal is to lead a happy life. Work is work. Life is life. That's it, Manila explained. Nick understood what Manila was saying, but in a way, it felt strange. Yes, being a Zephyx Extractor is a job, but it also allowed someone to unlock incredible powers. Wasn't Manila interested in being able to do things that she could only dream of right now? Didn't she want to become stronger? Nick also remembered what Reynolds had said about Manila. He had said that Manila wasn't interested in training as much as Reynolds due to her appearance. Back then, Nick hadn't fully believed Reynolds, but now he did. Right? If Manila only viewed this as a job, why would she sacrifice her appearance for it? Nick knew that this was Manila's choice and her opinion, but it just felt so strange to him. You don't want to become more powerful, he asked. Of course I do, Manila answered. But in this world, power comes with responsibility and work. The experts dedicate their entire life to work, and half of them don't even have a partner. That's not a life I want to live. While I'm interested in becoming more powerful, I'm not willing to put in the time and work required to become more powerful. Becoming stronger just isn't as attractive as it used to be. Manila looked at the horizon. Many people dream of becoming the most powerful in this world. However, being the most powerful probably also means being the busiest. And that's not something that is appealing to me. Chapter 139, 3 months. After talking a bit more, Manila said that they had wasted enough time and that they would start training immediately. For the next 4 days, Manila kept instructing Nick on how to throw his spears while also constantly refreshing the basics he had already learned. After that, Nick had 3 days of training with Reynolds. During these 3 days, Reynolds kept charging at Nick, trying to hit him. Reynolds wanted Nick to get acquainted with making quick and correct decisions in a stressful and hectic situation. Since Nick was using fist weapons, he needed to be the fastest person in a close combat fight, which also meant making the quickest decisions. In essence, Reynolds was shoving all kinds of movements into Nick's subconscious. The more familiar movements became, the quicker they could be performed. Sadly, something like this would take a long time. Then, it was time for Nick's training with Manila again. Back and forth. Back and forth. While Nick was training with his weapons, Jenny and Trevor were also training in their weapons. Jenny had found a good teacher for her long-distance rifle, an experienced guard team working for Gemini. While the guard team didn't have a single Zephyx Extractor, their tactics, teamwork, and mastery over weapons made them dangerous to even veterans. Jenny's teacher was the sniper of this team, and he wielded an incredibly expensive and powerful rifle that could be loaded with Zephyx-based ammunition and even use Zephyx as a source of power. The rifle cost over 3 million credits, and it was the only thing that allowed the guard team to threaten a veteran. Firing such a rifle cost over 50,000 credits per shot, and if the appropriate fortifications were not in place, the recoil would even break several bones of the sniper. So even though he was not a Zephyx Extractor, the gunner was still extremely experienced and more than good enough to teach Jenny. Meanwhile, Trevor found a sort of club for convertible spear users. Trevor had a spear with a retractable shaft, which meant that the spear could also be used as a dagger. Such a weapon was officially called a convertible spear. Only very few people were using convertible spears, which was why this club was formed. It basically included over half of all the people who used this kind of weapon, and the strongest person in the club was an expert. The expert instructed the 2 veterans, and the 2 veterans instructed all of the Johns. Any newbies got instructed by different Johns. Membership for this club was rather cheap, but it came with the duty to instruct one's juniors. Nevertheless, Trevor was also making amazing strides in learning how to wield his weapon. The members of Dark Dream were becoming more powerful. As several weeks passed, the 3 extractors also began to change. Jenny and Trevor had already become peak newbies, just like Nick. Since Jenny's training was mostly focused on stealth, running away, aiming, and shooting, she became a bit more muscular, but not in a very noticeable way. Although many men on the streets kept turning their heads when she passed by them. Jenny had also cut off the bangs that went down the right side of her head. These bangs had often gotten in her way while she was trying to look through the sight of her rifle. In the end, she decided to remove the bangs on her right while keeping the ones on her left, giving her an asymmetrical but striking appearance. Meanwhile, Trevor was becoming more muscular, but also not by much. Trevor had already been quite fit before joining Dark Dream. On top of that, Trevor actively avoided becoming too muscular. After all, he was supposed to be Winter's undercover agent, which meant that he had to fit in with strangers. He had to be charming and handsome, not intimidating. But the biggest change was Nick. Reynolds was going hard on Nick. Every week, Reynolds got another brilliant idea, and Nick left every day with either heavy injuries or an absolutely exhausted body. Sometimes even both. But the hard work was showing results. Since Nick could train to death every single day due to his recovery, the growth of Nick's muscles was unparalleled. While Nick had always been quite fit, he had never looked like an actual warrior. But now he did. Nick wasn't as muscular as Reynolds, but he was getting there. When he flexed one of his arms, one could already see all the different muscles in quite a bit of detail. Additionally, Nick's back and legs had also become much bigger since he was carrying his extremely heavy weapons every single day. Another good thing was that Nick was growing, which improved his power even more. About 6 months had passed since the founding of Dark Dream, and Nick had grown by about 5 centimeters, which put him at 178 centimeters. From the looks of things, Nick was having a growth spurt, and it was probably also his last one. So he was doing his best and kept training and eating a lot to extend his growth spurt. Reaching a height of 190 centimeters was impossible, but reaching one of 185 centimeters should still be possible. After 3 months of training, Jenny, Trevor, and Nick became very confident in their power. One night, Dark Dream held a secret meeting, and Winter told Trevor and Jenny about the spy that was spying on Dark Dream every few nights or so. Then, Winter told them what his plan was. The next time a spy showed up, Nick would kill him, which would provoke Cycle Artem's company. That meant that working would become many times more dangerous, and that every employee would become a target. While it was illegal to kill a Zephyx Extractor, nobody really investigated these things unless they happened in the middle of the day in the middle of the street. Surprisingly, Jenny and Trevor had no complaints. Dark Dream had taken them out of the Dregs, and they were willing to do anything for it. Chapter 140, Waiting. For the next couple of days, Nick went to sleep directly after training and stood up deep in the night. Then, for the first couple of hours after waking up, Nick waited on top of a neighboring building while watching Dark Dream's warehouse. It was finally time. Wars and conflicts between manufacturers could happen for any reason. Sometimes it was as major as an assassination, but other times it was simply because one extractor looked at another one with shifty eyes. But most of the time, it was simply small things that spiraled out of control. In a certain way, there was no enmity between Cycle and Dark Dream. Both of them were just working on their Specters. It was just that Artem had acted like an asshole towards Winter, but to be fair, Winter acted like an asshole back. And then came the entire spy business. Under normal circumstances, something like this would be easily resolved by confronting the other manufacturer and demanding payment from them. The other manufacturer would apologize deeply, say that this was an order given by a rogue manager, and pull all members back. Of course, that was a lie, but that didn't matter. In the political game, only the surface counted. As long as there was no concrete proof, the public wouldn't be happy with seeing one manufacturer attacking another. Additionally, when it came to big manufacturers with over 100 employees, it was also important that everyone perceived themselves to be fighting a defensive war. The other company was the one antagonizing and attacking them. They were just defending themselves. But if a manufacturer ordered their extractors to attack someone they perceived to be innocent, things could become very troublesome. One had to remember that these were companies, not countries. These were employees, not soldiers. If a manufacturer decided to act like a tyrant that attacked any other manufacturer just for existing, many of their extractors would quit and join another manufacturer. Because of that, it was important to show proof that going against another manufacturer was justified. In a way, this also counted for Dark Dream. If Winter just randomly ordered Jenny to assassinate the wife of some extractor, things would become very troublesome. Maybe Jenny would even run to the wife and tell her everything. After that, the other company would take her with them. Winter would demand them to hand her over while denying everything, but they would keep protecting Jenny and making her one of their employees. Giving assassination orders was always very risky without being able to provide a very compelling reason. Luckily, Dark Dream had their reason. All 3 extractors had seen how much of an asshole Artem was, which was already more than enough for them. Then that entire thing with Pater appeared, and now there was even another spy. Winter didn't need to fear his employees abandoning ship. They were all unified against Cycle. But what about Cycle? They had 6 newbies and 2 Johns, including Artem, and only Artem had ever come into direct contact with Dark Dream. Their spy had also seen Dark Dream, but they had not come into contact with him. The remaining 6 employees had never seen anyone from Dark Dream. What if a war suddenly broke out between these 2 manufacturers? Well, without a good reason, Artem's employees wouldn't feel great risking their lives fighting some random people they had never heard of. This meant that Artem would need some time to prepare a good lie to get their people to follow him into war. If he didn't have one, some of his employees might transfer to Dark Dream. From what Winter said, Artem probably doesn't expect his spy to die, Nick thought as he watched the ceiling of Dark Dream from a neighboring house. Artem is too arrogant and thinks he has everything under control. However, Nick was still a bit skeptical. After all, while Winter was extremely intelligent, he could also be wrong sometimes. What if Artem just acted like a dumbass to fool Winter into lowering his guard? For now, it doesn't matter. Winter is the CEO, and I just have to trust in him. I just have to wait for the spy to appear. The spy had been coming fewer and fewer times. They were probably cautious due to the guards that Winter had hired. I wonder what they are even looking for, Nick thought. I don't see what Artem would gain from looking into our warehouse after so long. I mean, I get it in the beginning since he probably just wanted to know what it looked like. But what's the point of keeping watch? He's seen everything already, Nick thought as he scratched the back of his head. Is there a different reason for sending the spy? What if they are actually not a spy? I mean, I've never seen them. I just feel their presence from time to time. Nick kept thinking about that for a while, but in the end, he just shrugged. It's Winter's problem, not mine. I just need to deal with the spy. A couple hours passed. Nick was extremely bored. Oh, Nick thought as his body stiffened. Nick just saw something white silently landing on the roof of Dark Dream. It was shortly before 5 a.m. at this moment, which was when the shift of the guards changed. One could say it was the perfect opportunity for someone to do something. Nick took out a pair of binoculars that Winter had given him and looked at the white thing on top of Dark Dream. Someone wearing a white cloak, Nick thought. The person on top of Dark Dream wore a white cloak that made it difficult to see them under the constant light of the sun. Then Nick saw the person fidgeting around with something, but he couldn't see exactly what it was due to the huge cloak. Well, whatever it is, it can't be good. Nick took a deep breath. He didn't look forward to it. Chapter 141, Investigation. The building Nick was on was quite a bit higher than Dark Dream, which made it quite easy for Nick to see the person in the white cloak, but difficult the other way around. At this moment, the person on top of Dark Dream was taking out a white bottle with some green stuff in it, and they were slowly and silently opening it. Then they moved closer to one of the holes, which was above one of the spots where the next shift of guards would stand. Now, they only needed to crack, bang. The person suddenly heard a huge crack appear behind them before hearing the loud sound of something heavy hitting something below them. With shocked eyes, the person saw the guards inside Dark Dream looking at the ceiling of the Dreamer's containment unit. At this moment, the person looked with shocked eyes at the red mark on top of the containment unit. It almost looked like something had once been there, but the person didn't remember anything being there. That was when they noticed the guards pointing at one of the walls inside Dark Dream. There was a silver spear with big red streaks stuck in the wall. The spy had no idea what was going on, but their heart rate shot up. I have to go, they thought urgently as they stood up. What? A female voice spoke as the person felt like their legs were not listening to them anymore. At the same time, they suddenly started to feel a terrifyingly sharp pain arriving. My back, the person thought in terror. Splash. At that moment, a long piece from an intestine landed in the middle of Dark Dream. That was when the person realized what had happened. Their body bent to the side, and they looked at their abdomen. It was like they had entered a nightmare. There was a huge hole in their abdomen. That spear. Wait, had that spear caused that hole? Then the person remembered that the chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream was always walking around with some spears. And that spear with the red streaks looked exactly like one of his spears. Except for the red streaks. They were new. A couple of seconds ago, Nick had thrown the spear at the person. He wanted to nail them to the ceiling of Dark Dream, but he had overestimated the ceiling's durability. In the end, his spear shot through the person's body, bounced off the Dreamer's containment unit, and got stuck in the walls. Hard, the person shouted, but they couldn't finish their words since they suddenly started coughing. At the same time, they looked around to search for the attacker. Bang. And then their nose vanished after a streak of silver entered the person's face where their nose had just been. The person quickly started to convulse. The roof behind them had several pieces of brain matter scattered across it. A silver and red spear was stuck in the walls of a higher building behind them. From a distance, Nick took a deep breath and sighed as he watched the person in white convulsing violently on the roof of Dark Dream. The next moment, the guards started to run out of Dark Dream as they climbed the side of the building to get to whoever was on the roof. "It's just me," Nick shouted from the higher building. The guards looked over and spotted Nick in surprise. "What's going on?" one of them asked with a shout. "I'll explain later," Nick answered. "The spear came from me. The danger has been dealt with." The guards looked at each other. After some seconds, they nodded. "Okay, we're going inside," one of them shouted. Then the guards went back into Dark Dream. Meanwhile, Nick leaped off the building and went to retrieve the spear that was stuck in the wall behind the person. "I can get the other one later. It's inside Dark Dream anyway," Nick thought as he walked over to the person lying on the roof. By now, their convulsing had lost a lot of power. There was a big hole going through the spot below their sternum and one going through the spot where their nose had been. The spears had done a lot of damage. When Nick saw the effects of his spears from such a close range, he sighed. Nick was used to seeing the people he killed with broken necks. Seeing them with these holes almost made it feel like it hadn't been Nick who had killed them. It was so different. It was so distant. Nick ripped the white cloak off the person and looked at them. Sure enough, she's from Cycle, Nick thought as he saw the standard Zephyx Extractor uniform with the emblem of Cycle on the corpse. The person in front of Nick was a woman with turquoise hair and blue eyes. Her eyelashes were long, and she was quite slim. Nick sighed again. She looks like a nice person, he thought. After that, Nick looked at the glass jar that the woman had dropped. The green stuff inside the glass jar had partially spilled out, and Nick carefully put the green stuff back into the glass jar while making sure that he didn't touch any of it with his bare hands. After putting the lid back onto the glass jar, Nick carefully put it to the side while continuing to inspect the corpse. A couple of credits. A banking card. Some random personal belongings. Oh. Nick thought as he saw 3 small and black balls. Those look unusual. Probably some kind of weapon. Nick carefully put those to the side as well and continued inspecting the corpse. Sadly, that was everything that seemed relevant or suspicious. Nick could only sigh. Of course, people only have written orders and such stuff on them in stories. After looking through everything, Nick grabbed the corpse and moved it into the building. He would wait for winter. Chapter 142, Green Powder. Just when Nick was retrieving his second spear from the wall, the door to the Dreamer's containment unit opened, and Trevor walked out. Nick blinked a couple of times in surprise. Usually, Trevor didn't wake up on his own. "Does anyone know what's going on?" Trevor asked with a shout as he searched for the guards. Then he found Nick. "Oh, Nick, you're here already?" he asked. Nick nodded as he put the bloody spear onto his back. The next moment, Trevor noticed the corpse in the middle of the warehouse. When Trevor saw the face of the corpse, he flinched. That hole in the middle looked brutal. It was like a huge object had shot through it at incredible speeds, which was probably what happened. Trevor quickly realized that it had probably been one of Nick's spears, which shocked him quite a bit. Trevor was not dumb, and he could tell how much force something like a spear needed to shoot through an extractor's skull like it was paper. He knew that he could deal a lot of damage with his own convertible spear, but he couldn't do something like that. His opponents were made of actual matter, while the holes looked like the spear didn't distinguish between an extractor's body and air. How much power could Nick unleash? That's probably due to his ability, Trevor thought. Trevor and Jenny still didn't know what kind of ability Nick had, which meant that they could only guess. At least now, they knew that Nick's ability was useful for direct combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to unleash so much power. "What happened?" Nick asked as he jumped down from one of the scaffoldings. "That's what I wanted to ask," Trevor answered. "I suddenly woke up and found the Dreamer in the corner of the containment unit, looking at the ceiling. I found the spy and threw my spear at her," Nick said. The spear passed through her and bounced off the Dreamer's containment unit. It probably got startled by the loud sound. "Okay," Trevor said, looking at the corpse. "Should I go back in?" "No, it's okay," Nick said. "You can go home earlier today." Trevor nodded. "Sure. Please tell me if anything comes of this, okay?" "Of course," Nick said with a nod. "Then have fun at work," Trevor said before throwing another glance at the corpse and leaving. Thanks, Nick answered absent-mindedly. A moment later, Nick opened the door to the Dreamer's containment unit but didn't enter. In the corner of the room, the Dreamer just looked at Nick with its dead eyes. I accidentally hit your room with this spear, Nick said, showing the bloody spear. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll come to you in a couple of hours, okay? The Dreamer just looked at Nick. It didn't answer. Of course, Nick said before closing the door again. Then, Nick leaned on one of the walls and waited for Winter. Excuse me, Nick? Nick looked over as two of the guards approached. The third one was keeping a lookout from above. Nick uttered. What happened? The guard asked. That's a spy, Nick said, pointing at the corpse. She was on the roof, fidgeting with this glass jar above one of your guys' locations. The two guards took deep breaths. This meant that they had been the targets of something. May I take a look? One of the guards asked as he took out a small box. Sure, Nick answered with a shrug. Next, the guard opened the small box, revealing several small bottles and vials. Nick watched with raised eyebrows as the guard very carefully removed some of the green stuff in the glass jar and put it into one of the vials. While the first guard was performing some tests on the green stuff, the other guard looked at the 3 black balls beside the corpse. Nick gestured that the guard could take a look, and the guard inspected one of the black balls. Nick, I know what this is, the second guard said. Oh, what is it? Nick asked, approaching the guard with the black balls. The guard showed Nick a small engraving on the black ball, a sigil of a cute ghost. It's a weapon produced by Ghosty's lab, the guard said. What kind of weapon? Nick asked. A smoke bomb, the guard said. It has no offensive purpose and is almost exclusively used to flee from a battle. One of them is about 5,000 credits. Nick furrowed his brows and nodded. It made sense that a spy would have something like that. Maybe I should get a couple of these, Nick thought. Thanks, Nick said. The guard nodded and put the black balls back to the side. The second guard went back to his post while the first one continued experimenting with the green powder. Nick just waited. Eventually, Nick saw the entrance to Dark Dream open, and Winter walked in. When Winter saw the corpse, he raised an eyebrow. I presume that's the one, he asked. Nick nodded. Yep. She landed on our roof and was sprinkling that green stuff into the warehouse. Or at least she wanted to. She didn't have the opportunity. Winter nodded as he approached the corpse. When he saw the corpse's face, his eyes didn't show any reaction. They just remained cold. Sir, the guard experimenting on the green stuff spoke politely in greeting. Winter nodded. You're analyzing the green powder, he asked as he scratched his chin. His furrowed brows showed that he was confused or skeptical about something. Yes, sir. I'm nearly done. I am basically already certain what it is, but I want to rule out all other possibilities, the guard said. I also am pretty sure about what it is, Winter said. Oh, you know what it is? Nick asked. Winter nodded but didn't say anything. The two of them waited for the guard's analysis to finish. The guard stood up and put his little box away. I'm almost certain that this is some sort of healing powder. Nick's eyebrows shot up. At the side, Winter nodded. That's what I suspected. This confused Nick a lot. Healing powder. Why? Why would the spy sprinkle that into Dark Dream? What does that mean? Nick asked. Winter took a deep breath through his nose. He didn't seem happy at all. It means that Artem got us. Chapter 143, A Meeting. Books, reports, and several different kinds of office supplies lay on a table in the middle of quite a sizable meeting room. The table was big and was able to accommodate around 20 people. Just like with any other building in the outer city, the walls were made of shiny metal, but the metal this building was made of was even stronger than normal. It was made of actual steel. No normal person could possibly break one of the walls down without using extremely powerful tools. Inside the biggest meeting room of the building, 7 people sat around the huge table. 2 young women sat on one side of the table. One of them had brown hair and chatted animatedly with a girl beside her. There were 2 pistols adorning her waist, and she wore the standard uniform for a Zephyx Extractor. The emblem on the uniform was an arrow going in a circle. This was Cycle's emblem. Beside the young woman with the gun sat a taller woman who looked about 10 years older, but was, in fact, only around 4 years older. This woman had a bald head and had quite big arms. On her back was a massive staff made of pure steel with one massive round ball at each end of the staff. While the young woman was talking animatedly to the older one just listened like she didn't care. But that didn't mean that she actually didn't care. In fact, those two were best friends. Just like the younger one, the older one wore the standard uniform for Zephyx Extractors. It was obvious who these two were. Those two were newbies from Cycle. Besides the bigger woman sat a short and slender man with black hair and sharp eyebrows. The man didn't talk with anyone else on the table and just waited. There was no weapon visible on him, and he wore the same uniform as the former two extractors, signifying that he also was a newbie belonging to Cycle. At the other side of the table was a young man with red hair who was moving back and forth on his chair to keep it balanced on its two back legs. The guy put his knees on the edge of the table, but didn't dare to put his legs on it due to the presence of more powerful people than him. There was also no visible weapon on him, and he wore the same uniform as the others, showing that he was a newbie belonging to Cycle. Besides the red-headed guy was another man. This one looked to be in his young 30s, and he had long and rough brown hair. On top of that, he was over 190 centimeters tall with quite a bit of muscle, creating quite an intimidating presence. On his back was a long sword, and just like the others, this one also wore the uniform of a newbie belonging to Cycle. However, the way everyone was acting around him showed that he had a slightly higher position than the other newbies since they avoided looking at him without a good reason. The last person in the room was the one at the head of the table. He was a tall and very fat man with an eye patch. The guy probably weighed over 200 kilos, which was quite unusual for Zephyx Extractors. After all, extractors tended to do a lot of manual labor and fighting, which kept their bodies healthy and athletic. Of course, there were also people who looked fat but were actually healthy and athletic, but this guy did not belong to those. In a way, his round shape made him look a bit like a panda, and his eye patch made him look a bit like a pirate. A panda that was also a pirate sure was an interesting mental image. On the panda man's back was a long rifle that had several attachments on it. The panda man was looking at the people in the meeting room, and everyone looked back. Compared to the others, the panda man had two interlocking arrows on him. This signified that he was a level 2 extractor. John? Are we waiting for the boss? The big and serious man with the long sword asked the panda man. The panda man nodded with a polite smile. He should be here soon. He was the one that called in the meeting. What's this even about? The red-haired man asked with annoyance as his chair tilted back and forth. I want to get back to work. Jonathan, the panda man said, this is more important than working right now. Also, you're getting paid by the hour. So it doesn't matter whether you are working or not right now since you're still getting paid. The red-haired man, Jonathan, just rolled his eyes, shrugged, and went back to tilting on his chair. By the way, where's Sarah? The young woman with the pistols and the brown hair asked the panda man. She's not coming to this meeting, Kiera, the panda man said. Kiera, the young woman with the pistols, raised an eyebrow. Why not? The panda man sighed. We'll talk about it later. Is all of this related to Sarah? The bald woman asked with a serious voice. Let's all just take a step back, the panda man said with his arms raised like someone was about to attack him. The meeting has not even started. Just calm down and wait for the boss. The two women looked with skepticism at the panda man. Surprisingly, they looked at the panda man with less respect than when they were looking at the serious and tall man with the long sword on his back. The fact that the panda man was the chief Zephyx extractor of Cycle, and therefore their boss, didn't make a difference. The black-haired man remained silent and waited with his eyes closed. The two women continued talking in whispers, but it was mostly the younger one who talked while the older one listened. Finally, a couple minutes later, the doors opened, and Artem walked in. Chapter 144, Sarah's Death. As Artem entered the meeting room, everyone else stopped what they were doing and sat in their chairs silently. The strong reaction of the room showed the deep respect everyone held for Artem. Artem looked at everyone and nodded once with a serious expression, which was unusual since Artem was mostly rather casual with everyone. While Artem was sitting down, everyone showed different reactions. The young woman looked worried. The older woman and the tall man furrowed their brows. The red-haired man and the black-haired man showed interest. The panda man sighed. After sitting down, Artem sighed. As some of you know, I have a younger brother called Winter, Artem started. Some of the people nodded. Just like me, he's currently going through that entire potential heir thing, but compared to me, he's having more issues. Artem sighed again. I always doted on him, but his towering pride made it impossible for him to accept even a little bit of help from me. Some of the present people frowned. They thought that Artem was talking too nicely about his brother. Many of them had talked to Artem about his brother in the past, and while Artem always tried his best not to talk badly about him, he always hesitated when it came to talking about his brother's bad aspects. Obviously, Artem was simply too nice to say anything bad about his little brother, even though it seemed more than appropriate. Artem released a bitter chuckle. I noticed that he wasn't very careful with his extractors recently. His extractors showed signs of constantly being tired and disoriented. Obviously, that's because of their main Specter, the Dreamer. I think their chief Zephyx Extractor is telling his employees to use their working time with the Dreamer as their resting period. After all, they are sleeping, right? Why would they still need to sleep after sleeping in front of the Dreamer for so long? Artem said with a sigh. The others didn't show any reactions, but the change in the atmosphere showed everyone's opinion. It was idiotic. Working with a Spectre could and should never be viewed as resting time. But due to my brother's very healthy self-confidence, I doubt that he would have accepted any of my advice. Artem sighed once again, which was why I made a very foolish and selfish decision. The two women looked at Artem with sympathy. Artem was always so hard on himself. I thought I could help my little brother's employees by sprinkling some restoration dust into their company in secret. This increased the curiosity of everyone present. That was an unusual course of action, but it would work. And it also wouldn't tarnish Winter's image in front of his employees. Sure, it was unusual, but it was also effective. Artem took a shaky breath. I had Sarah take care of that, he said. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room tensed up several degrees. The present people were not naive children. They could see what was coming, and they did not look forward to it at all. Tell me, she's still alive? Kiera, the young woman, shouted with nervousness and anger as she jumped up from her chair. A moment later, the older woman pulled Kiera back into her chair, but her expression showed a tremendous amount of suppressed rage. The panda man looked to the side. The huge man's brows furrowed. Jonathan's brows rose in surprise. Everyone was looking at Artem intensely. Several seconds of silence passed. Sarah didn't report back. Artem quietly spoke. She was supposed to report to me yesterday morning. Her husband said that she didn't come home. I can only assume that she is no longer with us. Silence. Stunned silence. Sarah? Dead? Sarah's image shot through everyone's mind. She had always been smiling. She had always been the happiest and friendliest member of Cycle. She had always taught two of the present people about how to work with Cycle Specters. While she had only been a normal employee like everyone else, she had somehow always been at the center talking to everyone. Due to her ideology, she had even refused to train in any offensive weapon, and she had only trained in stealth and running away. And someone as kind as she had been killed. How? Why? This was unfair. This was so unfair. Who was it? The man with black hair asked emotionlessly. Artem looked at the young man. The young man looked back. For just a moment, the two of them looked at each other. I can't be entirely sure, Artem said, but I assume it was one of Dark Dream's 3 Zephyx Extractors. Most likely their chief Zephyx Extractor. Artem furrowed his brows and gazed at the table. He has been seen carrying corpses into Dark Dream several times already. The image of a cold, ruthless, and cruel man holding Sarah by her throat appeared in everyone's minds. The rage and hatred in the atmosphere intensified. How are we going to get justice for Sarah? The bald woman asked with suppressed rage. Bang. A part of the huge table broke due to Jonathan hitting it with his fist. Justice. Jonathan shouted in absolute rage. Revenge. How do we get revenge for her? Jonathan corrected. The bald woman looked at Jonathan. Those two rarely saw eye to eye, but that didn't matter right now. Revenge, then, she echoed. Everyone turned to look at Artem. Artem had a troubled expression on his face. We don't know whether or not it truly was one of Winter's employees, he said. For now, I just need your cooperation and help. If this situation is not handled correctly, this might turn into an actual war, which would mean even more deaths for us. We can't make any hasty decisions, Artem explained. I doubt it, the huge man said with a neutral voice. They have 3 newbies. We have 6-5 newbies and 2 jaunts. They won't dare to start a war with us. Artem looked at the huge man for a while. Maybe you're right, he said, but I still need all of your cooperation. I want to hold a meeting with Winter to address this issue, but I want it to be public between our companies. Because of that, I would like to ask a couple of you to accompany me to the meeting. Chapter 145, Brothers Meet. 5 people were walking through the streets of the outer city. All the citizens that saw them stepped to the side in awe. 5 Zephyx Extractors. In front of the group was the Panda Man. Behind him was the huge man with the long sword, the bald woman with the big staff, and the young woman with the 2 guns. Behind the 3 of them was Artem. In this position, the five of them walked through the outer city. Today would be the official meeting between Dark Dream and Cycle. In order to minimize the risk of one party suddenly attacking the other, the meeting was to be held in a restaurant near the busiest street of the outer city. After a while of walking, the five of them arrived at the restaurant and sat down at their assigned table. They had reserved the biggest table in the restaurant, and all five of them sat on one side. Artem was in the center, with the Panda Man beside him. The other extractors sat beside them. The rage from the meeting from 2 days ago had not vanished. Instead, it had only turned into cold determination. Artem looked troubled and serious. The Panda Man looked troubled. The huge man and the bald woman looked serious. The young woman looked like she was suppressing a mountain of rage. None of them said anything as they waited. For over 10 minutes, they waited, their anger only increasing. The meeting was supposed to be held at 10 a.m., and it was already 9:59 a.m. This showed that Dark Dream didn't take this seriously. Finally, a minute later, 4 people entered the restaurant and walked up the Cycle. In the front was a young man with light brown hair, wearing a luxurious suit. Behind him were 3 Zephyx Extractors. The leftmost one was an imposing, tall man. The rightmost one was a beautiful woman with a long rifle that radiated danger. In the middle was a young man with a powerful body and 3 silver spears on his back. However, the huge man and the Panda Man noticed the silver glint on the man's legs, which told him that the spears were not his only weapons. Without saying anything, Winter sat down on the seat in front of Artem. Nick sat down in the seat in front of the huge man. Trevor sat down in front of the young woman. Jenny sat down in front of the bald woman. No one sat in front of the Panda Man. Winter took a breath. "What do you want, Artem?" he asked in a tone that made it seem like Artem was bothering him with something unimportant. Kiera nearly exploded with anger when she heard Winter's tone. Artem took a deep breath. "Winter, one of my extractors has not returned to work," he said carefully. "Do you know anything about this?" Winter looked with boredom at Artem. "So, you want to play this game openly?" Artem furrowed his brows. "Just answer the question," he said. Winter looked at Artem. Then he looked at Artem's Zephyx Extractors, who looked back with stalwart eyes. Eventually, Winter's eyes turned back to look at Artem. His expression was very relaxed and unimpressed. "Your spy," Winter said. Then he gestured to Nick. Nick killed her. The atmosphere intensified. Kiera seemed like she was about to jump forward and kill Winter. Selena, the bald woman, narrowed her eyes at Nick. The huge man became more serious, and the Panda Man looked troubled. "She was not a spy," Kiera shouted as she shot up from her chair. "Sarah was there to help you, because you were too stupid to run your own company," she shouted in anger as she pointed to Winter's face. This time, Selena didn't pull her back. "Kiera, sit down," the huge man commanded with a deep voice. "Why should I?" Kiera shouted. "Sarah died because he is too stupid to take care of his own employees." At that moment, Jenny furrowed her brows. "Don't throw accusations when you have no idea what you were talking about." "Sit back down, kid," Jenny said. Kiera glared at Jenny. "Artem, this is an official meeting," Winter said evenly. "Please tell your people to remain civil." Artem took a deep breath. At that point, Selena pulled Kiera back to her chair. "I'm sorry," Artem said with suppressed rage. "Sarah was a friend to all of us. It won't happen again." Artem's submissive tone enraged Kiera and Selena. Why did Artem always have to suffer because of them? "I don't see the issue," Winter said casually. "You sent a spy. We got rid of the spy. It happens every day. Usually, you were supposed to deny that the spy belonged to you, and we would continue our covert battle. But now you want all of this to become public, which is idiotic." The 4 Zephyx Extractors of Cycle listened to Winter with suppressed rage. "Artem, we both learned about the business of harvesting Zephyx from our father. We know how these things go. By going public with all of this and unveiling everything, you're being dumb." "Winter," Artem interrupted, "this is not about my company. This is about one of my friends." "Is it not?" Winter asked. "Why else would you go public? If this were truly about your friend, you would silently send someone to sabotage Dark Dream. By making this public, you're making it more difficult for yourself to go against me, since there is now a public record of friction between us. If any of my people die, you will be the prime suspect. You actively made it harder to take your revenge by doing this," Winter said. "This is not about revenge," Artem said with a forceful and dark voice. "I want there to be justice. I want this to be solved above board. I don't want to fight you in the dark. You're my brother, Artem added. Brother, Winter repeated with an unimpressed tone. Which brother sent a 12-year-old spy to his 14-year-old brother? Chapter 146, Nick's Advice. The two women of Cycle furrowed their brows. A 12-year-old spy? I already told you that Peter wasn't a spy, Artem said with a very dark voice. He was simply a friend of mine, and the fact that I didn't already do something to you after you sent his head to me is more than you deserve. His head. At that moment, Kiera, Selena, and the tall man imagined the horrifying sight of a child head appearing in front of Artem. And Winter had done that. It seemed like Winter was even worse than what everyone had believed. Spies get killed, Winter said calmly. It's how it has always been, and how it will continue to be. Yet, despite knowing all of this, you sent another one. It seems more like you were the one that wanted to kill your employee. When you send someone into a rabid dog's turf, you can't act surprised when they never return. Sarah was not a spy. Artem shouted. Then, what was she? Winter asked. She was supposed to covertly help your employees recover since you were working them to death. Artem said with suppressed rage. Covertly help my employees recover, Winter repeated with a voice that was the epitome of not buying it. Yes, because you keep overworking them, Artem shouted. Let me repeat that, Winter said. You sent someone to help my employees recover in secret, right? Artem took a deep breath. Yes, it was a stupid idea. Winter looked at Artem. After I sent the head of a 14-year-old boy, who was allegedly your friend, to your home address, Winter said. After I did that, you still wanted to help me, by sending someone to silently sprinkle recovery dust into my building during the dead of the night, when almost no employees are present. Did I get that right? Winter asked. Artem glared at Winter. It was her idea, he said. And now it's suddenly her idea, Winter said. Why would she care? Aside from the point that my employees are as healthy as can be, why would she want to do that? Wasn't she busy with her own work? Even more, we all know that my employees get more than enough rest. So why would one of your extractors appear in the dead of night to help my rested and healthy employees recover? Artem gritted his teeth. Because it told her how important you were to me. You're avoiding the question, Winter said. This is not about being right or wrong, Winter. Artem shouted. This is about you killing someone innocent. She was on my property without my consent, Winter said. I am free to kill her. The guards won't care. Do you even hear yourself speak? Artem shouted in outrage. Free to kill. Property. You're talking like Sarah was just a number. A tool. Winter just looked at Artem with a deadpan expression. She was a stranger, he said. Why should I care if some random stranger dies? Compared to you, I don't need to fake empathy. I have plenty of that for the people I trust. You're avoiding the topic. Artem shouted. This is about Sarah, not me or you. What are you going to do to rectify this injustice? You sent a spy. I killed a spy. That's it, Winter said. Send someone else. I killed someone else. Silence. By now, Kiera was more than furious, but Selena kept her in check. Selena was also furious, but she also looked at the Zephyx Extractors of Dark Dream. None of them showed any surprise about Winter's conduct. Winter was talking about killing people as if it were the most normal thing on the planet, and none of his extractors seemed to be surprised. This was strange. Were all three of Winter's extractors just as monstrous as Winter himself? If Artem talked like that, everyone in Cycle would be shocked. Was Dark Dream truly filled with psychopaths? The name seemed fitting. You're not going to do anything? Artem asked with a dark voice. No, Winter answered. Silence. A moment later, Artem looked at Winter's Zephyx Extractors. This does not concern you, he said. This is a fight between my brother and I. You have all seen what kind of person he is. I implore you, don't get involved in this. I don't want anything to happen to you. Nick looked at Artem. Go fuck yourself. This took Trevor and Jenny by surprise, and they looked over at Nick. Even Winter was a bit surprised. What? Nick asked after seeing their expressions. This is a fight, right? What's so bad about throwing an insult? In the end, Trevor just chuckled while Jenny put her hands over her eyes in embarrassment. Winter looked at Nick and then at the shocked Artem. Yes, that, Winter said. How dare you? Kiera shouted as she shot up from her chair. You told me to sit down, but now you are insulting our boss. Hey, he was the one that addressed me first with that sermon, Nick said with a shrug. I just wanted to repay his piece of advice with an equally valuable piece of advice. At that point, Nick stood up. Blah, 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 he said with annoyance. We are all going to kill each other anyway. What's the point of acting all offended now? When Jenny and Trevor saw Nick stand up, they also stood up to show their support. In the end, this is all about money. Who gives a shit? Anyway, I got work to do. See ya, Nick said as he turned to walk away. Jenny and Trevor wordlessly followed him. Artem's Zephyx Extractors looked with pure shock at Nick. Winter just smiled, shrugged, and also stood up. What he said. Then, Winter turned around to leave. The extractors from Cycle almost exploded with rage. Are you sure about this, Winter? Artem asked with a dark voice. You do know that the first victim of this will be the spy you planted in my company, right? Artem asked. Winter shrugged. Go kill them then. And then, Winter walked out of the restaurant behind his employees. Chapter 147, Trickery. All members of Cycle were gathered in the meeting room. At this moment, all of them were looking at someone sitting on the ground with a lowered head. It was the silent black-haired man. His name was Naren, and he had been one of Cycle's newbies. Yes, had been. Kiera and Selena took deep breaths as they looked at Naren's corpse. It was almost like Naren was still alive. Naren had always been a silent man, but whenever he spoke up, his words proved to be invaluable. He had been very intelligent and thorough whenever he dealt with something. His weapon of choice had been a pair of daggers, and he had always been the one who took care of subtle but important missions. If Cycle needed a spy, they would have chosen Naren for the mission. But now he was dead. Artem sat on the head of the table, and right now he could only sigh. I'm sorry that you guys needed to see this, but there was no other way, he said with a serious voice. Everyone turned to look at Artem. It is not easy for me to kill someone, but as the CEO, it is part of my job and responsibility. I brought Naren's corpse in here to show you how cruel the life of Zephyx Extractors can be. Artem sighed. I knew that Naren was a spy for 3 months now, but I didn't mind. After all, he belonged to my brother. What was so bad about my brother knowing some things about me? It's not like we are enemies. Artem sighed again. I would have never thought that things would turn out this way. It was difficult for the employees to accept that another one of their colleagues had died. Sadly, that was how these things went. Just a week ago, Cycle had 8 people. Now there were only 6 left. Artem, the SIL. Steven, the Panda Man, the Chief Zephyx Extractor. Faduma, the Huge Man. He was also the most experienced and strongest of the newbies. If nothing went wrong, he would soon become a John. Selena, the bald woman with the staff. Kara, the young woman with the 2 pistols. And Jonathan, the young red-headed man. These 6 were all the members of Cycle that were still alive. Sarah and Naren had died, and it was all because of Dark Dream. We understand, Selena said with an emotionless tone as she threw a disregarding glance at Naren's corpse. Naren was never our friend. From the very beginning, he has been our enemy. We just didn't know it. The others didn't answer, but they had similar sentiments. Kiera nodded. Yes, screw Naren, that traitor. I will always be on your side, Artem. Yeah, fuck Naren. Jonathan shouted with righteous anger. Futuma silently nodded. Steven turned to Artem with a reassuring smile, but didn't say anything. Artem could only smile when he saw everyone's support. Thank you. You can't imagine how much this means to me. But then Artem sighed again. But now I have to plan a war, which I am not looking forward to. The newbies took the hint and nodded. We will always follow you, Selena said before leaving with Kiera. Jonathan showed Artem a thumbs up and left. Futuma nodded with conviction to Steven and Artem before leaving. When the door was closed, only Artem and Steven were left in the room. After a bit, Artem walked over to his seat, sat down, and put his legs on the table. At the same time, an arrogant smirk appeared on his face. Steven also grinned maliciously as he sat down in his seat. Nearly there, Artem said with a chuckle. Steven laughed. You're amazing at this, he said. If I didn't know you, I would also believe you. Artem snorted. Of course. I'm a Melfian. It's only natural that I am good at fooling others. While Artem talked, Steven glanced at the corpse in the corner and snorted. What an idiot. What did you expect? Artem said with a chuckle. He had to trust someone, and he just so happened to choose you. Do you know what he said to me? Steven asked. Artem just shook his head. He said that he thinks you are only playing with us so that we would voluntarily jump into a sea of knives for you. Artem laughed. I mean, was he wrong? No, Stephen answered with a chuckle. Forget him, Artem said without even looking at the corpse. He was too smart for his own good, but not smart enough to keep his mouth shut. If he hadn't tried to expose me behind my back, he would still be alive. Stephen nodded. But seriously, Artem, I'm quite impressed. You managed to get rid of the troublesome employee while also fortifying your standing in the company. Framing him as a spy was genius, Stephen said. Stop sucking up to me, Artem said with disgust, but couldn't completely hide a pleased tone. At that point, Artem furrowed his brows. Winter's last words shot through Artem's mind. Winter never had a spy in cycle, from what Artem knew. When Artem told him that he would kill his spy, he was actually just trying to frame Naren. Yet, despite all odds, Winter confirmed that he truly had a spy in cycle. And it almost definitely wasn't Naren. After all, Naren had tried to expose Artem by talking to the employees, which would be stupid for a spy. A spy was supposed to remain hidden and seem loyal. Does Winter truly have a spy in my company? Artem thought. Artem glanced at Stephen. Impossible. Stephen, I think it's about time for your next reward. You've been quite helpful, Artem said. At that point, Stephen's demeanor changed, and he looked with excitement at Artem as his breathing quickened. You got one? He asked while almost panting. Artem nodded and slid an emblem over the table. I found someone who was willing to sell one for only 35,000 credits. You can go get her. Stephen panted heavily as he carefully took hold of the token. In his mind, a small and cute girl smiled at him. A moment later, that girl was no longer smiling. Tears stained her face as she screamed in terror. Stephen couldn't keep his thoughts in check and grabbed the front of his pants to calm the restless thing down. Don't use her up too quickly this time, Artem said with annoyance. I don't want to hear your complaints again, because you are not able to keep your toys from breaking. Of course, sir, Stephen said, changing the way he was addressing Artem. I won't disappoint you. Artem nodded. You can go. I will call you when I've finalized the plan of attack. Of course, Stephen said with an excited chuckle as he ran out of the room with excitement. Finally, he got a new toy to play with. Chapter 148, Plan? What's our plan? Nick asked. Right now, the 4 people of Dark Dream were gathered inside the Screaming Coffin's containment unit. It was simply the best place for talking about things that nobody was allowed to listen to. The Screaming Coffin was just lying near one of the walls and didn't move. It was happily digesting its meal. Surprisingly, it was still consuming the spy's corpse. Apparently, the corpses of extractors took far longer to digest, and also gave far more Zephyx. We can't openly attack Artem, Winter said. Artem has exposed our secret enmities, which makes it difficult when members of Cycle die. While the guards don't really care about wars between manufacturers, they still perform a superficial and rudimentary investigation, and if we are too suspicious, they might even decide to permanently place someone in Dark Dream to supervise us. Naturally, no one wants that to happen. Not even Artem. Winter snorted. But because Artem acts all friendly and innocent in front of his employees, he has to act all shocked, emotional, and angry in front of them to get them on board with this entire conflict. If he didn't, his smarter employees might realize that some things don't add up and will become suspicious. Winter snorted again. Because of Artem's incompetence, he made it more difficult for our companies to fight. Nick chuckled a bit. Trevor just smiled helplessly, while Jenny looked worried. What about your spy? Jenny asked with worry. What do you mean? Winter asked. Jenny furrowed her brows as she looked at Winter. You said Artem was free to kill the spy. Are you truly willing to throw one of your people away like that? Oh, that, Winter said before he started to laugh. I don't have a spy in Cycle, he said. This surprised everyone. What? But then how why? Nick asked in confusion. I get it, Trevor said with a surprised expression. What? Explain it, Nick said with annoyance. I also want to know. Jenny just looked with confusion at Trevor and the grinning Winter. Artem wants to get rid of someone, Trevor said. One of his employees probably became skeptical, and Artem accused them of being a spy so that he could kill them. He tried something similar on me when we first met, remember? Jenny and Nick understood now and looked at Winter. But then, why did you confirm that there was a spy? Nick asked. To make him paranoid, Trevor said. Winter nodded. Exactly. Artem expected me to deny having a spy among his ranks, but instead of denying, I confirmed it and acted like it wasn't a big deal. That would make him believe that I truly have a spy in his company. Winter grinned. I can already imagine him looking with suspicion at all of his employees. Nick and Jenny looked with awe at Winter. That was amazing. Winter had managed to disrupt Cycle's unity with a single sentence. "We should get back to the topic," Winter said. The others nodded. Wars like this are fought in secret, and it's all about reducing the enemy's numbers until they no longer have enough employees to take care of all their Specters. There will most likely not be a public battle. Most of the time, it's just a number of assassinations on the employees. The three of them furrowed their brows. This was troublesome. "What about our families?" Jenny asked. "Artem will most likely use them," Winter said. At that point, Jenny became nervous. "What about my partner?" she asked. "Get her to live in here," Winter said. "Nick and Trevor don't have any family, which makes things easier for them. We have more than enough space for one woman to live here. Although you won't have a lot of privacy here." Jenny nodded. "That's fine. As long as she and I are safe, I don't care about that." "Then get her right now," Winter said. Artem has to act like convincing himself to battle his younger brother is very difficult, which means he can't possibly strike this soon after our meeting. "Okay," Jenny answered. "I'll get her." Jenny quickly ran out of the containment unit, leaving the other three alone. "Will we take the offensive?" Nick asked. "I'm not sure," Winter answered. "There are good and bad things about these things. If we initiate the battle, Cycle's unity will only increase, but if we don't, they might strike with a force that makes it impossible for one of you to resist on your own." Trevor and Nick furrowed their brows. Traveling outside alone was dangerous now. Even worse, their barriers had to be activated manually. If they didn't activate them, it would be like throwing their lives away. "Should we travel together when we leave?" Trevor asked. "No," Winter said. "We always need two of you to be here. If too many of you leave at once, we leave our base open. While the guards will react very quickly, it only takes a short moment for a level 2 extractor to damage the Screaming Coffin's containment unit. If the Screaming Coffin gets startled and runs away, any extractor on the streets is allowed to capture it. At that point, we will lose a great deal of our income." Nick furrowed his brows. That was troublesome. "I think I should live here for the time being," Trevor said. "It doesn't really make that much of a difference." "That would be for the better," Winter said. Trevor nodded and stood up. "Then I'll get my things right now." "Of course." Trevor also left the containment unit, leaving Nick and Winter inside. "What about my training?" Nick asked. "Dangerous," Winter said. "You have to go through relatively isolated places, which make for a great ambush point. While you will be safe during the training due to your teachers, you are vulnerable before and after training." Nick looked at Winter with furrowed brows. "But isn't that also an opportunity for us?" Nick asked. Winter furrowed his brows and scratched his chin. Then a gleam appeared in his eyes. Chapter 149 Open. Nick jumped from rooftop to rooftop. He was on his way to Manila's training spot. Nick was only carrying 3 of his spears with him. He had already told Manila about his current situation, and she had allowed Nick to only travel with 3 of his spears. Like this, he could still move around with quite a lot of agility. As Nick jumped from rooftop to rooftop, he looked forward with narrowed eyes. It had been several days since the meeting with Cycle. Trevor and Jenny had already moved to the warehouse and remained inside most of the time. The only one traveling around outside was Nick, since he still wanted to train. Of course, that drew the attention of certain people. For example, right now Nick's ability wasn't active, even though he had left for the training spot before Manila would be there. This meant that someone was currently looking at Nick while he jumped from roof to roof. Yesterday had been the same. His ability only reactivated when he was close to the training spot. Nick was sure that the person following him didn't dare to get too close to Manila. They probably always remained at least 2 kilometers away from the training spot. Sure enough, when Nick was closing in on the training spot, his ability reactivated. Even when Nick stood alone on the roof of the tallest building, his ability didn't deactivate. The person who was keeping watch over him didn't even dare to look at him while he was there. "They don't even dare to look at me," Nick thought with furrowed brows. Looking shouldn't hurt, right? Are they this scared of Manila? Yes, they were. What Nick didn't know was that yesterday, Manila had seen the person following Nick. So before she went to the training spot, she actually secretly arrived near that person and told him not to bother them while they were in the middle of training. Otherwise, Nick wouldn't be able to focus on training. They could attack Nick on his way to or back from the training area, but the training area itself was off limits during training hours. Naturally, Manila's appearance spooked the person to their very core, which was why they didn't dare to go anywhere close to the training spot or even look at it. On the rooftop, Nick waited for a couple of minutes until Manila arrived. Their training started without any delay and passed without any incidents. After Manila left, Nick jumped down the tall building, but he didn't leave the training spot. Instead, he went into the training spot. With practiced ease, Nick arrived inside one of the houses that hadn't been destroyed yet. Nick went to one of the corners and sat down. The house had several holes through which sunlight could stream in, but none of the holes directly pointed at the corner Nick was sitting in. This meant that the corner was a bit darker than the rest of the house. "You're going to die." A whisper appeared in Nick's ears. "They're going to come for you. They're going to bury you in here." Naturally, this was the nightmare. Luckily, the corner was not dark enough for the nightmare to unleash its actual powers. Right now, it could only whisper in Nick's ears and slightly distort his vision. It wasn't dark enough to create illusions or to fool Nick's other senses. "You're going to get killed. There will be many enemies. They are all looking at you." Nick just remained sitting in the corner with his eyes closed. Nick had been doing this for a couple of days. He wanted to give his opponent a chance to attack him. The place where Nick was sitting was only visible through the door of the house. So if someone saw him, they had to be looking at him through the door. Naturally, Nick would be able to tell when somebody was looking at him due to his ability. And when his ability deactivated, Nick would also know in which direction his opponent would be. This would give him the best shot at winning against his opponent. Sadly, nobody had shown up the last couple of days. Either they were afraid of coming close to the training spot, or they knew that this was a trap. Probably both. The training spot was surrounded by taller buildings, which meant that any enemy had to be either inside the training spot or on one of the taller buildings near the edge. This was Nick's turf, and he knew how to move around here. Nick wanted the fight to happen in here, and his opponent most likely knew that. But that actually wasn't so bad for Nick's enemy. After all, they could position several people around the training spot. They didn't have to fight Nick one-on-one. If they wanted, they could surround the training spot and shoot at him from several different areas. But it was a risk. If they actually decided to fight here, this would turn into an actual battle and not an assassination. That made it riskier. Alternatively, they could just attack Nick on his way back to Dark Dream, or attack one of the other extractors. There were many ways one could go about this situation. But for now, no way would be chosen. After around an hour, Nick's ability still hadn't deactivated, and he was getting sick of listening to the whispers in the dark. Nick left the house and climbed a tall house. His ability still didn't deactivate. "They're gone," Nick thought. So Nick decided to travel back to Dark Dream. Nothing peculiar happened. The next day, Nick felt himself being followed again, but he wasn't attacked. His training with Manila passed by without any incidents, and Nick once more entered the house in the training spot. The whispers returned. Minutes passed. Would this be another hour of pointless waiting? Nick waited in silence. More minutes passed. Suddenly, Nick opened his eyes. His ability had just deactivated. Chapter 150, A Sniper. Boom. As soon as Nick's eyes shot open, he exploded forward with all of his power and ran out of the house. His eyes quickly scanned over the training area, but he couldn't see anyone. Whoever had just looked at him did it in a very covert manner. Nevertheless, Nick could tell from roughly which location his enemy had seen him, and he charged in that direction. Nick couldn't see anyone. A moment later, Nick's ability reactivated, and he narrowed his eyes. "They're retreating," Nick thought. "They turned their backs to me. Bad idea." When Nick's ability reactivated, his speed became far faster. Even with all of the weight of his weapons, Nick charged forward with incredible speed. Nick's body was already very athletic and muscular, and thanks to his ability, his body was 25 times stronger than a normal person with his build would be. Boom! Nick put all of his power into a jump and managed to jump across half the training area, even with all of his weapons. Nick flew over 10 meters into the air and landed over 25 meters away. Pling. Yet, when Nick landed, he barely made a sound. It was almost like a cat had landed on top of the building. No sound, no vibrations, no damage. It was like Nick didn't weigh anything. The only unusual thing was that a strong gust of wind spread from Nick's location. This was something Nick had learned from Manila in the last couple of months. By using his Zephyx in a certain way, Nick could redirect the force when he was landing somewhere. Mastering this ability took a long time, and when it was mastered, someone could move with as much speed as they wanted without making a sound. Of course, Nick hadn't mastered the ability yet. The best he could do was to redirect the force into the air around him, pushing the air away with a lot of force. Nevertheless, this ability was perfect for Nick since sounds also exposed his location and made him perceivable. When Nick landed, he continued shooting forward with a mad gleam in his eyes. The enemy was here. He had to fight. For his goal, he had to become stronger. He had to protect his friends. He had to prove that he wasn't just wasting time. Nick needed to prove himself to himself. He had to see how strong he had become. With gnashed teeth and narrowed eyes, Nick jumped forward again, preparing a spear. Nick still couldn't see any enemies. Finally, Nick reached the edge of the arena and jumped onto the roof of quite a tall building. Silently but quickly, Nick moved forward, looking into the distance. A running person. Someone wearing a black cloak was jumping from building to building. Right now, they were only 30 meters away from Nick. Nick had just moved way too fast for the enemy to have gotten far. Immediately, Nick pulled his spear back. He would obliterate them. But then, Nick's eyes narrowed even more. He moved his hand in a certain way, which activated his barrier. At the same time, he ducked and quickly stepped to the side. Shing. A moment later, the barrier around Nick flickered a bit. It hadn't been hit by anything, but something extremely fast had just passed by Nick, and the force from that object passing by the barrier made it flicker. Boom! A moment later, Nick heard the sound of a high-caliber rifle. Naturally, the sound of the rifle arrived after the projectile. Nick looked at the retreating person and noticed that they had turned around only after the shot had been fired. More than one, Nick thought. The thing that had passed Nick just now had left a silver and green streak. Nick was quite sure that it was a bullet, but he could also tell that this wasn't everything. There was something else. An ability, Nick realized. Whoever had just shot at Nick had unleashed an ability with a bullet. If Nick got hit by that, it would become extremely dangerous. All of these thoughts shot through Nick's mind in an instant. In fact, Nick didn't even pause after jumping to the side and quickly slid down the wall of the building. From this position, Nick couldn't see the retreating person anymore. Sure enough, a moment later, Nick's ability reactivated. Whoever shot at me can't see me from their location. Ding. Nick rammed one of his spears into the wall beside him to stop himself from falling. His ability didn't deactivate. They're not close enough to hear my spear piercing the wall, Nick concluded. Nick looked forward into the distance. There's nobody in this direction, Nick thought. Then Nick diagonally looked at the wall he was hanging from. They have to be somewhere there. Nick used a second spear and slowly moved forward by stabbing it also into the wall. His ability was still active. Nick slowly moved his head forward, coming closer and closer to the end of the wall. The closer he got, the less the wall covered. By now, Nick could see the place where the fleeing person from earlier had been. Naturally, that person had vanished by now. Nick moved his head forward after looking at the part that was revealed behind the wall. His ability deactivated, and Nick immediately pulled his head back. Without hesitation, Nick immediately jumped off his spear. Crack. The wall got destroyed as it couldn't withstand the force of Nick jumping off the spear. Bang. Another part of the wall exploded as something shot through it. Just as expected, the enemy tried to kill Nick by shooting through the wall to hit his body. Nick grabbed the edge of the roof and used his ghost wire to retrieve his spears while pulling himself onto the rooftop. As soon as he got to the top, he rolled away from the spot where his enemy should be able to see him. Bang. Another hole appeared beside Nick. They're good, Nick thought as he slipped into the training area again. Chapter 151, Running. As Nick rolled into the training area, his ability activated again. Even though it had seemed that Nick had only blindly moved around, he had actually approximated the sniper's location. Since Nick had been coming here for months, he was very familiar with the area, and he knew how to get there. And he also knew that it would be very difficult. It will be extremely difficult to get close to the sniper without them noticing me, Nick thought with furrowed brows as he slid down the building. There are too many even and low rooftops. The sniper is probably at a high location, and I can't get to them without being seen. Even if I run through the streets. Bang. Nick rammed the blade on his right hand into the wall in front of him. Naturally, Nick had his fist weapons with him due to the upcoming war. Nick's blade easily punched through the wall, and Nick used it to create a huge hole, allowing him to enter the home. It was quite loud, but the sound was too distant for the sniper to properly hear. As Nick slipped into the building, the map of the surrounding areas shot through his mind again. There was no good way to get to the sniper. But then Nick got an idea. Bang! Nick rammed his blade into the floor and created a circular cut around his position, which resulted in him falling down a floor. One had to remember that Nick was incredibly powerful right now, and that his blade was extremely sharp and durable. Cutting a circular hole in some metal flooring wasn't difficult. Nick did the same thing another floor lower. After that, Nick grabbed the edge of the floor he had just fallen through. Below him was darkness. The sewers. Luckily, some light came through the holes, and Nick could see a bit. When Nick saw a rooftop that came out of the water, he immediately jumped onto it. As soon as Nick landed, he took out a spear and threw it into the distance with all of his power. Ding! The spear hit something in the distance, and Nick pulled a bit on the ghost wire. If he really wanted to, he could pull the spear back, but that was not what he wanted. As long as the spear could withstand a bit of pull, it would work. The next moment, Nick narrowed his eyes and jumped forward with all of his power. CRK. CRK. Nick quickly hit the dark ceiling, but he used his two blades to cut into it in a diagonal fashion. Now, Nick hung from the top of the dark sewers. His two blades were stuck in the ceiling, and Nick used their flat sides to support his body. A moment later, the world around Nick transformed. One person wearing a black cloak after the other appeared, and they were all targeting Nick with long rifles. Bang, bang, bang. All the shots hit Nick and tore parts out his body. However, Nick just closed his eyes and pulled one of his blades out before stabbing it into the ceiling a bit further away. You're going to die. D. I hate you. D. The dark voices that the nightmare created shouted at Nick with hatred. Nick was in the darkness, and the darkness was the nightmare's domain. But Nick just gritted his teeth and moved forward. The pain was almost unbearable, but Nick's desire to prove to himself that he wasn't worthless was just too strong. After moving forward a bit, Nick pulled slightly on the ghost wire of the spear and noted that he was facing in the wrong direction. A moment later, corpses began to fall from the dark sky, screaming at Nick to come with them. Trevor and Jenny were disemboweled in front of Nick, and their organs covered his body, constricting it. But Nick just continued moving forward. It was horrible, but Nick just kept going. Finally, Nick realized that he had arrived at the location where his spear was stuck in the ceiling. Immediately, Nick started to dig through the ceiling, and a moment later, he saw a bit of light. It was still pretty dark, but the light made it far more difficult for the nightmare to fool him. Nick retrieved his spear and went through the hole he had created, appearing on the ground floor of a building. When Nick realized that he had arrived, a fire of determination appeared in his eyes. Now, he would be the attacker. The last shot from the sniper had happened not even 30 seconds ago. That was how fast and determined Nick had moved through the buildings and the sewers. The sniper should still be in the same area as before. They're most likely surveying their surroundings while looking at the training area, Nick thought. They think I'm still there. Maybe one of their colleagues is currently searching the places where I should be, while the sniper keeps an eye out. Nick looked back at the hole and approximated the direction he was facing. He remembered in which direction he had thrown the spear, and by looking at the rooftop in the sewers through the hole, Nick could tell with quite some confidence where the sniper was. I moved over 50 meters forward, which means I passed the low spot where the sniper could see me. Nick silently ran through the building and rolled out of a window. The streets were in horrible condition, but not everything was broken. Right now, Nick was in an alley with more holes than street, surrounded by tall buildings on both sides. Nick looked up and saw some kind of metallic flag hanging from one of the buildings. So, I'm here, Nick thought. Naturally, buildings all had their own special marks that identified them, and Nick remembered that strange metallic flag. He knew exactly where he was now. With narrowed eyes, Nick looked down one way of the alley. Ding, ding. Nick jumped forward and buried his two blades in one side of the building to grab onto it before jumping forward to the other wall. Like this, Nick moved forward through the alley. Chapter 152, Sneaking. Nick silently jumped from building to building. Whenever his blades stuck into one of the buildings, they made a little sound, but the sound was barely noticeable. Ding. Suddenly, Nick silently jumped through a window into a house. He had heard someone. As Nick looked through the window of the house he was in, he could see a person wearing a black cloak carefully jumping from place to place as they were passing through the alley. Nick narrowed his eyes as he looked at the person. No rifle, Nick realized. That's not the sniper. A moment later, Nick saw the person's hands, and he saw a gun in each of them. That was when Nick remembered that woman with the two guns he had seen during the meeting, the one that had exploded more than once. Most likely her, Nick thought. For a moment, Nick thought about killing her. After all, she was an enemy. No, Nick thought. If I kill her, the sniper will know where I am. The sniper is far more dangerous than her. As Nick watched her pass, he thought about something. If I were the sniper, would I let her just run through an alley without any supervision? Nick narrowed his eyes. No, I wouldn't. The next moment, Nick held one of his hands out of the window. The sunlight reflected off Nick's polished blade, and Nick saw the silhouette of the end of the alley. That was when Nick saw a bright spot on top of one of the buildings, and he immediately pulled his arm back. Nick's ability immediately deactivated. However, Nick didn't move, and his ability quickly reactivated. They probably saw something glimmer in the alley and looked over, Nick thought. They think I'm just a random piece of metal that reflected some of the light. That means they still don't know I'm here. Nick quickly shot away from the window and silently ran through the house until he arrived at the other side. Nick knew exactly on which building the sniper was now, and he also knew how to get there. After jumping out of the window, Nick put his blade into. Nick stopped moving. Just 5 meters away, on the rooftop of the neighboring building, someone wearing a black cloak had stopped running. The person was looking at Nick from just 5 to 10 meters away. Nick looked back. None of them had expected to see someone here, and they were just looking at each other. 3 seconds of silence passed, during which nobody moved. Clank, clank. 2 small gauntlets fell onto the roof of the building as the cloaked person lifted their hands in surrender while also falling to their knees. Nick furrowed his brows. A moment later, Nick put his finger to his lips and gestured for the other person to stay quiet. The other person rapidly nodded several times. Nick slowly nodded as well. Then, Nick quietly jumped to the building where the cloaked person was. The cloaked person became terrified when Nick came close to them. However, they had already committed to their choice, and their life was now up to Nick. They only hoped that Nick would consider accepting them into Dark Dream instead of killing them. Luckily, Nick quickly ran past them. Nothing will happen to you, Nick said as he passed them. Don't look at me. If you see my ability, I will have to kill you. The heartbeat of the person became even faster, and they didn't dare to say anything or do anything. Right now, they were just on their knees, looking away from Nick. Nick rapidly ran along the roof with all of his speed. A couple of seconds later, Nick arrived behind the building where the sniper was on. Very quietly, Nick climbed up the building. There he was. Right in front of him was a cloaked person, lying on their huge belly while aiming towards the training spot with a huge rifle. Nick immediately knew who that was. He remembered the fat man with the eye patch, whom he had seen during the meeting. This should be their chief Zephyx Extractor, the second John, Nick thought. Nick narrowed his eyes and slowly moved forward. I can't see Jonathan. At that moment, a female voice shouted from the other end of the alleyway. Jonathan, report. The fat guy in front of Nick shouted as he turned to look towards his left. Silence. Stephen, the fat man, furrowed his brows. Did the enemy get Jonathan? However, the enemy should still be within the training ground. The only way to get here without being noticed would take at least 2 minutes. A moment later, Stephen suddenly lay in the shade. Something had covered the sun. Stephen's eyes widened in shock. Crack. A metallic blade violently rammed through the fat man's thick neck, decapitating him. Stephen's last thought was, why didn't my barrier activate? Well, barriers without an AI chip weren't that great in dealing with surprise attacks. While Stephen had a barrier that could activate and deactivate itself on its own, it didn't have an intelligent way to deal with a subtle attack. Stephen's barrier was definitely more expensive than Nick's, but it still wasn't good enough to save Stephen. Nick knew how to exploit these barriers since his own barrier had the same fault. If something moved very slowly through the barrier's proximity, the barrier wouldn't view that as an attack. So Nick had simply moved forward very slowly, entering Stephen's barrier. When he was directly on top of Stephen, Nick slammed his blade down. Stephen was dead. Nick just looked at the corpse for about a second before he jumped down the building. A moment later, Nick saw Jonathan, who didn't dare to look in Nick's direction. Nick quickly arrived behind Jonathan, and he could tell that Jonathan had noticed him. The fat guy is dead, Nick said. Jonathan's body shook, but he didn't dare to move. How many are here? 3, a scared male voice answered. Including the fat guy? Nick asked. Yes, Jonathan said. Nick nodded. If you can convince the girl to surrender, she doesn't have to die, Nick said. Chapter 153, Fear. Jonathan, who was still wearing his black cloak, felt like he had made the right choice. When he had seen Nick coming out of the window almost beside him, he had been frozen in fear. The three of them had thought that Nick was still inside the training area or leaving via the other side to take a detour. After all, it was impossible to get close to them via the direct route since Stephen could see everything. Kiera and Jonathan had been sent by Stephen to advance. If Nick were hiding somewhere close to the border, they would be able to get him out of this hiding place, which would allow Stephen to kill him in one shot. Kiera was walking in a more hidden area, but she would have Stephen's oversight. Meanwhile, Jonathan would walk on top of the buildings, which would make it easy for him to keep a lookout and to notice Nick if he decided to advance. And then Nick had come out of the window beside Jonathan. Several thoughts had shot through Jonathan's mind at that point. "Oh fuck," had been the first one, quickly followed by, "I'm going to die." Jonathan knew that Stephen hadn't been able to see him since he was watching over Kiera. When Stephen had asked for volunteers, Jonathan jumped forward, eager to take revenge for Sarah. In Jonathan's mind, he had imagined himself fighting the enemy with his fists, beating them back. Then Stephen would take the shot, and everyone would thank him for keeping the enemy occupied. Finally, it was his time to shine. Finally, he would prove to Fatuma and Selena that he wasn't just blowing hot air as they claimed he was doing. He hated how Selena always told him that he would run at the first sign of danger, while Fatuma always ignored him whenever he was trying to say something. But when Nick actually showed up, it became very different from Jonathan's imagination. When Jonathan had seen Nick's narrowed and focused eyes as he confidently and quietly came out of the window, he felt like he was looking at a veteran. Everything inside Jonathan shouted at him that he was going to die. This was not someone he could fight. So, Jonathan had surrendered. The next minute was a blur. He remembered Nick walking past him and saying something. Then a blank. Finally, Nick had returned, talking to him. Jonathan wasn't sure if a second or an hour had passed. At this moment, Jonathan was just trying to come to terms with his survival. If you can convince the girl to surrender, she doesn't have to die. When Jonathan heard that, he felt his heart rate increase again. Everyone always talked about death, but when death was this close, the word felt very different. Jonathan's body shook, and he slowly rose to his feet. "I still can't see Jonathan," Kiera shouted from the end of the alley. Jonathan's heart beat in his ears. "Tell her that the fat man is dead and that you lost. If she comes peacefully, I promise that she won't die," Nick said. Jonathan breathed heavily as he heard Nick speak from behind him. "Kiera," Jonathan spoke. "Stephen is dead." In the alley, Kiera's eyes widened in shock as she looked in the direction where Jonathan's voice came from. "Dunk." Nick shoved Jonathan forward to tell him to move. Jonathan kept his arms raised as he walked across the roof. If you come peacefully, he promises that you won't die," Jonathan said. Kiera didn't know what she should think and looked at where Stephen should be. She couldn't see him. At that moment, Kiera's emotions went wild. Fear, disbelief, rage, frustration. After a bit, Jonathan appeared at the edge of one of the buildings that Kiera could see. When she saw Jonathan, her heart almost stopped. Even from this distance, she could see Jonathan's body shaking like a leaf, and the bit of his face that she could see through the cloak was wet with tears. Even more, the fear and panic in his voice was overwhelming. The next moment, Nick stepped forward from behind Jonathan and looked at Kiera with an even look. "Step to the side and turn away," Nick spoke quietly and coldly. Jonathan complied, took a couple steps to the side, and looked away from Nick. Kiera's fight-or-flight instincts kicked in, and she became ready to react. "If you run, you will die," Nick spoke coldly. "If you stay, you will survive. I already killed the fat guy after he ambushed me with a number advantage. Taking care of you will not be difficult," Nick said. Kiera gritted her teeth. Shing. In an instant, one of Nick's spears appeared in his hand. "Don't do anything stupid," Nick threatened in a dark and deep voice. Kiera's clenched fist shook. She was so frustrated. They were supposed to win. Even more, they were two while he was only one. If they fought together, they might be able to take him down. But when she saw Jonathan, she immediately threw that possibility out of the window. Jonathan looked far too terrified to fight right now. "I should have believed Selena," Kiera thought. At that moment, Kiera hated Jonathan so much. "What will it be?" Nick asked. Kiera gritted her teeth and slowly retrieved one of her guns. Then she threw it to the ground beside her. "You can keep your guns," Nick said with confidence. "Having them or not having them makes no difference. Kiera's clenched fist shook even more as she retrieved the gun she had dropped. Nick lowered his spear. "Come up," he commanded. Kiera looked at Nick with humiliation and frustration. She didn't move. "I said come up," Nick said with some aggression in his voice. Kiera gritted her teeth. "How?" she asked. Nick raised an eyebrow. "How am I supposed to climb such a tall building?" Nick furrowed his brows in confusion. What was her problem? Like, just climb? Was she scheming something? Chapter 154, Peddler Storage Token. "Turn around," Nick said. "Why?" Kiera asked, taking a more defensive stance. "I will create a staircase for you with my ability, but I don't want you to see my ability," Nick explained. Kiera furrowed her brows. A couple of seconds later, she turned around. Since Jonathan also wasn't looking at Nick, Nick's ability reactivated. Ding, ding, ding. Nick threw his 3 spears rapidly at one of the buildings, creating a stairway. "Turn around and come up," Nick commanded. Kiera looked back and saw the 3 spears stuck in the building at different heights. Without waiting, she jumped onto the first one. When she felt how heavy and durable the spear was, her eyes opened wide in shock. These spears were way heavier than she had expected. And he had thrown them this accurately and quickly. How powerful was his ability? After a couple of jumps, Kiera arrived at the rooftop of Nick's neighboring building. Shing, shing, shing. Nick pulled his 3 spears back with his ghost wire and pocketed them. Kiera once more became shocked. As a newbie who had never truly fought another extractor, she had no idea that something like this was possible. She knew exactly what that meant. Nick had infinite ammo. Kiera moved closer to Nick while completely ignoring Jonathan. When she arrived, Nick nodded. "Follow me," Nick said as he turned around. Jonathan complied without any resistance. When Kiera saw Jonathan so compliant, she couldn't help gritting her teeth. She was so disgusted with this coward. After a bit of walking, the 3 of them climbed onto the building where Steven's corpse lay. When they saw Steven's decapitated corpse, reality once more hit them. Kiera's fear increased a lot. This was not someone she could mess with. "Search his body," Nick commanded. Kiera gritted her teeth while Jonathan's face became even whiter. "I don't know if there is a kind of trap that cycle is planted on his body, and I'm not the one that's going to find out," Nick said. Kiera glared at Jonathan while Jonathan gulped. Jonathan slowly moved towards the corpse with a shaking body. Bang. Suddenly, something heavy hit Kiera's back, and she fell onto the fat man's corpse. Kiera couldn't breathe for a long time, and she was in strong pain. "I said, search his body," Nick shouted. Just now, Nick had punched Kiera's back. Jonathan just looked with terror at Kiera, and his shaking hands moved to the fat man's corpse, quickly rummaging through his pockets. When Kiera could finally breathe again, she turned to look at Nick and glared at him. Nick's eyes narrowed. Kiera could only grit her teeth and search the fat man's corpse. The 2 of them found a couple of credits, bank card, some tools as barrier. "Wait, gimme that," Nick said suddenly. Kiera and Jonathan turned to look at what Nick was pointing at. It was some kind of coin or emblem. Jonathan grabbed it and held it out to Nick. Nick looked at it and furrowed his brows. "A peddler storage token," Nick said. The 2 didn't know what Nick meant. They were not from the Dregs. When Nick saw their confused expressions, he held the token up. The peddlers are one of the 4 gangs that run the Dregs. They deal in all kinds of trade. Now, my question is, why would a level 2 extractor have a token from the peddlers? If he wanted to, he could just store his stuff in a more secure storage. As a level 2 extractor, he could even enter the inner city. Why store his things in the Dregs? Unless it's something that he can't store anywhere else, Nick said. "Do you know what this could be?" he asked as he looked at the 2 of them. Both of them shook their heads. "Seems like it's not only Artem that has you 2 fooled," Nick said. Jonathan looked with worry at Nick while Kiera narrowed her eyes. However, Kiera didn't dare to complain. "Why don't we take a look?" Nick asked with a confident smirk. Next, Nick moved forward and grabbed the fat man's head before stuffing it into a sack that was hanging from the fat man's belt. Then Nick just lifted his corpse. "Let's go." "It's not far from here," Nick said before jumping from one building to the next. The fat man was extremely heavy, but Nick still managed to move with confidence. Additionally, the silence with which he moved made him even more terrifying for the 2 people accompanying him. Jonathan just followed Nick, while Kiera took a deep breath before doing the same. After a bit of jumping, the three of them reached the part of the Dregs that actually had humans. When the people of the Dregs saw Nick pass them with a huge corpse, they stepped to the side in fear. Ironically, they were more afraid of his uniform than the corpse he was carrying. Eventually, the three of them reached a tall building with two people standing in front. When they saw Nick approaching them, one of them quickly ran to the side. "Stop," Nick commanded. The second guard immediately froze in fear. "Is there something you need, sir?" the first guard asked. "I'm going to ask you a couple of questions," Nick said to the guard, "and you better not lie. I'm from the Dregs myself, and I know how these things work. I've already harvested a couple of corpses from the Riker Strikers some months ago for one of my Specters. If you try something on me, I might decide to go for the peddlers next." "Got it?" Nick asked. The two immediately knew what Nick was talking about. After all, the Riker Strikers had taken a brutal hit when a Zephyx Extractor had entered their headquarters and killed almost 10 people. The amount of people who wanted to join them dropped significantly after that event. The guards looked at each other. Then, one of them looked with worry at Nick before looking at his colleague again. Lastly, they looked at the headless corpse. "What do you want to know, sir?" one of them asked. Chapter 155, The Storage. Nick dropped the corpse onto the ground. Then, he took out the peddler storage token and showed it. "I found this storage token on him," Nick said. "I presume you've seen this guy before." The two looked at the token with worry. They were not allowed to give out any data from their customers. Although, this customer was dead. "Yes," one of them said, eliciting a nervous glance from the other one. Nick nodded. "I want to access the storage, and I don't want to get led to a fake room. I am from the Dregs. I know what you guys deal in, and if a level 2 extractor is storing something here instead of the inner city, it must be bad." The two guards looked at each other in nervousness. "Please follow me," one of them said, opening the door behind him. Nick nodded. "I'll leave the corpse here. If anything is missing from it when I return, I'll go home with a second corpse. I can afford to spend 15,000 credits on a tantrum." The guard swallowed again, and one of them called a couple of colleagues to watch over the corpse. The other guard then entered the warehouse while being followed by Nick and his two companions. "You're sure we took the right turn just now?" Nick asked coldly. The guard swallowed. He turned around and looked at Nick's narrowed eyes. "May I see the token again?" he asked, holding out his shaking hand. Nick slowly placed the token in the guy's hand. The guy looked at the token. Excuse me. I made a mistake just now," the guard said carefully as he handed the token back. Nick glared at him. Nick had used the storage service of the peddlers in the past, and he knew that they would never store important things upstairs, which was where the guard had just wanted to lead Nick. Something stored by an extractor had to be stored in the basement. Sure enough, the guard led Nick and the others into the basement. After a bit of walking, everyone stopped in front of a metallic door. "This is the door," the guard said, his body still shaking. "We value our customers' privacy, so we don't know what's behind this." "Open it," Nick commanded. "Of course," the guard said with a polite but nervous smile as he took out a couple of keys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." As soon as the door opened, the panicked voice of a small child came out of the room. Nick narrowed his eyes. Jonathan and Kiera became shocked. "Please," the guard said with a polite tone as he gestured to the door. Nick unceremoniously pushed the door open and walked inside. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please. I'll do anything. Please. 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 Please." When the three of them saw what was in the room, they had to take deep breaths, and even Nick's heart sank. In the back of the room was a rickety bed. On the left side of the room were some pieces of bloody metal and some bloody scissors. The corner of the room had some piss and shit in it. And in another corner was a cage. Inside the cage was a little girl with several wounds on her body. Right now, she was looking with pure panic and terror at the three people as she did her absolute best to stretch as much of her body out of the cage as she could. It was like she was absolutely terrified of staying in this cage, or more precisely, in the place where the cage was located. The cage was put in a darker corner of the room. It wasn't fully dark, but it was quite dark. Everyone knew what that meant. The nightmare had been whispering in the little girl's ears for who knew how long. "I won't bite you anymore. I swear. I'll do whatever you want. Please. 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 I'm sorry. This shouldn't be in here," the guard said with fake outrage. "I swear, we would never dash." Shut up, Nick said. The guard didn't say anything anymore. Jonathan and Kiera looked with absolute terror at the girl in the cage. Then the stench of the feces-filled cage hit them. Kiera turned to the side and puked. You can confirm that this is the fat guy's storage unit? Nick asked evenly. Why, yes, sir, the guard answered. If we had known what dash. Shut up, Nick commanded again. The next moment, Nick turned to Jonathan, who just looked at the girl with pure terror. Let her out, Nick commanded. Jonathan's body shook, and he looked at Nick. After that, he turned to the cage and moved forward. As soon as he reached the cage, the girl's little hands grabbed Jonathan's body with all their strength, refusing to let go. Please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, she shouted in panic. I'll let you out, Jonathan shouted back in panic. However, the girl was completely delirious and just kept shouting at Jonathan while grabbing his body. Jonathan quickly found a lock, but it was made of metal, and he wasn't strong enough to break it. When Nick saw that, he was annoyed. Nick stepped forward. Out of the way, Nick commanded. Jonathan stumbled quickly out of the way. Then, Nick looked into the little girl's eyes. Move back, he commanded with a dark voice. The little girl stopped moving when she heard Nick's voice. I said move back, Nick shouted. The girl quickly fell back. Nick grabbed one of the bars and put his foot on the edge of the cage. Then he pulled. Sararararke. The bar bent, and Nick snapped it off. Then he did the same thing to a second bar. You can come out, Nick said with a calm voice after taking a deep breath. The girl quickly moved forward and stumbled out of the cage before she bolted to the door to escape. Nick just grabbed her. Calm down, Nick shouted. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to free you. Chapter 156, The Truth. After a lot of persuasion and talking, the little girl finally broke down and started crying. The guard kept looking around with nervous eyes. Jonathan just sat in the hallway, looking at the ground with dead eyes. Kiera just looked with terror at the crying girl and the room. How are you with kids? Kiera was taken out of her thoughts when Nick addressed her. Kiera just looked at the girl nervously. I have a little brother, she said. Nick nodded. I want to know what happened here, he said. Kiera looked at Nick nervously. Then she walked up to the girl and softly started to talk to her. Meanwhile, Nick walked out of the room and looked at Jonathan. Jonathan didn't even turn to look at Nick. Just the mental image of the room was too much to process for him. The cruelty. He knew how it felt to be in the darkness. It was probably the most terrifying experience imaginable. And this girl had been in the darkness for maybe even days. Jonathan just couldn't comprehend what he had seen. This is who you're working for, Nick said. Jonathan didn't look up. Where do you think the fat guy got this girl from? Nick asked. Getting something like this requires some connections. Jonathan didn't answer. When we met Artem for the first time, he tried to frame one of my people as a spy while we didn't even have any issues with each other. At the same time, he had a true spy in our midst. It was a 14-year-old boy named Pater. Artem planted Pater on Winter's side 2 years ago. Artem used a little boy as a spy, knowing fully well what happens to spies in the Melfian family. Nick looked at the wall absent-mindedly. I was tasked with doing the deed. Jonathan turned to look at Nick. I found Pater crying and talking to a statue, Nick said. He was saying that he regrets everything and wants to stop but can't because he's already in too deep. If he continued, he would feel like he was betraying his friends. If he stopped, he would die. Silence. What did you do? Jonathan asked. A spy is a spy, Nick said. I did what I had to do. Jonathan looked back at the wall. The girl from Cycle has been spying on us for 3 months, Nick said. We noticed her 3 months ago already, but we didn't do anything since we were not ready for an open conflict with Cycle yet. For 3 months, she just randomly showed up in the night and in the early morning. A week ago, we were ready to do something about the spy, and I found her on our rooftop. She took out some kind of glass jar and was fidgeting around with it. I threw 2 spears at her. The first one shot through her body. The second one shot through her head. When we looked at her corpse and found the green substance, we knew why she was here. She was meant to act as a reason to go to war. Artem keeps putting on a fake persona, and in order to get your support, he needed to unite you under a common cause. Think about the following questions. Why did she arrive during the night in secret for several months? If she wanted to help us, would there have been an easier way? Why is the little girl here? Go think about these questions. Silence. Nick just kept looking forward without saying anything. Jonathan just kept looking at the ground. Several minutes passed. Her name was Sarah, Jonathan said. Nick didn't answer. Sarah was always happy and helpful. She even taught me how to take care of our specters. Silence. Her shifts changed about 3 months ago, and her hours in the company got reduced, Jonathan said. Was there someone else that Artem could have sent to do the same thing? Nick asked. Jonathan furrowed his brows. Naren was our spy, Jonathan said. His job was to go undercover and gather information. Was? Nick asked. He was also a spy for you, Jonathan said. Nick snorted. No, he wasn't. Jonathan furrowed his brows. Winter said that to confuse Artem, Nick explained. After that, Nick explained in detail why Winter had confirmed that there was a spy and what Winter thought Artem was actually doing. Jonathan had difficulties believing Nick. However, the things he had seen today made it difficult to ignore Nick's words. Was it true? Had Artem actually played them for a fool? The more Jonathan thought about that possibility, the more signs he saw that confirmed Nick's statement. At some point, Kiera walked out of the room. The girl clung to Kiera's thigh. Nick just looked over at Kiera. Kiera took a deep breath. Her family sold her to a group of strangers, Kiera said with difficulty. They put her in this room. A couple of days later, the big man showed up. The little girl started to shake. He did horrible things, and when she fought back, he put her in a cage to punish her. That was 2 days ago. The girl continued shaking, and Kiera kept stroking the little girl's hair. Jonathan took a deep breath. Nick nodded and stopped leaning on the wall. Let's go. We're done here. Kiera furrowed her brows. Just like this. Yes, Nick said. If you want to find justice, you are free to do so. It's 15,000 credits per corpse. But keep in mind, all of these guards also have families, and not everyone knows exactly what is going on at all times. Kiera gritted her teeth. What about her? She asked, gesturing to the little girl. I can leave her to you if you want. Keep her. Let her go. Hand her to an orphanage. Bring her back to her family. Do whatever you want. Kiera furrowed her brows. She was stuck with the little girl now. However, when she looked at the girl's scared eyes, she just felt pity. She earned enough money to support another person. Chapter 157, Going Back. Nick left the peddler's building with Kara, Jonathan, and the girl following him. Jonathan and Kiera hadn't noticed it, but their dynamic with Nick had already changed. Earlier, they had followed Nick because he had essentially threatened them with their lives. But now they just naturally followed him. Naturally, that was because of what they had just seen. Stephen had harbored such a dark secret, and most likely, Artem must have known about it or, even worse, actually supported it. It was still very difficult for them to accept that the nice boss they had known for months actually had such a dark secret. Kiera, especially, wanted to deny that Artem knew about these things. But the only way this would be possible was if all of this had been set up by Nick. However, that was just too unrealistic. It would have required so much work, and Nick would have even needed to fool a small girl into lying very convincingly. It was a fact that Stephen was a monster, and Artem most likely knew about it. Some people might be able to come to terms with this and continue working for Artem, but Jonathan and Kiera were not part of this group of people. Kiera and Jonathan both grew up in the outer city. While life hadn't been smooth sailing for them, it wasn't nearly as bad as growing up in the Dregs. The earliest one of them had seen a corpse was when they were 14 years old, which was nothing compared to children who grew up in the Dregs. The two of them knew that life was cruel, but looking past such a vile act was still impossible for them. Nick led the three of them into the outer city again. They were walking far slower than before due to the additional presence of the little girl. During their travels, the little girl didn't say anything and simply hung on Kiera's thigh. Some minutes later, the three of them reached the outer city, and Nick turned to Kiera. We're going to your home. You can leave the little girl there while we deal with other matters, he said evenly. Kiera took a deep breath and nodded. Showing Nick where she lived was making it impossible for her to turn back. If she decided to betray them, they knew where she lived, and they would be able to assassinate her easily or even take her family hostage. However, it didn't actually make a difference. Kiera had already decided to just go with the flow. Yes, she still hated Nick for killing Sarah, but she wasn't willing to throw her life away for revenge. Half an hour later, they reached a small house at the edges of the outer city. We'll be waiting here. Don't take longer than 10 minutes, Nick said evenly. Jonathan looked with worry at Kiera. He hoped that Kiera didn't decide to do something stupid. Kiera nodded and led the little girl inside. A moment after the door opened, Nick heard the voice of a young teenage boy. He guessed that this was Kiera's brother since she had said that she had a younger brother. A couple of minutes later, Kiera came out of the house and nodded at Nick. Jonathan sighed in relief. After that, the three of them ran towards Dark Dream, and since the little girl was no longer with them, it barely took them 5 minutes. When the two of them saw the warehouse, they furrowed their brows. That was it. Cycle was inside an actual office building, which was several stories high. Meanwhile, Dark Dream was just some shitty warehouse. Their future seemed a bit more uncertain. Nick opened the door and motioned for them to enter. When the door opened, the three of them saw several people. Jonathan and Kiera immediately noticed the guards and realized that working in a warehouse wasn't actually so stupid. Guards needed to patrol through office buildings, but in a warehouse, they could keep watch over everything easily. Even more, it was quite difficult to get to the guards. The next moment, they noticed a beautiful woman with brown hair sewing something in the corner, which was a bit strange. Did someone live here? Was that an employee? Next, they noticed a tall man sleeping in the corner, and they quickly realized that this was one of Dark Dream's employees. This was the one called Trevor. But why was he sleeping here? Naturally, the people who were awake also noticed the newcomers, and they became careful. After all, they were all on edge due to the current situation. Nick just walked towards a desk where a young woman was sitting. Since Pater was dead, his position had been filled by 3 people who worked in shifts. When the young woman saw Nick approaching, she respectfully stood up and performed a quick bow. "Good evening, sir." "What do you need?" she asked. "Get Winter down here immediately," Nick said. "Of course, sir," the young woman said before running out of the warehouse. It was almost 8 p.m. by now, and Winter had already gone home. Nick walked back to Kiera and Jonathan, who just awkwardly stood around, not knowing what would happen to them. Then, the 3 of them went to the side and waited. "Why is he sleeping here?" Jonathan asked after a couple of minutes of silence, as he gestured to Trevor. "Because of you," Nick said. The 2 of them furrowed their brows in confusion. "What if you attack him on his way home?" Nick asked. Then he gestured to the beautiful woman sewing in the corner. "She's also here because of you. She's a family member of one of our extractors. She's living here so that you can't use her as a hostage." Kiera and Jonathan felt a bit insulted. They would never stoop so low and involve the family members of their enemies. But then they remembered Steven's and Artem's true faces, and they realized that such a worry was actually not unfounded. However, at the same time, a question appeared in their mind. Why didn't their family live in the office for the same reason? What was different? However, before they could find an answer, the main entrance opened. Winter was here. Chapter 158, Financial Situation. As soon as Winter entered, Jonathan and Kiera became anxious again. Winter had a powerful presence, and he was the leader of their enemy. Their lives would be in his hands. When Winter saw Kiera and Jonathan, his expression didn't change. It was almost like he had expected them to be here. Winter walked up to them, and the anxiety of Jonathan and Kiera intensified. "Let's talk inside," Winter told the 3 of them as he walked past them towards one of the containment units. Nick gestured to follow Winter. Jonathan and Kiera became scared. Why were they going to a Specter? Were they about to get sacrificed? When they entered the containment unit, Kiera and Jonathan became terrified. There was a horrifying coffin walking around in the containment unit on white bandages. The 2 of them had seen a couple of Specters before, but seeing a new Specter was always a terrifying experience, especially since they didn't know what that Specter could do. "Perfect timing," Nick said. Nick walked up to the coffin. Bang, and kicked it. The coffin hit the wall, and all its bandages went back inside. Kiera and Jonathan took deep breaths. Sure enough, Nick was terrifying. Bang. Then Nick dumped the heavy corpse of Steven onto the ground. Naturally, Nick wouldn't forget such a valuable corpse. After a couple of seconds, the bandages slowly came out of the coffin again, and they quickly found Steven's corpse. Slowly, they wound around the corpse. And then the coffin opened. Scree. Kiera and Jonathan became absolutely terrified at that point and didn't dare to move. This was the most horrifying scream they had ever heard in their lives. A moment later, the corpse was consumed by the coffin, and the lid closed again. That should keep it busy for a while, Nick said. Sad that possession specters don't grow more powerful. Nick turned to look at Jonathan and Kiera, seeing that they were terrified of the coffin. That's all it can do. The two looked at Nick like they had just been pulled out of their thoughts. What? Kiera asked. That's all it can do, Nick said. It screams and eats corpses. It looks scary, but it's actually very weak. A good kick will scare it and shut it up. The two of them looked back at the coffin, which wasn't moving anymore. That was it. When it has food, it just lies on the ground. When it doesn't, it searches around. As long as you don't stand still while it tries to jump onto you, nothing will happen to you, Nick explained. It's called the Screaming Coffin, and it barely requires any maintenance. I'm the one dealing with its food supply. The two of them calmed down for multiple reasons. First of all, the coffin didn't seem as scary anymore. Second, the fact that Nick explained how to work with a specter meant that they most likely weren't about to get killed. Tell me what happened, Winter said as he looked at Nick. Nick nodded and narrated the day he had. Naturally, since Jonathan and Kiera were here, Nick didn't explain how he managed to sneak up on them. When Winter heard about the young girl, he didn't seem surprised, which shocked Jonathan and Kiera. It was almost like Winter had expected something like this. I was wondering how Artem managed to pay a level 2 Zephyx Extractor with that money sink in his facility, Winter said. That explains it. Money sink? Jonathan asked nervously. Winter glanced at Jonathan evenly. The dung heap, he said. This confused Jonathan. Why is that a money sink? It eats food, Winter said evenly. Food is scarce and very expensive. The dung heap probably makes less money than this coffin. Jonathan and Kiera were quite surprised when they heard that. Seems like Artem didn't tell you, Winter commented. The two of them looked at each other with complex expressions. No, he didn't, Kiera said, turning back to Winter. Winter nodded and started to break down what the dung heap was most likely producing and costing. After about 5 minutes of explaining everything, Kiera and Jonathan realized that the situation was really dire. The dung heap could probably only pay for about 3 extractors. Then Winter told them about the other 2 Specters of Cycle, which surprised them. Didn't you say you had no spy in Cycle? Kiera asked Nick. Winter snorted. I don't need a spy for that. Some of you carelessly told the normal staff about the Specters, and I simply had to bribe them for the information. When extractors can't keep their mouths shut, it's easy for the enemy to get all this information. At that moment, Jonathan gulped nervously. He had talked with one of the guards about the Specters he was working with. Jonathan was most likely part of how Winter found out about all of this. Winter continued breaking down what Cycle was most likely earning, and it didn't look good at all. Cycle was earning about as much as Dark Dream. Yet their rent was several times higher. They had double the number of extractors. They had far more normal staff. Depending on what you earn, Cycle should only make between 50,000 to 150,000 credits per month, and that's assuming that the Chief Zephyx Extractor and Artem don't get paid, Winter said. Nevertheless, I doubt that Artem was paying you well. Jonathan and Kiera looked at each other. Actually, they were pretty happy with what they were earning. How much were you earning? Winter asked. The two of them became uncomfortable. However, they didn't have a choice and answered. I'm a late newbie, Jonathan said. Because of that, I was earning about 6,000 credits per month. I'm a mid-newbie, Kiera said. I'm earning about 5,000 credits per month. Winter didn't seem surprised, but Nick felt shocked. That was barely anything. That's what Trevor and Ginny make in 5 days, Nick said in shock. Jonathan's and Kiera's eyes widened in shock as they looked at Nick. What? Jonathan asked. Nick nodded. Our extractors get 10% of what they produce, and the Dreamer produces around 10 grams of Zephyx per shift on average. This shocked the two of them. The Dreamer is producing that much Zephyx? Kiera shouted in shock. Nick nodded. It produces about 30 grams of Zephyx a day, Nick said. Kiera and Jonathan took a while to come to terms with that. Chapter 159, Useful Ability. Jonathan and Kiera almost couldn't believe that the people in Dark Dream were earning so much more. However, after thinking about what they had just heard from Winter, they realized that it actually made sense. It was not that Winter was paying his employees very well. It was that Artem was paying them horribly since he was barely earning any money. In terms of pure profit, Dark Dream was probably earning a lot more than Cycle, which meant that they could also pay their employees far better. You will be working for me from now on, Winter said, evenly looking at the two of them. Jonathan and Kiera looked at each other with uncertainty. All of this was so sudden. However, they remembered that they didn't really have a choice. They had already betrayed Cycle by walking in here. There was no going back. What about our families? Kiera asked. Since you are my employees, the security of your families is my responsibility, Winter said. As soon as you've signed the contract and the release fee has been paid, you can get your families and let them live in here for the time being. Earlier this day, the two of them would have thought that something like this was being too paranoid, but after witnessing Steven's and Artem's true faces, they accepted it. Then, thank you, boss, Jonathan said with a careful smile. Nick is the boss, Winter said before looking at Nick with a grin. At least, that's what all the extractors call him. You can refer to me simply as Sir, Winter said. Nick smiled awkwardly. He had gotten used to Jenny and Trevor calling him boss, but with 2 new additions, his nickname felt official. Of course, sir, Jonathan said with a polite bow. Winter nodded and looked at Kiera. Kiera only sighed and nodded. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. Good, Winter said before he walked to the door. I will be drafting the contract and dealing with the release fee. Nick, you show them around. Nick nodded. Usually, when extractors signed a contract, the contract said that they had to keep the specifics of their old workplace a secret, and a release fee had to be paid when they decided to work for another Zephyx manufacturer. Funnily enough, the contract these two had signed didn't have such a clause. Instead, the contract stated that they were not allowed to quit without the CEO's consent. However, that clause wasn't legally enforceable. Winter would just pay the standard amount of money to purchase the two of them, and if Artem had an issue with it, he could sue Winter. But both of them knew that he wouldn't get anywhere with that. Artem simply wrote the contract like this to make his employees think that they weren't allowed to join another manufacturer. After Winter left, Nick looked at the two of them, who looked at Nick nervously. Welcome to Dark Dream, Nick said with an embarrassed smile. I guess I'm your boss now. When the two of them saw the innocent smile on Nick's face, they were taken aback. Nick had seemed so dangerous and powerful, but now he seemed more like an inexperienced and shy boy. By the way, my name's Nick, and I'm 16 years old, Nick said with a smile. You're 16, Kiera asked in shock, which was mirrored by Jonathan. Is that strange? Nick asked with a smile as he scratched the back of his head. It's just, that's very young to be a Chief Zephyx Extractor, Kiera explained. I guess so, Nick answered awkwardly. Kiera and Jonathan were still confused and shocked. As soon as they had joined Dark Dream, Nick's entire demeanor had changed. But after a while, they decided that this was a good thing. Winter's aura was already oppressive enough. Anyway, what are your abilities? Nick asked. I kind of need to know. The two of them looked at each other. Asking an extractor about their ability was a taboo. However, it was also normal for the Chief Zephyx Extractor to know the abilities of their employees since they needed to assign them to the Specters. I can show you, Kiera said as she slowly moved her hand to one of her guns. Naturally, Nick noticed Kiera's movements, but he didn't stop her. Kiera slowly pulled out her gun and pointed it at one of the walls. Bang! She fired a bullet, and the bullet hit the wall loudly. The bullet bounced off the wall after being dented into an unrecognizable form. Meanwhile, the wall only got a bit discolored. That was a normal shot, Kiera said. Nick nodded as he watched with interest. Even though the person in front of him had a gun, Nick wasn't nervous in any way. Kiera was barely a meter away from Nick, and if she tried anything, Nick would reach her very quickly. The next moment, a red glow appeared around Kiera's gun. When Nick saw the red glow, he became very interested in the ability. It seemed like Kiera had an ability that was actually useful for combat. Bang! Kiera shot another bullet, which hit the wall as well. Just like the first bullet, this one couldn't penetrate the wall, but there was one difference. A very small crevice was left in the wall. The crevice was around 15 centimeters long, barely a couple of millimeters wide, and not even a single millimeter deep. Interesting, Nick said. Kiera nodded. This is the ability that extractors receive from one of our cycle Specters. Most of us have this ability since it is very useful for combat. With this ability, we can empower a weapon or parts of our bodies with a cutting effect, and the best part is that it barely costs any Zephyx to use, Kiera explained. Jonathan also has this ability, Kiera said as Jonathan nodded. Nick was very interested in the ability. If they won the war, they would gain access to the Specter that granted people this ability. This meant that Dark Dream would finally get a Specter that granted their new employees useful abilities. Chapter 160 Teaching. After talking a bit more, Winter returned with a contract. The two of them signed the contract, and they finally officially belonged to Dark Dream. Winter sent the two of them out to get their families to come here and told them that they would be working with a dreamer tomorrow. Depending on their result, one of them would take over Nick's shift. As the chief Zephyx Extractor, Nick didn't need to work with a Spectre to earn money. Additionally, Nick also needed time to find new Specters and to manage all the Extractors. Jonathan and Kiera left to get their families after thanking Winter. After the two of them left, Winter and Nick talked about their future plans for a while. With Steven dead and two of Cycle's employees gone, Cycle had just barely enough employees to keep their Specters. Now they only needed to deal with one more person. Eventually, Winter went home while Nick waited for Kiera and Jonathan to arrive with their families. As soon as the families arrived, Nick showed them where they could stay. Naturally, the little girl was part of Kiera's family. By now, Trevor had woken up since his shift was about to start, and Nick introduced him to everyone. Finally, at 10 p.m., Nick left Dark Dream to get something to eat. Not many places were open at this hour, but Nick could still find something. An hour later, Nick fell into bed. After waking up the next day, Nick got some food and went to Dark Dream. It was silent. The families of the Zephyx Extractors had all been sleeping since it was so early. However, as soon as the door opened, a couple of them woke up and looked at Nick. After all, sleeping in such an open space made people nervous, and their sleep was light. Sadly, there wasn't much they could do. At least it was only a temporary arrangement. Jonathan was one of the people who got woken up by Nick, and he quickly stood up when he saw him. "Wake Kiera up as well and get something to eat," Nick whispered to Jonathan. "In an hour, you guys are going to work with the Dreamer." Jonathan nodded and went over to Kiera. Meanwhile, Nick went to the containment units and retrieved the gathered Zephyx. And then Nick waited for the hour to pass. As he looked around a warehouse, Nick felt like Dark Dream had transformed into a shelter. There were almost 10 people sleeping in here. Things were getting crowded. We really need a new place, Nick thought. Eventually, it was time to go to work. Jonathan and Kiera weren't in the mood to eat something since too much had happened yesterday, but they still had to work. When the two of them walked to the big containment unit, they gulped. Coming into contact with a new Spectre was always scary, and they were quite sure that this Spectre wasn't as harmless as the screaming coffin. After entering the containment unit, the two of them saw the Dreamer. Right now, the Dreamer was looking intently at Jonathan and Kiera while Trevor lay in front of it. When Kiera and Jonathan looked into the Dreamer's eyes, they both took deep breaths. It felt hollow and creepy. Its aura was different from Cycle Specters. The dung heap was essentially just a rotting pile of stink, which didn't make it very scary, while the other two Specters were more direct with their aura. In comparison, the Dreamer felt threatening, but in a subtle way. However, it wasn't as scary as their Specters, actually. The lover looked horrifying, and the bleeding lady put terror into every watcher. But the Dreamer just seemed creepy. "These are two new employees," Nick told the Dreamer. "They are Zephyx Extractors and already have experience in working with other Specters. Depending on how they do, they will be working with you from now on." Naturally, the Dreamer showed no reaction whatsoever. "Can it understand us?" Kiera asked. The Dreamer didn't look at her. "It feeds on mentality," Nick said. "It can understand us." After that, Nick walked over and woke up Trevor. "Morning already?" Trevor asked with a yawn. "Yep," Nick said with a smile. Then Trevor turned to Jonathan and Kiera. "Don't worry. Working with a Dreamer is easy. You just gotta dream a bit." Trevor laughed a bit before walking out. "You two will do my shift today," Nick said. "You both get 4 hours each, and if you produce enough Zephyx, you get to work with a Dreamer from now on." The two of them nodded. "Jonathan, you go first," Nick said. Jonathan took a deep breath and walked over to the Dreamer. "Just lay down or sit down somewhere," Nick said. "The Dreamer will put you to sleep." Jonathan nodded, took another deep breath, and sat down near the wall. When Jonathan saw the Dreamer walk over to him, his fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and he started to sweat profusely. Being in a vulnerable position in front of Spectre was a terrifying experience. However, Jonathan had worked with scarier Specters, and he didn't panic. After a bit, Jonathan felt his mind shifting, and a minute later, he was out. Kiera watched nervously as Jonathan's head lost its strength and sank. "And that's it," Nick said. 4 hours later, we'll wake him up, and you will take his place." Kiera gulped and left the containment unit with Nick. Nick talked with Winter for a while before he talked with Jenny and Trevor a bit more. 4 hours later, Nick checked the amount of Zephyx that Jonathan had produced in 4 hours. 5 grams, Nick thought with a nod. About average. Kiera and Nick entered the containment unit. Nick told Kiera to wake Jonathan up and to take his place. When Jonathan woke up, he was confused, but he quickly realized what had happened. That was easy, Jonathan commented. Easier than working with a bleeding lady, and far easier than working with a lover. Eventually, Kiera also fell asleep, and 4 hours later, Nick checked the Zephyx she had produced. 6 grams, Nick thought. I guess it makes sense to turn this from 3 8-hour shifts into 4 6-hour shifts. Nick planned a bit and nodded. From this day forward, all 4 employees would be working with a dreamer each day. And for the first time, Nick had time to actually do his actual job since he didn't need to work with a dreamer anymore. Nick's team had grown from 2 to 4. Chapter 161, A Tailing. Nick sat on top of a tall building. At this moment, Nick was wearing a white cloak, which almost seemed identical to the one that the spy had worn when Nick had killed her. This time, Nick was the spy. About 100 meters away was another tall building, but this one was different since it even had actual windows made of actual glass. Glass was an extremely rare and valuable material, and the only place one would usually find glass was in the inner city. Yet, this building had real windows. Almost no other building in the outer city had real glass. This meant that this building belonged to a company that earned a lot of money. Of course, that company was Cycle. Even though Cycle didn't have many employees, getting a profit of 100,000 credits or more per month in the outer city was ridiculously high. One had to remember that everyone in the outer city could only do business with others from the outer city. At most, there were 50,000 people living in the outer city. So, while a building with real windows was unaffordable for almost every company, Zephyx manufacturers could buy something like that. For the past day, Nick had kept watch over Cycle's building. Steven had died and Jonathan and Kiera had switched to Dark Dream, which meant that Cycle should be in a lot of trouble. And Nick was here to find an opportunity to actually end it. His job was to see if there were truly no more extractors remaining, and to find an opportunity to assassinate the last of them. According to Jonathan, there were only 2 more extractors left, excluding Artem. A tall guy with a long sword called Fatuma, and a bald woman with a big staff called Selena. Funnily enough, Nick hadn't seen either of them within the last day, which meant that they were probably living inside the office for now. Given the current situation, that was understandable. Over the next couple of hours, only a couple of normal people were entering and leaving the building. And then, finally, something interesting happened. Nick saw a tall man with a long sword walking out of the entrance, and he narrowed his eyes. This must be Fatuma, Nick thought. Without looking around, Fatuma chose a direction and walked away from Cycle. The way Fatuma was walking made it seem like nothing was wrong. Should I follow him? Nick thought. My ability is still active, which means he hasn't seen me. Naturally, it was possible that this was a trap. After all, Nick had set up the same trap 2 days earlier. After a bit of hesitation, Nick decided to follow Fatuma. As long as his ability was still active, nobody was perceiving him. Fatuma kept walking towards the south, and Nick kept following him. A couple of minutes later, Fatuma walked out of the outer city and reached the edge of the Dregs. When Nick saw that, he became more nervous and furrowed his brows, looking around. Fatuma had to know that this was a perfect spot to ambush him. So, why would he come here on purpose? Was this truly a trap? But no one could perceive Nick. After all, his ability was still active. Eventually, Fatuma stopped in the middle of a rundown street where nobody was living. And then he just stopped moving. He just looked forward without doing anything. Nick looked around, his face scrunching up in discomfort. Was there anybody following him? Nick couldn't see anyone else on the rooftops or the streets. The stench of the Dregs entered Nick's nose, and his facial muscles tensed in disgust. As he looked around, Nick became more nervous and paranoid. Why was Fatuma just stopping in the middle of nowhere? This had to be a trap. But his ability was still active. Nick had to put his arm over his nose to cover the terrible stench. A moment later, Nick had to suppress several coughs. What the hell is going on? Nick thought as he realized that this wasn't normal. Sure, the Dregs stunk a lot, but it had never been this intense. Not even the sewers smelled this disgusting. It was almost like the dung heap. Nick realized. Jonathan and Kiera had said that they didn't know of anyone who had gained an ability from the dung heap. They had heard from somebody advancing their ability through the dung heap, but they had never seen an extractor directly getting one. Steven, for example, had advanced his ability through the dung heap. Just like Kiera and Jonathan, Stephen had gained his ability from the Bleeding Lady, but compared to them, he was already a level 2 extractor, and his ability had already advanced. By using the dung heap, Stephen's bloody cut had gained an additional poison effect. Still, while the two of them knew what the dung heap could do to elevate an ability, they didn't know the pure ability the dung heap could bestow. Additionally, they also didn't know what kind of ability Fatuma had since he kept his abilities secret. Well, Nick now knew the answer to both questions. The stench was absolutely horrifying, and breathing became quite difficult for Nick. Even more, the effect of the ability was becoming stronger and stronger the more Nick breathed. I know somebody's here. At that point, Fatuma spoke. Nick furrowed his brows as he tried to keep his breathing in check. Activating such an ability over such a great area had to use up a lot of Zephyx, and Fatuma was a peak newbie, just like Nick. As long as Nick could hold out, he would be able to keep himself hidden until Fatuma had to deactivate his ability. He's bluffing, Nick thought. If he knew I was here, my ability would have deactivated. Silence. Do you think I'm bluffing? Fatuma asked his surroundings evenly. Nick didn't say anything. Silence. You don't know why Cycle is truly called Cycle, apparently, Fatuma said. The dung heap's ability is a cycle. It leaves me and comes back. But when somebody breathes it in, it can't come back, which means my internal Zephyx recovers slower. That's how I know you're here. Chapter 162 Offer. Nick narrowed his eyes. Was Fatuma bluffing? It sounded very convincing that he knew that someone was there. Even more, since he didn't know where Nick was, Nick's ability remained active. It was actually possible to know that Nick was somewhere close to someone without deactivating his ability. At this moment, a strong internal conflict was happening inside Nick. Was Fatuma bluffing or not? If he was bluffing, he should be running out of Zephyx pretty soon, and Nick could get the jump on him. If he wasn't bluffing, Nick might actually die to the poison. It doesn't actually matter, Nick thought with narrowed eyes. One possibility has a high chance of death while the other is just a missed opportunity. The truth was that Fatuma wasn't bluffing. The dung heap's ability allowed someone to give off poisonous gas. When the poison wasn't being absorbed by any living thing, it would simply go back into the body of the person who used it, replenishing a part of their Zephyx. Naturally, using this ability still consumed Zephyx since one couldn't reabsorb 100% of the poison they had given off, but the Zephyx used wasn't a big deal. Nevertheless, the amount of Zephyx Fatuma was getting back from using his ability was far lower than normal, which meant something big was breathing and absorbing his poison. Fatuma had spread his gas over a radius of 50 meters. Unfortunately, while he knew that someone was there, he couldn't tell where they were. He just knew that they had to be within a 50-meter radius of him. And he also knew that it had to be an extractor. After all, any normal animal or human would have already died by now, and Specters don't breathe. So it had to be a Zephyx Extractor. ZZZT. At that moment, a blue spark appeared on top of one of the buildings. Fatuma looked over. At that moment, Fatuma saw a semi-transparent barrier that was burning the gas he was releasing. Naturally, this was Nick. By activating his barrier, Nick could protect himself from the poison, but the sound and visual effects of his barrier would also reveal his location to Fatuma. Under normal circumstances, Nick would have just run away in secret. You want to talk? Nick asked from his rooftop. If Fatuma wanted to kill Nick, he would have simply waited without saying anything while using some kind of method to contact Artem. At that point, Artem would arrive with Selena, and they would search through the surroundings for Nick. Yet, Fatuma had said several things, and he had even explained his ability. This meant that Fatuma wasn't interested in killing Nick. At least not right now. Fatuma could see Nick's appearance through the blue shimmer of his barrier. As Nick looked at Fatuma, he saw his barrier slowly vanishing. Naturally, Nick hadn't deactivated his barrier. There simply wasn't more to block for the barrier. This meant that Fatuma had pulled his poison back. When Nick realized that, he deactivated his barrier. After all, keeping it active drained a lot of Zephyx. You're Nick, the chief Zephyx extractor, right? Fatuma asked. Yes, Nick answered evenly from his rooftop. What happened to Jonathan and Kiera? He asked. You're not asking about the fat man? Nick asked back. It's obvious what happened to him, Fatuma answered emotionlessly. Someone with such dark secrets won't dare to betray Artem. Nick narrowed his brows. Fatuma had essentially confessed to knowing that Artem and Stephen were monsters. Apparently, not everyone fell for Artem's spiel. They're working for me now, Nick answered. Silence. How did you manage to convince them? Fatuma asked. The fat man had a peddler's storage token on him. I simply showed them what was inside, Nick said. Fatuma just raised an eyebrow. That would do it, he said with an unimpressed tone. Why do you want to talk to me? Nick asked again. You're not fooled like the others. Artem isn't the best actor, Fatuma said, looking at Nick. I never believed him for a single second, but compared to others, I simply didn't make a big deal of it. He knows that I know, and he knows that I don't care. If you got the power and the money, you can do whatever you want. Nick wasn't a big fan of what he was hearing. You still haven't answered my question, Nick said with an emotionless voice. Fatuma looked into Nick's eyes without fear. Money and power, Fatuma answered. I want money and power. Loyalty and fairness are unimportant in the face of money and power. Give me money and power, and I will be your ally. If I join Dark Dream, Cycle is done for, Fatuma said. Nick wasn't quite sure what he should think about that. On the one hand, they could take down Cycle right now, but on the other hand, Fatuma knew no such thing as loyalty. In a certain way, it was like going into a relationship with someone who cheated on their current partner with you. Sure, you would get the person, but that person had cheated on their partner. This meant that the chances were high that they would also cheat on you. Just like how Dark Dream could gain Fatuma's power by offering more than Cycle, another Zephyx manufacturer could do the same by offering more than Dark Dream. Sadly, they probably also wouldn't be able to kill Fatuma after hiring him and dealing with Cycle. Someone like Fatuma was smart enough to prepare for such an event. Fatuma would know that Dark Dream might want to kill him, and he would have certainly prepared something for that event. Accepting Fatuma would be troublesome. It would be like accepting a snake to come into one's home. What do you have in mind? Nick asked. A leadership role, Fatuma said. I don't switch sides just because someone offers me more money. I also want more power. The money part won't be a problem for you since Cycle pays horribly, which just leaves the power part. I want a team leader position. Give me that, and I will join. Chapter 163, Protective Order. Nick looked at Fatuma from afar with furrowed brows. Should he accept or not? There was definitely a major risk associated with this decision. Would someone who was only interested in money and power be trustworthy enough to tell him some secrets? With enough money, Fatuma could maybe even be bought to become a spy. Having a team leader as a spy would be devastating. In fact, Nick didn't want to hire Fatuma at all. He simply didn't like him. Compared to Nick, Fatuma was only interested in his own gain. It was almost like Fatuma had no morals, which was in stark contrast to Nick, whose entire purpose in life was to make the world a better place. However, Nick knew that things weren't that simple. Jonathan and Kiera had told Nick about Fatuma. In Cycle, Fatuma garnered a lot of respect from everyone. In fact, almost all of the extractors had seen Fatuma as their chief Zephyx Extractor instead of Steven. Whenever there was a major decision, the extractors looked at how Fatuma reacted before they gave their own answers. From what the two of them had said, Fatuma was the epitome of reliability, and he even pushed back on some policies that would have been detrimental. Fatuma was definitely a capable leader. Having him as a team leader would be a tremendous asset to Dark Dream. For a while, Nick just silently looked at Fatuma as he evaluated his options. Fine, Nick said after several seconds. What do you have to offer? Fatuma asked. A position as the only team leader. When we expand in the future, there will be other team leaders as well, but you will be our first, Nick said. What about the money? Fatuma asked. You get 10% of all the Zephyx you produce yourself and 5% of all the Zephyx your team produces, including yourself, Nick said. Winter and Nick had already talked about what Nick's team leaders would earn in the future. When they finally hired a team leader, Nick's share of the profit would drop from 10% of what every Zephyx extractor produced to 5%. However, Nick's amount of work would also drop since he would only need to give orders to the team leaders instead of to the individual Zephyx extractors. Hypothetically, if there were 5 teams of 5 extractors, Nick would only need to give orders to 5 people, but would gain 5% of what 25 extractors produced. And since extractors got 10% of what they produced, it would be like Nick was earning as much as 12.5 extractors, while the team leaders earned as much as 3.5 extractors since they were also working with Specters themselves. The difference in earnings was monumental, but the amount of money the normal extractors earned was still absolutely top. By hiring Fatuma, Nick's workload would drop even more, and he would only need to search for new Specters. Although he also needed to work with one Specter to increase his own level. When Fatuma heard Nick's offer, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Apparently, he genuinely hadn't expected such a good offer. A second later, Fatuma's brows furrowed, and he looked at the ground. "Do you accept?" Nick asked after a bit. Fatuma looked at Nick again and nodded. "I presume you don't have a contract ready." "I don't," Nick said. A moment later, Fatuma took a rolled-up piece of paper out of one of his pockets and unrolled it, showing it to the distant Nick. "What is that?" Nick asked with furrowed brows. "Insurance," Fatuma said. "I'm not going to walk into Dark Dream without having signed a valid contract. I'm not a great fan of putting my life in someone else's hands. This piece of paper is a protective order. After signing it, if I die before we negate the protective order, or before it is fulfilled, Dark Dream will have to pay a hefty fine of about 500,000 credits. Naturally, as soon as I have signed my employment contract, the protective order will be null and void. I want you to sign this on behalf of Dark Dream." "Without this, I won't go near Dark Dream," Fatuma said. Nick looked at the distant Fatuma with furrowed brows. "I'll need to read this first," he said. Fatuma rolled the protective order up again and held it out in front of him. A moment later, Nick jumped down from the building and walked up to Fatuma. Naturally, Nick was still careful about Fatuma. He wouldn't lower his guard until Fatuma signed his actual employment contract. After some seconds, Nick reached Fatuma and grabbed the protective order. Nick took a couple of steps back to be at a safe distance and glanced at Fatuma warily. While Nick started reading with much difficulty, he also kept glancing at Fatuma. Of course, Fatuma got annoyed by Nick's constant vigilance and took several steps back. Then he turned around with his hands lifted up to show that he wasn't luring Nick into some sort of trap. "Is that better?" Fatuma asked. "Can you focus on reading now?" Nick furrowed his brows as he glanced at the distant Fatuma. He didn't like Fatuma's attitude, but he was right. It did lower Nick's vigilance. Nick returned to reading, but then he glanced at Fatuma again. Fatuma was turned away, not looking at Nick. Then Nick's eyes narrowed, and a gleam appeared in them. DZZZZZZT. Suddenly, Nick's barrier shone in an aggressive blue light, and Nick felt like all of his power was being sapped away. Immediately, Nick jumped to the side with all of his power. Clank, 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 clank. Nick saw several scalpels, scissors, knives, and saws hitting the ground after they flew past the spot where he had just been. A poisonous green aura emanated from all the small tools and weapons, and the metal of the streets around them started to rust. If Nick hadn't been ready for a sudden attack, he would have died. Luckily, he had noticed just in time that his ability hadn't reactivated after Fatuma had turned around. Chapter 164, The Torturer. Mere moments after Nick had noticed that his ability hadn't reactivated, he had turned his barrier on. If he hadn't done so, these many small objects would have skewered his body, and based on what he was seeing, he would have also been poisoned. Without hesitation, Nick immediately looked to his back. On top of the building where Nick had been earlier was a person. Artem. At this moment, Artem held several bloody tools in his right hand as he glared at Nick. At the same time, Fatuma spun to face Nick and narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, a person wearing a black cloak ran out from one street while they were holding a huge staff. That was obviously Selena. Based on all the reactions, Nick could tell that this had been a trap. Selena and Artem had probably been called over by a signal, but they hadn't attacked before Nick's vigilance had lowered. Earlier, Nick had still been on one of the highest buildings in the surroundings, and he had constantly looked around. So they had waited until Fatuma could convince Nick to lower his guard. And it would have worked. The only reason why they hadn't gotten Nick was the activation condition for his ability. When Nick saw the bloody tools in Artem's hands, he remembered what Winter had told him. Naturally, Winter knew what kind of ability Artem had since he was originally supposed to get the same one. It was the ability of an elder specter, which was called the Torturer. The Torturer was a moving pile of bloody tools, and even though it looked like a possession specter, it was actually a physical specter. It gained power from causing pain, and working with it was one of the worst things. However, it had probably the most useful ability out of all the specters in Crimson Fungus City. The ability allowed someone to conjure very durable and deadly tools in exchange for Zephyx. But most important of all, this ability could be evolved in many different ways. Naturally, this specter was owned by Kugelblitz, and the very few newbies Kugelblitz recruited would receive the Torturer's ability. Interestingly enough, Albert also had the Torturer's ability, which meant that he had most likely been recruited by Kugelblitz before he had been a Zephyx Extractor. As the son of a major shareholder of Kugelblitz, Artem naturally also got the privilege of receiving the Torturer's ability, and based on what Nick had just seen, Artem had probably evolved his ability by using the dung heap. While Winter was smarter than him, Artem was still extremely powerful and dangerous. Nick was in trouble, especially since there was also Selena, who had the Bleeding Lady's ability. The only good thing about this situation was that Fatuma couldn't use his ability with his allies present. As soon as Nick finished jumping to the side, he deactivated his barrier. The barrage Nick had just withstood had probably consumed over 80% of his Zephyx, which significantly weakened him. While barriers were essential for survival, if a barrier consumed all of one's Zephyx, one would basically be unable to move. So even though they hadn't received any injuries yet, they would have already lost. Because of that, Nick deactivated his barrier after jumping to the side. "I'm not surprised that you're a Chief Zephyx Extractor anymore," Fatuma said as he pulled out his long sword. "But you're still nothing compared to our Chief Zephyx Extractor." Then Fatuma smiled. "Which is me." Since Nick had killed Steven, Cycle needed a new Chief Zephyx Extractor, and Artem had assigned the role to Fatuma. Because of that, Fatuma hadn't even entertained the thought of joining Dark Dream. After all, if they managed to destroy Dark Dream, Fatuma would become a Chief Zephyx Extractor with 5 Specters he would be responsible for. Nick just narrowed his eyes and didn't answer. A moment later, Fatuma was lunging at him as Artem readied more of his tools. Selena was still a bit away from the battle. Nick gritted his teeth as Fatuma's blade approached at surprising speeds. Fatuma definitely wasn't inexperienced in fighting other extractors. Bang! Fatuma's blade bounced back as Nick slapped it to the side with the long blade on his left arm. A moment later, Nick already lunged forward with his right arm and aimed for Fatuma's chest. However, Fatuma quickly stepped back. Ding! And blocked Nick's strike with his blade. Yet, the strongest aspect of fist weapons was their unparalleled attacking speed, and Nick's next attack was already on its way. Fatuma narrowed his eyes with a serious expression as he jumped back again. But then, Nick jumped back. Shing! Shing! 2 tools passed through the space between Fatuma and Nick. If Nick had continued attacking, he would have been impaled. This was not a one-on-one battle. If it were, Nick would be confident in winning against Fatuma. Sadly, it wasn't. Artem jumped down from the building as he readied more of his tools, and Fatuma stopped retreating. Selena was also coming dangerously close. Nick continued jumping back. Kiera and Jonathan are still alive, Nick shouted toward Selena. Artem narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Selena. Bang! The floor below Nick caved in as Selena's heavy staff hit it. Luckily, Nick had jumped away just in time. "Those traitors will be next," Selena shouted in a cold voice. Nick gritted his teeth. Kiera had told Nick that Selena most likely wouldn't listen. Selena was a very loyal person, and without concrete proof, she would attack Nick on sight. Sadly, Nick didn't have proof of Artem's and Steven's conduct that he could take out just like this. The only things that could convince Selena would be Jonathan and Kiera telling her directly about what they had seen and the child they had saved. Sadly, none of these things could be put in a pocket and pulled out when one wanted. At this moment, Artem threw his next set of terrifying tools, and Nick had to jump away again. Meanwhile, Fatuma and Selena were charging at him. Things were getting problematic. Chapter 165, How? Nick jumped back once more while Fatuma and Selena rapidly ran towards him. Fatuma and Selena were peak newbies, which meant that, on a baseline, they were just as physically strong as Nick. Luckily, based on what Nick could see, they weren't focusing on training their bodies. While they were definitely athletic, they didn't look like they dedicated their life to sports. Fatuma reached a full sprint as he held his long sword at his side, ready to explode forward with a strike. Meanwhile, Selena wasn't as fast as Fatuma. Her physique and her heavy weapon made her slower by quite a bit. Artem kept a certain distance from his 2 agents and kept conjuring poison tools. Suddenly, Nick pulled out one of the 3 spears he carried with him and dropped it to the side. The spear stuck into the ground, and Nick's 3 opponents could see how heavy it was. The fact that Nick was running around with 3 of these was extremely shocking. How would he even be able to throw them? With 30 kilos less on his person, Nick's speed increased, and he quickly took a bigger jump backward. Clank! Clank! Nick used his blades and blocked 2 tools that Artem had thrown at him while jumping back. When Artem saw that, he gritted his teeth. This had already turned out way worse than he had expected. Nick was way stronger than anticipated. Artem was already quite frustrated and nervous. After all, they were currently in the layer of buildings between the Dregs and the outer city. If Nick simply jumped across a couple of buildings, he would be entering populated space again, which would make things troublesome. One had to remember that they were officially not allowed to fight. If anyone witnessed them fighting and the guards investigated, Cycle would have to pay a hefty fine, and they would also receive a brutal warning. Artem had to kill Nick before he could flee into the city. Otherwise, Nick would just land in a crowded street and casually walk forward, acting like he wasn't in a battle. And Artem wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Nick landed on top of a low building and looked forward. Bang. Futuma also jumped towards the building's roof, keeping his sword ready. Nick moved strangely, almost like he was pulling on something. Immediately after, Nick fell backward, past the small building's roof. Behind you! At that moment, Artem's urgent voice thundered throughout the surroundings, and Futuma immediately turned to look behind him. The spear Nick had dropped earlier was currently almost above Futuma. How? Futuma thought in shock. Luckily, the spear would pass over Futuma, based on its trajectory. Meanwhile, Nick landed behind the building. At this moment, nobody could see him, and his ability reactivated. A ghost wire extended from Nick's right arm and stretched over the building, creating smoke at the edge of the building's roof. Nick's eyes were narrowed, and then he pulled forward with all of his power. Sir! Immediately, an invisible cut appeared in the metallic building, created by the ghost wire. Futuma's eyes widened in shock as the spear suddenly angled towards Futuma and shot at him. Its speed was insane. He couldn't react. Boom. A copper-colored barrier appeared around Futuma. Naturally, Futuma had his own barrier, and he had already activated it when Artem launched his first attack. The spear hit the barrier with insane power, and the barrier shook violently. However, Futuma's trajectory didn't change. The barrier that Futuma used also expended Zephyx to nullify the kinetic force of whatever was hitting it. This naturally cost more Zephyx than the other kinds of barriers, but it meant that Futuma wouldn't get stunned or thrown away by an attack. The next moment, Futuma felt like the world around him was swimming and distorting. This was a symptom of being critically low on Zephyx. He wasn't out, but his concentration had already suffered quite a bit. How? Futuma thought in terror. Nick had depleted nearly all of Futuma's Zephyx in an instant. With one attack, a newbie shouldn't be able to do that. To put this into perspective, Nick's barrier managed to withstand over 5 poison tools that Artem had thrown at him, and Artem was an early John. But now Nick, a peak newbie, had done even more damage with one attack than Artem had done with 5. This shouldn't be possible. Ding. Futuma immediately slashed the spear away from his barrier with his sword. On the other side of the building, Nick felt all the power he had put into the pull vanish. I got his barrier, Nick thought. The next moment, Nick clicked on something on his right hand, and the ghost wire lost its connection to him. Retrieving that spear was too troublesome right now. Without hesitation, Nick jumped to the side and exploded forward. With his ability active, his speed had increased substantially. Futuma landed on the building, and the spear Nick had abandoned hit one of the other buildings. Selena had slowed down in shock, but she quickly sped up again. Artem gritted his teeth violently. Bang. Artem jumped forward, and he quickly passed by Selena, landing on the building. Don't engage him without me, Artem ordered. He's too dangerous. Futuma nodded as he jumped past the building. Selena also jumped onto the building. Artem sped past Futuma, and the two of them simultaneously fell towards the alley behind the building. Then their eyes widened. Where was he? Nick had vanished. In an instant, they found the only path Nick could have taken and ran down the alley. Artem passed Futuma and reached the turn that Nick had to have taken. Pling. At that moment, a part of Artem's neck sparkled with a silver color. Artem looked down and saw an almost invisible wire on his neck. Oh. At that moment, the wire suddenly shot toward Artem's right with incredible speed. Artem immediately understood what was happening, but was too late to react. Chapter 166 Floor. Crack. The left side of Artem's head sparkled silver as Nick's spear hit him. Nick's spear had activated Artem's barrier. However, Artem's barrier was very different from normal barriers. After all, Artem was a potential heir to the Melfian family. The silver sparkle had been Artem's barrier, which had created a thin film of energy over Artem's clothing and skin, and when the spear was close to hitting Artem, the barrier's shape changed. The barrier stretched out and angled 30 degrees to the side. The spear hit the angled barrier, and its trajectory changed so that it passed by Artem instead of hitting him. Naturally, quite a bit of the spear's force still hit the barrier, but was almost negligible. Together with a 5-to-1 ratio of attacking Zephyx to defensive Zephyx of the barrier, Artem didn't even lose 10% of his Zephyx. Inside the alley, Nick gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected Artem to be first. If any of the other two had arrived, they would have been killed, most likely. Sadly, Artem's barrier was just way too advanced and powerful. However, even though Artem didn't take any serious damage, his fear and anger still exploded. Just now, he had felt like he was about to die, which made him absolutely furious. How could such a nobody cause such panic in him? This was one of the greatest acts of disrespect that Artem had ever experienced. "You're going to pay for this." Artem spoke through gritted teeth with pure venom. Nick didn't answer and just pulled out a black ball from one of his pockets. Bang! Nick threw the ball onto the ground in front of him, and a huge cloud of smoke filled the alleyway. Artem snorted. The next moment, a silver flicker appeared in front of Artem's eyes, and some kind of display appeared. In Artem's vision, the colors changed, but the smoke also seemingly vanished. Naturally, such an expensive barrier had more than a few utility effects. Right now, Artem could see how Nick ran into one of the buildings at the side. Artem aggressively shot forward. Bang! Artem punched through the door of the building that Nick had just entered, and he quickly charged down one of the hallways. Sadly, this one led into an empty room. Shing! The display in front of Artem's eyes changed. The colors became subdued, but there were several bright specks floating in the air. These bright specks were particles that created human scent. This meant that Artem could essentially see Nick's smell with his eyes. The particles were dispersing, but they were still far more concentrated in some spots than in others. Naturally, this meant that Nick had been there. Artem rapidly charged forward again, following the trail of scent that Nick had left behind. Eventually, Artem reached another room. The trail ended in front of a hole in the floor. Artem narrowed his eyes. Did Nick jump into the sewers? CRK. Suddenly, an arm shot out of the hole and grabbed Artem's ankle. ZZZZZT. But the next moment, a spark of lightning appeared around Artem's ankle after it sparkled with a silver color. The arm started to smoke and rapidly retreated back into the hole. Obviously, such an obvious weakness as getting grabbed was something that the barrier could deal with as well. Boom. Suddenly, the floor below Artem exploded as a foot kicked through it. Artem was flung forward, and his barrier sparkled again. "You want to throw me into the sewers?" Artem thought with absolute fury. In the air, Artem turned to Nick's foot and threw a scalpel at it. Ding. Luckily, he missed. The next moment, Artem landed on the other side of the hole. Crack. A blade shot through the floor and cut to the side. CRK. The plate Artem was standing on collapsed, but he managed to jump to the side. Ding. One of Artem's knives hit the blade and bounced off. The blade vanished. Bang. And reappeared at the edge of the room. Then, it rapidly moved along the outside of the room. Artem gritted his teeth and threw his remaining tools at the flooring beside the blade. Bang. 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 The three tools punched through the floor. Splash. Splash. Two distant sounds of splashing appeared. Did I hit? Artem thought with furrowed brows. Yet, the blade kept going around the room at incredible speeds. Artem focused on conjuring more tools. Sadly, conjuring tools took some time. Over the next couple of seconds, Artem launched several tools at the spot where Nick should be, but he had no idea if he actually hit him or not. When the room became too unstable, Artem jumped to one of the walls and punched through it, keeping himself above the floor. The floor began to shake, and the blade vanished. While Artem held himself up on the wall with his left hand, his right hand was ready to throw another 3 scalpels. As soon as the floor fell down, Artem would throw them at Nick. Boom! Yet, instead of falling, the floor suddenly shot upwards. Artem's eyes widened. His entire vision was occupied by the floor of the room that was coming closer and closer. Artem's barrier activated when the metal floor touched him. A silver light appeared. Behind the floor, Nick's eyes sparkled as the silver light of Artem's barrier shone through some of the holes in the floor. Since the floor had already risen by a lot, Nick grabbed one of the walls of the room with his hands and kicked the floor in the direction of the silver light. Bang! The entire floor bent, and Artem's eyes widened as it shot towards him. Crack! The floor buried into the walls and ceiling in several places, getting stuck in them. At that moment, Artem gritted his teeth and also kicked the floor. Bang! The floor bent in more places, and Nick could see the spot that Artem had just kicked from the other side. Bang! An extremely powerful impact bent the floor again, and Artem's barrier shone again. This kick had just consumed nearly 3% of Artem's Zephyx. With the ceiling above it and the wall behind it, Artem's barrier couldn't redirect the force of the strike, which meant that it was forced to block it directly. Bang. Artem kicked forward again, bending more of the floor. Bang. Bang. Yet more powerful attacks came from the other side of the floor, using up more of Artem's Zephyx. Worst of all, Artem couldn't tell where Nick was. He knew that Nick was somewhere behind the floor, but he didn't know where. Chapter 167 Splash. Bang. 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 The floor got bent in more and more places as Nick and Artem punched and kicked it. Some seconds later, more and more parts of the floor fell into the sewers. The amount of floor in the room was decreasing. Yet, Artem still couldn't find Nick. Where the fuck was he? In a rare moment of peace, Artem used his knives and created large cuts on the floor in front of him. As long as he could see Nick, he would be able to kill him. The only reason why Nick had been able to fight him evenly was because Artem couldn't properly use his ability like this. At least, that was what Artem thought. After more cutting, almost all the floor in the room had fallen into the sewers below, and Artem could finally see the entire room. Nothing. Nick wasn't here. Then Artem saw a small hole in the ceiling near the other wall, and Artem immediately realized what had happened. Bang. At that moment, a blade shot through the ceiling above Artem and hit his head. Artem's barrier blocked the blade. Crack. But compared to Fatuma's barrier, Artem's barrier didn't negate kinetic energy unless it was programmed to do so. Artem lost his grip on the wall behind him and shot down. Artem's eyes widened in horror and fury, and he turned to look up. Through the bit of sunlight coming from behind Nick, Artem could see Nick's silhouette through the hole that Nick's hand had just made. Immediately, Artem threw all his knives at Nick in a last-ditch effort to kill him. Ding, ding, ding. Nick moved to the side, and the three knives punched through the ceiling in front of Nick. I will dash. Splash. Artem couldn't finish his dramatic shout as he fell into the sewers, and his mouth got filled with liquid that only a limited number of people would call water. Nick moved forward again and looked into the sewers through the hole. If he has a similar reaction to Winter, he will be out of the fight for a while, Nick thought. Then, Nick slowly snuck forward on the second floor of the building. While he was doing so, Nick clutched the right side of his abdomen. A lot of blackened blood was flowing out of that spot. Artem had hit him with one of his knives when Nick had been cutting through the floor. The spot where the knife had hit Nick hurt like hell and burned like crazy. It felt like Nick's insides were decomposing. Bang. Nick heard a loud crash from below him. It sounded like someone had kicked the door open. On the first floor, Fatuma and Selena charged forward. Earlier, they had seen Artem get hit by a spear and charge into a smoke-filled alley. The two of them had run through the smoke-filled alley, but they didn't see anyone on the other side of the smoke cloud. They had been searching for Artem and Nick until they heard and saw three knives shooting through the roof of what buildings. Artem had to be in here. The two of them searched through every room on the first floor. Some seconds later, Fatuma nearly fell into the sewers as he entered a room without a floor. Luckily, he had reacted quickly enough and grabbed the floor behind him. Ugh, cough, cough, hooer. Fatuma heard the sounds of violent coughing and heaving from below him and looked down. There, he saw his boss Artem, puking his guts out. He was swimming in the water. Artem saw Fatuma. Don't, hooer, hard. Fatuma furrowed his brows as he tried to decipher what Artem wanted to tell him. Boom. Fatuma's copper-colored barrier exploded into pieces, and his eyes widened in shock and horror. Behind him, a hole had appeared in the floor of the first floor, and in the wall behind it, and in the floor of the second floor. Yet, Fatuma's chest also had a hole. Nick had been watching Fatuma through the light holes in the second floor, and when he had seen Fatuma hanging from the floor, he knew that his opportunity had arrived. Nick remembered where Fatuma was, ran to the room beside the one he was staying in, and threw his spear with all of his power through the floors, walls, and Fatuma's chest. Splash. At that moment, a part of the sewers splashed. Nick's spear had landed. But the next moment, a tiny wire that was going through Fatuma's chest strained. Bang. And Nick's filth-covered spear enlarged the hole in Fatuma's chest as it shot back. Fatuma lost the strength in his arm and fell into the sewers. Bang. Right on top of Artem, who was pushed below the surface again while he was coughing, gorging himself on another mouthful of sewer soup. Bang. A door was kicked open, and Selena charged through the room. But then she suddenly stopped and barely managed to avoid stepping into the room without floor. She had just heard a sound coming from here. Selena quickly looked into the sewers, but she couldn't see anything. There was just water. Then she looked around. That was when she saw a suspicious hole in the ceiling. That hole is the same size as the enemy's spear, she thought with narrowed eyes. Boom. Selena's barrier exploded. Her eyes immediately lost all focus, and she fell backward. There was now a sizable hole in her face. Crack. And the hole became even larger as Nick's spear passed through it again. Splash. At that moment, Artem broke past the surface again and took a deep breath. Bang. And was pushed under again by Selena's corpse. On the second floor, Nick chuckled a bit. Ow, he suddenly shouted as he clenched his abdomen in pain. Nick removed his hand and saw that it was covered in blackened blood. I have to deal with this, he thought. Bang. Nick punched through the ceiling and went to the roof of the building. Then he ran to the place where he had talked with Fatuma earlier and grabbed his spear. Finally, Nick ran towards the outer city. Chapter 168, A Hospital. Nick jumped from building to building as quickly as he could. The injury in his abdomen didn't feel good at all. However, before Nick dealt with the injury, he had to quickly tell Winter about what had just happened. In just a few minutes, Nick ran into Dark Dream. As soon as he arrived, everyone turned to look at him since he had just violently thrown open the doors. Immediately, the people noticed that Nick was injured and that he was bleeding. Nick! Trevor shouted in urgency as he ran over to Nick. Nick pulled him closer and whispered into his ear. Fatuma and Selena are dead, Nick whispered. Artem is the only Zephyx Extractor left in cycle. You have to tell Winter immediately. When Trevor heard that, his eyes widened in shock. It was over. The war was over. Then Trevor realized that Nick had essentially dealt with Cycle completely on his own. Jenny and he hadn't done anything to help. Completely on his own, Nick had gotten 2 extractors from Cycle to join Dark Dream while killing 4 others, including the first spy. One of them had even been a John. Nick, what about Dash? No time, Nick shouted as he ran towards the exit. I'll talk to you later. Trevor blinked a couple of times in shock, but he quickly realized that Nick was probably dealing with his injury. What did he say? Kiera asked after walking to Trevor. Over the past 2 days, Kiera and Jonathan had become familiar with the people of Dark Dream, and they didn't feel nearly as uncomfortable as they had anticipated. Dark Dream was actually pretty nice to be in. I have to get Winter, Trevor said with furrowed brows before he ran to one of the assistants. It was currently in the evening, and Winter wasn't in Dark Dream right now. Meanwhile, Nick was rapidly running towards the place that had healed him when he had caught the dreamer. Nick stormed through the doors, and the clerk behind the counter raised her eyebrows in shock. Bang. Nick slammed his bank card on the counter. I've been poisoned by a powerful ability from a level 2 Specter. Heal it. The clerk's eyes widened, and she quickly punched a button below the counter. Walk in that direction, she said, pointing towards her right. The team will meet you on your way. Nick nodded and quickly walked down the hallway. About 5 seconds later, a big door at the end of the hallway opened, and 4 people quickly ran through it. As soon as they saw Nick's uniform and his condition, they knew that he was their client. One of them ran forward with a metallic bed on wheels and practically pushed Nick onto it. After that, they pushed Nick into a big and brightly lit room with many little vials adorning the walls. One had to remember that this was not a hospital in the classical sense. This was a branch of a huge organization that had access to a powerful Specter that exchanged human life with healing liquid. The people who pushed Nick in were also not really doctors. They definitely knew a lot about the human body, but their main duty was to assess the damage and level of the client while choosing the correct mix of liquids to ensure optimal recovery. Naturally, this service was not cheap at all. In fact, it was so expensive that only Zephyx Extractors could afford it. The main reason wasn't that Zephyx Extractors had a lot of money, but because the Zephyx manufacturers employing them would pay in case the extractor couldn't. Healing a badly wounded extractor was extremely expensive, but losing an experienced extractor was even more expensive. Someone in the team rapidly opened Nick's uniform with practiced ease and threw it to the side. Now, everyone could see the injury. The kidney has been hit and is poisoned, one of them said. The others nodded solemnly. What's the level of the poison? He asked Nick. Adolescent Specter, Nick said. The man furrowed his eyes in displeasure. Young man, you have to be honest. We are not with the guards, and we do not care whether or not you broke the law. I can see that this is not a wound that a Specter would usually inflict. Are you sure this came from a Specter? Nick took a deep breath. Early level 2 extractor, he said. I got hit by a poison knife. The leading doctor nodded. Do you know if the poison effect was the extractor's primary ability or an evolution? Evolution, Nick answered. Are you certain? The doctor asked. I am certain, Nick said. The doctor nodded and turned to one of his people. Get me B6 and age 67, he ordered. One of the people nodded and ran towards one of the big cabinets. After opening it, the man grabbed one of the bottles before he ran to a different cabinet and did the same thing. One of the bottles was blue, while the other was violet. The doctor opened the violet bottle and put it over Nick's festering wound. Skillfully, the doctor dropped 6 drops of violet liquid onto Nick's wound. The liquid vanished rather quickly, almost like it had entered Nick's body through his wound. Some moments later, Nick calmed down as a cool and refreshing feeling washed over his body. How do you feel? The doctor asked. Calm better, Nick said slowly. The doctor nodded and grabbed the other bottle. Then he very carefully dropped 1 drop of blue liquid onto Nick's wound. A moment later, Nick's eyes shot open, and he took an insanely deep breath. Almost immediately, Nick shot up from the metallic bed. The other people had already retreated since they were used to that reaction. Just now, Nick felt like someone had injected pure adrenaline into him. How do you feel? The doctor asked again. Nick looked with surprise at the doctor. I feel amazing, he said in wonder. The doctor nodded. You've been cured. Please go to the front desk and tell them that you are healed. Have a nice day. Chapter 169, Kill Me. A group of 5 people stood in front of a tall building. The people wore uniforms with red and black colors, the same colors as the standard Zephyx Extractor uniforms. However, compared to those, these uniforms looked to be of higher quality, and their shape was also slightly different, giving off more authority. On these uniforms were emblems depicting mushrooms in front of building silhouettes. The people in the outer city saw these kind of uniforms even rarer than Zephyx Extractor uniforms. These uniforms were the uniforms of the official city forces, and they all worked and resided in the inner city. One could also call the people who wore these uniforms the guards of the inner city. Naturally, since the inner city was where all the rich and influential people lived, the level of the guards there was also vastly higher than in the outer city. All of these guards were Zephyx Extractors or ex-Zephyx Extractors. When a Zephyx manufacturer became big enough to have their own emblem, they were also required to support the city with more than just credits, namely human power. At that point, the Zephyx manufacturer needed to dedicate 20% of their extractors to the city officials. So if a manufacturer had about 20 veterans and 100 Johns, they would need to dedicate at least 4 veterans and 20 Johns to the city. These Zephyx extractors would work for 8 hours each day for the city. This meant that these extractors wouldn't have any time to work with any Specters or for the manufacturer. Of course, the city also paid these extractors, but the manufacturers almost always had to pay their extractors on top of that since the city's pay was horrendous. The extractors that were dedicated to the city would work as guards, officials, tax collectors, and so on. But most of them were essentially just doing nothing. It didn't take a lot of manpower to run the city. The real reason why every manufacturer needed to dedicate 20% of their forces to the city was to make a revolt impossible. With 20% of all the extractors in their pocket, the city could fight any manufacturer that wanted to rise against it. However, while this seemed like a horrible disadvantage for manufacturers, it actually wasn't. After all, someone who was working for the city had a lot of power and could sway some things. The more people a manufacturer had in the city's forces, the more advantages they could get with the law. For example, there had to be at least one Zephyx manufacturer that was causing illegal deaths in the inner and outer city because of one of their Specters, but the guards didn't know which manufacturer it was. Naturally, that was because that manufacturer had so many people in the guards that they could keep such a huge operation hidden. And right now, 5 of these people stood in front of Cycle's building in the outer city. The 4 people in the back had emblems with 2 mushrooms on them, which meant that they were level 2 extractors who were currently working for the city. When an extractor worked for the city, they would wear the city's uniform, making it impossible to tell from which Zephyx manufacturer this extractor came. One could only tell that these 4 were Johns. Compared to these 4, the person in the front had 3 mushrooms on his emblem, which meant that he was a veteran. Just now, the leading person had tried to open the front door to Cycle, but it didn't open. That was a bit unusual since it was 9 a.m. After some time, the guard frowned. Dung, dung, dung. He knocked with a lot of force 3 times, shaking the entire entrance area. This is the city guard. Open the door, the guard shouted. No answer. This continued for almost 5 minutes. The guard just kept knocking and shouting. Seems like we got a winner, the leading guard commented. The other guards looked with curiosity at the closed doors. It wasn't every day that a manufacturer went out of business. The leading guard pulled out a thin golden blade and rammed it into the slit between two doors. Ding. He moved the blade down and cut through the lock with a lot of force. Finally, he pushed forward, and the door opened without any resistance. When the door opened, the guard smelled a thick stench of blood coming out from the building. The main hall was very clean, but it smelled like it was coated in blood. The guards behind the leading guard became nervous. Johns rarely fought extractors or specters, and whenever a manufacturer was about to go under, they often resisted with force or just released their specters. And since these specters were a danger to the city, the guards had to take care of them. Don't worry, the leading guard said as he strode into the building confidently. Based on a report, this manufacturer only has one adolescent and two hatchlings. The other guards sighed in relief when they heard that. The building was eerily silent as they continued walking towards the end of the main hall. When they reached the counter, the stench of blood became even thicker. No one was standing at the counter. The leading guard approached the counter and looked behind it. That's where the stench is coming from, he said. The other guards followed and also looked behind the counter. They saw a huge pile of bloody mincemeat. It was like a pig had been thrown into a meat grinder and then just dumped here. Looks like the doing of a specter, the leading guard said. The other guards gulped nervously. Kill me. A chill ran down the guards' necks as they heard the soft but almost lifeless voice of a young woman coming from one of the hallways. Please, kill me. The voice became louder, and some moments later, they saw someone stepping out of the hallway. It was a severely bleeding naked lady with long black hair. Her fingernails were over 20 centimeters long and extremely sharp. A moment later, the woman raised her head, and she looked at the guards. Her eye sockets were empty. There were only two dark and bloody holes. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, and then she charged forward. Chapter 170, Wrapping Things Up. That's what happened, Winter said to the 5 people in front of him. Right now, Nick, Jenny, Trevor, Jonathan, and Kiera were standing in front of Winter, who had just told everyone about what the guards had found in Cycle. He really freed all the specters without telling anyone? Kiera asked in shock. Winter nodded. Artem is an egomaniac. He doesn't care about anyone else when there is something even mildly bothering him. He is the most important thing, and if he accidentally slightly stubs his toe, he wouldn't care if he had to kill 1,000 people to make the pain go away. At that moment, Winter had to chuckle a bit. And with what Nick told me Artem went through, I doubt that he had anything but rage and hatred in his mind. Trevor and Jenny also chuckled. Nick had already told them how he had thrown Artem into the sewers. Did anyone survive? Jonathan asked with worry. After all, he had worked with the people in Cycle for a long while, and he didn't want to see any of them die. Except for Artem, maybe. 2 of the guards and 1 of the clerks managed to flee, Winter said. The others were killed by the specters. Kiera sighed. Why? Why did this have to happen? Well, when you know that the city is about to come and repossess your company, the only thing you can do is make it as difficult as possible for them to get your stuff, Winter explained. He can't destroy the building since it is leased in his name, and he doesn't own it. He can't just randomly kill his people since that would be considered sabotage. The only thing he can do is let out all the specters and act like it was an accident. Nick furrowed his brows. Is there no way to fool the city? Artem is also a Melfian, right? Shouldn't there be some way to deal with the inspection? He already did everything he could, Winter explained. While the building is leased in his name, Cycle doesn't officially belong to him. It doesn't. Nick asked in surprise. No, Winter answered while shaking his head. Officially, his chief Zephyx Extractor owns 51% of Cycle. Naturally, unofficially, he owned all of it, but only the official accounts matter. He can claim that he had raised the issues regarding personnel and the Specters potentially breaking out with the chief Zephyx Extractor, who just ignored all the issues. And since the chief Zephyx Extractor officially owns the majority of the company, he couldn't do anything without the chief Zephyx Extractor's permission. Under normal circumstances, when your business is judged to be unfit to hold specters, you also receive a hefty fine and a long mandatory work sentence for endangering the city. Yet, since Artem didn't officially own most of his business, he can't be held accountable, which means he won't lose any of his personal wealth. The 5 extractors were not happy when they heard that. Artem would get away scot-free. That was so unfair. Will Artem take his revenge? Jonathan asked. That won't be easy, Winter answered. Since he officially failed to earn his inheritance, he has to get access to the family fortune via the traditional route, becoming strong enough to actually control a major part of the Melfian family. He will need to become an expert at the very least, and if he actually wants to control a substantial amount of the family's power, he will need to become a specialist, a level 5 extractor. Kugelblitz will hire Artem as a level 2 extractor, and he will have to work his way up the ladder. Due to our family name, he will get the job, but as soon as he is officially part of Kugelblitz, he has to work just as hard as anyone else. And Kugelblitz is very strict with how their employees conduct themselves. Kugelblitz represents Crimson Fungus City, and if one of their employees is found to use their position to suppress people outside Kugelblitz, they will terminate that employee and make sure that they don't find a job anywhere else. If you want to make it in Kugelblitz, your conduct has to be exceptional and exemplary. While Artem definitely hates us, and Nick specifically, he won't sacrifice his life and future for revenge, Winter explained. Artem might be an impulsive idiot, but that's for my standards, not for general standards. He isn't dumb enough to throw his life away for something like that. The extractors had mixed feelings. On the one hand, they were glad that Artem most likely wouldn't cause problems for them in the future. But on the other hand, they felt like all of this was so unjust and unfair. Even though Artem had done all of these horrible things, he would still get an amazing job in Kugelblitz. Artem's fate after messing up everything was a fate that nearly everyone in the city wished for. It was so unfair. Everyone remained silent for several seconds. On a positive note, Winter continued, the guards captured all 3 Specters and put them back into their containment units. Dark Dream has also received the ownership of all these Specters. A collective sigh of relief was released. They had still been a bit nervous about whether or not they would get the Specters. And not only that, Winter said. The others looked at Winter with raised eyebrows. I also got into contact with the owner of the building, and I managed to acquire the lease for the building. The eyes of the Zephyx Extractors opened widely. The building is far better than the warehouse we are in right now. In fact, it has space for up to 20 containment units of regular size. On top of that, we will have plenty of rooms for all kinds of things. While the lease is quite expensive, it's not an issue. After all, we now officially own 5 Specters. At that point, Winter began to smile brightly. After a bit, Nick also smiled. Dark Dream was about to undergo another evolution. Chapter 171, New Home. A group of around 20 people stood in front of the tall building that had once belonged to Cycle. Almost all the employees of Dark Dream had gathered here. Nick and Winter were at the front, and the 4 Zephyx Extractors, Jenny, Jonathan, Kiera, and Trevor, were behind them. Behind the Zephyx Extractors were 6 guards, 3 of whom had worked for Dark Dream before, with the other 3 being new hires. Since their new building was no longer as open as the warehouse, they needed more guards to patrol the individual corridors. Behind the guards were 6 clerks and assistants whose job it was to receive guests and deal with all the day-to-day matters, like cleaning and sending messages. Right now, all of these people looked at the tall building with wonder and excitement. This was where they were going to work from now on. Finally, they could get out of that shitty old warehouse. Now, they felt like they were working for an actual Zephyx manufacturer. Let's go inside, Winter said as he gestured for everyone to follow. Nick nodded and looked with a threatening expression behind him. At the Dreamer. Naturally, the Specters had to move into the new building as well. Luckily, since Dark Dream only had 2 Specters, they didn't need to put a lot of effort into moving. The screaming coffin was being carried by Jonathan and Trevor, and the Dreamer was standing in the middle of all the extractors. The screaming coffin didn't care about anything and was simply lazing around, still busy digesting the fat man's corpse, and if the Dreamer decided to escape, it would get shut down by 5 extractors. Usually, moving Specters from one building into another was a huge act that required a long time, but since they only had 2, it wasn't a big deal. Fortunately, the people who sold the containment units also offered a moving service. They would build a containment unit identical to the old one in the new building. Then, the Zephyx manufacturer would move the Specter from one containment unit into the other. Lastly, the old containment unit will be taken away by the sellers. This service cost around 10% of what the containment unit was worth. This meant that there were already 2 fitting containment units for the Screaming Coffin and the Dreamer in the new building. A moment later, the group of people walked into the building. Mind showing us around? Winter asked as he looked at Kiera and Jonathan. After all, they had worked in this building just days ago. Of course, Jonathan said with a smirk. By now, Jonathan and Kiera had warmed up to their new colleagues, and Jonathan's confident attitude had returned. "Humph," Kiera uttered from the side. "Look at how cocky you sound. Hard to believe that you nearly shat your pants when you saw a boss for the first time." Some of the people chuckled, while Jonathan became red in the face. "This is the main hall," Jonathan said like he hadn't just been humiliated. "There are several staircases on each side. In case one of them collapses, we can still use the other ones. The building has 7 floors. The middle 5 are for the containment units. The first floor is for entertaining guests, and it acts as a safe meeting place. The 7th floor was always reserved for the business end of things. The 7th floor has meeting rooms and offices. On top of that, the central controls for the building are also there. The dung heap is on the dash." "That's enough." "Thank you, Jonathan," Winter said, interrupting him. Jonathan realized that he had nearly unveiled the identities of all the Specters in front of the normal employees and became ashamed. Luckily, everyone knew the dung heap already since it had been Cycle's main Specter. On the side, Kiera smirked in schadenfreude. She had never truly been a fan of Jonathan, and after Jonathan had surrendered without even putting up a fight, she hated him even more. "I'll leave you to look around the building," Winter said as he looked at the non-extractors. "For now, nothing but the containment units are off limits since we haven't officially moved in yet. Get familiar with your new workplace for today. Starting tomorrow, you will officially resume working." The employees nodded and thanked Winter. Then, Winter turned to the extractors. "Let's deal with the Specters," he said before walking towards one of the staircases on the right. The normal employees understood that they were not supposed to follow Winter and the others right now, and decided to remain in the main hall for now. The stairway was pretty wide, with a big open area in the middle. It was specifically designed like that so that Zephyx Extractors could quickly go from one floor to the other. For example, Nick could climb onto the fortified railing and jump from the 7th floor to the 3rd floor by jumping through the large empty area in the middle. Winter and Nick walked at the front, and Nick kept looking at the Dreamer. The Dreamer just looked forward with dead eyes. Right now, the Dreamer was not restrained at all, even though Dark Dream could have done so. The reason was to reward the Dreamer for being cooperative. It was also a little show of trust, even though it essentially wasn't since it wouldn't be able to escape from 5 extractors anyway. Naturally, Dark Dream didn't trust the Dreamer at all. All of this was just an empty expression to make it more comfortable for the Dreamer so that it didn't try to escape. Well, obviously, the Dreamer would try to escape, but it wouldn't try with desperation as long as it was somewhat happy. The group of people climbed all the way to the 5th floor and entered the main hallway again. The 5th floor looked very different from the first one. There was one hallway that went from left to right and 3 hallways that went from forward to backward. One hallway went through the middle of the floor, and the 2 others went through the sides. This essentially split the floor into 2 parts, and each part had space for 2 containment units. The employee entrances of the containment units were in the middle hallway, and the entrances for the Specters were in the side hallways. The group of people led the Dreamer down one of the side hallways. A moment later, one of the walls split open after giving off a loud alarm. Without being ordered, the Dreamer walked into the containment unit. Then, the containment unit closed. The Dreamer had moved into its new home. Chapter 172 Floors. After putting the Dreamer into its new home, the group dumped the screaming coffin into its containment unit on the 2nd floor. Winter had also told everyone about how he planned on dividing the Specters. Nearly every floor would be dedicated to a different kind of Specter. The 2nd floor was dedicated to possession Specters, and it had the screaming coffin in the dung heap. The dung heap wasn't really a possession Specter, but it essentially acted like one. The dung heap was a physical Specter with an actual body, but it couldn't move very fast, which is why it essentially acted like a possession Specter. Winter decided to keep the dung heap on the 2nd floor with the screaming coffin because of that. Possession Specters very rarely escaped, and the 2nd floor was the closest to the exit, which was why they were on that floor. The 3rd and 4th floors were for general physical Specters. Physical Specters were the most numerous, which was why Winter dedicated 2 floors to them. Well, he actually dedicated 3 floors to them, but that would be explained later. Right now, they only had one normal physical Specter, which was the Bleeding Lady. She was residing on the 3rd floor. The 5th floor was for Specters that fed on mentality. Winter wanted to keep these kinds of Specters separate from all the others because of the normal employees. Accidents always happened, and it was possible that some of the Specters might gain the ability to influence people beyond their containment unit. Naturally, Zephyx Extractors had a great resistance to these kinds of things, but normal people didn't. Because of that, Winter wanted to keep these kinds of Specters off-limit from all the normal employees. Only Zephyx Extractors were allowed on the 5th floor. No clerks or guards were allowed to enter it. In fact, after today, Winter would also include himself in that list. While Winter was a mid-newbie, he didn't want to get into the bad habit of ignoring his own regulations. At some point, Dark Dream would have stronger Specters. Then, Winter's mental resistance would barely be better than the resistance of a normal person. And as the CEO, it would be really bad if a Spectre were to control him. Finally, the 6th floor was for 4 Specters. Dark Dream didn't have any right now. This was how all the floors were set up. Naturally, the normal employees would feel nervous when entering any of the floors with containment units on them, but they would be especially scared of the 5th floor. Normal employees didn't know what kind of Specters Dark Dream owned, which was why they didn't know why they were not allowed to enter the 5th floor. That made the 5th floor extremely scary to them. What kind of Spectre was stored on the 5th floor that they were not even allowed to clean that place? But that wasn't the only concerning floor. The 2nd floor was also concerning, but not for a reason such as danger. It was just annoyance and disgust. The dung heap smell couldn't perfectly be contained in its containment unit, which meant that its odor permeated throughout the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor smelled like rotten garbage all the time, and employees hated going there. Luckily, it wasn't dangerous. It was just disgusting. "I'm going to set up the 7th floor," Winter told Nick. "You should get everyone familiar with the new Specters before work tomorrow." Nick nodded. "What about the new employees?" "They will come next week," Winter said. "I already signed the contract with them and Ghosty's lab." Ghosty's lab had the most newbies, and surprisingly, they were not against other manufacturers taking their newbies. The reason was the release fee. Ghosty's lab hired more newbies than they actually needed since they knew that other manufacturers were going to poach them. The release fee for a newbie was more than the newbie brought in within a year. This was essentially free money for Ghosty's lab. Since Dark Dream needed more extractors, Winter had taken out a loan and bought 3 more extractors. The 3 extractors were just early newbies, but they were already far better than normal people. They had been tested by Ghosty's lab. They had already worked with Specters. They already had some experience. And most of all, they had the standard ability that most of the extractors from Ghosty's lab had. The adult Spectre Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis was a floating ball of liquid metal, and it gained power by causing terror and fear. Extractors that work with it got its ability, which was useful for almost everything. The ability allowed extractors to reshape metal into all kinds of shapes. Weapons, tools, walls, whatever. While the base ability was not amazing for fighting, it could be mutated in many different ways. For example, if one of these people evolved this ability with a dung heap, they might be able to create a thin wave of metal with poisonous properties. It would essentially be like a wave of acid. The 3 newbies that Winter had bought all had the base ability of the Metamorphosis. After hearing that the 3 new employees would come next week, Nick nodded. "Good. I will teach them about all the Specters when they're here." Winter chuckled. "I would assume so. It's your job after all." Nick laughed a bit in embarrassment. "Anyway, be careful with the new Specters. I heard the lover and the bleeding lady are scarier than the dreamer," Winter said. Kiera and Jonathan nodded, showing their agreement. In their opinion, the bleeding lady was the scariest Spectre, followed by the lover. "No worries," Nick said. "I don't have any," Winter answered before he went into the stairway to go to the 7th floor. After Winter left, Nick looked at his 4 employees. Kiera and Jonathan were a bit excited, while Trevor and Ginny were a bit worried. "I would say let's get the hard part out of the way first," Nick said. "Want to start with the bleeding lady?" Chapter 173, The Bleeding Lady. The 5 people went to the 3rd floor. Right now, only the bleeding lady was on the 3rd floor. Kiera led everyone to the containment unit containing the bleeding lady and showed them how to operate it. The containment unit that Artem had bought for the bleeding lady was even better than the one that currently housed the dreamer, and it had a couple more functions. After that, Kiera looked at Jonathan. "You show him." Jonathan knew what Kiera meant and nodded. "Boss, I'll bring you to the bleeding lady. She's very unstable and gets aggressive very quickly, which is why Steven and Fatuma always told us that we should go into the containment unit with at most 2 people. Any more, and she might become violent. Well, more violent than normal." Nick nodded. Then Nick and Jonathan went through the door. Compared to the warehouse, this building had small rooms between the hallway and the containment unit. After going through the door, Nick found himself in a small locker room with a shower. Boss, if you don't want your uniform to get ruined, you have to take it off, Jonathan said as he started to take off his clothes. Nick raised an eyebrow, but did what Jonathan said. Keep your underpants on, boss, Jonathan added. The bleeding lady has a very strong reaction to male genitalia. Nick nodded without saying anything. Next, we cleanse our bodies, Jonathan said as he walked into the shower. A moment later, blue liquid came out of the shower head, and Jonathan left the shower after around 10 seconds. The good thing about cleansing liquid was that it didn't stick to someone, which meant that they didn't get wet. Nick also took a quick shower. I presume you're comfortable with blood, boss? Jonathan asked. Nick just nodded. Jonathan nodded back and put his hand on the actual entrance to the containment unit. Then he sighed. She's probably quite upset right now. Be prepared to get cut a lot. Aren't the cuts dangerous? Nick asked. Depends, Jonathan answered. She has two kinds of cuts. She has the good ones and the bad ones. The bad ones will actually kill you, but she only uses them when she feels threatened. The good ones will draw blood and are very painful, but will close very quickly. The good thing about her is that it is very clear when she is about to actually attack you. If it happens, I will warn you. For now, please just follow my commands, boss, Jonathan said. Nick nodded. Sure. You know her better than me. All right, Jonathan said with a sigh before turning to the door. Here we go. Then he pushed open the door, and the two of them slowly walked in. The door closed behind them, and Nick found himself in a crimson-red room. This surprised Nick a bit since containment units usually didn't come in that color since it was quite ominous. The containment unit was lit by a reflective light shaft that captured the sunlight from outside and brought it in here. In the corner of the room, Nick saw a person quietly sitting. By her looks, she was a young woman, probably about 18 to 20 years old. She was completely naked, and there were numerous healing cuts all over her body. Long black hair fell from her head and almost encompassed her body. She's the reason for the red color in here, Jonathan whispered to Nick. She gets agitated when she's somewhere that isn't red. She painted the room red with her own blood. Nick felt his heart rate increase, but he still had control over himself. His body was ready to jump into a fight any minute. The bleeding lady must have already noticed the two new people in her containment unit, but she didn't show any sign of doing anything. She was just looking at the ground, her face hidden behind her hair. Jonathan gestured for Nick to slowly follow him and walked forward. Hello, long time no see, Jonathan said with a quiet and calming voice. The bleeding lady showed no reaction. Do you want to have a bit of blood? Jonathan asked carefully. She didn't say anything. You can have a bit of blood, but only if you want, Jonathan said carefully as he bent down to be at her eye level. Then Jonathan stopped advancing. There was still about a meter between them. After some second, she lifted her head. Nick felt a cold shiver run down his back when he saw the bleeding holes where her eyes should be. For a bit, she just looked at Jonathan. Then she slowly turned to look at Nick. Nick stood a meter behind Jonathan. Hello, I'm Nick, Nick said with a calming voice. Nick looked deeply into the bleeding lady's eyes. He's my new boss, Jonathan said. He's just here to meet you. After about 5 seconds of silence, the bleeding lady slowly lifted one of her fingers, her long nails extending upward. I will kill you, she spoke quietly with a cute voice. Nick didn't do anything and just watched. Yes, you will kill me, Jonathan said with a nervous smile before he extended his right arm. The bleeding lady's long fingernail went to Jonathan's wrist and moved upward. A deep cut appeared on Jonathan's wrist, and he started to bleed heavily. Nick watched with worry. Surprisingly, not even 10 seconds later, the blood stopped flowing out, and a deep red crevice was left in Jonathan's wrist. Jonathan did his best to seem calm, but Nick could tell that he was in severe pain. I will kill you, she said again as she moved her long nail over Jonathan's chest. A huge cut went across Jonathan's torso, but just like the last one, it quickly stopped bleeding. I will kill you. Another cut went across Jonathan's entire arm. I will kill you. A huge one appeared on Jonathan's leg. About 2 minutes later, the bleeding lady stopped cutting up Jonathan's body. There were over 10 cuts going across his body. Yet, surprisingly, the first ones were already starting to vanish, and Jonathan didn't seem like he had been weakened by the blood loss in any way. A moment later, the bleeding lady turned to look at Nick and extended one of her nails. I will kill you. Chapter 174, Blood. Nick looked at the bleeding lady. Come closer, Jonathan said from the side. Nick slowly took a couple of steps forward and went on his knees, just like Jonathan. Then he extended his left arm. The bleeding lady slowly moved her nail across Nick's wrist. CRRK. Yet it didn't bleed. There was a cut there, but it didn't draw any blood. At that moment, Jonathan started to sweat profusely. It's okay. It's okay, he quickly said in a calming tone. My boss is a bit stronger than me. You can play a bit rougher with him. Come, try again, Jonathan said. Nick noticed that the bleeding lady's body was shaking with intensity. Move back, Jonathan whispered with a veiled, urgent voice. Nick slowly stood up and took 3 steps back. Jonathan moved his hand behind his back and gestured for Nick to ready his weapon. Nick understood but didn't move. He didn't want to act suspicious right now. But inside, he was ready for a fight. You can try again, Jonathan said with a calming voice. If you use more power, he can also bleed. If you want, we can try again. The bleeding lady's nail continued shaking. Some seconds passed. Eventually, her nail lowered to the ground, and Jonathan took a deep breath. A nail from her other hand rose, and she pointed at Nick. I will kill you, she said. Jonathan gestured for Nick to come closer again. Nick did just that and arrived beside Jonathan. He held his arm in front of him, and the bleeding lady pointed her nail at it. Nick felt some kind of power gathering on the nail, but he didn't move. Shing. A deep cut appeared on Nick's wrist. Nick took a deep breath. That hurt like hell. Nick had come into contact with a nightmare many times, and he had gone through worse pain, but this cut was still far more painful than a normal one. It was almost like Nick's nerves were screaming at him with far more intensity than normal. The next moment, the bleeding lady's nail moved away from Nick, and she slowly moved her flat hand to Nick's bleeding arm. Jonathan slowly put his arm on Nick's shoulders, signaling to him that there was nothing to worry about. The bleeding lady slowly touched the blood coming out of Nick's arm, and the blood magically gathered in her hand, forming a ball. After 10 seconds, Nick stopped bleeding, and the bleeding lady held a big ball of blood in her hands. Surprisingly, Nick didn't feel any pain or weakness. It was almost like he hadn't been cut just now. The next moment, the bleeding lady moved the ball of blood onto one of her own cuts. Nick's blood clung to the bleeding lady's cuts, making them seem like they were bleeding again. She did that with all the cuts across her body, using up the ball of blood. Then she put her hands around her legs and stopped moving. All right, it was fun. See you soon, Jonathan said carefully before standing up. It was fun, Nick said carefully before he also stood up. Then the two of them slowly walked to the exit of the containment unit and left. Jonathan carefully closed the door behind him. And then he collapsed onto the ground and started breathing heavily. Nick looked with surprise at Jonathan. What's going on? He asked. Right now, Jonathan looked like he had been scared for his life, and he only looked forward in shock. I've never seen her this mad before, he shouted. She was mad? Nick asked. Jonathan rapidly nodded. When I saw her after going in, I would have run out immediately if you weren't with me. I'm just a mid-newbie, for fuck's sake. I can't fight her. Nick blinked a couple of times. She seemed pretty calm to me. Are you kidding? Jonathan shouted. She was absolutely furious when we showed up. I thought she was about to jump us at any second. Also, did you see how many cuts she made? It took that many cuts to calm her down. I've never been cut this much. Nick raised an eyebrow. What's the normal number of cuts? Like one across the wrist, like you try to kill yourself, and maybe one more somewhere else. After that, she's content, Jonathan said. That bitch cut up almost my entire fucking torso. Do you have any idea how hard it was not to cry out in pain? What if you cry out in pain? Nick asked. Never do that, Jonathan shouted with urgency. That will only entice her to continue. Her cutting you is like an addiction. She has to do it from time to time, or she won't calm down. But if you scream in pain, it will be like your drug of choice suddenly becoming far stronger, and she needs more. If you remain calm and quiet, she will quickly stop, but if you become loud, she will keep going until you stop crying. One way or another, Jonathan added before looking away. Nick looked at Jonathan. You know, you actually did exemplary work just now, Nick said. Jonathan looked at Nick. I can see how terrified you are, Nick said. But while we were in there, you acted calmly and rationally. In front of a specter that's more powerful than you managed to remain focused and even calmed her down. You did very well, Nick said with a smile. Jonathan looked forward for a bit before smiling. Then he started to smirk arrogantly. Of course, that's to be expected, he said with confidence. Nick just nodded with his own smile. Anyway, Jonathan said as he stood up, that's one session of work. She gets one session a day, and based on how much blood she drew during the session, a certain amount of Zephyx will be produced. Usually, she produces about 15 grams of Zephyx a day, but today we might have even made 50. But don't expect things to continue like this. It will most likely be back to 15 grams a day starting tomorrow. You just go in, talk to her, slowly approach her, let her cut you a bit, and leave. It takes less than 10 minutes per day, and nets you something like 15 grams of Zephyx. The work is painful and scary, but it doesn't take a lot of time and gives a lot of Zephyx. That's about everything you need to know about her, Jonathan said. Nick nodded. Thanks. You were a great help. Chapter 175, The Lover. Nick and Jonathan cleaned themselves and put their uniforms back on before they came out. The others were already waiting for them. How bad was it? Kiera asked. Bad, Jonathan said. She was really cranky, but she's calmed down now. What's the bleeding lady like? Jenny asked, looking at Nick. Well, there are a lot of things you have to look out for, Nick said. Working with her is a bit more dangerous and complicated than working with a dreamer. Compared to the dreamer, she also seems much more unstable, which makes it difficult to assure our safety. I want you and Trevor to get familiar with the bleeding lady over the next 2 days. I think it is important that every extractor knows how to work with every Spectre in case someone can't come to work. But most likely, due to the danger, I'm going to be working with her regularly, Nick said. The others were a bit surprised. Nick was going to take care of the bleeding lady? Naturally, Nick needed to work with at least one Spectre so that his level could increase, but they had thought that he would take care of some other Spectres. Although it also made sense. The bleeding lady was a physical Spectre with an ability that could be used in battle, making her very dangerous. Even more, the bleeding lady was already a late hatchling. If she actually decided to attack an extractor, they might die. Nick would have the greatest chance of survival since they would be fighting in a small room, and he was extremely dangerous in close proximity to his target. He didn't say it, but Nick actually had another reason for working with the bleeding lady. The time required. The bleeding lady gave about as much Zephyx as the dreamer, and when she inevitably advanced a level, she would give even more. As the chief Zephyx Extractor, Nick had many things to do, and the less time he was busy working with Specters, the better. When Jonathan and Kiera heard that Nick would take care of the bleeding lady, they released sighs of relief. They really didn't want to work with her. First of all, she was insanely dangerous. Second, working with her was painful. Let's check up on the lover next. Kiera and Jonathan didn't seem comfortable when they heard that. Nick noticed and raised an eyebrow. I guess it's not a lot of fun to work with it. Jonathan and Kiera looked at each other. I'll tell you when we're there, Kiera said before she walked to the staircase. Nick, Jenny, and Trevor felt intrigued and followed after her. When everyone reached the 5th floor, they stopped in front of a door. Kiera took a deep breath and readied herself to explain the lover. Yet, she only became red in the face. You do it, she ordered Jonathan. Me again? Jonathan asked with annoyance. Kiera just glared at him. In the end, Jonathan could only sigh. The lover is a worm with tentacles and is about as big as a chicken, Jonathan said. Nick, Trevor, and Jenny were a bit surprised. They had expected that something that was called the lover would have a more human appearance. The lover gains power by perverting and changing someone's sexual desires, Jonathan said awkwardly. At that point, the 3 extractors who didn't know the lover started to feel uncomfortable. In order to work with it, you need to allow it to, well, you know, Jonathan said awkwardly, moving his hands around. Please explain, Nick said. I want you to be clear. Jonathan scratched the back of his head in discomfort. You kind of have to let it have its way with you, if you know what I mean, Jonathan said awkwardly. Jenny immediately became disgusted. Trevor looked uncomfortable. Nick furrowed his brows. Please be more specific, Nick said. Jonathan really seemed uncomfortable. Well, first, you take your pants off, he slowly explained. Then you sit down. It will slowly come closer to you and go for your thing, and also your butthole. The 3 of them became more disgusted and uncomfortable by the minute. It starts to do its thing, and while it is happening, you will feel surprisingly good. While that is happening, it will release a lot of gas that makes you see hallucinations. The hallucinations will be of uncomfortable things. Corpses, blood, feces, urine, violence, tragedy, and many different things. Yet, even though you really don't like these things, the lover somehow manages to make you feel really, really good. Stephen and Artem talked with several doctors about this, and while it hasn't happened yet, the doctors said that repeated exposure can make it so that your mind associates these things with pleasure. So, in the long run, your preferences might get changed into something completely different. Jonathan scratched the back of his head. And after you finish, it will leave you alone, and you can leave again. Silence. Nick, Jenny, and Trevor were really uncomfortable. They were supposed to let some worm thing jerk them off while it was showing them images of decapitated bodies and stuff. Nick could deal with the nightmares and the cuts, but he wouldn't want to force any of his employees to work with the lover. How often does it have to be worked with? Nick asked. Theoretically, you can work with it about 10 times a day, which will produce a lot of Zephyx. But that also seems to encourage it and increases the pleasure it gives the extractor, making the perversion even stronger. We worked with it once a day, which seemed to be a good rate. Compared to the bleeding lady and the dreamer, the lover is only an early hatchling, and it only produces about 5 grams of Zephyx per session, but that should increase when it becomes stronger. Nick frowned. He really didn't want to, but as the chief Zephyx Extractor, he had to know how to work with every specter of Dark Dream. So Nick took a deep breath. I'll check it out, and walked in. Chapter 176. Not a problem. Nick walked out of the containment unit into the small locker room. His 4 employees were waiting outside the locker room. Right now, Nick was alone. As soon as Nick entered the locker room, he sat down near a wall and looked at the ground. The mix of emotions he was currently feeling was intense. Physically, he felt amazing, but that was exactly what made him feel terrible mentally. It felt disgusting to have such strong feelings for something this horrible. While the lover had been doing its thing, Nick had seen visions of a group of men cutting holes into a limbless torso and fucking them. The vision drew Nick in, and he almost felt like he had been one of the men. He had been so incredibly disgusted. But it had felt so good. It was horrible. Working with the lover was absolutely horrible. Of all the specters that Dark Dream owned, Nick wanted to work with the lover the least. As Nick sat on the ground, he only looked forward with a lifeless expression. He felt like shit. After a while, Nick started to think about how to deal with the lover. He couldn't possibly force any of his employees to work with it. It was just that bad. However, hiring normal people would also be impossible. First of all, normal humans didn't have the mental fortitude to resist something like the lover, and most likely, after just working with it once, the normal person would find their sexual desires irrevocably and permanently changed. Even more, the normal people would then know about the lover, making it easier for other extractors and manufacturers to plan something. Additionally, Nick would feel horrible about the damage the normal people would receive. Just for a couple of grams of Zephyx, a life would be destroyed. One had to remember that this was different from feeding the screaming coffin corpses. After all, they purchased the corpses from the city, and the corpses weren't created because Dark Dream asked for them. These were simply the corpses of people who died of whatever. Dark Dream buying corpses did not result in new corpses being produced. But with the lover, it would be different. Dark Dream would actively ruin the lives of many people. Extractors had the mental fortitude to resist the lover, but they would need breaks. Working with it every day was bad. I can't make anyone work with it, Nick thought. I just can't. After a bit more thinking, Nick released a sigh and left the locker room. When he left, everyone was looking at him with worry and interest. Nick took a deep breath. It's bad, he said. Trevor and Jenny looked with discomfort and fear at Nick. You don't have to work with it, Nick told the 2 of them, which surprised them. It's so bad that I can't ask any of you to make this sacrifice. I wouldn't be able to live with myself, Nick said with a sigh. If you are desperate for money and really want to take care of it, you may do so, but I will never ask any of you to go in there. It only produces 5 grams of Zephyx per day. I would rather not have those instead of asking you to go through something like this. Kiera and Jonathan were quite surprised. Back in Cycle, Stephen had said that working with a lover was a necessary evil and a part of the job. But now Nick was saying that it wasn't necessary. Jenny and Trevor looked with concern at Nick, but they also seemed relieved. What they had heard about the lovers seemed terrifying. The lover is actually not a problem, Kiera said. Jonathan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Kiera. It seemed like he hadn't expected her to come forward. What do you mean? Nick asked. Well, Kiera slowly said before she took a deep breath. I was specifically hired to work with the lover back then. Trevor, Jenny, and Nick looked with surprise and shock at Kiera. During my job interview, Stephen asked me many personal questions. Back then, I was quite angry, but I needed the job, which was why I answered. Then he told me what would happen to me if I accepted the job. Kiera looked to the side. I wanted to make something of myself, which was why I accepted. I've been working with a lover almost every day for about 2 months. The other 4 looked with sympathy at Kiera. You don't have to do this, Nick said. I felt firsthand what something like this can do to you. Kiera shook her head. It doesn't matter anymore. It's too late anyway, she said with a quiet and uncomfortable voice. The others realized what Kiera meant, and they felt horrible for her. I'm already used to it, Kiera said. The bad part is already there. By now, it's just switching from one bad part to another. Kiera took a deep breath. But the good thing is that my job is essentially secure. I'm the only one that can work with it, which gives me a unique position. So it's not all bad, she said with a more positive voice. Silence. But do you want to work with it? Nick asked with furrowed brows. What's the alternative? Kiera asked with a shrug. Not working with it, Nick said. That's not a choice, she said. Yes, it is, Nick said. No, it isn't, Kiera answered. With the 3 new recruits coming, we will be 7 extractors, excluding you. The screaming coffin, the dung heap, and the bleeding lady barely need any work, leaving only the dreamer and the lover for us. If I don't work with the lover, nobody will. Then what? Am I supposed to fight over the dreamer with 6 other extractors? I would rather work with the lover, she said with annoyance. Nick looked with concern at Kiera, who refused to look at Nick. In the end, Nick released a sigh. If that is truly what you want, you are free to do so. But if you need a break or anything similar, you have to tell me, okay? He urged. Kiera furrowed her brows, but still didn't look at Nick. Sure. Chapter 177, First Day. Nick wasn't happy with it, but Kiera had solved the problem with the lover. He just didn't know how to feel about it. Working with the lover was horrible and would permanently change people into something that they would probably perceive to be disgusting. And yet, Kiera was willing to work with it. Additionally, it wasn't difficult to tell that Kiera didn't feel great about that. But her explanation also made sense. She was in a unique position to work with the lover, which made her special and important to Dark Dream. Sadly, there was no way to change the current dynamic without literally forcing Kiera not to work with a lover, which was also not something that Nick wanted to do. That only leaves the dung heap, Nick said. Jonathan nodded. That one isn't troublesome. It's just disgusting. Show us, Nick said. Everyone walked towards the 2nd floor, and they could already smell the dung heap when they arrived. The entire floor smelled like a garbage dump on a midsummer day. Luckily, all the present people could deal with that smell. Jonathan and Kiera could deal with it since they had been around the dung heap for a long time already, and the other 3 came from the Dregs. The pungent smell of the sewers blanketed the Dregs, and the other 3 had spent years in the Dregs. The dung heap only smelled slightly worse. Oh, by the way, do we have food? Jonathan asked. The delivery of the food for the dung heap hasn't been set up yet, Nick said. That might be bad, Jonathan said. Just like the bleeding lady, the dung heap needs to be worked with regularly. If it doesn't get its food, it starts getting aggressive. The containment unit is strong enough to keep it contained, but anyone that enters would get attacked. Nick nodded in understanding. It was important to remember that the dung heap wasn't truly a possession specter. If it wanted, it could probably attack someone. It might not be the most powerful specter on its level, but it could probably still overwhelm a newbie since it was already an adolescent. Maybe it's better we wait until the food delivery has been set up then, Nick said. That's probably for the better, Jonathan answered. The others agreed as well. Then, let me set up the schedule for who is going to work with what, Nick said. The others nodded. Kiera, you're going to work with the lover daily. I will leave the frequency of how much you work with it up to you, but it has to be once a day, Nick said as he looked at Kiera. Yes, boss, she answered. The dreamer is being worked with by Jenny, Trevor, and Jonathan. The order in which you work will be left to you, but I want 3 shifts of 8 hours per day. Sure thing, boss, Jenny said with a smile. I will be delivering the food to the dung heap, the corpses to the screaming coughing, and I will also be working with the bleeding lady. From now on, I might only occasionally be in the building since I also have to set up a team of investigators and search for more specters myself. If there are any urgent matters and I'm not here, you can tell Winter, but try not to disturb him with matters that can wait until the next day. The others nodded again. Then that should be everything for today. Starting tomorrow, that's how we are going to proceed, Nick said. After a bit more talking, the group split apart, and Nick went to Winter to talk about some matters regarding Dark Dream. Winter told Nick that the food thing had actually already been set up, but the deliveries would only start the next day. Nick told him about how he had set up his employees' shifts, and Winter nodded. But then he added something. "Nick, I think you got this," Winter said. "You don't need to tell me about the shifts of the extractors anymore. You have shown that you can manage them. I trust your skills. Just write it down somewhere and give me the schedule in case I am in need of an extractor. With more people and more specters, I also can't keep these things in my head anymore." Nick smiled when he heard that and nodded. Of course. Some minutes later, Nick left Winter's new office and looked through the building again, getting more familiar with it. Eventually, it was time to leave and train with Reynolds. The next day, Nick went into Dark Dream's new building and saw one of Dark Dream's clerks at the front desk. The receptionist greeted Nick politely and wished him a good morning. Nick talked with her for a bit before he checked up on the people and the specters. First, Nick went to the second floor. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Nick arrived, he heard the sound of something heavy hitting one of the walls. It came from the dung heap's containment unit. Guess it really wants some food, Nick thought. The delivery will come at 9 a.m. There shouldn't be an issue. Then Nick checked up on the screaming coffin. Still digesting the fat man, Nick thought as he looked at the unmoving specter. Nick went out of the containment unit and accessed the Zephyx storage of the screaming coffin. He took the Zephyx container with him and put in a new one. Then Nick checked on the dung heap's Zephyx container. Nothing as expected. After that, Nick went to the third floor and checked the bleeding lady's Zephyx container. 65 grams. Nick thought with surprise. All that cutting yesterday was worth it. Nick also took that Zephyx container and entered the fifth floor. The lover's containment unit had 6 grams of Zephyx, which was what Nick produced yesterday. Nick also checked if someone was in the containment unit, which he could easily do by looking at a sign at the entrance. She's not here yet. Then Nick went to the Dreamer's containment unit. The sign said that someone was working with it, which was to be expected. Nick didn't know who was working with it, but it also didn't really matter. About 12 grams of Zephyx, Nick thought. Nick changed the containers of that containment unit as well and went to the top floor. There, Nick put the containers in a special location that only he and Winter had access to. After that, Nick wrote down how much Zephyx each specter had produced and put the sheet of paper in Winter's office. Lastly, Nick went to the third floor and worked with a bleeding lady. There were no issues. For the next couple of hours, Nick thought about how to create and manage a team of inspectors. And finally, the food delivery arrived for the dung heap. Chapter 178 of the Dung Heap. "Sir, the food delivery is here," the cute girl from the front desk said after entering Nick's office. Naturally, as the chief Zephyx Extractor, Nick had his own office on the top floor. "I'll come," Nick said after standing up from his chair. The two of them walked down the stairs and entered the first floor. On the first floor, Nick saw a guy dressed in a sharp suit. He doesn't look like a food delivery man, Nick thought. "Hello, nice to meet you," the guy said, offering his hand to Nick. "My name is Braun, and I have a delivery of a bit more than 240 kilos of food waste." Nick nodded and shook Braun's hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Nick, the chief Zephyx Extractor. No offense, but you don't look like someone who delivers food." Braun laughed. "I completely understand," he said. "That's because I am the middleman. I gather all the food waste from many different food providers and sell it." So he's a merchant, Nick thought. That's more in line with how he dresses. A bit later, Braun led Nick outside and showed him a cart. 2 men were standing in front of the cart, and compared to Braun, they looked dirty and muscular. On the cart, Nick saw a steaming and stinking pile of garbage. Eggshells, rotten eggs, bones, insects, rancid meat, rancid cheese. Yet there were no maggots crawling in the pile, which meant that it was fresh garbage. Nick nodded after looking at the pile. "Thank you. Can I use the cart to transport it?" he asked. "You can keep the cart," Braun said. "When I come with the next delivery tomorrow, you can give me the cart from today." Nick nodded. "Sounds great. Thank you." "Of course," Braun said. After a bit more talking, Braun handed Nick a sheet of paper with all the food waste and the amount written on it. Nick read through it and signed. Then Braun quickly said his goodbyes and left. Nick didn't need to pay him since Winter had a contractual agreement with Braun. Braun would simply take the sheet of paper and get his money from Dark Dream's bank account. Nick pulled the stinking pile of garbage into Dark Dream and walked to the stairs. That was when he realized that he had an issue. How would he get 240 kilos of waste up the stairs? Nick could lift that, but the cart was so big and cumbersome, making it difficult. Eventually, Nick managed to get the cart onto the staircase and closed the door behind him. His ability activated. Then, Nick easily lifted it over his head and ran up the stairs. He put it down on the second floor and opened the door. Well, that works, Nick thought. Bang. Bang. The walls of the dung heap's containment unit were still shaking. Nick walked into the locker room in front of the dung heap's containment unit and readied himself. Slowly, Nick opened the employee door. Hum. Immediately, the alarm rang. While the containment unit could isolate Specters from going through the open employee entrance, it used up Zephyx to do that, which was the reason for the alarm. Nick watched through a blue force field as the dung heap tried to get through the open employee entrance. The dung heap completely covered the ground of the 5x5 meter containment unit. It was nearly 2 meters high at its peak. And it looked strange. It looked like a rancid and decaying pile of garbage, but Nick couldn't even identify a single specific piece of garbage. It was like looking at a mass of people and not being able to point out a single face. Right now, the dung heap was swaying back and forth like a viscous liquid. With each sway, it gathered strength and rammed the force field of the open employee door. Surprisingly, even though Nick was looking at the dung heap, his ability was still active. Apparently, the dung heap couldn't see or hear. Nick quickly grabbed some handfuls of garbage and chucked them into the containment unit. Bang. The garbage ball exploded on the other side of the containment unit and fell onto the dung heap. Stop complaining. I got your food right here, Nick shouted before throwing in another handful of food. Roo. At that point, a low rumbling noise came from the dung heap, and it started to shake a bit. It slowly stopped moving, and the alarm of the containment unit stopped. Nick chucked a couple more balls of garbage into the containment unit before he grabbed the cart and lifted it. Earlier, the dung heap had essentially blocked the majority of the employee entrance, and if Nick had dumped the entire cart there, the dung heap would have tried even more to get out since the garbage would have been just past the barrier. The next moment, Nick pulled the cart back before shoving it forward. Splash. A huge pile of garbage fell from the cart. Roo. The pile shook again while releasing its deep vibrating sound. I guess it's happy, Nick thought. Next, the surface of the dung heap started to move, and the pile of garbage was spread across the entire containment unit. It seemed to have calmed down, Nick thought. Then, Nick lifted the cart and walked into the containment unit. As his feet stepped onto the dung heap, he felt like he was walking on a humongous and fat person. There was a lot of give, but he didn't really sink. The dung heap was one entity. It just looked like a huge pile of trash. When he was inside the containment unit, Nick dumped the cart onto the dung heap. Naturally, after Nick had stepped onto the dung heap, his ability deactivated, but the cart had become much lighter by that point. In just a couple of seconds, Nick emptied the cart and walked out again. The dung heap released a couple more deep murmurs while moving the trash around. After exiting, Nick closed the door and put the cart at one end of the locker room. Then, he released a sigh. It seems easy enough to manage, Nick thought. It hadn't been fed for several days, which made it problematic, but I think it won't be an issue starting from tomorrow. Chapter 179, 6 months later. Nick stood in front of a door on the 3rd floor of Dark Dream inside. He was not looking forward to this. Nick's big, muscular hand pushed open the door to the locker room, and he entered. It had been 6 months since Dark Dream had moved to this building, and Nick had just recently become 17 years old. Over the last couple of months, not a lot had happened. Nick had taught his 3 new colleagues and focused on day-to-day matters. One of the matters had been the establishment of an investigator team and the search for the next Spectre. The investigation team had been fully formed about 4 months ago, and the profits of Dark Dream shrank a lot in consequence. Dark Dream hired over 20 investigators, and these 20 investigators focused mostly on the Dregs. Paying so many highly skilled people was not cheap, but it had been worth it. The investigators had found the trace of a Spectre, and the people of Dark Dream had captured it. Surprisingly, capturing the Spectre had been rather easy due to its nature, but it had still been incredibly painful. Mainly for Nick. And now it was time for Nick to find out how to work with the Spectre. He already had a good idea about how to work with it, but he still needed to confirm it and check how much Zephyx it produced. The good thing was that the Spectre was already a peak hatchling since its identity had been a secret for a long time. Many people knew and had met the Spectre, but none had suspected that it actually was one. The investigators had only noticed that something might be wrong when they didn't know what to look for and just randomly started to combine information and clues. One of these clues had been the abundance of feelings of weakness and sickness in the Dregs. Naturally, due to the Dregs' dirty and unclean environment, getting sick wasn't anything unusual, and the blood tax made sure that nearly no one didn't feel weak. Because of that, nobody had thought about cross-referencing the sick and weak people. Nevertheless, the investigators did that. After a lot of information gathering, they found something. While the sickness was evenly spread across the Dregs, the weak people mostly concentrated around one block of houses. For several days, the investigators kept a watch over the block of houses and kept interviewing people. Yet, it was impossible to find the Spectre. And then, the investigators who were stationed there started to feel weak. At that point, the investigators were certain that they were onto a Spectre. That was when Nick also got involved and looked for the Spectre as well. But nobody could find the Spectre. And then, Nick started to feel extremely weak. But bizarrely enough, the investigators regained their strength. On top of that, the normal people also regained their strength. And finally, they found out what had been going on. Animals were common in the Dregs. Rats, wild dogs, cats, raccoons, plenty of insects, and so on. And this particular group of houses had one of these as a pet. It was a dirty but cute puppy. It didn't belong to anyone in particular and was just being taken care of by the community. When the investigators arrived, they also played with the puppy from time to time. And when Nick appeared, the puppy immediately took a liking to him and begged him to hug it. Nick did so and basically carried the puppy around while he was there. When Nick finally got sick, many people realized that it was the puppy. After all, it had been with Nick for several days by then. Nick had quickly taken the puppy away with him after contacting the other extractors. Yet, when the puppy noticed that several strong people were surrounding it, its behavior changed. It started to whine pitifully. At that point, Nick immediately felt like chunks of his insides were being torn out. The group put a Zephyx suppressor on the puppy, but it still managed to hurt people through the Zephyx suppressor, albeit with less intensity. After dumping the puppy into the containment unit, Nick went home to recover. It was bad. Real bad. Nick felt like his heart was beating without a rhythm, and he kept going in and out of consciousness. He kept sweating bullets while feeling extremely cold and hot. Even more, Nick had puked blood a couple of times. It took almost 2 entire days for Nick to recover. Of course, Nick wanted to go to the hospital, but he couldn't risk unveiling the nature of their newest Spectre. He was quite sure that he would survive due to his high level of regeneration. And he did. But now it was time to work with a puppy. Fittingly, Nick decided to call the Spectre the puppy. I'm pretty sure the puppy gains power by converting the vitality of people into Zephyx, which is quite different from getting injured or exerting myself. It is much more difficult to repair this kind of damage, and it is much more chaotic since the damage is all over my body. I'm also not sure whether or not there is a manipulative factor since nobody seems to be able to resist the puppy's charm. Everyone there wanted to hug it and hold it, although it could also just be that it is very cute. But even if there is a manipulation aspect to the puppy, I want to make sure and leave it here. If any of the employees start asking me or the other extractors about the new Spectre, I know for sure. Next, Nick thought about how to go about finding out how to work with the puppy. Should he just stay by its side or provoke the crying? He didn't know, and it was his job to find out. That was what a Chief Zephyx Extractor was supposed to do. Nick took a deep breath and entered the containment unit. Chapter 180, The Puppy. After opening the door, Nick looked at the other end of the containment unit with an uncertain expression. In one of the corners of the room was a perfectly white and fluffy little dog. Funnily enough, the dog had been pretty dirty all the time while it had been in the Dregs, but as soon as it arrived here, all the dirt vanished. Most likely a camouflaging ability, Nick thought as he took another deep breath. The puppy was lying on the ground and whimpering silently. The sound made Nick feel like his heart was being torn apart. The poor thing. Was it in pain? However, Nick kept his mind under control and kept telling himself that this was a Spectre. The puppy might be fluffy, white, cute, adorable. He had to stay in control. Nick wanted to do nothing but walk over to hug and comfort it. He just wanted to tell it that everything was going to be okay. But Nick kept himself in check. The puppy slowly turned its big and wet eyes to look at Nick. Nick took yet another deep breath and remained stationary. The puppy whimpered a bit and slowly started to walk closer. Then it stumbled over its feet and fell over with an adorable little yelp. But it quickly stood up again and moved towards Nick while its tail was wagging slowly and carefully. There was hope, begging, and loneliness in its eyes. Nick took another deep breath. For now, I should see how much Zephyx it produces the normal way, Nick thought. As soon as Nick thought about spending time with the puppy, he started to feel excited and giddy. Yet, he kept telling himself that this was a specter and that he had to be careful. Nick kneeled down and slowly extended his hand. The puppy came closer and sniffed it. Finally, it rubbed its head on Nick's hand in happiness. Nick felt like his heart was melting. It was just so adorable. Nick slowly picked it up and held it in his arms. Then Nick walked to one of the walls, sat down, and combed the puppy's fur with his fingers. The puppy gave off some sounds of happiness and closed its eyes in pleasure. Nick felt calm inside. It was so difficult for him to feel calm in his life. The entire finality and pointlessness of his future still weighed heavily on Nick, and whenever he had a quiet moment, his mind automatically went back to thinking about these things. There generally was no such thing as calm for Nick. Either he was doing something, or he was worrying about something. But here with a puppy, Nick felt calm. He felt content. It was so nice to be with it. At that moment, the door opened, and Nick looked over with surprise. "Boss?" Jenny asked after she opened the door. "Yes." Nick asked. "You asked me to get you after 8 hours," she said. "Yes, I did," Nick said, still petting the puppy. Silence. "8 hours are over," she said. Nick's eyes widened in shock. What? Hadn't he just sat down? "Are you serious?" Nick asked. "Yes, boss, I'm serious," she said with an urgent voice. "It's been 8 hours." Nick took a deep breath and looked at the puppy. The puppy looked at Jenny with curiosity and happiness. "I gotta go," Nick told the puppy before he slowly put it to the ground. The puppy begged for Nick to stay with its whimpers. Nick felt terrible for leaving the puppy alone, but he knew that it was just a specter. After some promises to come back, Nick left the containment unit, and Jenny closed the door behind him. When Nick was in the locker room, he took a deep breath, and that was when he felt his insides shake. Nick was all too familiar with this feeling. He had felt this feeling many times while he had been living in the Dregs. It was the feeling of not having eaten anything for a long time. It was a feeling of weakness and loss of control as his limbs started to shake. On top of that, Nick felt a headache coming on. Luckily, it wasn't nearly as strong as when the puppy had whimpered. "Boss, everything okay?" Jenny asked. "It's fine," Nick said. "I just feel weak. It's the effect of the specter. If anyone on your team works with it, another person must force them to leave. While I was in there, it felt like only 10 minutes had passed. You have to instruct your people and make absolutely certain that they don't spend more than the allotted time with it," Nick urged. "I will tell them, boss," Jenny said. About 4 months ago, Nick had made Jenny the team leader of the one and only team of Zephyx Extractors. Nick wanted to make Trevor the team leader, but Winter said that Trevor had to be on the down low since he would one day become their spy and underground agent. The team leader was too conspicuous. Because of that, Nick made Jenny the team leader. And she had done an excellent job until now. Her team liked her, and there had been no incidents. "Let's check how much Zephyx we produced," Nick said as he walked out of the locker room with uncertain steps. Jenny followed Nick. After retrieving the container, Nick raised an eyebrow. "About 9 grams, he said. "Not bad. I think we got a good one this time." "That's quite a lot," Jenny said. Nick nodded. "I want to test something. Larry is still a mid-newbie, right?" Jenny nodded. "I want him to work 8 hours with a puppy tomorrow. I will instruct him on what to do. I suspect that the amount of Zephyx produced is not dependent on the puppy's level, but on the extractor's level. I want someone on a lower level than me to work with it. Of course, I will stay beside him for the entire duration," Nick said. Jenny nodded. "I will tell him to go to your office tomorrow." The next day, Larry worked with the puppy for 8 hours, and just as expected, it only produced about 4 grams of Zephyx. The day after that, Nick tested how much the whimpering puppy produced. The result was abysmal. After getting quite injured, Nick didn't even find a single gram of Zephyx in the container. Some days of experimenting later, Nick finalized the method of working with a puppy. The extractor just had to spend a couple of hours petting it. The maximum amount of time was set to 6 hours. Otherwise, the extractor wouldn't recover by the next workday. Additionally, only peak newbies were allowed to work with the puppy. Lastly, the next person scheduled to work with it had to force the person inside to leave punctually at all costs. If they refused, the team leader or chief Zephyx Extractor had to be informed immediately. This was the first time that Nick had figured out how to work with a Spectre truly on his own without any help. And it worked. By now, Nick had become fully used to being the chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream. And Dark Dream was making a shitload of credits. Chapter 181-018. Nick walked down the lonely street of the abandoned Dregs. This part of the Dregs had nearly nobody living in it. At most, some people who wanted to avoid the blood tax tried to hide here. And some of them actually managed to do that, but they were in the minority. Because of that, only the people who couldn't afford to lose another 2 liters of blood would try that stunt. After all, if they were going to die with the next tax anyway, they might as well take their chances. But aside from these people, there was basically no one. The streets were completely ruined, and walking on them was extremely dangerous. Nick had been walking through these streets for several days now, only leaving once a day to do his duties in Dark Dream and to sleep. Nick had become 18 years old recently, and he was finally ready to become a level 2 extractor. A couple days ago, Nick had felt like some kind of energy inside of his body was ready to explode. That was the sign of an extractor being ready to break through. The only thing they needed was to come into contact with an adolescent Spectre and have that energy explode forward. At that point, they would reach the next level while also mutating their ability with the support of the adolescent Spectre. Without being in contact with a fitting Spectre, reaching the next level was impossible. Of course, Nick could just come into contact with a dung heap since that was also an adolescent Spectre, but Nick didn't want that ability. It didn't seem to fit the Null's ability very well. So Nick was trying to come into contact with a new Spectre, one that he had known for almost 2 years. Back then, Winter had used it as an example for the category of 4 Specters. The Fog. The Fog was a known Spectre that lived in the abandoned Dregs inside Crimson Fungus City. Many people knew about it, but the bigger manufacturers were not interested in capturing it. The issue was that the Fog was a force Spectre, which made it very difficult to catch and contain it. The containment unit necessary to contain such a Spectre was so insanely expensive that it might even take years for the Spectre to pay it off. 25 million credits. That was the price of the containment unit. Something like the Fog would, at most, produce 50 grams of Zephyx a day, which was about 50,000 credits. Assuming there were no associated costs and 100% of the produced Zephyx went to repaying the containment unit, it would still take 500 days to repay the containment unit. But since Dark Dream only got to keep 60% of the Zephyx, it would take even longer. Now, if the Fog were an adult Spectre, things would be different. It would definitely produce over 100 grams of Zephyx a day, and they could still buy the same containment unit. The containment units for Force Specters weren't built for weak Specters since it was not really profitable. The materials needed to contain an adult Spectre barely made up 10% of the price. The containment unit that Winter had bought had consumed an entire year of Dark Dream's profits, and he had even needed to take out a loan. But for Nick, he was willing to pay that price. Nick had been an excellent Chief Zephyx Extractor, and on top of that, Winter fully trusted Nick. Naturally, Winter wouldn't waste such a great employee as Nick, and he would continue to invest in him so that Nick could reach his full potential. The plan to capture the Fog had been created over a year ago. Both of them realized that the Fog's ability had a great affinity with Nick's ability. On top of that, the Fog wasn't an incredibly powerful Spectre in battle. Force Specters like the Fog almost exclusively fought with their abilities since they didn't really have bodies with which they could punch their opponents. But in turn, capturing them was insanely difficult. Nick knew that capturing the Fog was not a given. Of course, Nick would get his ability either way since he only needed to come into contact with a Spectre, but not being able to catch the Fog would mean that Dark Dream's investment would go up in flames. Because of that, there was still a lot of pressure on Nick's shoulders. As Nick walked through the empty and damaged streets, he looked around with his sharp eyes. By now, Nick had reached a height of about 185 centimeters, and that was most likely where his growth was going to stop. Nick hadn't been very tall before he had become a Zephyx Extractor, and it had seemed like he wouldn't grow up to be tall. However, the Zephyx was essentially pure energy, and the body needed energy and nutrients to grow. The Zephyx Nick had come into contact with had allowed his body to grow to a respectable height. Of course, due to Nick's brutal training, he had also grown frighteningly muscular. His body was almost identical to Reynolds' body. Any more muscle and Nick's speed and flexibility would suffer. He was perfectly on the border between too little and too much muscle. Nick was so athletic that he could even carry all 5 of his spears and his fist weapons while also being able to jump with quite some agility. Nevertheless, Nick still only carried 3 of his spears with him since he didn't want to suffer too much of a speed disadvantage. Nick had stopped training with Reynold and Manila a couple of months ago. Both of them had essentially taught everything they knew about wielding their weapons to him. Now, Nick only needed to get actual practice in real scenarios. They were actually extremely impressed by Nick. Reynold had even said something quite surprising. "You do know that you are actually experienced and strong enough to join Kugelblitz, right? I could request an interview for you, and you would join my team within a week." However, Nick declined. Winter had never betrayed him and invested so much in him. Nick wouldn't leave Winter like that. Chapter 182, The Fog. Nick kept walking down the streets with heavy and powerful steps as he kept looking around with care. The last time someone had been reported missing had been around a month ago, and as far as everyone knew, the fog took about a month to consume a human. People were not completely certain what the fog did. They only knew that it took someone and came back a month later to get someone else. The specific way the fog killed its victims was unknown. They just walked into the fog and vanished. Naturally, Nick felt a certain amount of apprehension since the unknown was quite scary, but he was willing to take the risk. His future was worth it. Nick walked from one alleyway to the other. He was taking the same route he had been taking for days. Nothing special was happening. However, he was quite sure that he would meet the fog soon. 3 days ago, one of Nick's old friends had visited him. Julian, the expert Zephyx Extractor who had talked with Nick a day before he met Reynold. Julian had talked with Nick about his problems for some time, and while he was doing so, he had asked Nick what he had planned. Nick told him about the fog. There was no need to keep it a secret since everyone basically knew about the fog, and nobody was willing to spend the credits to capture it. When Julian heard that, he smiled slyly and told Nick which route he should take. He said that he had seen the fog a couple of times before, and that he had been one of the extractors that created the profile of it. As always, Julian knew what he was talking about, and he was a pleasure to be around. Everyone liked Julian. Ever since then, Nick had been following this route. Nick trusted Julian, and Julian wouldn't betray Nick's trust. During the evening, Nick noticed that it became more difficult to find his way forward. It was like his sight was being obscured by a veil. Usually, Nick would just think that it was normal fog, but since he was specifically searching for the fog, he knew the chances were high that this was actually the Spectre. Nick's heart rate increased, and his breathing quickened, but he did his best to appear calm. Nick wanted to be enveloped by the fog. It was possible that the fog would flee if Nick decided to attack. So Nick just kept walking forward. Eventually, he couldn't see anything anymore. The gray fog was so thick that Nick couldn't even see his own hands anymore. Nick could feel how his hand touched his face, but he couldn't see it, even when Nick lightly touched his eyeball. It was almost like Nick didn't have a body. It was like he was only a consciousness drifting through an empty void. Yet, Nick could still feel his body. When he punched his left arm with his right, he still felt the impact and the pain. Additionally, Nick could feel himself walking forward. However, the floor had changed. The floor had stopped making any sounds, and Nick couldn't even hear his own steps. Additionally, it felt very even and even a bit soft. It was like Nick was walking on a featureless carpet. Even more, there were no walls whatsoever. Earlier, Nick had been walking through the abandoned Dregs, and there had been houses everywhere. But now, no matter in which direction Nick walked, he wouldn't touch anything. It was like Nick's body had left the world. So this is what it does, Nick thought with narrowed eyes. Since he was now well and truly captured, Nick decided to fight back and started to run. Nick sprinted with all of his strength and jumped from side to side. Nick was running at incredible speeds, but he still couldn't touch anything. After that, Nick threw one of his spears into the distance. The ghost wire quickly tensed, and he let the spear fall to the ground in the distance. The spear hadn't hit anything. Nick walked over to where the spear was lying on the ground and put it back onto his back. It's like this world is limitless, Nick thought. I have no idea where I am, and I can't even come into contact with the outside world by throwing a spear. I am no longer in Crimson Fungus City. At least, that's what I would think if I didn't know anything about Specters. This is only an adolescent, and I'm certain that it doesn't have the power to transport me out of the city just like that. It would have to be an elder at the very least, and even then, it would be unlikely. This means that I must still be inside Crimson Fungus City. At most, it created a temporary domain that imitates an alien world. Keeping this domain active is probably consuming Zephyx, but it is also most likely producing more Zephyx than it is using. I can run and jump around as much as I want, and I won't be able to get out of here. The only way I can get out is to make it consume more Zephyx than it is producing. That means I need to tear the world around me apart and destabilize the domain. The best way is to just use a lot of power. A moment later, Nick lifted his arm and pulled out his fist weapons. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately, Nick started to rampage through his surroundings, kicking and punching everything around him. While he was doing so, he kept looking at his surroundings. That was when he noticed something. After a particularly fast kick, Nick noticed that the guard on his shin had pulled the fog to the side a bit, revealing a small afterimage of a darker area. However, it was immediately closed again. Winter told me that my weapons can also interact with force specters, which is why they were so insanely expensive. And sure enough, he was right. Without my weapons, I probably wouldn't be able to break through the fog. However, I am certain that this is not enough power to break through. Nick narrowed his eyes. And my ability isn't active. The fog could perceive Nick, which meant that he was only as strong as a peak newbie. Although with his body, he probably had the power of an average initial John. If I want to break out of here, I have to get my ability to activate. Let's hope the fog's ability is good enough. Chapter 183, Hatchlings. For a while longer, Nick kept punching and kicking the air. He knew that it wouldn't help him, but he wanted to know what the fog actually did. After all, he would most likely need to work with it in the future. Might as well learn more things about it right now, since it wasn't in a hurry to kill him. From time to time, Nick managed to push the fog to the side, revealing a darker place behind the bright gray. By the looks of things, Nick wasn't in a place with a lot of sunlight. The fog wasn't strong enough to completely transport Nick into a parallel dimension or world, which was why Nick had to be somewhere in Crimson Fungus City. Nick wasn't sure how much time passed, but he started to get hungry. Surprisingly, even though Nick had moved around quite a lot, he didn't get thirsty. The fog is probably moisturizing my body, which means I need no water. Based on the clear color of the piss I just took, it gives me quite a lot of water as well. That's a healthy amount. However, there is no food. Is that how it kills its victims? It traps them in an endless world of gray until they starve to death? I wonder if that's how it becomes stronger, or if it's just corpses. No, it's probably not corpses. Otherwise, it wouldn't feed me water. Most likely, slowly starving inside its domain is what it actually gains power from. Now, is it perpetually gaining power while I am in here, or does it only get a burst of power when I die? This was an important question. If the fog perpetually produced Zephyx by someone walking through its domain, working with the fog would be easy. He would just need to send a Zephyx Extractor in there and take them out after a while. However, if the fog only got the power after actually killing the people through starvation, Nick would have an issue at hand. This meant that he couldn't ask any of his Zephyx Extractors to work with it. Even more, it meant that Nick needed to search for criminals or something like that. He couldn't imagine just sending random people to their deaths like this. I can't be sure, but I think it produces Zephyx during the process of being lost. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been confident enough to trap me since I would have plenty of time to exhaust its Zephyx supply. Nick decided to remain inside the fog for 2 more hours to see whether or not it would unveil another aspect of itself. But nothing happened. Nick's head was still clear, and even though he was sweaty from all the sports, his stamina had already recovered, which meant that the fog wasn't isolating the prefix. This meant that Nick could heal and recover while lost in the fog. That's probably not something it can do yet, but I would imagine that it can learn something like that in the future. After all, veterans don't need to eat or drink anything since the prefix in the atmosphere nourishes them. If a veteran were lost in here, they would never die. Maybe the fog will one day learn the ability to isolate prefix? Scientists were sure that most specters were born as hatchlings, which meant that the fog had also been a hatchling before. They came to that conclusion because they had found buried data depicting a bloody room with 2 people fighting in it. They also found pictures of a bloody coliseum with teeth at its edges and several people fighting in it. The scientists were quite certain that these had been iterations of the Maw, one of the Eternals. According to history, the Maw had once started out as just a random room, and it was eventually used as some sort of arena. At some point, humanity must have lost control over it, and it became the terror it was today. If the Maw had once been a hatchling, chances were high that almost all specters had once been hatchlings. Except for one. The oldest specter known to humanity was the sun, and as far as they had heard, it had always been there. The sun was probably the only specter that hadn't been a hatchling. As a hatchling, the fog probably didn't have the ability to nourish someone with water, which meant that it would need to get new victims quicker. Nick was building a profile on the fog. After all, it was his job, and the more he knew about his specters, the better. Seeing that nothing was changing, Nick decided to become active. First, he wanted to try if the locator worked. Naturally, Nick came prepared since he knew that he would meet with the fog. Because of that, Nick had received a locator. He pulled a small rod out of one of his pockets and flipped it open, pulling out a couple of legs. Then he placed it on the ground and pressed a button. The tip of the locator started to slowly shine yellow, which meant that it was starting up. For a couple of seconds, Nick watched the yellow light, and then the light suddenly turned red. Nick just furrowed his brow. That's to be expected, I suppose. The red light meant that a foreign force of Zephyx was interfering with the signal. The locator worked by spreading a special kind of Zephyx, which could be picked up by certain instruments. However, the presence of the Spectre kept the Zephyx from spreading. It was like a big man surrounding a small mouse with his hand. The mouse couldn't move out of the hand since it was all around it, and it wasn't strong enough to break through. I might be able to escape on my own with the new ability I'm about to obtain, but I can't expect to capture the fog on my own. I need the help of Dark Dream, and for that, I need to activate the locator. I guess it's time to advance and get my new ability. Chapter 184, John. Nick sat down and closed his eyes. This would be his first advancement, and he wanted to make sure that nothing went wrong. Nick imagined himself pulling something out from deep inside of him. Almost immediately, Nick felt himself becoming hotter, and he started to break out in sweat. All the Zephyx that his body had prepared for the breakthrough was being accessed and burnt. Nick's muscles began to shake, and he felt like his heart was beating in his ear. His face turned red, and he started to grimace with strain. His breathing deepened. The next moment, Nick felt like something new appeared inside his body. It was a strange sensation. It was like something blue and calm was expanding inside of him. As the blue force expanded throughout Nick's torso, he felt like he was bathing in the recovery bath again. It was so relaxing. But at the same time, Nick felt like his confidence was shooting through the roof, and he felt like he had the ability to tear reality apart. Nick took a very deep breath, and the blue force exploded. It encompassed his entire body. Nick kept breathing in without end. It was almost like all the air he was breathing in was vanishing. He just kept inhaling and inhaling, but his chest almost didn't expand. The more he inhaled, the more he wanted to jump around and punch something. He was so full of energy. Half a minute later, Nick stopped inhaling. Nick's muscles flexed on their own, and he felt like he could punch a house into dust. At that point, the strange things happening to his body stopped. Naturally, Nick knew what that meant. I advanced. I'm a level 2 Zephyx Extractor now. Finally, I'm a John. Nick jumped onto his feet with ease, even though he still carried his weapons on his body. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, Nick started to rapidly punch and kick the air around him again. This time, the dark afterimage of his real surroundings appeared more frequently and clearer. But the next moment, the afterimages changed. Several corpses were looking at Nick through the gaps in the fog. It was like Nick was surrounded by corpses that just kept looking at him. That's troublesome, Nick thought with furrowed brows. I think I know where I am. Nick was quite certain that the corpses looking at him were not real. They were just illusions, created by the nightmare. At this moment, Nick was sure that he was surrounded by the fog, which was surrounded by darkness. Specters didn't suffer from the effects of the nightmare, which was why it could simply be there. Additionally, it seemed to have the ability to isolate Nick from the nightmare's influence. Yet, as soon as Nick managed to create small gaps in the fog, the nightmare's influence could enter, which was what produced these images of the corpses watching him. Either I'm in some kind of room, or I'm in the sewers. I can't be entirely sure, Nick thought. All of Nick's hunger and exhaustion vanished after he turned into a John, and he took advantage of that and started to launch an assault on his surroundings. Due to Nick's impressive body, his base strength was probably already on the level of an average early John, or maybe even mid-John. He didn't know at what exact level the fog was, which was why he was trying to break through the fog right now. Nick was very disciplined and athletic, which allowed him to launch a perfect barrage of brutal attacks for an extended period of time. If he managed to exhaust the fog completely, it was probably only an initial adolescent or an early adolescent. But if it kept resisting, it was probably a mid, late, or peak adolescent. Over the next hours, Nick managed to create many gaps through which he could see images that seemed to come from hell. Yet the fog kept returning to its old form again and again. It didn't matter how much Nick punched and kicked. It seemed to have no use. Even when Nick created a gap and pushed his arm through, the fog just closed in front of Nick's arm again. While Nick was doing all of this, he kept an eye on the locator. The red light was sometimes getting weaker, but it always stayed red. That meant that the amount of foreign Zephyx isolating the signal was sometimes reducing, but never really vanishing. Eventually, Nick stopped and sat down again. No use, he thought with a sigh. I'm sure I've attacked it for over an hour, and it doesn't behave any differently from the beginning. It can probably withstand my attacks forever. Nick gulped as his nervousness increased. He had been prepared for this eventuality, but he still felt nervous. His survival now depended on the ability he had acquired. If Nick's mutated ability could activate the effect of the null's ability, he would be able to escape. But if it didn't, Nick's chances of survival would be slim. Dark Dream knew that Nick was captured by the fog somewhere, and they were searching for him. Yet, the chances of Dark Dream finding him without the locator were slim. After all, not even Nick managed to find the fog after days of searching for it. Nick closed his eyes and willed fog to appear from within him. The moment of truth had arrived. What kind of ability had Nick unlocked? Would Nick be able to create fog around him? Could Nick create fog somewhere else? Did Nick's attacks attain some kind of steam effect? Could Nick manipulate water? Many different kinds of mutations could have appeared within Nick's ability, and he didn't know which one he had received. What would his ability be? Would it be useful? Would it help him in this scenario? As Nick willed the fog to appear, he noticed the blue force inside of him again. Apparently, it hadn't vanished after his breakthrough. But now the blue force was reducing rapidly. Within less than a second, all the blue force vanished, and Nick's mutated ability activated. Chapter 185, Mutated Ability. Nick couldn't see what was happening due to all the fog, but he could feel his ability of null activating. This meant that the fog couldn't perceive him anymore. Nick immediately jumped to his feet and released a terrifying kick. Nothing. The fog showed no reaction. It was almost like Nick hadn't used any kind of attack. Naturally, Nick released several more attacks, but the fog just didn't react. The next moment, Nick willed his ability to stop. The blue force appeared inside Nick's chest again, and it returned to normal within less than a second. At the same time, Nick's ability deactivated again. Bang! Nick unleashed a kick, and the fog finally reacted again. Nick furrowed his brows. It sucks that I can't see my body right now. I want to know what is happening. I should try around some more. Nick experimented with his new ability a couple of times. Whoosh. Suddenly, a huge gap appeared in the fog, and Nick's eyes widened. Just now, Nick had activated his new ability, and while unleashing an attack, he deactivated it again. By now, Nick had noticed that both of his abilities activated and deactivated at the same time. When his new ability was active, Nick's old ability was also active. However, Nick's old ability wasn't active when his new ability wasn't. This meant that his new ability hid Nick from the fog's perception, but when it deactivated, it perceived Nick again. Yet, kinetic energy and inertia were a thing. So, if Nick unleashed an attack with his ability active and deactivated it again, his attack would still have the kinetic energy of when his ability was active. This was how Nick had managed to unleash such a strong attack just now. Nick's eyes narrowed, and he immediately started to unleash more attacks. The more he activated and deactivated his ability, the more familiar he became with it. By now, the activation and deactivation times were barely 0.1 seconds. This meant that Nick could attack the fog like his ability was active. It took a bit of practice, but he became pretty good at it. Bang, bang, bang. Nick kept hitting the fog in front of him, and the gaps grew larger and larger. The color of the light on top of the locator changed from red to a weak red to a weak green. When Nick saw that, he felt even more energized, and he continued attacking. By now, each of Nick's attacks created a huge gap. If he were fast enough, he could probably even jump through one of the gaps and escape. But there were two problems. First of all, the nightmare was the ruler of the world in front of Nick. And second, Nick didn't want the fog to retreat. Sure, Nick was powerful and could escape from the fog, but he was certain that he could neither kill nor contain it. It would be like catching smoke with his hands. This was the problem with 4 Specters. They didn't have bodies to fight with, but they were insanely difficult to catch, kill, and suppress. So Nick just kept kicking and punching at the same opening he had already created. He needed his locator to remain active. The longer it remained active, the further its signal would spread. For over an hour, Nick just kept attacking the same spot. By now, Nick started to feel exhausted and tired. How long are they going to take? Slowly, the gap was becoming smaller and smaller since Nick couldn't keep attacking with all of his power. About 90 minutes after he started attacking, Nick stopped and sat down. The fog closed around him again, and Nick breathed heavily. He was completely exhausted. At least he had gotten more familiar with his new ability, even though he still couldn't tell what exactly it was doing. He only knew that it could hide him from the fog's perception. I'll continue later, he thought. For about an hour, Nick just recovered his strength. Then he continued attacking the fog and creating an opening. 90 minutes later, Nick had to take a break again. By now, Nick was getting tired. He had been awake for quite a while, and he had done a lot of sports. Should I sleep? Nick thought. He really didn't like that idea. What if the fog attacked him while he was sleeping? What if it had some kind of ability to poison him with some kind of gas during his sleep? I suspect that it probably won't do something like that, but I'm not willing to take that risk outside a containment unit. I have to continue. Nick stood up again and continued punching and kicking. The world behind the fog was just as terrifying as in the beginning. Luckily, it couldn't enter the fog's world. In a way, the fog was protecting Nick from the nightmare. Nick wanted to know where he was, but he had no idea since the nightmare just kept changing everything around him. He could be in a tiny dark closet or in the sewers. Only one thing was certain. It was dark. Dark enough to allow the nightmare to use all its power. Nick was getting weak again, and he wasn't sure how long he would need to rest this time. Moving his body had become very difficult due to all of the accumulated exhaustion. Nick. Nick felt like he heard someone calling him just now, but that could also just be the nightmare. But then the color of the gap changed. From a red and black hell, it turned into an evening yellow. At that moment, Nick could finally see where he was. He was on top of a tall structure within the sewers. Nick changed the angle of his attacks and created a gap diagonally above him. There he saw a big hole with several people looking through it. It was the people from Dark Dream. "Are you all right, Nick?" Winter shouted through the hole. "I'm good," Nick shouted back through heavy breaths. Nick could see Winter through the gap, and Winter looked concerned. "You don't look all right," Winter said. "You keep switching between blurry and normal." Chapter 186, Repelling Cell. "I'm turning blurry?" Nick asked through his attacks. "Yes," Winter shouted. "You're turning blurry for just a very small instant before you turn solid again. That should be my ability," Nick shouted back. "But more importantly, what about the repelling cell?" "We got it," Winter shouted back. "We're going to prepare it, but it might take several hours. You can rest for a while." "Okay, good," Nick shouted back. "I'll come out again in a couple of hours." Then Nick stopped attacking the fog, and all the gaps closed. Nick immediately sat down and started to heave heavily. He was so insanely exhausted, and he also started to become hungry again. His breakthrough had only temporarily filled his hunger. Fortunately, Nick didn't feel as nervous anymore. After all, the people of Dark Dream had found him, and he only needed to wait now. Luckily, the fog wasn't really a conscious specter, as shown by its passiveness in this situation. Any intelligent being would have noticed that Nick could have escaped from the fog after activating his ability. But the fact that he didn't leave meant that it would most likely be a bad idea to continue containing him. If the fog were intelligent, it would have let go of Nick and would have run away. Even more, the discussion between Nick and Winter was also a dead giveaway that something was going to happen to the fog. It seemed like the intelligence of the fog was on about the same level as the intelligence of the screaming coffin. Maybe even less. Because of that, Dark Dream had all the time in the world to build something. For the next couple of hours, Nick just waited and recovered. He was so hungry and tired, but he couldn't go to sleep yet. They had to capture the fog first. Eventually, Nick stood up and started to attack his surroundings again. "We need 2 more hours," Trevor shouted at Nick as soon as he saw the gap. "Okay," Nick shouted back before stopping. Just now, Nick had seen over 5 of Dark Dream's extractors working on creating a platform beside the fog. Many metallic grates and plates had been bent into supportive beams for an eventual platform beside the fog. The hole in the ceiling of the sewers had also been expanded by a lot, and Nick had seen several broken walls behind the hole. The fog is probably below some big building in the outer city. By the looks of things, Winter probably purchased the building and demolished the majority to make the whole, Nick thought. Nick took a deep breath and sat down. The more time advanced, the more difficult it was to wait. He just wanted to eat something and go to sleep. Sleeping felt so tempting right now, but Nick wanted to be certain that nothing would happen to him. Additionally, Nick would most likely sleep for more than just 2 hours. After some time, Nick unleashed some attacks again to check on everyone. "We'll start in 30 minutes, Trevor shouted when he saw Nick kicking the fog again. Okay. Nick stopped attacking and waited. Just now, he had seen that the platform had already been constructed, and everyone was testing the stability of it. Nick had seen several people punching the walls and jumping up and down. It was important that the platform they built was very sturdy. After all, the repelling cell was a heavy hunk of hard metal, which weighed over a ton. Nick prepared himself for 30 minutes. And then it was finally time. Nick unleashed some attacks again, and he saw it. On a platform beside the fog was a massive black cube. Many light blue tubes and wires went through the walls of the cube, and there were 4 big cylinders filled with white liquid behind it. "We're ready," Winter shouted from outside the hole. "We're going to activate the repelling cage." A second later, Winter nodded towards his employees on the platform. Trevor stood near the console of the repelling cell and nodded back. Trevor activated the repelling cell, and it started to give off a deep and powerful hum. The light blue tubes and wires turned white, and the cell started to shine. At the same time, the white liquid on the cylinders on the back lowered. The white liquid in the cylinders was pure Zephyx. Every cylinder had a full kilo of pure Zephyx inside it. This meant that just these 4 cylinders were worth 4 million credits. "Okay, you can bring it inside now," Winter shouted at Nick. Nick nodded and narrowed his eyes. Then he started to take tiny steps forward while he kept launching attacks. When there were no gaps within the fog, Nick wouldn't be able to move in the real world, no matter how far he ran inside the fog's world. But with several big gaps, Nick could move in the real world. Somewhat. It was still a bit awkward. Nick kicked open a hole and moved his hands slowly towards the opening while walking forward just a bit. The fog needed to close itself behind Nick's hand and body, which made it move backward just a tiny bit. If Nick just directly jumped out, the fog would probably fly away and vanish. Slowly, over a couple of minutes, Nick managed to advance to the edge of the ruin he was on. Then he continued. A minute later, Nick was mostly on the platform that Dark Dream had built for him. He was directly in front of the repelling cell. He kept advancing, and 2 minutes later, he was already inside the big cell. When he reached the back wall of the cell, he stopped advancing and opened a gap behind him so that he could talk to the people of Dark Dream. He saw almost all of his extractors smiling with excitement at him. "We're going to transport you with the fog," Jenny shouted to him. "In 2 hours, you can come out." "Okay," Nick shouted before he stopped attacking. Outside, everyone was looking at Winter. "Activate it," he told Trevor. Trevor nodded and pressed a big red button on the repelling cell. Then it activated. Chapter 187, Elevated Status. While Nick was resting inside the fog's domain, Trevor activated the repelling cell. Hum. Immediately, the hum of the repelling cell became many times louder, and some of the extractors even held their ears. The wires and tubes turned an iridescent white, and the cell seemingly turned white. Inside the cell, the white light pushed the fog towards the center. At that moment, the fog realized that something was going on, and it tried to flee. It moved in a random direction, but it could only move for about 10 centimeters before it couldn't proceed anymore. Naturally, it tried all the other directions, but the same thing happened. It was almost like it was surrounded by thick and durable wool. It could push into the wool, but at some point, the resistance of the wool was greater than the force the fog could use. This effect was produced by the Zephyx running through the cell. Just like how the fog had suppressed the locator with its own Zephyx, the fog was now suppressed by the repelling cell with its own Zephyx. Just like the locator, the fog tried to expand outward but couldn't force its way through the overwhelmingly powerful and dense Zephyx around it. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the repelling cell couldn't be touched by the fog at all. In the end, the fog turned into a smaller cube inside the bigger cube. At this moment, Nick's feet were outside the fog since it couldn't touch the floor at all. Luckily, humans were immune to the effect of the repelling cage. In fact, almost all physical and possession specters were also immune to the effect. The thing was that the Zephyx of the cell was simply denser than the fog's body, but its density couldn't possibly compare to a human body. For Nick, walking through the Zephyx was marginally more difficult than walking through air, but not nearly as difficult as walking through water. When Nick felt his feet coming into contact with dry instead of moist air, he knew that the repelling cell was working. On the outside, the people saw the white light of the repelling cell becoming stronger and weaker in different places. This showed that something inside the cell was trying to escape. But that was to be expected. "Get it back to Dark Dream," Winter commanded. The Zephyx Extractors nodded and jumped onto the platform. The platform shook a bit, but it still held. 3, 2, 1, Jenny counted down. Then, 4 people lifted the cell on each corner. Trevor quickly ran under the cell and pushed upward from the middle. The cell was lifted, and after a bit of solving logistical issues, they managed to push it out of the big hole. As soon as they did, they almost collapsed in exhaustion. They were all peak newbies by now, but that fucking thing was still so fucking heavy. Even more, Jenny and Trevor were initial Johns already, but this thing was still so heavy. Jenny and Trevor were both assigned to the Dreamer, and the Dreamer had turned into an adolescent about 3 months ago. This meant that their advancement had also sped up. Nick was still working with a bleeding lady, but he wasn't producing as much Zephyx as Jenny or Trevor, which was why it took him longer to advance. Yet, despite having 2 Johns helping them, it was still not easy to move the repelling cell. "Come on, boss is still in there," Trevor said through heavy breathing. "Let's get this thing back to Dark Dream." The other extractors nodded and lifted the repelling cell again. Some minutes later, the extractors were moving through the outer city while carrying the repelling cell. Naturally, that created a lot of buzz, and the people were watching with interest. Obviously, almost all the other manufacturers also noticed what was going on, and they sent their people to watch Dark Dream. All the manufacturers knew what a repelling cell was, and they knew what it meant when several extractors carried one through the streets, especially when it was active. Most of the manufacturers were impressed. Some of them had heard of Cycle and Dark Dream, but they hadn't really paid any attention to them. They barely had any Specters or extractors. However, the capture of a Force Specter acted as a kind of milestone for manufacturers. Capturing a Force Specter was one of the most difficult things to do. It needed a ton of money, intense planning, and many powerful extractors. That made Force Specters very valuable. While a Force Specter didn't produce more Zephyx than any other kind of Specter, just the investment needed to capture them made them worth a lot. Some manufacturers would probably even pay 10 million credits. Since Dark Dream had managed to capture a Force Specter, it meant that they had become an actual manufacturer in the eyes of the other manufacturers. The Spartans, the manufacturer just one place above Dark Dream, only had a single Force Specter. One had to remember that the Spartans had 4 veterans, over 20 Johns, and over 40 newbies. They had over 10 Specters, and one of their Specters was about to become an adult. Yet, they only had a single Force Specter, which was also their main Specter. So, even though the size and power difference between Dark Dream and the Spartans was massive, the other manufacturers now often put them together when talking about other manufacturers. A manufacturer that could capture a Force Specter was a good manufacturer. Naturally, the other manufacturers now paid more attention to Dark Dream. Dark Dream was actually becoming interesting to them. Before the cell reached Dark Dream's building, the other manufacturers had already found out what kind of Specter was in the repelling cell. Everyone knew about the fog, and everyone had seen where the extractors from Dark Dream had come from. It was pretty obvious that the fog was in there. The manufacturers didn't really care. No one really wanted to invest the money to capture the fog anyway. They didn't care that Dark Dream caught it. Chapter 188 captured. Nick felt the floor moving below him, and he knew that his people were currently carrying the cell to the building. He just wanted to go to sleep, but he kept himself awake. About an hour later, Nick felt like he was being pulled upwards, which told him that the repelling cell was getting pulled up. Naturally, Nick knew about the entire plan, and he knew how they were going to pull the repelling cell upward. A pulley on the roof. The bad part was that this meant that all the onlookers knew on which floor the fog would be contained, but there was nothing they could do about it. The repelling cell was too big and didn't fit through the doors, and carrying it up the staircase would probably take hours. One had to know that every hour the cell was active used up a kilo of Zephyx. It wasn't worth the millions of credits just to keep the floor a secret, so they just pulled it up at the side of the building. When the cage reached the 6th floor, the extractors removed the walls and pulled it inside. After that, they put the walls back. The group of onlookers talked with each other for a while before leaving since there was nothing to see anymore. On the 6th floor, The extractors carried the cell to the expensive containment unit for the fog. Since the containment units were all surrounded by the inner walls of the building, it didn't look any different from the other containment units. However, if one stripped off the walls, it looked very different. First of all, there were many small windows with sensors and cameras on the wall. Additionally, there were so many expensive wires and tubes going around the containment unit. Lastly, the console was almost 5 times as big as the consoles of the other containment units. This thing had so many different functions that it couldn't be compared to the other containment units anymore. This thing was a beast. Jenny and Nick had undergone a 5-day-long training course on how to operate this containment unit by its designers and creators. They were the only two who could operate this containment unit. The main door of the containment unit opened, and it sounded a loud and scary alarm. Then, everyone waited. To ensure that no Spectre was accidentally released, the containment unit would sound the alarm for a full 5 minutes before opening. This was to make absolutely sure that no one was trying to secretly open it. 5 minutes later, a big part of the wall was opened, and the walls were moving into a form that seemed to mirror the repelling cell's shape perfectly. The repelling cell and the containment unit were made by the same company, and they were obviously compatible with each other. The extractors moved the repelling cell to the hole and heard several clicks. After making sure that all 8 clicks sounded, they stepped away. Jenny went to the containment unit cell and pressed several buttons. Then she nodded to Trevor. Trevor nodded back and pressed a button at the side of the repelling cell. The cell started to shine even brighter, and half of a cylinder of Zephyx emptied immediately. The humming turned even louder. Bang! The wall of the cell facing the containment unit shot open with incredible force. Boom! Then the cell exploded in a bright white light, and all the extractors had to protect their eyes. Inside the repelling cell, Nick's eyes opened wide when he saw the fog instantly vanish from around him. The next moment, Nick saw the fog hitting the distant wall of the containment unit with wonder and surprise. Bang! The wall of the containment unit slammed shut with insane power, and the wires turned white and purple. Nick heard a low humming noise coming from the containment unit, but it couldn't be compared to the ear-shattering noise of the repelling cell. Outside, Jenny pressed several buttons on the containment unit's console and checked through all metrics. Everyone waited with bated breaths. About a minute later, Jenny released a sigh. "Everything looks good," she said with a smile. Immediately, some of the extractors sat on the floor in relief while a couple others were cheering. They had done it. "We can celebrate later," Jenny said. "Get Boss out of there first." The extractors quickly walked up to the repelling cell, and Trevor pressed several buttons. After 8 clinks, Trevor gestured for the extractors to move the cage back, and they did just that. Inside the cage, Nick saw the cell getting moved away from the wall, and he released a sigh of relief. The next second, Trevor looked into the cell and smiled. "We got it." Nick smiled back and walked out. As soon as he walked out, all the extractors cheered. Their chief Zephyx Extractor had done it. Without him, they wouldn't have been able to capture the fog. Nick had been the one that had located it, kept it busy, and moved it into the cage. He had also been the only one in true danger. Not even a single extractor wasn't proud of Nick at this moment, and they were happy that they had an actually competent boss. Nick smiled with embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head. "Well done, everyone," Winter said with a couple of claps for his employees. "You all did amazing work today." The extractors smiled respectfully. Then Winter walked over to Nick and put his hand on Nick's shoulder. "Good job, Nick," he said. "I knew it wasn't a mistake to invest so much in you." Naturally, Winter spoke the latter part quietly. "Thanks, Winter," Nick answered with a sigh. "I'm beat. I just want to eat something and go to sleep." Winter nodded with a laugh. "I can imagine. Then I won't keep you here any longer. Have a fun night, and we're going to see each other the day after tomorrow." Nick and Winter had already agreed that Nick would get the day off after capturing the fog. "Thanks, I really need that now," Nick said. Winter just laughed. Chapter 189, New Ability. Nick left Dark Dream, got something to eat, and went to sleep. The next day, Nick went to the arena that he and Reynold had created over a year ago. By now, Reynold and Manila had stopped training Nick, but he was still using their training grounds for his own training. Cubalblitz had its own training rooms, which were much better than these places. Reynold and Manila simply didn't need to use these places to train. After finishing his regular workout, Nick decided to test his new ability. He still wasn't sure what his ability actually did. He quickly searched for an abandoned house and entered since he didn't want anyone to find out what kind of ability he had. While his first ability was literally impossible to see, his new one could be seen. After all, Winter had said that Nick had turned blurry. Nick's ability was active, which meant that nobody was seeing him currently. That was the best opportunity to test his new ability. Nick lifted his right arm, looked at it, and activated his ability. As soon as he activated the ability, his arm turned cloudy and almost transparent. Nick's eyes widened, and he looked at the remainder of his body. Everything had turned cloudy and blurry. It was almost like Nick was looking at his body through an extremely dirty and grimy window. The next moment, he touched his left arm with his right hand, and his eyes widened in shock. His right arm passed through his left arm. Next, Nick moved his arm rapidly through his body, and that was when he noticed what was actually going on. Part of his blurry body was leaving him and being pushed away like smoke. "I'm fog," Nick thought. Sure enough, Nick looked like some kind of colorful fog. The part of Nick's body that had been pushed away slowly flew back to Nick's body and reattached itself. Next, Nick started to move around. He could still keep his form while moving, but the faster he moved, the blurrier and less distinct his body's shape became. It was like his body was trying to keep its shape but was too sluggish to do it rapidly and consistently. Even more, Nick started to feel weak, and his head started to ache. So he deactivated his ability. In an instant, the fog turned solid, and Nick's body reappeared. That's how the fog couldn't notice me, Nick thought. The fog didn't have eyes, and it also probably couldn't hear. This means that it could only perceive me by touch. So when I turned into fog, it lost its perception of me. It's probably the same thing with humans. When I turn into fog, they can't feel me with their bodies since I won't feel any different from air. But in that state, I also can't interact with anything. I can't use my weapons or damage anything. Speaking of, Nick activated his ability again and looked at his clothing and weapons. Surprisingly, his weapons and clothing also turned into fog. Even his barrier turned into fog. It was very strange. Next, Nick pulled out one of his spears while he was in his fog state and materialized again with his spear in his hand. This means I can manipulate and change my body shape while I am fog, Nick thought. Nick experimented with his new fog state for over an hour, and he finally managed to create a full profile on it. Sure enough, there has to be a weakness to my ability. It can't all be this perfect all the time, Nick thought with furrowed brows. When Nick had been inside the fog, he had transformed his body many, many times, but he had never run out of Zephyx. This meant that deactivating and activating his ability didn't cost any Zephyx. Yet, there had to be a Zephyx cost to this, and Nick had already found it. Keeping his body in one piece costs Zephyx. For example, if Nick were to just stand in the same position, he could permanently keep his fog state active since he wasn't using any Zephyx. However, when he moved, his body was using Zephyx to keep the fog clumped together. The more his fog moved, the more Zephyx his body used to pull it back together. It was a bit like a guy attached to two heavy weights lying on the ground. While the man was standing, he wouldn't need to carry the weights, but when he moved in any direction, he needed to use power to move the weights. While he had been kicking inside the fog, Nick had been using a bit of Zephyx, which was why he had become so hungry and exhausted, but it wasn't a lot since the movement was controlled. But things would become very different if the movement became involuntary, like getting punched, kicked, or shot. At that point, his body would be dispersed in many different directions, which would require a ton of Zephyx to fix. And if he didn't have enough Zephyx? Nick wasn't sure, but the most logical explanation was that he would automatically return to his normal form, at whatever location his body was. Nick had tested this by simply punching a wall while he was in his fog state. As soon as Nick's foggy hand hit the wall, it exploded and scattered across the wall. When Nick's hand had returned to his body, he had felt quite exhausted. He assumed that he had used nearly 30% of his Zephyx storage to pull his hand back into place. And that was him only punching a stationary wall. If someone kicked through his body, one had to remember that Zephyx Extractors were extraordinarily powerful. A proper kick from a John would create a huge gust of wind. That would disperse Nick's entire body. Nick was almost certain that he would die in that situation. Using the fog state in direct combat was extremely risky. It was more useful for running away, repositioning, or just general movement. Luckily, there were not only bad things about this ability. Nick had also found quite a few useful things. Chapter 190, Strengths and Weaknesses. For example, Nick noticed that moving was very different from normal. While Nick was many times slower in his fog state, there were a couple of interesting things. For example, he could cling to any surface and move along it quietly. Nick could quietly slither up a huge building like a spider without any issues. Then, he could simply materialize on top of it with all of his equipment. Sadly, Nick couldn't just fly. His fog needed to be attached to something, and it couldn't move too fast, or Nick would lose a lot of Zephyx. Nick had tried to throw a spear and attach himself to his own spear while it was flying, but he immediately stopped when he felt his Zephyx vanish at insane speeds. The reason was the strong wind, mostly. After that, Nick took a while to come to terms with the fact that a strong gust of wind could kill him if he wasn't careful. But there was one other thing that was quite interesting. Nick could fit through tiny openings as long as he moved through them very slowly. As long as Nick moved slowly through a small hole, he didn't need to use as much Zephyx to recover his shape. For example, Nick had moved through one of the grates on the ground and entered the sewers. However, that move had cost him 20% of his Zephyx and took almost half a minute. But that was still impressive. After all, Nick could now easily enter the sewers, and even more, he could travel through it by clinging to the ceiling. This meant that the sewers had essentially transformed into pathways Nick could use. Well, as long as there was light. Traveling through the darkness was still dangerous. Nick had a lot more experience with a nightmare, but traveling through its world was still extremely dangerous. If Nick accidentally commanded his body to move away from the ceiling, he would drop down into the sewers. It was possible that Nick would simply land above the liquid since he wasn't very dense, but it was also possible that he would fall into it and his body would disperse. Nick didn't want to find out. But, of course, this wasn't the only use of this ability. For once, the nightmare's existence actually helped Nick. After all, nearly every single building in Crimson Fungus City had holes in its walls and ceiling so that the sunlight could enter. And Nick could fit through these holes. Sure, it would cost some Zephyx and would take a while, but it was possible. In summary, the ability was extraordinarily useful in non-combat scenarios, but almost useless during combat, unless his opponent was blind and deaf. I would say it's pretty useful, Nick thought. My battle style is already mostly reliant on finding ways to escape my opponent's perception and attacking from that position. And as far as I see it, this ability achieves just that. But now, I wonder what kind of ability the normal one from the fog is. One had to remember that this was a mutation of Nick's ability that had been granted by the null. This was not the ability the fog would give someone without an ability. One could see quite clearly that the ability that Nick had received worked to make it harder for people to perceive him, which was exactly what his main ability was all about. Almost all abilities Nick would receive from any Spectre would somehow or some way try to reduce the ways Nick could be perceived. Some of them were simply more fitting than others. For example, the fog's ability was obviously very fitting to Nick's main ability, which was to be expected. A less fitting one would have been the lover, for example. Maybe the lover would have made Nick invisible to people who wanted to have sex with him? Not very useful. After all, someone would actually need to see him in order to even think about having sex with him. Maybe the dreamer would have made him very quiet for sleeping people. Also not very useful. Eventually, Nick finished all of his research and trained a bit more. Even though he had a free day, Nick still hated doing nothing. Over a year had passed since the incident, but Nick was still a bit scared of quiet and isolated moments. Whenever he was alone with nothing to do, he felt nervous. This made sleeping difficult, but Nick managed to circumvent that problem by training so much that he was always completely exhausted before going to sleep. Maybe once he managed to achieve his goal, these problems would vanish. Nick could only hope. So, after a lot of training and planning, Nick went to sleep. The next day, Nick entered Dark Dream again and did his daily duties. Get the Zephyx canisters. Measure the Zephyx. Put the canisters and the measurements into Winter's office. Check if the screaming coffin needed a new corpse and potentially give it a new one. Get the pile of fresh garbage from the delivery man and dump it onto the dung heap. Work with a bleeding lady. Ask Jenny if anything of note happened. Those were the regular duties that Nick did every morning. When those were done, Nick either planned something for the extractors, talked with Winter, searched for Specters, or coordinated with the investigator department of Dark Dream. But today, Nick would do something different. Someone had to find out the best way to work with the fog, and that was Nick's job. How long could someone survive in the fog? Was it possible to sleep in it? Could more than one person enter? Would that produce more or less Zephyx? What was the easiest way to break out? How much Zephyx did it produce? There were many things Nick had to check. Any inaccuracies on his part and Dark Dream might lose tens of thousands of credits in potential profits per day. When Nick was finally done with his daily duties, he told Jenny and Winter that he would be experimenting with the fog. And then he went to the 6th floor. Chapter 191, Nothingness. Nick looked at the entrance to the locker room, leading to the fog's containment unit inside. He always felt a bit nervous before working with a Spectre for the first time. He knew that he would be able to work with it just fine, but the unknown still made him feel a bit apprehensive. Next, Nick walked over to the huge console beside the entrance and inspected it. He knew how it worked thanks to the training course, but he still wasn't comfortable working with it. Nick spent several minutes familiarizing himself with the console and looked at all the statistics. The fog was contained without any issues, but its escape attempts had cost him some Zephyx. Obviously, keeping something like a Force Spectre contained required Zephyx. After being locked in the containment unit for over an entire day, the fog had cost him about 7 grams of Zephyx. It was a necessary cost, but it wasn't super high. One had to remember that the fog was at least a mid-adolescent, making it at least equal to the dung heap. The dung heap had been here for much longer, but the literal food it required to grow was ridiculous. The dung heap wasn't growing at its maximum capacity due to the limited amount of food it was getting. Because of that, the dung heap had just recently become a mid-adolescent, and the fog was most likely a mid or late adolescent, and compared to the dung heap, the fog was actually dangerous. The most the dung heap did was try to consume a Zephyx Extractor, but it wasn't very agile. Sure, if someone didn't jump away immediately, they would get consumed, but all the Zephyx Extractors would obviously jump away as soon as the dung heap showed any signs of aggression. This made the dung heap as dangerous as a mid-hatchling or something like that. Containing it wasn't an issue. As long as it had its food, it didn't even attempt to escape. It was just happy where it was. Meanwhile, the fog would kill any Zephyx Extractor in Dark Dream, except for Nick, since none of them had the power to escape from its domain. Luckily, the fog was killing them extremely slowly, which meant that Nick could still use others to work with it. Well, no need to delay the inevitable, Nick thought as he walked into the locker room. Nick left his spears at the side and walked in with only his fist weapons. As soon as he opened the door, the force field inside the containment unit suppressing the fog intensified, pushing the fog away from the entrance. Nick entered, and the door closed behind him. The force field retreated, and the fog enveloped him. Nick immediately felt his ability deactivating, but that didn't matter for now. Nick walked forward for about 50 meters, making sure that he was well and truly inside the fog's domain. The fact that he could walk forward for 50 meters inside a 5 by 5 meter room was proof enough that he was in the fog's domain. After that, Nick stopped moving. Well, now we wait, Nick thought. Then he scratched the back of his neck. Minutes passed. It's a bit boring. There wasn't really much to do in an endless void of nothingness. I mean, I could train, but that would create gaps in the fog, which would reduce the amount of Zephyx produced since it would need to repair the gaps. In the end, Nick just lay down and looked upwards. There was just nothing to do. Nick's mind drifted through his memories. Whenever he thought of Horua, Nick felt like his insides were cramping up. I just have to redeem myself, Nick thought. I just have to help all the people of the Dregs, and this guilt will vanish. But then Julian's words echoed through Nick's mind. Would Horua really wish for something like that? How would helping others make Horua forgive him? Horua had been a child, and he probably wouldn't sacrifice himself for a bunch of people who shunned and exploited him. Julian had said that Nick needed to accept that he had committed a mistake and live with it. Trying to redeem himself by helping others wouldn't lessen the guilt Nick was feeling. Nick would just continue feeling guilty because he would never feel like he had done enough to redeem himself. And that feeling would be there because Nick wasn't dealing with the root cause of the issue. Do I really need to repay the people of the Dregs? So many of them stole my food when I was a child, and they even stole the little bit of credits I managed to collect. Do they deserve a better life? Nick wasn't sure. He just kept looking into the nothingness. But if I don't help the people, what's the purpose of my life? Why am I alive then? To become rich? What's the point of being rich when I can't even feel happy? To get a girlfriend? My guilt would still eat me up inside. To become powerful. And then what? Great, I'm now powerful, and I can do whatever I want. But what's the point of that when I still feel guilty? What's the point of anything if this darkness in my chest won't vanish? Nick felt like his chest was shaking with nervousness, stress, and anxiety. As long as this darkness in my chest still persists, all kinds of achievements are meaningless. But how can I deal with it? Julian said that helping the people of the Dregs won't help with my guilt. However, does it need to? I mean, all my achievements won't mean anything with this darkness, but that's only if my goal is to be happy. What if my goal is just to improve the lives of others? A selfless goal, you know? Couldn't I have then said that living my life wasn't a waste? After all, who else can claim to have helped so many people? Nick took a deep breath. But I want to be happy. No matter how grand my goal is in the end, I still want happiness. I don't know. Chapter 192, a lot of Zephyx. After an unknown period of time, Nick started to feel tired. Obviously, night hadn't arrived yet, but the lack of any and all stimulus had tired Nick. Nick kept thinking about his life, but no matter how much he thought, he just couldn't find a real solution to his problem. His mind kept trying to find a way to make peace with everything, but it just kept going in circles. It was like Nick's mind was caught in an inescapable maze. The more Nick thought, the more hopeless his situation seemed. After a while, his mind started to drift away and think about things that Nick couldn't discern. He felt like his mind was working right now, but Nick had no idea what his mind was working on. For a long time, he just looked into the nothingness beside him. He started to get hungry, but it seemed so unimportant again. It was like all of Nick's power and care had left him. None of this mattered. Sleeping in here might be dangerous, Nick thought as his eyes were closing. However, I don't think that the fog kills people in their sleep. At least, the chances are extremely small. When we caught it, I kept attacking it for hours with my ability, and it still didn't let me go, which means that it was producing a ton of Zephyx, which in turn means that it's producing Zephyx by isolating living beings. Killing me would stop its Zephyx production, and that's not what it wants. Under normal circumstances, Nick still wouldn't take the risk and go to sleep inside the fog, but with his current mindset, he just didn't care enough to spend more time inside its domain while being awake. So he decided to go to sleep. Surprisingly, the fog felt so comfortable. Its temperature was just perfect, and Nick felt nice and warm. Even more, he didn't even feel thirsty. Sure, he was starting to get hungry, but as someone who had grown up in the Dregs, Nick was used to sleeping while hungry. And finally, Nick fell asleep. Dreamless sleep. It was almost like no time had passed. When Nick opened his eyes again, he wasn't even sure if he had actually fallen asleep or not. He had no idea how late it was. He had no idea how long he had been in here. Had he actually slept? I must have fallen asleep, Nick thought. I feel quite a bit hungrier. Nick slowly sat up and took a deep breath. Well, I don't know how long I have been in here, but I already learned one important thing. People can sleep inside the fog. That means that the shifts can be extended. Maybe we'll go with one person going in for 24 hours and then getting 2 days of rest. I bet several of the extractors would love such a timetable. The puppy and the dreamer are both being worked with 24 hours a day and 3 8-hour shifts. The lover is being worked with by Kiera. That means that 7 extractors are constantly busy, and I only have 7 extractors. Nick sighed. As far as I can see, the fog needs another 3. Seems like I have to get at least 3 new people. I might as well use the opportunity to find out what kind of abilities the puppy, the lover, and the fog give to new extractors. But first, I need to check a couple of things. After that, Nick stood up and readied himself. Bang, bang, bang. Nick unleashed many punches and kicks while turning into fog and back. Huge gaps appeared in the fog, and Nick rapidly moved forward while unleashing attacks. Boom. Nick hit a wall, and his entire body vibrated. After that, Nick started to attack the wall while traveling along it. Eventually, he found the employee exit and the button for opening it. After unleashing a punch, Nick quickly pressed the button. The fog around him was pushed to the back as the containment unit strengthened its force field. The door shot open, and Nick quickly walked through, which was followed by the door closing again. Then, Nick stretched a bit in relaxation. He was glad that he was done working with the fog. Nick grabbed his things and walked to the lobby of the building. After asking the receptionist about the time, Nick knew how long he had been in there. About 12 hours, Nick thought. I guess that's a good metric. Nick walked back to the 6th floor and checked the Zephyx container. 67 grams in 12 hours, Nick thought with raised eyebrows. That's good. That's like 130 grams per day. If we deduct the 5 grams or so needed to contain it per day, that's still something like 125 grams or so. The dreamer is barely producing 70. But then, Nick furrowed his brows. I need to test if the fog always produces this much, or if it is dependent on the power of the person inside it. Nick replaced the Zephyx container and walked to the 3rd floor. After walking through 2 doors, Nick was greeted by a blonde lady playing with a cute puppy. This was Marvila, one of the Zephyx Extractors they had gotten from Ghosty's lab. When Marvila saw the door open, she furrowed her brows. She had to stop already. But when she saw Nick, her eyes shot open. "I didn't refuse to leave," she immediately shouted defensively. "I know," Nick said. "I'm here for something else." "Am I in trouble?" she asked. "No," Nick answered. "I need you to test something for our new Spectre. Are you fine with staying a couple hours longer today? You don't have to if you don't want to." "Oh. What for?" she asked. "I want to see if the fog produces less Zephyx if it is working with weaker extractors. I want you to stay inside the fog for just as long as I have, which is 12 hours. Naturally, if there are any issues, I will get you out." Marvila furrowed her brows. "Am I getting paid for that?" "Same thing as always," Nick said. "You get 10% of what you produce." Marvila uttered as she fell into thought. "Sure, but I need someone to tell my family that I won't be coming home on time." "Of course," Nick said. Chapter 193, New Timetable. A couple minutes later, Marvila entered the containment unit. Nick told her everything he knew about the fog and also told her how to behave. As soon as she stepped through the employee entrance, she stopped moving. Right now, the fog was being pushed away by the force field, and as soon as it deactivated, Marvila would be enveloped by the fog again. However, when it was time for her to leave, as long as she didn't move from her spot, the force field should be able to pull her out again. Then it would mean that Nick didn't even need to get involved. A moment later, the door closed, and Marvila was enveloped. Outside, Nick grabbed one of the clerks and told them to stay in the locker room. If they heard any kind of screams or commotion coming from the console, they had to send someone to get Nick. After that, Nick left Dark Dream, grabbed something to eat, trained, and slept. Early the next morning, Nick entered Dark Dream again. In 1 hour, he had to get Marvila. For the next hour, Nick dealt with his daily chores. Finally, it was time to get Marvila. Nick walked to the locker room and opened the employee door. The fog was pushed away, and Marvila was gone. Nick furrowed his brows. Did she move? Nick cracked his neck and readied himself. Bang, 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 bang. Nick kept attacking his front and moving forward, making sure that he wasn't hitting Marvila on accident. For over a minute, Nick kept punching through the fog, but he just couldn't find Marvila. By now, Nick became worried. Dunk. Suddenly, Nick nearly tripped over something. The thing on the ground quickly retreated in fright, and Nick realized that it was Marvila. She had probably just slept, and Nick had woken her up. "Marvila, are you there?" Nick shouted. No reaction. Is she not hearing me? Nick thought. Or is she hearing me, but the fog keeps isolating her from me? Nevertheless, Nick continued punching and kicking, and a couple of minutes later, he felt her again. This time, she didn't retreat. Nick grabbed her and asked her if everything was okay. No answer. She probably can't hear me. Even our voices are probably isolated. Nick moved Marvila's hands to his belt, and she grabbed it. Then, Nick turned around and moved forward while unleashing kicks and punches. The hands were losing their grip whenever Nick turned into fog, making them desperately move forward in a panic. But after a while, they seemed to get used to Nick appearing and disappearing from their grasp. Several minutes later, Nick hit one of the walls and did the same thing as when he had exited the containment unit the first time. Eventually, the force field activated, and Nick pulled Marvila out of the containment unit. When Nick saw her, he could tell that she was quite spooked, but that was the only thing of concern. She didn't seem unhealthy or injured otherwise. Everything all right? Nick asked. Marvila breathed heavily, but nodded. Yeah, that was terrifying. I thought you were a second Spectre or something earlier. Sorry, Nick said. Anyway, what did you experience in there? Well, nothing really, Marvila said. As soon as the fog surrounded me, I just sat on the ground and leaned against the wall behind me. I was thinking about random things and getting tired. At some point, I fell asleep and I woke back up when you touched me. I got startled and moved away, but I quickly realized that this was probably you. And well, you know the rest, she said. Nick furrowed his brows. So, you didn't move? No, Marvila said, shaking her head. I didn't move a single step until you touched me. Nick scratched his chin. Strange, because I didn't find you near the entrance. I had to look for you for several minutes. Marvila's eyes widened in shock and horror. What? She asked. Nick just nodded. It seems like the fog can move people without them noticing. Additionally, I don't move slowly at all through the fog. I can get from one end of the containment unit to the other in barely 10 seconds. Yet, it took me minutes to find you. Marvila didn't seem happy at all right now. Eventually, the two of them left the locker room, and Nick checked the Zephyx. 48 grams of Zephyx, Nick said. Marvila's eyes widened in shock. 48 grams. When she worked with the puppy, she barely produced 7 grams after 8 hours. This was like an entire week of her salary in just one day of work. That means the power of the extractor is relevant to how much Zephyx the fog produces, Nick muttered to himself. Thanks, you can go home now, Nick told Marvila. Okay, she said. Do I get to work with the fog again? Not sure, Nick said. I have to talk with Winter and Jenny about this. The two of them said goodbye to each other, and Nick went to Winter's office after calling Jenny over. Then, the three of them talked about everything Nick knew about the fog. In the end, they created a new timetable for the employees. Since the fog produced the most Zephyx, the Johns were assigned to it, which meant that Jenny and Trevor would stay inside it for 24 hours each, followed by 2 rest days. Of course, Jenny wouldn't get 2 days off fully. She wouldn't need to work with the Dreamer for the next 2 days, but she still needed to be available in case one of her extractors needed her for something. After some talking, they also decided on something else. They scrapped the plan of making Trevor a spy. They needed a second team leader, and Trevor was the best candidate by far. So Trevor was promoted to team leader position. When Jenny was with the fog, Trevor would be the team leader, and when Trevor was inside, Jenny would be. Of course, they also needed a third employee who was working with the fog, and in the end, they decided on Jonathan. Jonathan was the closest to becoming the next John. Naturally, the duty of getting the employees out of the fog was added to Nick's daily list. So Jenny, Trevor, and Jonathan worked with the fog. The Dreamer would be worked with by Marvila, Larry, and Constance, the 3 people they had gotten from Ghosty's lab. The Lover would be worked with by Kiera. The Screaming Coffin, the Dung Heap, and the Bleeding Lady were for Nick. And the puppy? That one will be left for the 3 new people Nick will be hiring very soon. The puppy was, by far, the least dangerous and easiest to work with out of the group of relatively normal Specters, which made it perfect for new extractors. Chapter 194, Promotion. Good news, Boss said that he needs 3 more extractors, and he's planning on getting them from our team, a middle-aged man with black hair said to a team of 10 people in front of him. The others all looked at each other in surprise and excitement. Finally, they had a chance to become extractors. This opportunity was one of the biggest reasons for accepting this job. This was the investigator team of Dark Dream. Naturally, as people who had already worked for Dark Dream and who had already come into contact with Specters, the investigators were very often the favorite candidates for new Zephyx Extractor positions. In essence, becoming a Zephyx Extractor was a big promotion. The investigators already earned around 5,000 credits per month, which was quite a lot for the outer city, but becoming extractor often meant a 10-fold increase in pay at minimum. Of course, the increase in power and status was even more valuable. As the investigators looked around, they became more excited. Only 10 of their people had been called into the meeting. In total, there were around 30 investigators. So, did this mean that Boss would only look through the 10 of them? If so, that would be amazing. Will he choose one of us? One of the men asked the leader in front of him. Yes, one of you, the leader said with a laugh. I already sent him all the files, and he said that everyone present is considered for the position. The 10 of them grew more excited. All of them wanted to become extractors, and 3 of them would achieve their dream today. Sadly or luckily, depending on the viewpoint, the team leader and his 2 substitutes were not considered for the position, but that had been clear from the very beginning. In order to stop the team leaders from abusing their power and making them seem better for promotion, Winter and Nick had only hired rejected Zephyx Extractors for the team leader position. This meant that the team leaders already had gained an ability from a Spectre, but the ability wasn't good enough to become a Zephyx Extractor. But on the other hand, they were paid 9,000 credits instead of 5,000. Such a large number of credits made them part of the richest 5% of the outer city. When will we know who is chosen? One of them asked. By the end of today, the leader said with a smile. This made the investigators even more excited, and they started to talk to each other animatedly. How will he choose them? Another one asked. Well, at that moment, the door to the room opened, and a tall and extremely muscular person walked in. The investigators all quieted down. Boss was here. Nick looked at all the gathered people with furrowed brows. Silence. Amon, come to meeting room 2. Nick said before leaving the room again. Everyone looked at one of the investigators. Amon, the investigator who had just been called, took a deep breath and left. Everyone else started to talk with each other. They were all talking about what kind of questions Boss would ask them and how to best answer them to be chosen. Should they say that they are brave and strong to show their confidence, or would that make them appear arrogant and difficult to manage? Should they lie about which specters they had come into contact with to make them seem more experienced? Should they praise Boss to get into his good graces, or would that disgust him? Should they say they were outgoing and like talking to others to make them seem like they fit well into a team, or would that make them appear lazy and easily distracted? The investigators had worked with Nick several times before, but they didn't really talk a lot. Nick mostly talked to the team leaders, and the team leaders relayed his orders to the team. At most, they had made a small bit of small talk. Nick always seemed friendly and genuine, but was he really like that with his team? What if he was a tyrant who wanted total discipline from his team? After about 10 minutes, the person that Nick had called came back. He seemed neutral, and the people couldn't tell if he had done well or badly. "Cryan, you're next," he said to someone. "He's waiting in meeting room 2. Cryan took a deep breath, nodded, and left the room. By now, the people could tell that Nick was calling them in alphabetical order. Cryan walked across the corridor and entered meeting room 2. His heart was beating loudly in his chest, and he had already started to sweat out of anxiety. "Good morning, Cryan," the muscular and intimidating man said with a friendly tone and smile. "Please take a seat." "Good morning, boss," Cryan said as he sat down. Silence. "Now, how are you with Specters?" Boss asked with his deep voice. Cryan became even more nervous. This was such an open question. How was he supposed to answer that? Cryan started. The intimidating man didn't say anything and just waited. Cryan almost felt like he was sitting in front of a specter. This was the chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream. All in all, Dark Dream had over 50 employees, and the chief Zephyx Extractor basically decided who got hired and fired among the investigators and extractors. And they were talking about Cryan's future. If he messed up, he wouldn't only not get his promotion, but might even get fired. Cryan felt like his heart was beating in his head with untold intensity. There was only silence in the room for 20 full seconds. "I don't know," Cryan eventually said with a nervous and awkward smile. "Except for the puppy, I never met one." Nick wrote something down on a sheet of paper. "And what about the puppy? How did you handle it?" Cryan's mind froze again. He had no idea how to answer that question. Chapter 195, Crushing the Puppy. "You already met the puppy, right?" Trevor asked. Cryan nodded. "Yes, I had it in my arms for a couple of hours across a couple of days," he said. Right now, Cryan and Trevor were standing in front of the locker room leading to the puppy's containment unit. Surprisingly, Cryan got the promotion. He thought he had done horribly since he froze several times during the interview. He would have never expected that he would have been chosen. Yet, funnily enough, everyone else had felt the same way. All of them had been frozen solid during their talk with Nick, and some of them had even needed Nick to prod them to continue talking. In the end, Nick told the 3 lucky ones that he had used a bit of Zephyx during their talks, which made all of them nervous and scared. After thousands of years, humans had evolved to become scared when Zephyx was around them. Zephyx meant that there was a specter, and humans that didn't immediately flee from a specter had a higher likelihood of dying. Together with a power imbalance between Nick and the investigators, this achieved a result similar to sitting in front of Spectre. So the fact that Cryan managed to answer the question after 20 seconds of silence was definitely not bad. "Good, so you know what to expect," Trevor said. "However, things will be a bit different this time." "How so?" Cryan asked. "Because we want to see the ability that the puppy can give new extractors," Trevor explained. "As you know, humans gain abilities by being in contact with specters." Cryan nodded. "Yet, even though all of you held the puppy for multiple hours, none of you have gained its ability." Cryan blinked a couple of times. Right? That was strange. Why hadn't he thought of that? "This means that the normal way of working with it most likely won't cut it," Trevor said. "We haven't tested it yet, but we presume that you need to get it to cry out and injure you if you want its ability. At least, that's what Boss believes." Cryan took a deep breath. When he had signed his new contract, he had already read that he would gain the puppy's ability, but he hadn't thought much about it. "What happens when it cries?" Cryan asked nervously. "You've seen Boss when we caught the puppy," Trevor said. "You know what happens." Siren gulped. He had seen Nick being in intense pain back then. If someone as strong and intimidating as Boss was already in so much pain, how would he feel? Don't worry, Trevor said with a smile. I'll be right beside you. Yet, Cryan was still scared. But for his future, he wouldn't retreat now. I know it's a lot for your first day, Trevor said, but at least you don't have it as bad as Carrie. What? What's with Carrie? Cryan asked. Trevor sighed. She's going to get the lover's ability. Is that bad? Cryan asked. The ability? I don't know. The process of getting it? Yes, very much so, Trevor explained. Cryan just gulped again. Let's get right in, shall we? Trevor said with a smile. Then the two of them walked into the containment unit while Trevor explained how the containment units worked. Right now, nobody was working with a puppy since all the more experienced extractors were busy with the Fog and the Dreamer. As soon as they entered, the puppy excitedly ran up to them. It seemed very happy. Trevor picked it up and held it in his arms for a bit. The puppy couldn't understand human speech, which was why Trevor didn't even explain what was about to happen before he handed it to Cryan. Cryan held the puppy awkwardly and looked at it. It was so difficult to associate this cute little doggy with a terrifying specter. It was just so cute and helpless. Crush it. Huh? Cryan asked as he looked at Trevor. Crush it, Trevor said. It's a specter. If you want it to cry, you have to attack it. If you're worried about it, don't be. It's a peak hatchling. You couldn't crush it even if you stood on its head. Cryan still looked at Trevor in complete confusion. Then he looked at the puppy. Crush it. This little and cute thing. A dark void appeared in Cryan's chest. He felt like he was asked to do something impossible and unforgivable. How? Cryan asked. Punch it, try to crush its head, tightly hug it. I don't know, Trevor said. Even though it is a specter, it acts like a puppy. So even though you can't injure it, it will still act like it's getting injured when you try. Cryan's heart rate increased as he looked at the cute puppy with nervousness and fear. He didn't want to crush it. It was so cute. Crush it, Trevor shouted. Cryan looked around nervously. Do it. Cryan's hand shook. Crush it. Then Cryan tightly hugged the puppy, and the puppy started to yelp in discomfort. At that point, Cryan noticed how resilient and tough the puppy's body actually was, and his emotions finally accepted that this was a specter, not an innocent puppy. So he used all his power to hug it tightly. The puppy started to whimper and screech in terror and pain. Cryan also started to scream in pain as he felt like his insides were being torn apart. However, Cryan didn't let go, and the two of them continued to scream in pain. That's enough, Trevor shouted as he yanked the puppy out of Cryan's arms. The puppy continued to cry, and Trevor just threw it to the side. Immediately, the puppy retreated towards a corner and looked with fear at Trevor and Cryan. It looked so scared and vulnerable. Cryan's entire body shook, and then he puked vomit mixed with blood. Trevor took out a small vial of green liquid and dropped one drop into Cryan's mouth. This will keep you alive, but it will still take a while for you to recover. Boss said that the injuries can't be healed by recovery liquid. You get the next 2 days off. Chapter 196, Abilities. Cryan left Dark Dream in shock, pain, and horror. And for the next 2 days, he felt like he was going through hell. He was no longer bleeding or anything, but he felt like all his organs were inflamed. Eating, drinking, breathing, and sleeping was painful. He would have immediately run to the hospital if Trevor hadn't said that there was nothing they could do. Cryan just needed to hold out, and he would recover with time. Over the next couple of days, his family took care of him. Luckily, the love of his family made things easier. But on the second day, an incident occurred. Cryan was recovering in bed when his sister accidentally pressed too hard on his stomach, which made him cry out in pain. At the same time, Cryan's sister also cried out in pain as she retreated in panic, constantly looking at her hand in horror. After a quick argument between the two, they finally realized what had just happened. When Cryan's sister had touched him, she had felt like her hand was submerged in acid. However, that was the only time it had happened. All the other times, things had been fine. The two of them experimented a bit, and they finally found out what was going on. When Cryan cried or screamed, his body became dangerous. Anyone who touched him while he was screaming would feel like they had touched acid. When the 2 days of relaxation were over, Cryan talked to his team leader, Trevor, about his ability. A bit later, Nick arrived and asked Cryan to use his ability on him, which he did. Cryan felt quite embarrassed shouting this loudly in front of others, but he did so anyway. After a while, Nick confirmed that it felt identical to the pain he had been in when they had captured the puppy. This meant that, most likely, Cryan was tearing Zephyx out of whoever was touching him, which made it feel like his body consisted of acid to others. They experimented a bit more, and they found an additional aspect. The Zephyx that was torn out from the other person was absorbed by Cryan. Cryan was using Zephyx to use his ability, but he also recovered Zephyx by using it. This meant that Cryan could keep damaging his opponent as long as they touched, and as long as his vocal cords didn't give out. The only bad part was that the damage accumulated very slowly. It would probably take Cryan almost 10 seconds of constant physical contact and screaming to severely injure someone at the same level as him. In the end, they noted the ability down and told Cryan to keep it a secret, which Spectre gave what ability was sensitive information. Eventually, Cryan was told his schedule, and he sighed. He had to work with a puppy for 8 hours a day. He just hoped that the puppy wasn't too angry at him. Meanwhile, Nick finished the document he had created about the Specters and their abilities. He now knew all the abilities his Specters gave to new extractors. The Dreamer gave someone the ability to make them sleepy and read their dreams. The Bleeding Lady gave someone the ability to put an additional cutting effect on their attacks and weapons. The Dung Heap gave someone the ability to release poisonous gas in a big area. The Screaming Coffin gave no abilities. The Puppy gave someone the ability to tear Zephyx out of anyone who touched them, but one had to scream to activate it. The Lover had an interesting, but also straightforward ability. It made others horny. That was it. There were a couple of uses for it. It could be used to subtly make someone believe that they were attracted to the person with the ability. After all, if someone constantly got horny while looking at the same person, they would think that they were attracted to them. This would be a good ability for spying on others and gaining information. However, it could also be used in a fight. When one was horny, one's blood was gathered in one's nether regions, which meant that there was less for the brain. Additionally, the enemy would be quite confused. In the case of men, it could even act as a small hindrance to movement, based on the size of their thing. It would also embarrass them, making them more likely to make mistakes born out of emotion. However, if the one with the ability lost, their death might become quite a bit worse since the enemy might be motivated to relieve their lust. Lastly, the fog gave one the ability to launch clouds of fog, which they could see through. Of course, only the person with the ability could see through the fog. Everyone else would be blinded by it. This had no direct offensive power, but the ability made it easier to escape and confuse the enemy. Nick was especially interested in the ability. If he had someone with him who could launch fog, Nick could fight with much more power since his ability would be active for longer. Sadly, even though Nick's ability had been augmented by the fog, he still couldn't see through the fog that had been launched by someone who had the ability. Nick would have to see how things developed in the future. There were quite a couple of ability combinations that seemed useful. During the next couple of days, the three new extractors, Cryan, Carrie, and Terran, got familiar with their new jobs and settled down. All three of them belonged to Trevor's team. Excluding Nick, Dark Dream had 10 extractors. Jenny led the advanced team, which consisted of Jonathan and the 3 people from Ghosty's lab, Constance, Marvila, and Larry. Trevor led the new B team, consisting of Cryan, Carrie, and Terran. Kiera was also part of Trevor's team since she was working with the Lover, and since Carrie had the Lover's ability. And with that, Dark Dream could finally work with all of their Specters. Chapter 197, The Layers. Hey, Winter, Nick said as he entered Winter's office for his daily meeting. Every day, Nick and Winter would have a quick meeting in the afternoon to talk about things. Hey, Winter answered as Nick sat down. Got anything noteworthy? Not really, Nick said. Just a bit of drama with the puppy. Oh, what's it about? Winter asked. Carrie didn't want to leave when she was supposed to, and Trevor had to get involved, Nick answered. Winter nodded. Keep me posted on this. I don't want any extractors falling victim to the puppy. Of course, Nick answered. Is that it? Winter asked. Yep, that's everything. Winter nodded. Then, let me tell you about something interesting. Oh, Nick uttered. We got invited to the yearly meeting of manufacturers, Winter said. Nick's eyes widened. There's a yearly meeting. I don't remember one happening last year. Because we didn't get invited, Winter explained. We were just a bunch of newbies with some weak Specters. Ever since we captured the fog, things changed. A manufacturer that can catch and contain a force Specter is a manufacturer that has proven themselves. Because of that, the other manufacturers treat us as a new manufacturer, although weak and inexperienced. Makes sense, Nick said. When's the meeting? Late morning in 3 days. It's on the middle layer of the inner city, Winter said. Inner city, huh? Nick repeated. I've never been there. It's nothing too special, Winter said. The lower layer is just like the outer city but cleaner, and the middle layer is hard to navigate, but that's the only special thing about it. What about the upper layer? Nick asked. Difficult to explain, Winter said. Why don't you just see for yourself in the future? Nick scratched the back of his head. How do I get there? That's going to take a while, Winter said with a chuckle. There are 2 ways to move up in the inner city, power and wealth. If you want to live on the lower layer of the inner city, you need to either be a level 2 extractor or have a net worth of over 1 million credits. Nick's eyes widened in surprise. He knew that he could live in the inner city as a John, but he hadn't heard about the wealth requirement. Of course, you only need one of the 2, Winter said. By the way, if you are living in the inner city, you are allowed to live there with your parents, your partner, and your children. You're not allowed to bring your siblings, uncles, and so on. At least, that's how it works for Zephyx Extractors, Winter said. It's different for rich people, Nick asked. Winter nodded. Every additional person that lives with you in the inner city, assuming you live there due to your net worth, requires another 1 million of net worth. So, if you want to live in the inner city with your wife and 2 children, you would have to have a net worth of over 4 million credits. Nick took a deep breath. Why? He asked. Winter chuckled a bit. The people living in the inner city believe themselves to be vastly superior to everyone living in the outer city, and they don't like upstarts from the filthy outer city to join their illustrious circles. Winter's voice was quite sarcastic. If you manage to get rich enough to join the inner city, they can tolerate you, but they don't want people that are worthless. Of course, most of the people thinking like that are living in the inner city only because someone else pays for them, Winter said with a chuckle. Nick didn't like what he was hearing. That sounded like a lot of hypocrisy. Why doesn't that apply to Zephyx Extractors? He asked. Can't you tell? Winter asked. Nick just blinked a couple of times. Because Zephyx Extractors are scary and bring security. With their power, they can protect the people living in the inner city from specters and threats, but they are also scary when you try to go against them. None of the normal but rich people in the inner city want to antagonize someone that could tear them into 2 pieces like they're a piece of paper. Nick furrowed his brows and nodded. That made sense. What about the middle layer? He asked. Level 3 extractor or 10 million credits, Winter said. Nick took a deep breath. 10 million credits was insane. Naturally, the same policy applies here as well. If you want to live with your family in the middle layer, you better be even richer, Winter said with a chuckle. Why is it so expensive? Nick asked. The amount of money required is ridiculous. Space, Winter answered. Space, Nick repeated. Winter nodded. Over 60% of the inner city consists of the lower layer, and only 30% of the city consists of the middle layer. Additionally, the middle layer is not on the ground, and the residences are also far bigger. At most, 1,000 people can fit onto the middle layer. Nick's eyes widened in shock. Wait, only 1,000? He asked. Nick had seen the huge structure that was the inner city almost every day. It was around 5 kilometers wide and 3 kilometers tall. Tens of thousands of people should fit in there. Yet the middle layer could only hold about 1,000, and that was 30% of the city. Only 1,000, Winter repeated. Due to the requirements, only about 800 spots are filled, and that's how they want it. It's better to have more space than less. Then, what about the upper layer? Nick asked. It has spots for about 300 people, Winter said, and all those spots are filled. If someone new joins, someone old has to descend to the middle layer. The poorest and the weakest are not allowed to live there. Officially, you need to either be a level 4 extractor or have a net worth of over 100 million credits. But practically, you need to belong to the stronger 20% of level 4 extractors or have over 500 million credits. Also, you don't get to take your entire family with you. You only get your significant other and up to 2 children. If you want more, you better be vastly more powerful than the average of the upper layer. Nick had difficulties accepting what he was hearing. What about your family? He asked. We are 10 people. My mother and father, their mothers and fathers, and me and my 3 siblings. Oh, and our head butler and 2 head security guards. Everyone else has to travel to the upper layer for work. Chapter 198, Horrifying World. So many people, Nick asked. Winter nodded. We used to have our servants also live in the upper layer, but father decided to give up these 10 spaces after seeing how much trouble one of his Zephyx extractors had to find a spot. Nick knew that the Melfians were insanely influential, but once more, he had been shocked by their power. Winter's father was so rich and powerful that he had dedicated over 1 billion credits, just so that his servants didn't have to travel so far to work. Such a mindset was unimaginable for Nick. Nick still felt nervous whenever he spent over 1,000 credits on anything. Winter and Nick talked for a while longer and planned out everything for the meeting in 3 days. The next 2 days, Nick prepared for his trip. And then it was time to go. At about 8 a.m., Nick and Winter walked out of Dark Dream and traveled towards the huge structure in the middle of the city. The gigantic pyramid-like structure had become so normal for Nick, but today it seemed more imposing and impressive than on other days. Nick had never been in there. Today would be his first time going into the inner city. As the two of them approached the huge structure, Nick saw several guards. 4 of them were standing by the entrance, and over 10 more were stationed on different buildings around the entrance. Naturally, these people were the force of the city, the extractors that the manufacturers had to dedicate to the city. None of the guards reacted as the two of them approached. A moment later, Winter took out an emblem and just held it up. Nick became nervous and just kept walking. And then, nothing. Nobody was stopping them. The doors opened, and the two of them had just walked in. "There's a scanner," Winter said. "A scanner?" Nick asked. "There are scanners in the entrance that scan us. They saw my emblem and your uniform and let us through. The guards only react when the scanners tell them something's wrong." "Oh," Nick uttered before looking forward. The doors had already opened, and Nick saw another door. The next moment, the door behind them closed, and Winter stopped walking. "WRR." Then a loud sound came out of the walls, and blue liquid started to rain on them. "Cleansing liquid?" Nick asked in shock. Winter nodded. The hall they were in was around 10 meters long and 4 meters wide, and yet all of it was being doused in cleansing liquid. That was insane. Some seconds later, the cleansing liquid stopped appearing and was siphoned into the ground. Then, Nick felt several strong gusts of wind. A minute later, the wind stopped, and the sound coming from the walls also quietened. Nick's nose moved a bit as he smelled something he had never smelled before. What was this smell? It was so strange, but also comforting. Winter noticed Nick's reaction. "It's plants and trees," he said. Nick's eyes widened. "That's how trees smell?" Winter nodded. Nick had heard of trees, but he had never seen one in his life. The image of trees Nick had in his mind was unpleasant and terrifying. Huge hardened brown pillars that rose from the ground and were also alive. That sounded like some specter or some kind of monster from a horror story. And outside the city, they were apparently everywhere. Wasn't that like some kind of army of huge teeth from some huge monster? Also, since they were alive, they might even move. Nick just imagined a huge pillar of metal bending and moving to look closer at him. Additionally, since when did plants smell so nice? The plants that grew on the metallic walls of buildings didn't smell nice at all. The next moment, the big door in front of them opened, and Nick could finally see the inner city. Green. There was so much green. It was like everything was covered with veggie cubes. The streets were made of stone, which was formed into many identical shapes instead of metal. It looked so fancy and beautiful, but also unsafe. Nick craved the strength and certainty of steel. Stones didn't seem safe. However, only parts of the street were covered in stone. The others were made of ground. A couple parts in the Dregs in the outer city are made of actual ground, but that ground was hard and resistant, while this ground looked green. But then Nick noticed that the ground wasn't actually green. It was just that the ground was covered in many little green hairs that swayed gently in an artificial breeze. Nick was immediately reminded of the hairy mold he once ate off a wall when he was younger. Was this mold? Why would anyone cover the ground in mold? That's disgusting. However, a moment later, Nick saw something even stranger. It was a big brown pillar that had a big umbrella of green growths. The growths were moving in the wind, and Nick started to feel nervous. Was that a tree? And were these weird green things the leaves Nick had heard about? Yet, before Nick could say anything, he noticed something else. Water. So much water. There was some kind of long and wide stream of water. It was over 5 meters wide and very deep, and the water constantly moved in one direction. That was when Nick realized how rich everyone in here was. So much clean water. Just being here, without being used. This was insane. Winter looked at Nick with an amused expression as Nick just kept looking around in horror. It was like Nick had entered some kind of horrifying and alien world. "You'll get used to it," Winter said. What? Nick asked as he looked at Winter. Come, Winter said, gesturing with his head towards one of the grassy fields. Nick awkwardly followed Winter. Winter stepped onto the grass and sat down with a smile. Then he gestured to the grass beside him. Come touch it. Chapter 199, Lower Layer. Nick looked at Winter and the grass with apprehension. He really didn't want to touch it since it looked so unnatural. Having little green living things growing from the ground sounded like some kind of nightmare somebody thought up. However, Nick trusted Winter, and he eventually walked forward with apprehension. He carefully touched the green things on the ground. It's soft, Nick said with uncertainty. That made it even worse. It was like little hairs were growing out of the ground. Nick felt like touching the grass was similar to petting some kind of huge and dangerous monster. Just sit down, Winter said with some annoyance. Nick took a deep breath and eventually walked over to Winter. And then he carefully sat down. See? It's not that hard, Winter said with a smile. Nick looked extremely uncomfortable. He didn't like the sensation one bit. Humans weren't supposed to touch grass. They were supposed to be surrounded by metal and ground. While Nick sat on the grass, he kept a lookout for the tree that was a couple of meters behind him. He didn't feel safe with a tree so close to him. What if the tree bent down and attacked him? It was alive after all. For a while, Nick just looked at the lower layer of the inner city. He had been so overwhelmed with the grass, trees, and the river that he hadn't even looked at the people. Nick saw several people with children sitting in different locations in the inner city. Almost all of them were dressed very nicely, and laughter filled the air. It was so strange. The people sounded happy. This was what Nick had always dreamed of. A world where humans could be happy. And it actually existed in the inner city. But it's actually not that surprising, he thought. After all of these people have a crazy amount of money. They can afford to be happy compared to the people in the outer city. The people in the outer city seemed more neutral. They didn't seem happy but also not miserable. They saw the inner city and knew that they could do better, but they also saw the Dregs and knew that they could do worse. Meanwhile, the people in the Dregs were miserable. Laughter was rarely heard in the Dregs, and everyone looked like they were fighting for their lives. Pressure and anxiety were constant companions in the Dregs. And here, people looked so peaceful. Many people even sat on the grass while eating a couple of sandwiches, their kids playing in the grass just a bit of distance away from them. It looked like a paradise. It was like there was no danger. It seemed like they felt safe. After a while, Nick looked at the houses. They were made of stone instead of metal. Additionally, all the houses had windows made of actual glass on them. These houses looked so very different from the houses in the outer city. Even more, almost all the houses had a little yard with grass on it. After that, Nick noticed that every house had at least one weird contraption in front of it. It was some kind of thing with 2 wheels and some pedals. Nick looked around a bit, and he could finally find one of these contraptions in action. Apparently, people pushed on the pedals, and the wheels moved forward, transporting the person on their back with quite some speed and ease. How are they not losing their balance? Nick thought in wonder. Then Nick noticed the next thing. It was bright everywhere. It was almost like Nick was outside, even though he was inside a huge structure. That was when Nick noticed that the glass windows of the huge structure were shining with gentle sunlight. It was like the rays of the sun were reflected off the panes of glass and dispersed across the city. Then Nick noticed that the houses didn't have the light holes that every house in the outer city had. Instead, there were just a couple of tiny windows spread across the house. The tiny windows captured the sunlight and moved it along a small shaft of mirrors that kept reflecting the light and distributing it across all the rooms. All the rooms in the houses had a good amount of light spread throughout. That was when Nick noticed that almost all the people were almost pale white. In the outer city and the Dregs, people were lightly brown due to the constant sunlight, but here, the people were almost pale. It's probably because of the lower amount of light in the inner city, Nick thought. There was still light everywhere, but it was more subdued and gentler. This made the people of the inner city seem different from the people of the outer city. It was almost like they were of a different species. It was such a different world. Different people, different roads, different ground, different houses, different light. It was so strange. The people even acted differently. Most of them acted like Nick didn't exist. After all, Zephyx Extractors were common in the inner city. However, the few who took note of Nick showed a gentle smile and nodded in greeting, which Nick returned awkwardly. In the outer city, everyone made way for Nick while seeming a bit scared and in awe. Here, it was like Nick was just another person. Suddenly, Nick felt something poke his shoulder, and he turned to Winter. Winter just gestured up, and Nick looked up. That was when Nick's eyes widened in shock. Was this the middle layer of the inner city? In the lower layer of the inner city were several huge and gigantic pillars. Some of them were even over 100 meters wide. These pillars stretched upwards into what seemed to be infinity. And these pillars seemed to be the very foundation upon which the middle layer of the inner city worked. At least from what Nick could see. Chapter 200 Capsule. Over a kilometer above Nick was a complex, chaotic, but beautiful array of structures. The huge pillars were surrounded by a couple of metallic plates, which Nick couldn't see through. He guessed that these were platforms where the people of the middle layer lived. Surprisingly, almost 80% of the sky was blocked by these metallic platforms. In a way, Nick was reminded of when he had been swimming in the sewers and looking up at the ceiling. It was very similar here. One of the most important differences, though, was the fact that the light streets in the sewers were solid, while the streets in the middle layer were actually empty spaces. Well, not completely empty. Nick saw rails going along the streets. Every street had at least one rail going through it. It was like the sky was made of huge circles and a mesh of thin lines surrounding the big circles. Nick wanted to know what the rails were there for, and he looked around until he found his answer. Capsules. Nick saw a capsule moving along the rails. While it was moving, it was swaying back and forth a bit, which filled Nick with a bit of anxiety. There was a human in there, right? Didn't they feel unsafe with the constant swaying of the capsule? From what Nick could tell, the capsules were not very big. At most, they were 3 meters long and only about a meter wide. Nick watched as the capsule moved upward along a rail until it was hidden behind one of the huge circles of metal. Is that the middle layer? Nick asked. It is, Winter answered. The big metallic platforms are where the people live, and the rails are for the vehicles. What are these vehicles? Nick asked. Winter smirked. You'll get to see one real soon, since we'll need one to get to the middle layer. Without them, we can't get there. Nick just looked around the lower layer again. Earlier, Nick had been excited about going to the middle layer, but now he didn't want to anymore. What if he fell down? What if one of these rails collapsed? Nick would be falling for an entire kilometer. He would die. Come, we need to get going, Winter said as he stood up. Nick's heart rate increased, and he took a deep breath. Then he nervously stood up and followed after Winter. After walking along the river for a while, Nick saw something that shocked him. There were long-moving things in the water. Was that an animal? What is that? Nick asked in shock, pointing at the thing in the water. Oh, that's a trout, Winter answered. A trout? Nick asked. A fish, Winter elaborated. Nick blinked a couple of times. Is that an animal? Winter nodded. It tastes pretty good. We can eat one after the meeting if you want. Nick just looked with wonder at the trout. How would something like that taste? Would it be as good as chicken or mosquito larvae? The two of them walked through the lower layer, and Nick kept looking at every two-wheel contraption that drove by him. It's a bicycle, Winter said. Or bike for short. The people of the old world used them to move around in their cities. A bicycle, Nick repeated absent-mindedly. After a couple of minutes, the two of them closed in on some kind of building with several rails coming out of it that seemed to go towards the sky. Nick saw one of the capsules exiting the building on the rails and driving towards the sky until it reached the middle layer. Was this how people travel from the lower layer to the middle layer? The two of them walked over to the building, and Nick saw two guards casually chatting in front of the entrance. Compared to the guard presence between the border of the inner city and outer city, this was barely anything. Outside, there were many guards standing near the entrance, but here there were just two who seemed quite relaxed. Winter walked up to one of the guards while Nick followed him. Ah, Mr. Melfian, one of the guards said with a polite smile. Going back home? Not today, Winter answered with a smile. We're here for the yearly meeting. The eyebrows of the two guards raised in surprise. Oh wow, you got an invite. Congratulations. Winter nodded with a smile. Thank you. May I view the ticket? One of the guards asked. Of course, Winter said as he took out a small piece of paper, which he handed over to the guards. Naturally, Winter was allowed to go wherever he wanted, but Nick wasn't. Because of that, an invite had been sent to Winter so that his chief Zephyx Extractor could enter the middle layer. That was the first time something like this had happened. Chief Zephyx Extractors tended to be a bit stronger than Nick. They didn't need invites to get to the middle layer. In fact, they could all also go to the upper layer, except for the one from the Spartans, who was only a peak veteran. The two guards looked at the ticket, nodded, and gave it back to Winter. "You can pass," one of them said. "Thanks," Winter said as he walked past them. Nick followed behind Winter, without saying anything. The two guards were looking at Nick with strange expressions. The guards didn't know what to feel about calling someone this weak a Chief Zephyx Extractor. An initial John was about to meet the most powerful people in the city. This was so strange. Winter and Nick entered the building, and Nick immediately saw several capsules hanging from a couple of rails. Winter walked over to one of the capsules and opened them. Now, Nick could finally see the inside. He immediately recognized the pedals since he had just seen them on the bicycles. "This is a mode of transportation from the ancient world," Winter said. "Only very, very few have been found, which means that they have belonged to the most illustrious people. We are pretty sure that they used to be status symbols. Because of that, Crimson Fungus City uses them to move around. Additionally, they are great at moving vertically. You simply lie in it, put your feet onto the pedals, and move the pedal. It's very simple. According to documents we have recovered, these are called shweebs, and only the richest and most powerful people use them.